Chapter 1, A Sycophant Never Ends Well. You've been reincarnated into a popular romance novel with 2 male leads in an infinite flow world, and now you're playing the role of a disposable lackey. Soon, you'll meet your destined protagonist, the one for whom you will ultimately die. When Yen Sun first woke up, he heard a voice telling him exactly that. Yen Sun. Am I hallucinating? It's not a hallucination. I'm still here. Hello, host. I'm your system 0051. Yen Sun. His gaze swept around the small room before he quietly asked in his mind. A fan favorite? Dual protagonists? What did that even mean? He understood the concept of infinite flow. In the instant he finished communicating with the system, all the content of the novel flooded into his memory. The name of the book was Gently Love Me, Obsessive Boss, What Should I Do When All Non-Humans Fall for Me? It told the story of a delicate protagonist whose body naturally exuded a mysterious fragrance. Upon entering the infinite game world, he unexpectedly discovered that this scent had a strange control effect on terrifying bosses. Merely by catching a whiff of that peculiar aroma, those monstrous bosses no longer desired to kill, they only wanted to dote on and hold the protagonist close. And so, relying on this overpowered buff, the protagonist easily cleared every scenario, achieving both romantic bliss and career success. Of course, in such a harem style, sugar-coated romance filled with dramatic entanglements, there needed to be some expendable, sycophantic side characters to heighten the drama. Yen Sun happened to be cast precisely as such a disposable pawn. Arrogant and domineering at first, dismissing the protagonist as weak and coddled, until eventually being successfully trained like a dog by him. He would die during a mission to cover the protagonist's escape, clawed to death by the final boss. In short, a simple, easy-to-play background character. Yen Sun. Was he really this unlucky? I'm not doing it, Yen Sun muttered inwardly. High risk, low reward, and I end up dead anyway. Terrible deal. To his surprise, the voice immediately responded. It's not complicated at all. Don't you know infinite games are already industrialized and turned into celebrity careers nowadays? I said you get clawed to death, but in reality, you just progress to the next stage. Isn't that great? The system brainwashed enthusiastically. Otherwise, you'd actually have to play these deadly games for real, with no way to revive upon death. So now, if I die, I can actually come back. Just watch a 30-second ad and move on to the next round. The system winked. Relax, would I deceive you? Joining our Cannon Fodder system is definitely the right choice. As long as you perform seriously, everything will be fine. Then, the system explained how dangerous this infinite game truly was, even the slightest mistake could lead to death. But with an assistant system, things were different. They weren't players anymore, they were actors. And since when do actors ever really die? Therefore, it was truly low risk and high reward. If it weren't for Yen Sun's good looks, the system wouldn't sign just anyone. Perhaps sensing Yen Sun's hesitation, the system began painting a rosy picture, promising that any extra rewards Yen Sun earned through puzzle solving or level clearing within the scenarios would also belong to him, something previous performers never got. After all, acting and real gameplay were 2 entirely different paths. Hearing this, Yen Sun decided without further delay and gave a firm nod. The moment he nodded, the invisible barrier vanished. Suddenly, the actions and movements of others around him became visible. Let's take a moment to introduce ourselves, spoke a smiling man wearing a well-tailored suit, his hair neatly styled. Most eye-catching, perhaps, was the champagne glass in his hand, half filled with golden bubbles. Noticing Yen Sun's gaze, he raised his glass slightly in greeting. I was just at a banquet. The man opposite him wore black from head to toe. His eyes silently swept across everyone present, saying nothing. After scanning the room, Yen Sun's attention settled on a simply dressed young man. He could sense a faint, exquisite fragrance subtly emanating from this person. The man had a face hard to forget, at least for Yen Sun, who usually struggled with faces, this one undoubtedly qualified as handsome. But there was one thing. Yen Sun calmly assessed his height. Was the protagonist really 187 centimeters tall? Host, the novel didn't specify the protagonist's height, the system spoke meekly. Yen Sun deadpanned, so the delicate, fragrant, helpless beauty protagonist is 187 centimeters tall. His gaze must have been too obvious, because the young man glanced back at Yen Sun several times. Yen Sun looked at him too. He saw the young man smile slightly, so Yen Sun immediately turned his head away. Back in the beginning of before the protagonist had successfully trained him, the cannon fodder he was playing absolutely detested Gue Yuchong, the delicate male lead. Hi, said Gue Yuchong with a friendly nod. What a strange person, Yen Sun thought. Why would he greet me like this, under such circumstances? Gue Yuchong really was odd. Isn't this really not the time for greetings and making friends, spoke a short-haired young man, frowning as he watched the friendly exchange between Gue Yuchong and Yen Sun, clearly about to say something more. The moment he finished speaking, everyone received a system notification. Quest, Mimi Tower. Strange incidents have occurred at Mimi Tower. Tenants keep reporting mysterious footprints appearing inside their apartments. One after another, tenants have died, the culprits are imposters lurking within the building. Time limit, 7 days. Task 1, locate the impostor. Task 2, uncover the secret of Mimi Tower. Yen Sun silently scanned the others. Though he already knew most of the quest storyline, perhaps to prevent him from acting too suspiciously, the task description deliberately omitted any mention of the boss or the true secret. Those were parts he needed to discover on his own. Goe Yuchong definitely wasn't the impostor. That left the other 4. His gaze lingered briefly on each of them. And as he observed the others, their eyes were observing him right back. In truth, he was quite a striking young man. His complexion was pale, dark circles shadowing his eyes from chronic sleep deprivation, appearing almost malnourished. He was tall and slender, just under 185 centimeters. His hair was long, clearly untrimmed for a while, black strands reaching down to his eyebrows, the lower half bleached white blonde. He had 7 or 8 piercings in his ears, and moth-like tattoos crept across his arms. The instant the system finished announcing the task, Yen Sun received his identity card for this level. Apartment 404 tenant. Yen Sun. Beautician. Does anyone here live in room 404? Goe Yuchong suddenly spoke up. He looked around at everyone, giving a slightly awkward smile. I'm staying in 404. Is there someone sharing the room with me? Something's off, Yen Sun thought. He distinctly remembered that in the novel, he shared a room with the champagne-suited man. Instinctively, he glanced toward Goe Yuchong, only to see the latter smiling at him again. Is it you? You're my roommate. Goe Yuchong tilted his head, looking at Yen Sun, the fragrance radiating from his body growing even stronger. Say something. Host. Silence stretched as the system urgently reminded Yen Sun not to forget his role. Yen Sun. He took a deep breath, then said to Goe Yuchong, what's that stench on you? It's disgusting. I hate men who wear perfume. Chapter 2 Ex-boyfriend. Goe Yuchong looked slightly taken aback, seemingly not expecting Yen Sun to speak like that. Yen Sun carefully observed the others, his received plot summary only included brief physical descriptions. When he spotted one man with unmistakably mixed-race features, he breathed a small sigh of relief in his mind. He really wasn't good at remembering faces, but he did recall that Goe Yuchong's roommate was a half-blood guy. I want to switch rooms with you, he said, pointing at the mixed-race man. I hate men who wear perfume. He sounded exactly like a disposable side character, Yen Sun thought. The man he pointed at looked at him and smiled. Sure, he said cheerfully. No problem. You shouldn't just swap rooms right at the start of said a man wearing an outdoor tactical jacket, black-haired and black-eyed. He glanced at Yen Sun and then at the smiling mixed-race man. This isn't child's play. I'm Li Wu. He gave a brief self-introduction, then looked expectantly at Yen Sun. Yen Sun. Yen Sun shrugged, looking indifferent and dismissive of advice. Then came round after round of introductions. Yen Sun listened for a while but only managed to remember that the champagne-drinking man was Pei Xinyan. When Yen Sun glanced at him, the man flashed him a smile. What a coincidence. Our names both have Yen in them. Yen Sun was about to say they weren't actually the same character, but quickly shut his mouth instead. He grunted, appearing surly and unpleasant. Shouldn't we first find our own rooms? Pei Xinyan turned toward Li Wu, the man who seemed to know most about this. As if triggered by those words, an old man with deeply wrinkled skin suddenly appeared at the doorway. Judging from his clothes, he must be the apartment manager. The manager frowned at the group inside the room. What are you doing here? Don't you know about the recent apparition of fake humans? He pointed at a clock tucked in the corner of the room. From 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. the next morning, everyone must stay in their assigned rooms. His eyes locked onto the players. Otherwise, security will eliminate you as a fake human. Yen Sun glanced at the clock on the wall. It was 9:30 p.m. now. Less than half an hour until 10. Everyone in the room seemed to grasp the urgency. The moment the manager finished speaking, they scattered, leaving the room and hurrying off in different directions. As Yen Sun left, he made sure to take note of the room number. Room 508. Room 404 was clearly on a lower floor. After checking once, Yen Sun broke into a run down the corridor, but nearly cursed out loud when he reached the emergency stairwell. The entire Mimi building's floor layout was completely messed up. Floor 4 was 10 levels above floor 5. Perhaps because there were too many tenants, the elevator remained stuck on the first floor without moving. If I died right now, what would happen? Yen Sun asked the system. You just die for nothing, the system shouted. Streamers who can't even survive day 1 aren't worth keeping around. Streamer. Yen Sun caught that word. Yeah, we're broadcasting live the whole time. Didn't I already tell you? Infinite games are reality shows now. The system muttered, probably nostalgic for the old days of classic Infinite streams, how thrilling, how dangerous they used to be. While watching the stalled elevator, Goe Yuchong stood silently beside him the entire time. Hi. Goe Yuchong tilted his head as he looked at Yen Sun. Maybe we should just take the stairs. He pointed at the elevator still motionless on the first floor. Looks like it won't make it in time. No kidding. Yen Sun snapped again. Without waiting for Goe Yuchong, he turned and walked straight toward the stairwell. Presumably due to long-term disrepair, unlike the relatively intact exterior, the emergency passageway was nothing short of filthy and dilapidated. Graffiti covered the corners, half the motion sensor lights in the stairwell were broken, and certain spots reeked of something foul. Though Yen Sun appeared lethargic, his climbing speed was fast. Midway, he surreptitiously glanced back at Goe Yuchong, and was surprised to see that this novel's delicate, weak protagonist, incapable of running or fighting, was actually keeping up right behind him. When Yen Sun turned, the other even gave him a smile. So tired, Goe Yuchong's voice echoed through the stairwell. Sometime along the way, the entire emergency passage had become empty, now only the two of them remained. I wonder when we'll finally get there. I can barely walk anymore. He said that, but his footsteps still followed Yen Sun closely. If one listened carefully, they might even notice that his pace matched Yen Sun's exactly. Aside from slightly heavier breathing, there was no sign he was actually tired. Just stay here then, if you can't walk, Yen Sun said. He remembered that before he and Goe Yuchong had reconciled in the novel, he'd always spoken coldly, frequently mocking the other. I can't do that, Goe Yuchong replied, voice calm and unhurried. We're roommates. We can't leave each other behind. Perhaps Goe Yuchong had drawn nearer. Yen Sun caught a faint scent, something that should have been pleasant, yet all it did was make him feel dizzy and nauseous. So he really wasn't one of those love-struck fools in the novel, easily enchanted by Goe Yuchong's fragrance. By now, the sign for the fourth floor was clearly visible. Yen Sun dashed forward, pushed open the emergency door, and rushed out. Goe Yuchong followed slowly behind. He narrowed his eyes at Yen Sun ahead, the overly pale arms, the hair tied back for convenience, and strands of disobedient hair falling against Yen Sun's neck. Goe Yuchong trailed behind, and just as the other reached to open the door, he suddenly reached out. He caught those loose strands, his fingertip brushing Yen Sun's neck. But Yen Sun flinched as if threatened, immediately touching his neck and turning around sharply. What are you doing? Goe Yuchong wore an expression of startled innocence. Your hair, he said softly. I was just trying to fix it for you. Not necessary. Yen Sun muttered, pushing the door open. Room 404 was extremely narrow, more precisely, it didn't look like a space meant to house two people at all. And the moment they stepped inside, fragments of new information flooded into Yen Sun's mind. I see, Goe Yuchong murmured, having just accessed the same data. He looked at Yen Sun. You were my ex-boyfriend. Chapter 3, How Vulgar. All of you. A week after losing his job, Yen Sun temporarily moved into his ex-boyfriend's studio apartment. Since the rental wasn't intended for two people, Goe Yuchong's apartment had only a single bed. Just as Yen Sun was preparing to go out and look for work, the weirdness began, strange phenomena erupted across the city, and doppelgangers appeared inside Mimi Tower. To prevent the doppelgangers from escaping, and more from entering, Mimi Tower temporarily suspended all entries and exits. All daily necessities and food were delivered by the building administrator after centralized purchasing. But 3 days ago, the person responsible for deliveries never showed up again. Now, the remaining food would last them only one more week. That was the full backstory of this. Goe Yuchong sat on the sofa, in front of him just 2 bags of bread and some fruit. Food has to be collected from the administrator every morning, Goe Yuchong said, looking at Yen Sun. Should we go get it tomorrow? Only then did Yen Sun realize this was far more complicated than the system had made it seem. Every resident in the building had to collect their rations from the administrator. With the delivery person now gone, this meant their food supply would steadily dwindle. In a few days, they might not get any food at all. Then, who knew what chaos would unfold in this building? It's intentional, Yen Sun said. To make us fight with each other. He'd previously wondered why the room assignment limited only 2 people per room. Now he understood, it was clearly designed to create conflict over food distribution. He looked at Goe Yuchong before him, then at the food on the table. It wouldn't take much, just wait until day 3, when a single room's share is reduced to only 1 slice of bread, and arguments would inevitably arise. 7 days in this, and having only 2 tasks, find the doppelganger and uncover the secret, clearly wouldn't be enough. Looks like there will be specific tasks each day. He spoke while sitting opposite Goe Yuchong, who kept staring at him intently, the gaze making Yen Sun feel uneasy, almost like his scalp was crawling, until finally, Goe smiled faintly. You're amazing. So smart. I could never think so deeply. He moved and sat beside Yen Sun. Do you really hate me? In the original story, Goe Yuchong was fragile and physically weak. He'd scream and panic at the sight of anything scary, and was terrible at solving puzzles, a textbook, cute fool. But this Goe Yuchong now. Yen Sun glanced at the man's height and build, which clearly didn't resemble someone helpless or frail. He even felt like this guy could physically wrestle a ghost. Not that Gue was especially muscular, but Yen Sun simply couldn't see him as that delicate anymore. Yes. Yen Sun met his eyes. I hate you. Gue seemed genuinely taken aback by the bluntness. His expression flickered with surprise before he lowered his head. I see. As they spoke, the clock in the room ticked to 10 p.m. It was as if that time triggered something. The moment arrived, and the hallway outside suddenly grew lively. Yen Sun heard hushed whispers, and the smell of food, clearly not the dry bread in front of them, but freshly cooked dishes. Hey. The residents of room 404. A knocking sound came from the door. We made something. Do you want to come share? Yen Sun glanced at Gue Yuchong and gestured silently, keep quiet, Even without the reminder, no one sensible would believe those people outside were still alive. The voice was mechanical, like a broken recorder, accompanied by tape static. Soon, a series of busy signals followed, then a faint click, the sound of a tape reaching its end. And then, again, the same loop. Hey. The residents of room 404. We made something. Do you want to come share? Then it repeated. The playback sped up, faster and faster, until, accelerating wildly, it became a shrill, horrifying noise. 404. He could only hear that distorted voice screaming, shrieking. Finally. With a sharp clatter, the tape seemed to break. Silence. Nothing more. Yen Sun stared at the direction of the door, then felt a weight leaning against him from the side. He turned his head, and saw Gue Yuchong had already leaned against his shoulder. When Yen Sun looked at him, Gue Yuchong gazed back with a pitiful expression, as if hoping Yen Sun wouldn't push him away. Yen Sun glanced at him. Then stood up. Without support, Gue Yuchong collapsed onto the sofa. Gue Yuchong. He propped himself up with one hand on the couch and lifted his head, watching Yen Sun walk into the bathroom, probably thinking it wasn't safe to close the door in a paranormal like this. Yen Sun didn't shut the bathroom door while undressing. He simply lowered his head, pulled off his work t-shirt, and tossed it into the laundry basket nearby. Scars dotted his body, some had faded to white, clearly remnants from years ago. The hair tie he'd used earlier was now looped around his wrist. His half-black, half-white golden hair spilled loosely over his shoulders. Gue Yuchong's gaze followed slowly down from his face, finally pausing at the waistband of his pants resting just above his hips. Your hair looks really nice. Gue Yuchong said. Did you style it on purpose? It was only then that Yen Sun seemed to remember Gue Yuchong could see him from that angle. He stepped over and leaned against the bathroom doorway, his expression unreadable. Of course not. I couldn't afford to dye it. So the black grew out. With that, he closed the bathroom door in front of Gue Yuchong. A moment later, the sound of running water began. Is Gue Yuchong actually like this? Yen Sun asked the system while showering. Then, as if remembering something, he stared hard at the system. You're not broadcasting this, right? Don't worry, host. The system patted its chest reassuringly. We're a respectable live stream, absolutely no borderline content will be shown. As it spoke, it glanced at the live screen. Stream ID, exa_BJ0051D. Viewers online, 5. Viewers online, 60. Viewers online, 100. The viewer count kept climbing. On screen, the young man's hair, half black, half white golden, was visible only down to his shoulders due to streaming restrictions. Water droplets traced down his cheek, and he stared quietly at the floor, lost in thought. Guardian of my contract, sent Candy X100. Guardian of my contract, love it. Wash a little longer, smiley face. Yen Sun turned off the shower, wrapped a towel around his waist, and tossed a dry towel over his damp hair. Are you seriously telling me I have to do this? He asked the system. Just moments ago, he discovered more fragments of the original story, beyond the basic plot summary, had been unlocked for him. Though Yen Sun verbally complained about the scent on Gue Yuchong, after the other fell asleep, he secretly crept closer. Then whispered softly, smells good. Yen Sun. How vulgar. All of you. Chapter 4 So fragrant, so fragrant, so fragrant. This is pure, isn't it? Yen Sun asked the system, what kind of normal person sneaks around at midnight just to sniff someone else's scent? Host. The system said sincerely to Yen Sun, the character you're playing, isn't he literally a tsundere pervert? Yen Sun. That actually made sense. In the original novel, his straight-laced self kept complaining that Gue Yuchong wearing perfume was disgusting, yet couldn't help being drawn to the other's appearance. After all, this was a fan-favorite borderline infinite flow novel where everyone fell head over heels for Gue Yuchong. Think about it, host. The system told Yen Sun. What a perfect opportunity, you two have to sleep in the same room tonight. He'll be asleep. Who would know? The system added, besides, it's just acting. No one will find out if you hold your breath. Yen Sun didn't respond. When he walked into the bathroom earlier, he hadn't brought any clean clothes, he refused to wear dirty ones, so he simply wrapped himself in a towel, another towel draped over his head as he stepped out. The moment he exited, he saw Guo Yuchong sitting quietly on the sofa. Guo Yuchong seemed about to say something upon seeing him, but Yen Sun raised a hand and stopped him. Stop. The character setting in this has nothing to do with reality. He rubbed his hair a few times, then tossed the towel over his shoulder. You're not my ex-boyfriend. We aren't close. So let's keep our distance and focus on completing the mission. Yen Sun looked at Guo Yuchong. Got it? Sitting on the sofa, Guo Yuchong simply stared at him quietly. Should I sleep on the floor? There was only a single bed in the room. Since they were temporarily staying together, someone would inevitably have to sleep on the ground. Yen Sun thought about what he planned to do later that night. You take the bed, he said. Otherwise, having to crouch by the bedside and whisper those words sneakily. Even he admitted it wouldn't look very dignified. Guo Yuchong obediently nodded. Seeing how cooperative the other was, Yen Sun felt a pang of guilt. He walked to the wardrobe, rummaged through for some clothes that might fit, then turned his back to Guo Yuchong, untied the towel, and pulled on the outfit. Guo Yuchong remained seated, never averting his gaze. Could you at least look away? Yen Sun glanced back. Oh, sorry. Guo Yuchong suddenly flushed red. He slowly turned his head toward the unpowered TV, though his ears still caught the soft sounds of clothing shifting behind him. At 1 o'clock in the morning, everything grew quiet. Yen Sun lay on the floor, while Guo Yuchong lay on his assigned bed. The room had no light at all, swallowed by thick darkness. All Yen Sun could hear was Guo Yuchong's steady breathing beside him. Seemed like he was asleep. Yen Sun's mind buzzed with the system's constant nudging. Finally, he took a deep breath, quietly crawled to the edge of the bed, and whispered. So fragrant. Awa. Just kill me already. The moment Yen Sun finished saying it, he collapsed onto his makeshift floor bed, utterly dead inside. Staring blankly at the ceiling above, he realized he still couldn't see anything in the room, like every ray of light that entered had been swallowed whole. Gradually, drowsiness crept over him, until at last he drifted off right there on the floor. And the moment he fell completely unconscious, the figure who had appeared to be asleep, Guo Yuchong, slowly lifted himself to the edge of the bed. In the dark, he fixed his gaze intently on Yen Sun. Though Yen Sun himself couldn't see a thing, the live stream offered a god's eye view, and an extra bright exposure mode at that. Inside the cramped room, the long-haired youth lay peacefully on the floor, while beside him loomed a pitch-black mass clinging to the bed's edge. Its hair, like underwater seaweed, began to slowly stretch outward, creeping toward the young man. But then, blocked by something invisible, the tendrils halted, unable to touch Yen Sun. Stream host. Wake up. Amen. I think the host is doomed. Though the system saw the comments, within its own perception, everything appeared normal. Guo Yuchong lay calmly on the bed, seemingly deep in slumber. Yet from the audience's perspective, that dark, shadowy form crouched by the bed, emitting a faint, blurred murmur. So fragrant. It's still carnivorous. It just said the host smells delicious. Honestly, I kinda agree, the host does look tasty. Absurd. What the hell has even gotten into this live stream? Perhaps realizing it still couldn't reach the person lying on the floor mat, the pitch-black figure crouched by the bed slowly retracted its strands of hair. Good night. He whispered softly. When Yen Sun woke up, he immediately noticed the black hair on the bed. Clumps of it, just like the kind of loose hair you'd commonly find in a public shower. The strands were jet black. Yen Sun's hair was half-bleached. He glanced at the messy clumps, then at Guo Yuchong, who was still asleep on the bed. Guo Yuchong's hair wasn't long, and clearly, this wasn't his. Yen Sun stood up and picked up the strands with a tissue. But the moment his fingers touched the hair, it seemed to come alive. In that instant, what Yen Sun saw wasn't hair at all, it looked like dozens of tiny tentacles, some even coiling around his fingers. He instinctively shook the strands off his hand. They fluttered through the air and landed right on the still sleeping Guo Yuchong's face. Yen Sun. Mentally whispering an apology, he bent down to pick the hair off the other's face. As Yen Sun leaned close to Guo Yuchong opened his eyes. He stared, startled, at Yen Sun. Before Yen Sun could say, there was hair on your face, the strands were gone. Now it looked exactly as if he had deliberately crept up close while Guo Yuchong was asleep. Yen Sun. Adult. I'm being framed. Meeting Guo Yuchong's gaze, he calmly pinched at a strand of nothing at all. Hair. Then casually flicked it to the other side of the bed. Guo Yuchong lightly touched his cheek, unsure whether to believe it or not, but he nodded anyway. Thanks. After finishing his morning routine, when Yen Sun entered the living room, he found a line of red, blood-like writing already smeared across the wall. Now, have one person from the room go to the management office to collect today's food. Only one person is allowed to go. Yen Sun looked at the crimson words on the wall, knowing this was today's task. I'll get it. Yen Sun spoke before Gue Yuchong could, taking the lead. He glanced at Gue Yuchong, who looked like he wanted to say something. You stay here and wait. He remembered from the novel that Gue Yuchong hadn't gone to the management office on the first day to fetch food. To ensure the plot progressed smoothly, Yen Sun didn't plan to change that. But then again. In the novel, it was also his roommate who went to collect food on the first day, not Yen Sun himself. Chapter 5 The Neighbor in the Elevator. The management office was on the first floor. Under Gue Yu's anxious gaze and whispered words of encouragement, Yen Sun set off. Perhaps because he had spent so much time with that man, he began to feel as though he himself carried that scent too, the sickly sweet smell that made his stomach churn. All the room doors along the corridor were tightly shut. He remembered that none of the teammates who had appeared in the with him stayed on this floor. Probably to prevent fakes from sneaking in, no one dared let their guard down. As Yen Sun left room 404 and walked down the hallway, a door at the far end opened, and a man wearing flip-flops stepped out. He wore an ill-fitting work shirt, something that looked like it had been bought at a night market, jeans beneath, and rubber sandals on his feet. When he saw Yen Sun, he nodded slightly. Going to get food? Yen Sun asked. Seeming surprised that Yen Sun would speak to him, the man hesitated before nodding again. Yeah. I live alone. If I don't go pick up food myself, I'll starve. He sighed. Who knows when we'll finally catch those fakes? In my opinion, that detector is useless. Detector? Yen Sun asked. Yeah. They installed a detector by the entrance, it's supposed to detect fakes. The flip-flop man pointed down the hall. There are cameras everywhere here too, meant to prevent fakes from showing up. If one appears, you can press the bell inside your room, and then security will come take them away. He muttered under his breath, but I don't think the guards are any good. Last time they claimed they caught a fake and beat him to death right in front of all the residents. And turns out, he was just an ordinary tenant. The flip-flop man casually recounted something horrifying. He pointed toward a corner. See? That stain over there, is still blood from that guy. Ah, if the guards label you a fake, you're done for. He sighed again. Well, at least experts are coming in a week to sort this out. This man must be an NPC within the, Yen Sun thought, watching the flip-flop man as they walked together toward the elevator. Fakes don't have blood. Not like ours, the flip-flop man said. You know how you just, feel something's off about someone. That's usually a fake. With that, he entered the elevator alongside Yen Sun. Today, the elevator arrived surprisingly fast. No sooner had they pressed the button than the doors slid open. Yen Sun stepped in and noticed, just like the jumbled floor numbering, the building's elevator panel was also scrambled, a mess resembling a bank keypad where numbers never stayed in their proper places. A mirror hung inside the elevator. Leaning against it, Yen Sun watched as the flip-flop man pressed the button for the first floor. The entire building's floor sequence was chaotic, yet the elevator itself remained predictable. As Yen Sun stared at the randomly lighting up floor indicators, the flip-flop man asked, Do you live alone? Haven't seen you around before. I'm staying with a friend, Yen Sun replied. According to his background setup, he had come to live with his ex-boyfriend, he hadn't lived in Mimi building until now. Lucky you, said the flip-flop man. To arrive just when this mess started. While speaking, he kept his eyes fixed on the screen inside the elevator, which displayed which floor they were currently passing. Yen Sun glanced at him, then said, I just lost my job too. Adding insult to injury. He continued chatting idly with the flip-flop man, but his eyes never left the display above. When he realized they were still at least 15 floors away from the first floor, sweat began forming in his palms. Because suddenly, he realized something. The toes on the flip-flop man's feet seemed to be growing backward. Yen Sun could clearly see the pads of the toes at the edge of the sandal, but not a single toenail. All 10 toes were completely reversed. Apparently, Yen Sun had acted too naturally. The flip-flop man hadn't yet noticed that Yen Sun had discovered he wasn't human. He still stared at the screen without turning his head. Still, your friend taking you in, that says something good about him. He's okay, Yen Sun replied absently. Both watched the elevator screen. Since they'd entered, the elevator hadn't stopped once. In a building this densely occupied, such a thing was highly unnatural. Yen Sun distinctly remembered last night's elevator having lingered for a long time on the first floor. Yen Sun calculated the time. It had already been at least 15 minutes since they stepped into the elevator. Even with so many floors in between, if the elevator hadn't stopped once, it shouldn't still not have reached the first floor yet. Ding! Accompanied by the familiar sound of the elevator coming to a stop, Yen Sun realized they had already arrived at the first floor. Lucky today, said Flip Flop. Not a single other person. As the elevator doors opened, he said to Yen Sun, we should hurry and grab something to eat. Otherwise all the good stuff will be taken. Yeah, Yen Sun replied, stepping out of the elevator alongside Flip Flop, outside was the familiar hallway, faintly illuminated by the sign for the management office. On one side of the elevator was the emergency exit. The safety passage stood half open, pitch black inside, impossible to tell whether anyone was there. The moment Flip-Flop's foot stepped out of the elevator, Yen Sun kicked him hard, sending him flying outside. Immediately after, he frantically mashed the door close button. Flip-Flop, now outside, turned back and looked at Yen Sun. He didn't leave right away. Instead, he stood at the doorway, smiling at Yen Sun. You found out. And just as he reached out his hand, the elevator doors closed before Yen Sun's eyes. This isn't simple, Yen Sun thought. So when the elevator began ascending again, only to stop once more at the second floor, he wasn't surprised at all. Ding! The elevator doors opened again. Standing outside was Flip-Flop, smiling. He stood less than a meter from the elevator, the doors closed right in front of him. Then the elevator stopped at the next floor, and this time, Flip-Flop appeared even closer, right at the doorway again. Finally, after the doors had opened an unknown number of times, Flip-Flop's face was nearly pressed flat against the opening of the elevator door. A stiff smile spread across his face as he silently moved his lips toward Yen Sun inside. Yen Sun understood what he meant. Next time. The next time the doors open, he would step in. Chapter 6 Security Guard. Yen Sun clicked his tongue, then directly punched the control panel. Instantly, the panel malfunctioned, and shortly after, the elevator suddenly stopped. Though the elevator had halted, the thing outside didn't seem ready to let him go. He could clearly hear the shrill scratching sound, as if trying to rip through the elevator doors and drag Yen Sun out. Perhaps the elevator's failure triggered an alarm, because soon a familiar administrator's voice came through the intercom. The elevator has malfunctioned. Please remain where you are patiently. There's a pseudo-person outside, a man in a white work shirt wearing flip-flops, Yen Sun said quickly. He wasn't sure whether the administrator would do anything, but both the flip-flop man and the earlier administrator had mentioned security guards specially trained to handle pseudo-persons within the building. Understood, I know. Please stay calm and wait. After speaking, the speaker inside the elevator emitted a crackling static noise before falling silent. The entity outside must have heard Yen Sun's conversation with the administrator, the scraping against the metal grew even more piercing. Finally, after a series of footsteps, the sound of something clawing at the door vanished. The administrator's voice came from outside the elevator, the pseudo-person has been apprehended. Thank you for your cooperation. We will now rescue you. Yen Sun stood at the farthest point from the elevator doors. Soon, they were pried open. He saw the familiar elderly administrator and several guards in black uniforms. The flip-flop man, now seized by the guards, attempted to attack again, but was swiftly knocked unconscious. Seeing that Yen Sun was unharmed, the old administrator nodded slightly. You can come out now. He remained at the doorway without entering, apparently considering the broken-down elevator unsafe. Yen Sun carefully recalled the administrator's appearance from last night, scanning him up and down multiple times, confirming he wasn't a pseudo-person before stepping out of the elevator. This elevator isn't safe, the administrator said only after Yen Sun exited. It frequently breaks down. It's best not to use it. As he spoke, one of the guards approached Yen Sun. Are you okay? Yen Sun looked at the guard addressing him. This was a man unusually tall in stature. Compared to the other guards, his face carried a bit more smile. His eyes were brown, features sharp, and his uniform made him look less like a security officer and more like a model posing for a fashion magazine's professional feature. He gazed at Yen Sun, seemingly wanting to confirm whether this resident had been harmed by the pseudo-person. I'm fine, Yen Sun said. Good. He exhaled in relief, then whispered beside Yen Sun, could you not file a complaint against us? Yen Sun couldn't quite tell if this person was a player or an NPC. He studied the man carefully, noticing how nervously he stared back, leading him to guess this was likely an NPC. Then give me some benefit, Yen Sun said. As soon as he spoke, the man visibly relaxed. All right, he whispered while walking beside Yen Sun. I can give you my contact information. If you ever spot a pseudo-person, call me immediately, he told Yen Sun. Even off duty, I'll come. Yen Sun felt his phone in his pocket, then memorized the man's number. You're lucky, said this guard named Chi Yuan. Some previous residents encountered pseudo-persons, we hadn't arrived yet, and they were already gone. The worst case I've seen, all ribs snapped, Chi Yuan continued slowly. Seemed like the pseudo-person wanted to eat his heart. By the time we found him, he'd already been dead in his room for a long time. He lowered his gaze toward Yen Sun. Lucky you were in the elevator. And made it temporarily malfunction, he added. He spoke at a slow pace, and compared to the others in identical uniforms, he seemed unusually cheerful. That's how we were able to reach you in time. Yen Sun glanced at the current floor indicator, they were on the 10th floor. The remaining guards took the flip-flop man away via another emergency stairway, exchanging greetings with Chi Yuan before leaving. Now, only the administrator, Yen Sun, and Chi Yuan remained in the corridor. Aren't you going with them? Yen Sun asked. I'll escort you both to the first floor, Chi Yuan said, looking at Yen Sun. In case the pseudo-person returns. Your hair color looks really nice. Did you dye it on purpose? Yen Sun. He didn't know how many times he'd have to explain, it was just that he couldn't afford proper hair care. The last time he dyed it was because someone paid him to be a model. He glanced up at Chi Yuan. No. Are you hitting on me? Otherwise, he really couldn't understand why this guy kept talking to him. That obvious? Chi Yuan said awkwardly, then looked back at Yen Sun. So, do I have a chance? You don't. Yen Sun said. He didn't date NPCs. Upon hearing the answer, Chi Yuan immediately wore an expression of regret. By now, they had entered the emergency passage. The motion sensor lights on this floor were working. Yen Sun took a glance and saw that the next level down was already the first floor. Then, Yen Sun spotted his two teammates. Aside from them, there were no other residents in sight. Here to collect food? The administrator asked, eyelids drooping. He walked over and opened the door to the management office. The mixed-race man from last night turned toward Yen Sun. Why are you guys coming together? Encountered a pseudo-person, Yen Sun replied tersely. As soon as he said it, both teammates looked at him. The only other people who came to collect food today were Li Wu in black clothes, who had introduced himself last night, and the mixed-race man who had originally been Gue Yuchong's roommate. Just the two of you? Yen Sun asked. Li Wu glanced at Yen Sun, then turned his gaze away. The task says the person in the room should come for food, one person only. Better to follow the rules on day one. The mixed-race man stepped closer to Yen Sun, scanning him up and down. You're not hurt. The administrator and security arrived in time, Yen Sun said, his eyes shifting to Chi Yuan beside him. Chi Yuan gave them a small wave. Had it not been for Li Wu mentioning it, I wouldn't have realized we even graduated from the same school, the mixed-race man suddenly said, looking at Yen Sun. Want to come hang out in our room later? Yen Sun instantly understood their intention. Before he arrived, the mixed-race man and Li Wu had likely already agreed, this team entering should gather in the mixed-race man's room to exchange information. Being from the same school was merely an excuse. Sure, Yen Sun shrugged. Never thought we'd all be alumni. Quite the coincidence. By the way, do you still remember my name? The mixed-race man suddenly asked. I'm 3 grades above you. My name is Su Yuman. As if worried Yen Sun might forget their names, Su Yuman offered a deliberate reminder. Chapter 7, Strange Danmaku. Come in, said the elderly administrator, sitting inside the room after they had finished their discussion. Chi Yuan glanced at them briefly before turning to Yen Sun. Since you've arrived safely, I'll be leaving now. With a nod toward Yen Sun and the other two, he walked out of the management office. Li Wu watched Chi Yuan leave, then turned to Yen Sun. Do you know him? Of course not, Yen Sun replied as he stepped into the management office. He's just the security guard who helped me get out earlier. The management office wasn't large. The old man sat behind a desk, 3 shopping bags placed in front of him, the food supplies they could take for today. This is your ration for today, the old man said. Yen Sun approached and took a look, there wasn't much, barely enough to keep them from starving. Only these 3 bags were visible in the room. The rest of the supplies must have been stored elsewhere, but Yen Sun swept his eyes across the room and saw no additional food. It was as if the old man already knew only 3 people would come collect today. Grab your food and go back quickly, the old man urged. Are the supplies sufficient? Li Wu asked. I'm worried we might run out. Supplies. The old man paused briefly. They're still adequate. He looked at the 3 of them and waved dismissively. Don't worry about food. But I heard that 3 days ago, the delivery person vanished without a trace, Li Wu pressed on. This was background information everyone had received. 3 days prior, the individual responsible for delivering supplies had disappeared. Due to the emergence of the fakes, Mimi Tower had become an isolated island. If no one resumed deliveries soon, everyone would eventually starve. That's none of your concern, the old man replied. Our resources are enough to last until the next delivery arrives. As long as we catch all the fakes, everything will be fine. He waved his hand again impatiently. Hurry up and go. Don't linger here causing trouble. He's lying. All 3 players in the room thought it simultaneously. Yen Sun stared at the old man, then at the door behind him, likely leading to a temporary living space. According to the background setting, the supplies in the building could last at most 1 week. That was also the time limit given for the game stage. Although they didn't know what exactly would happen after 7 days, it clearly wouldn't be good. Whatever, let's go first, Su Yuman said, casually draping his arms over Yen Sun's and Li Wu's shoulders. Let's just trust him this once. Leaving the management office, Yen Sun shrugged off Su Yuman's arm. So cold-hearted. Su Yuman muttered, only to see Li Wu shaking off his arm too. We should keep our distance, Li Wu said. There are fakes among the players. He looked directly at Su Yuman and Yen Sun. Either of you could be one. Of course, from your perspective, I could be one too. With that, he walked several steps ahead, holding his plastic bag, clearly not waiting for the other two. Hey, don't forget to come to my room later. Su Yumin called out. We should discuss things together. Li Wu glanced back, nodded, then disappeared down the emergency staircase. He's staying in room 1101, Su Yumin told Yen Sun. I'm in 908. Come find me there later. We can exchange intelligence. Yen Sun knew there was a fake among the players, but the novel never revealed who it was. It only mentioned that Guo Yuchon wore a look of extreme shock upon seeing that person, clearly unprepared for who the fake truly was. Yen Sun studied Su Yumin carefully, only to be met with a grinning face. Are you suspecting me of being the fake? Though I heard that killing a fake doesn't cause bleeding. He held out his hands to Yen Sun. Go ahead, stab me and see. Did you say the same thing to Li Wu just now? Yen Sun asked. Of course, Su Yumin replied proudly. What did he say? He called me crazy. Su Yumin kept grinning at Yen Sun. Don't you think this method is great? We can use it to identify the fake. Yen Sun held his plastic bag, one hand in his pocket, eyeing Su Yumin. I don't think the mission is that simple. Why do you say that? Mistaken identification might carry penalties. Otherwise, if merely identifying the fake meant victory, they could simply vote daily, one fake among 6 players total, they'd finish screening in under 7 days. Identifying the fake was indeed a B- task, but Yen Sun felt it couldn't possibly be that straightforward. Su Yumin sighed, so deceitful. He turned to ask Yen Sun, are you a new player? Actually, I am, he said. I was just at work, minding my own business, and the next thing I know, I open my eyes and find myself in this world. I'm so scared. Yen Sun looked at Su Yumin's grinning face and couldn't sense even a trace of fear from him. Are you both veteran players? Su Yumin tilted his head, studying Yen Sun. You don't seem scared at all. Yen Sun didn't want to expose the fact that he was also a newcomer. So he stayed silent. You talk too much, he said irritably to Su Yumin. You must be a veteran player, Su Yumin said. Only veterans would find newbies annoying. As the two spoke, the number of viewers in Yen Sun's live stream continued to grow. On screen, standing beside Yen Sun was Su Yumin, all smiles and seemingly bright and cheerful. Meanwhile, the chat exploded with messages. Run away. I kind of feel sorry for you, streamer. What kind of luck is this? Why did you have to draw him? Don't fall for it, Aya. Wait, why is he even showing up in a small like this? Isn't it supposed to be S rank only for him? Seeing that face, how can he not run? Cut the streamer some slack, he's new, he's never seen that face before. In any he joins, can anyone else survive? At least according to the forum, there's no precedent. To prevent spoilers, the system allowed Yen Sun to see the chat, but any keywords were censored into endless asterisks. Host, your chat is going wild, the system told Yen Sun. Your stream has already reached 1,000 viewers. And it's still growing. Yen Sun had nearly forgotten about his stream. Now, curiosity sparked, he asked, what exactly are they saying in the chat? The system hesitated, staring at the screen filled with, and cautiously replied, maybe they're implying something indecent. Yen Sun. He glanced at Su Yumin, who was standing at least half a meter away from him. How could that be considered suggestive? What strange audience. Chapter 8, Something's Off with Room 508. Remember to come find me, Su Yumin said to him. He stood in the stairwell on the 9th floor, waving once more within Yen Sun's line of sight before finally stepping away and leaving the emergency passage. After leaving the management office, the floor numbers inside the building changed again. Yen Sun glanced at the indicator for the floor below. Level 5. He looked up at the number above the door. He remembered that when they first appeared in this, all of them had started in room 508, which was actually quite unreasonable. Why is that unreasonable? The system asked. If the initial spawn point were our own rooms, or some common area on the first floor, that'd make sense, Yen Sun said as he walked downstairs. The ground floor public area makes sense because we're all residents, and we'd naturally go to the management office to collect supplies. Staying in our own rooms would also be logical, after all, their designated identities were those of building tenants. But 508 isn't anyone's room. We shouldn't have spawned there at all. As he spoke, Yen Sun had already reached the 5th floor. He checked the floor number, then pushed open the door of the stairwell and stepped out. The 5th floor was eerily quiet, whether because the residents had gone into hiding due to the presence of pseudo-humans, or for some other reason, it was hard to tell. Yen Sun passed several rooms, each door shut tight. He stopped beside the room to his left. Room 504. Knock knock. He knocked directly on the door. Host. The system nearly jumped in fright. What if it's a pseudo-human? It's fine, Yen Sun said calmly, remaining in place in front of room 504 and continuing to knock. About half a minute later, a man's voice came from inside. Who is it? Your neighbor downstairs, Yen Sun replied without changing his expression. Downstairs? What does someone from downstairs want? You're too loud, Yen Sun said, continuing to knock. Too noisy. The person inside seemed unwilling to respond, but Yen Sun kept knocking until finally, grudgingly, the door opened. The man standing there glared at Yen Sun. You crazy or something? Yen Sun looked at the man, who was about his height, with bright green hair. It's been noisy, Yen Sun continued. I was trying to sleep. The green-haired man leaned against the doorframe, using his body to block Yen Sun's view into the room. Are your ears broken or what? I heard a really loud noise, Yen Sun lied smoothly. And over by 508 too, it's been loud there as well. Pfft, you're nuts. Everyone in 508 is dead. The green-haired man muttered, suddenly pausing as if realizing something was off. He glanced nervously toward room 508, then back at Yen Sun. Wait, you actually heard something? I did. Yen Sun stepped back slightly. I'll go check 508. With that, he turned and began walking toward room 508, right in front of the green-haired man. Perhaps it was Yen Sun's eerie expression and strange behavior. The green-haired man stood frozen in his doorway, staring up and down at Yen Sun, clearly trying to assess whether he might be a pseudo-human. You guys yesterday, the green-haired man suddenly called out. Did you go to 508? Yen Sun knew he meant himself and the other players. Yes, he said, turning slightly to look at the man. You noticed? Not deaf, am I? The man replied, but still didn't step out of his room. Instead, he told Yen Sun, just don't stick your nose where it doesn't belong. If there's a problem, the security will handle it. He shivered slightly, as if even saying that made him uneasy, then abruptly closed the door in Yen Sun's face. The system let out a long breath. Host, how could you just go knocking like that? If it had been a pseudo-human, you'd be dead already. You said I could watch a 30-second ad to revive, right? Yen Sun asked matter-of-factly. If anything happened, I was ready to watch the ad. System. You were lying to me. No, the system mumbled awkwardly. But that's a beginner's bonus. It only works once. Yen Sun didn't seem bothered by the system's words. Truthfully, he'd just been thinking about something. Thienli stated that between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m., residents weren't allowed to leave their rooms, and from conversations, he'd gathered that pseudo-humans would be dealt with by the building's security team. To uncover secrets, aside from exploring the building, the best method would undoubtedly be talking to the other residents. So far, he had confirmed a few things. 1. There really are pseudo-humans in Mimi Mansion. 2. There are surveillance cameras in the hallways. 3. Security comes to eliminate pseudo-humans once they're detected. Although all of this came from that flip-flop wearing pseudo-human, Yen Sun felt 90% confident it was true. He'd seen the cameras in the hallway, encountered the security guard who arrived promptly, and now he even had Chi Yuan's phone number. So Yen Sun decided to take a gamble, and confirm the fact that everyone in room 508 was dead. Why would we go to room 508? Yen Sun said as he walked, speaking to the system. Are we security? Meddling? Curious? And still inside 508 at night, almost 10 o'clock, refusing to leave. As he spoke, he'd already reached room 508, its door half ajar. There was an indescribable smell coming from inside. Yen Sun couldn't quite place it, but it unsettled him immediately. He pushed open the slightly open door and stepped into the living room, the very one they'd first entered when they appeared in this yesterday. The room was tidy, objects neatly arranged. On the floor were a series of footprints, human-like, yet the toes were far too long for any normal person. The bedroom and study doors were both tightly shut. Without hesitation, Yen Sun headed straight for the bedroom. He opened the tightly closed door and then turned back to shut it behind him. The strange odor grew stronger. There wasn't much inside the room. As Yen Sun prepared to search each item carefully, he suddenly heard footsteps. He paused for just a second before swiftly crawling under the bed. No sooner had he settled in than he heard soft, deliberate footsteps approaching, the steps heading straight for the bedroom in room 508. Yen Sun lay beneath the bed, doing his best to quiet his breathing. Click. The person opened the door. Then slowly approached the edge of the bed. They seemed to be investigating something, scanning the room briefly before suddenly stopping right at the bedside. Yen Sun. From his angle, all he could see were black trousers. For some reason, the clothing looked familiar, and then the person crouched down, revealing a face he recognized instantly. That's quite a coincidence. Yen Sun said flatly from under the bed, turning his head to look at Li Wu. Li Wu stared back at him. Next time, don't hide under the bed. Too obvious. Yen Sun crawled out from under the bed, brushing dust off his clothes as he asked Li Wu, when did you notice? Were you tailing me? Coincidence, Li Wu said. Aren't you doing the same thing? He looked at Yen Sun's tied-up hair, then at the dust clinging to his body. Noticed something was off with 508. Came back to check. Chapter 9, Redeeming the Hostage. He hadn't actually noticed anything off about room 508. Yen Sun thought to himself, though of course he couldn't admit that in front of Li Wu, so he merely nodded mysteriously. I think so too. What are you thinking? You mean, what I'm thinking? Li Wu repeated. I assumed we were thinking the same thing. Great. Ran into a riddler. Yen Sun inwardly scoffed, unsure whether Li Wu was being deliberately cryptic or just trying to fish for information. He had no choice but to play along. Then it seems we really are on the same page. As for what exactly they were supposedly thinking, Yen Sun had no clue. He brushed the dust off his clothes, checked that he was clean, then turned to Li Wu. Still want to look? He was asking if Li Wu wanted to keep checking room 508. I wasn't looking at you, Li Wu immediately frowned. Yen Sun. I didn't say I was looking at you. I asked if you wanted to check room 508. Li Wu seemed to think of something, then turned his head away. Forget it. The security guards will probably come soon. Let's go first. Yet they moved a bit too slowly. By the time they reached the living room, they already saw Qi Yuan standing there in a security guard's uniform, regarding the two of them without surprise. I was checking the surveillance footage earlier and noticed someone went into room 508. Never expected it to be you two. He looked at Yen Sun, then at Li Wu. May I ask why you came to room 508? Heard the tenant died, Yen Sun said. Wanted to look for clues about the fakes. Qi Yuan nodded. I understand your intentions completely. But to prevent more tenants from getting hurt, we prefer you not wander out of your rooms freely. Qi Yuan smiled lightly. Of course, visiting tenants who are still alive is fine. But a place where someone just died. It's best not to get close. Everyone in the building is on edge. If you're mistaken for a fake. Qi Yuan kept smiling. What if you get wrongly detained? Yen Sun instantly understood what Qi Yuan meant. He recalled what Flip-Flop had said earlier, the tenant who was mistaken as a fake and ended up killed by security guards. If they were identified as fakes, these guards wouldn't hesitate to kill them too. Alright. Now, to confirm that neither of you are fakes. Qi Yuan stood firmly at the doorway, blocking their exit. Please call your roommate to come pick you up. Guo Yuchong appeared cautiously at the door of room 508. He glanced at the guard blocking the entrance completely, then at Yen Sun and Li Wu inside the room, seeming somewhat confused about the situation. Hello, are you the occupant of room 404? Qi Yuan asked. Guo Yuchong nodded. May I ask, is this person inside your roommate? Qi Yuan continued. You must observe carefully, he said slowly, word by word. Determine whether he's truly your roommate, or a fake. Though Guo Yuchong didn't fully understand Qi Yuan's meaning, he still looked at Yen Sun carefully. Can I take a closer look? He asked Qi Yuan. Of course. Qi Yuan stepped back slightly, allowing Guo Yuchong to enter. Guo Yuchong slowly approached Yen Sun. He seemed eager to verify whether this person before him was truly his teammate. To see better, he nearly pressed against Yen Sun, first inspecting his hair closely, then reaching out to untie his hair tie. Yen Sun. Sorry, Guo Yuchong seemed to sense Yen Sun's discomfort and whispered an apology. I heard some fakes have scalps different from normal people. Can I touch it? Go ahead, Yen Sun said. He remembered that the person he was impersonating wasn't particularly fond of Guo Yuchong. So he put on an indifferent, dismissive expression. With permission granted, Guo Yuchong reached out and began stroking Yen Sun's scalp, clearly desperate to confirm whether Yen Sun was a fake. His fingertips inch by inch traced over Yen Sun's roots, as if searching for an abnormal seam. So close was Guo Yuchong that Yen Sun could not only detect the familiar scent from him, but also feel the warmth of his fingertips. He inspected too thoroughly, so thoroughly that Yen Sun stiffened. The scalp seems normal, Guo Yuchong said. Just as Yen Sun started to relax. Could I check your teeth too? Guo Yuchong added. Guo Yuchong looked earnestly at Yen Sun. I heard that pseudos have teeth different from normal people. Yen Sun. Forget it. He opened his mouth in front of Guo Yuchong, just like at a dentist's office, allowing Guo to grip his jaw and pry his mouth wider. The other even took out his phone, using the flashlight to illuminate the inside of Yen Sun's mouth, inspecting his teeth carefully. As if trying to determine whether they were real. Guo Yuchong even stretched out a finger to touch Yen Sun's canine tooth. Seems real, Guo Yuchong said. He let out a breath, then turned to Qi Yuan. He's my roommate. Not a pseudo. Yen Sun closed his mouth, silently rubbing his sore jaw. Qi Yuan nodded, then turned to Li Wu standing aside. Your roommate hasn't arrived yet. He might need a moment, Li Wu said. If my roommate doesn't come, does that mean I can't leave? Li Wu asked again. If your roommate doesn't come, we'll have to rely on other tenants in the building to judge, Qi Yuan said. Though compared to your roommate, they seem to lack proper judgment ability. Yen Sun immediately understood what he meant. If they left their fate to the building's tenants, they'd be judged as pseudos with 100% certainty. And then the ending would probably be just like that unlucky fellow Flip-Flop had mentioned. One casual misjudgment, and it'd all be over. So, better wait for your roommate, Chi Yuan said, then glanced at Yen Sun, who had already been cleared. You two may return first. It sounded like both a warning and a reminder. Next time, you might not be so lucky. When Yen Sun and Gue Yuchong left room 508, Yen finally spotted the long-overdue champagne man, Pei Xingyan. Seeing Yen Sun and Gue Yuchong, Pei asked, "You're here to claim someone too?" Unsure of his attitude, Yen cautiously nodded. Pei Xingyan seemed in no mood for small talk. Under Yen Sun and Gue Yuchong's watchful eyes, he walked into room 508, gave Li Wu a few careful glances, then spoke directly to Chi Yuan. I don't think he looks like my roommate. He seems more like a pseudo. Chapter 10 Pastry Chef. The moment Pei Xingyan spoke, Chi Yuan's gaze immediately shifted toward Li Wu inside the room. An impostor? Chi Yuan looked at Li Wu. Seems like your relationship with your roommate isn't very good, he said meaningfully. My relationship with my roommate is excellent, Li Wu replied calmly, despite having just been falsely accused. He then added to Chi Yuan, which is why I suspect the one who came here isn't actually my roommate. Yen Su hadn't left from the doorway. He glanced at the eerily composed Pei Xingyan and Li Wu inside the room, instantly realizing this must have been prearranged between them. That complicates things, Chi Yuan muttered to himself. He studied the roommate standing outside the door and the man inside the room. Looks like you two will have to come with me. As he spoke, he flicked his fingers. Though nothing visible appeared, Yen Su clearly saw invisible restraints binding Pei Xingyan and Li Wu's hands. All right. Follow me. At his command, both figures began moving involuntarily behind him. As Chi Yuan passed Yen Su, he nodded slightly. Be careful. Next time, you might not be so lucky. After saying this, he glanced at Gue Yuchong standing nearby, who looked somewhat uneasy. Same goes for you. The corridor wasn't particularly wide, so when Li Wu and Pei Xingyan followed Chi Yuan out of the room, Yen Su instinctively raised his hand, blocking Gue Yuchong behind him and signaling him to step back with him, but unexpectedly, the other didn't move at all. Yen Su had already begun retreating, so he inevitably bumped into Gue Yuchong. He turned to look back at Gue Yuchong. Gue Yuchong quickly apologized, then noticing Yen Su observing him, reached up to touch his cheek. What is it? Nothing. Yen Su said. I can smell your scent. What scent? Gue Yuchong asked. The kind that irritates people. Li Wu was walking last, so he could clearly hear what Yen Su said. Yet. He glanced at Gue Yuchong. He couldn't detect any so-called fragrance from the other at all. Even earlier in room 508, when Yen Su first spoke, he thought the man was merely picking a fight. But now that Yen Su had said something like this again, Li Wu suddenly realized something. Perhaps Yen Su wasn't just looking for trouble. Maybe he truly could smell Gue Yuchong's scent. Thinking this, Li Wu sniffed hard several times, but the air still carried only an indescribable odor, something resembling fermenting garbage, or perhaps the mildewy stench lingering in the poorly ventilated corridor due to the rainy season. In short, nothing remotely related to sweetness or fragrance. He looked at Yen Su, wanting to say something. However, an impostor couldn't speak at this moment. He could only stare at Yen Su, then be led away by Chi Yuan. Yen Su naturally noticed Li Wu's prolonged gaze. Just as he was pondering why the other was staring at him, he felt Gue Yuchong quietly tug on his sleeve. He's an impostor, right? Gue Yuchong leaned in and whispered. It seemed as if he were trying not to let Li Wu hear, coming so close to Yen Su that their breath nearly brushed against his ear. This made Yen Su uncomfortable, causing him to step forward instinctively. Don't stand so close. He said it with impatience. Immediately, Gue Yuchong lowered his head like he'd done something wrong. I forgot you don't like me. Yen Su. Why did it feel like he was bullying someone? Then again, according to the script, wasn't he currently supposed to be an arrogant jerk who pushes people away? Yen Su cursed the system silently once more, awkwardly touching his neck, a habitual gesture whenever he felt embarrassed, and looked at the downcast Gue Yuchong. Why do you think that? I don't know. Gue Yuchong shook his head. I'm just a little afraid of him. Yen Su thought, that's normal. In the novel, you first fear the overpowered senior character Li Wu, finding his cold face intimidating. But since it's an omni-lover story, even the cold senior would eventually turn into a devoted admirer. Yen Su looked at Gue Yuchong. There's no need for you to fear him. After all, in an omni-lover plot, whether human or ghost, everyone falls for the protagonist. Gue Yuchong's role was simply to win effortlessly. As he spoke, he glanced back at Li Wu's retreating figure. He felt that the look Li Wu had given him earlier carried hidden meaning, as if wanting to tell him something. It left him feeling strangely unsettled. His eyes drifted to the now open door of room 508. Though he strongly wanted to go back inside and investigate further, he knew Qi Yuan's earlier words had served as a warning. A player should be able to explore this room only once per day. If caught again, they might be eliminated by the security guard as an impostor. Let's go back first, Yen Su said. He still had supplies he'd collected from the management office. The mixed race guy said he'd have us come to his room later, Yen Su added. Worried that Guo Yuchong might not know Su Yuman's name, he specifically referred to the other man as the mixed race guy. Why go to his room? Guo Yuchong asked, walking beside Yen Su. To discuss how to leave this, Yen Su replied briefly. The two passed the room where Yen Su had initially knocked, then reached the end of the corridor. What a coincidence, Guo Yuchong remarked, seeing the elevator stopped at floor 5. Just as he reached out to press the button, Yen Su grabbed his wrist. Yen Su remembered encountering the impostor inside the elevator earlier, and the administrator's warning. Yet a conflicting thought stirred in his mind, but Guo Yuchong's movement left no time for reflection. He reacted purely on instinct. Guo Yuchong seemed startled, looking at him with confusion. Upstairs, someone might be calling the elevator. Right before Yen Su's eyes, the floor number began to shift slowly from 5. Forget it, Yen Su said. We'll take the stairs. As he turned to leave, he glanced back at the elevator one more time. His mind was stuck on one question. The administrator said the elevator was dangerous and warned him never to approach it. But the flip-flop man only attacked after leaving the elevator. While still inside, he perfectly mimicked a human, never revealing himself. Though the flip-flop man desperately tried to enter the elevator, he always stayed just slightly out of reach. In truth, Yen Su didn't trust the so-called building administrator. In this kind of, apart from players, every NPC could instantly switch to the ghost faction. According to the rules, players must identify the impostor within 7 days and escape otherwise, failure awaited. Yen Su walked through the emergency stairwell, recalling his current role in this run. A tenant of room 404, a beautician. What's your identity? He asked, turning to Guo Yuchong, who was several steps below. Me. Guo Yuchong thought for a moment. I'm a pastry chef. He smiled at Yen Su as he spoke. Maybe the sweet scent you've always noticed is actually the aroma of my pastries. Chapter 11. A familiar face on the 9th floor. He's lying. Yen Sun thought. Everyone in this loop had different identities, that much was certain. But one thing remained unchanged. They, the residents of Mimi Mansion, had already been trapped within this isolated building like an island ever since the pseudo-humans appeared. There wasn't a single baking tool in room 404. Even if Guo Yuchong's role in this loop was a pastry chef, after being away from such equipment for so long, there was no way his entire body would still carry the scent of desserts. Yen Sun stopped walking. He stood holding the plastic bag, watching Guo Yuchong, who was stepping down on the staircase just below him. Are there no other details? I'm not just a beautician, I'm also a resident of room 404. Yen Sun slightly adjusted his self-introduction. Just moments ago, he had specifically asked the system, and the system confirmed that these task identities were assigned the moment players entered and there absolutely wouldn't be any errors. Don't you think it's strange? Yen Sun asked the system. The system stared back blankly at Yen Sun. What's strange about it? I clearly moved into room 404 as a former boyfriend, why is my identity listed as tenant? Maybe you paid Guo Yuchong rent. The system replied. Since you gave him money, technically you're a tenant of room 404. So Yen Sun decided to test Guo Yuchong. It wasn't that he didn't trust the system, he just felt. Guo Yuchong wasn't quite the same as in the novel. The plot fragments appearing in his mind were extremely simple, only mentioning that Guo Yuchong had a special constitution. Plus, since it was a borderline infinite series filled with universally adored characters, there wasn't much actual storyline. The main attraction lay in the dramatic love triangles and conflicts among players. Because the original story was so barebones, the plot summary given to him didn't even touch upon the truth or key points of this particular loop. It was like skipping the final answer in a math exercise. Omitted. Too simplified. No reference answer provided. Yen Sun. What a careless plot summary. Why isn't there a walkthrough? Yen Sun couldn't help but ask the system. Because this loop is too easy. The system said matter-of-factly. Any player with normal intelligence doesn't need a walkthrough. Just act according to your role and you'll be fine. Yen Sun. Are you implying I'm unintelligent for needing a walkthrough? Yen Sun mentally wiped his face, deciding to keep quiet from now on, just in case the system really started thinking he was dumb. My identity is the same as yours, Guo Yuchong, standing one step down on the stairs, answered softly. I'm also a resident of room 404. After all, we live together here, Guo Yuchong added naturally. Our identities should obviously be the same. Yen Sun stayed silent. Guo Yuchong's answer made him feel like the other man was merely copying him word for word. He needed to ask someone else. Perhaps because they had lingered too long and hadn't arrived at room 908, Yen Sun unexpectedly saw Su Yumin in the stairwell. After spotting the two of them, Su Yumin waved, "Been waiting for you forever. Why did it take so long?" He glanced at the shopping bag in Yen Sun's hand and raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. "You didn't go back to your room?" Then he looked past Yen Sun at Guo Yuchong silently following behind. "Did he come looking for you?" "It's a long story," Yen Sun said. As he approached Su Yumin, he observed the man carefully, then glanced down at the shopping bag he was carrying. "Was it you who notified us about the class reunion earlier?" Yen Sun asked. Su Yumin stood beneath the large number 9 inside the emergency exit passage. Hearing Yen Sun's question, he nodded. "Yes. I heard from Li Wu that we graduated from the same school," he smiled at Yen Sun. "So I figured, why not reconnect and catch up a bit? You two don't need to go back yet." He tilted his head upward toward the number behind him. "Since you're already on the 9th floor, you can come to my room first and chat for a while." "You've been waiting here for us the whole time?" Yen Sun asked. As he walked forward, he subtly blocked Guo Yuchong's path, preventing him from moving closer. "I saw you weren't arriving," Su Yumin said over his shoulder. "We were delayed downstairs for a bit." Su Yumin nodded. He didn't ask what exactly caused the delay. Instead, he stood smiling faintly beside the emergency exit, patiently waiting for Yen Sun and Guo Yuchong to pass. "It's so narrow here, you go first." Yen Sun glanced at the doorway the other man was blocking. He even stepped forward and pressed one hand against the heavy metal door. "It's too tight here. You go ahead." "No need." Su Yumin also reached back and pressed his hand against the safety door behind him. "You two go first." Guo Yuchong was blocked behind Yen Sun. He seemed to sense something odd too, hesitating to step forward. Su Yumin looked at him. "Why aren't you coming?" "He's shy around strangers," Yen Sun said, one hand still propping open the metal door as he watched. "He doesn't like talking to people he doesn't know." "Oh." Su Yumin smiled slightly. "Then what's your relationship?" "I'm his ex-boyfriend, that's different." Yen Sun stated his role in the as calmly as possible. He glanced up at Su Yumin. "That's why he doesn't want to talk to you." "Is that so?" Su Yumin turned his gaze to Guo Yuchong. Guo Yuchong must have sensed something was off too. In response to Su Yumin's question, he didn't say a word, instead, he moved even closer behind Yen Sun. Watching Guo Yuchong's movement, Su Yumin's smile slowly faded. "Let's go," he said. Yen Sun shrugged, then followed behind him, preparing to head up to the 9th floor. But just after Su Yumin had taken a few steps forward, Yen Sun suddenly lunged. Pulling out the kitchen knife he'd been carrying on him all along, and with one swift motion, swung it straight at Su Yumin's head. Su Yumin probably hadn't expected Yen Sun to attack, so his reaction was just a fraction too slow. The blade struck Su Yumin's head directly, the edge lodging itself right between his eyebrows. Seeing this, Yen Sun immediately kicked Su Yumin away and grabbed Guo Yuchong behind him, bolting up the stairs as fast as he could. As they ran, he glanced back, watching the figure with a knife embedded in his skull gently touch his forehead, from which no blood flowed at all. Then, that person began to smile. His mouth stretched wider and wider, splitting all the way to his earlobes, revealing two perfectly aligned rows of teeth. Caw, caw. He opened and closed his jaws, the grinding teeth producing a grating, nauseating sound. "You found me out." Yen Sun cursed under his breath, pulling Guo Yuchong forward even faster. It wasn't that he particularly cared about saving someone, it was because Guo Yuchong was the protagonist of this novel. If the protagonist died, how was the rest of the story supposed to continue? The world would collapse. No time to think further, he kept running, dragging Guo Yuchong by the wrist. Behind them, the thing that had been Su Yumin, now exposed, abandoned pretense entirely, dropping to all fours and charging upward after them. Chapter 12 Run, 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 run. As Su Yumin was about to charge forward, their position suddenly reached the 8th floor, and Yen Sun didn't have time to think. He grabbed Guo Yuchong, shoved him onto the 8th floor, then immediately yanked the metal door shut just before Su Yumin could rush through. "Give me the mop." Yen Sun spotted the cleaning tools inside the stairwell on the 8th floor at once. Guo Yuchong quickly picked it up and handed it over. Yen Sun jammed the mop into the iron door's handle, temporarily securing the door in place. He remembered Mei building had at least 2 emergency exits. With no hesitation, seeing that Su Yumin was furiously ramming the door, he simultaneously dialed security while dragging Guo Yuchong toward the opposite end of the stairwell. Yet strangely, Chi Yuan's phone kept ringing busy. By the time Yen Sun reached the other side of the stairwell, there was no more time to think, he could only grab Guo Yuchong and sprint downstairs. He was betting Su Yumin would keep running upward. Not long after they started descending several floors, Yen Sun heard heavy footsteps approaching. Apparently, the creature had also used the corridor on the opposite side to reach this staircase. Thankfully, it seemed the thing assumed they were running upward. Yen Sun could feel the footsteps growing gradually farther away. Due to the constant sprinting, despite trying to hold tightly to the shopping bag, some items still fell out one by one. Goe Yuchong glanced back, as if wanting to pick them up. Don't stop. Keep running. Yen Sun snapped back sharply. And in that moment, he finally noticed how terrible Goe Yuchong looked. Goe Yuchong was panting heavily, clearly reaching his physical limit. Only after seeing Yen Sun turn around did he manage to gulp down another strained breath. They weren't too far from the 9th floor yet, but Su Yumin appeared to realize he'd been tricked, and was now accelerating his descent. Just run yourself, Goe Yuchong gasped between breaths, looking like one more step might kill him. Impossible. Yen Sun shot back. Are you kidding? Goe Yuchong is the protagonist of this story. If he dies, what happens to the plot? Fortunately, they weren't far from the 9th floor anymore. In the final stretch, Yen Sun leapt down from the last few steps onto the landing, then yanked open the fire door for the 9th floor with one hand. Get in. He gestured for Goe Yuchong to give him his hand. Goe Yuchong reached out immediately. You find Su Yumin in apartment 908 and make him open the door, fast. Once Goe Yuchong was safely inside, Yen Sun slammed the metal fire door shut and clutched its handle tightly. Go now. The 9th floor stairwell didn't have a mop to barricade the door. To buy time, all he could do was hope Goe Yuchong got help quickly. Bang! Bang! Immediately after Goe Yuchong left, the metal door began pounding violently. It had arrived. Clack, clack. I hate hide and seek. The voice was no longer Su Yumin's, it had reverted to its original sound. Yen Sun said nothing, only gripping the metal door handle tighter. Then suddenly, he heard a shrill, grating noise, as if something were hacking at the iron door. Quickly, he realized, the creature had pulled the kitchen knife from its head. Clang! 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 A relentless series of violent strikes. The creature was immensely strong. Yen Sun could feel his palm going numb, pain shooting through his palm from the tremendous force of each impact. Yen Sun. He turned his head and saw Goe Yuchong waving at him frantically. He glanced around, and finally spotted a bolt latch near the top of the doorway. Stretching his arm up, he pressed hard against the door with one hand while struggling to slide the bolt into place with the other. As soon as it clicked shut, he immediately turned and dashed toward apartment 908. Yen Sun hadn't run more than a few meters when he heard the crash behind him. The stairwell door had been completely shattered open. In his vision, Goe Yuchong's face twisted in visible terror. The real Su Yumin also stood at the apartment doorway, apparently curious about what was chasing them. Yen Sun didn't dare look back, only ran faster, until dizziness threatened to overwhelm him. Finally, just as he reached apartment 908, Goe Yuchong and Su Yumin each grabbed one of his outstretched hands, yanking him inside the unit, then slamming the door shut behind him. Ha! Yen Sun gasped for breath, collapsing onto the floor, nearly paralyzed by exhaustion. He could hear the massive impact that came right after the door slammed shut. I've already triggered the alarm system inside the door, Su Yumin said, leaning against the door as if peering through the peephole at the doppelganger in the hallway. Yen Sun was too exhausted to speak, kneeling on the floor for a while before he finally managed to steady his breathing. Then he heard noises from the corridor. Come take a look. Su Yumin asked from beside the door. Yen Sun pushed himself up from the floor and walked over to the door. Standing at the peephole, he looked out at the scene in the hallway. Several security guards in familiar uniforms approached and grabbed the doppelganger pretending to be Su Yumin. By now, it no longer resembled a human at all. It was crouched on all fours, its back grotesquely arched upward as if something were about to burst through its body. And in that instant, when the guards arrived, a terrifying expression twisted across its inhuman face. Then Yen Sun saw one of the guards turn toward him. More precisely, their eyes met through the peephole as Yen Sun secretly watched. The guard quickly came over to the door of apartment 908 and knocked. We've got the doppelganger, the guard said, nodding at Yen Sun through the door. If you spot any other doppelgangers, feel free to report them to us. With that, the guards dragged the tightly bound creature away. Before leaving, they removed the kitchen knife from its hand and placed it neatly on the floor in front of apartment 908. Everyone inside the room had naturally heard the commotion as the guards left. They're gone? Su Yumin asked. Yes, Yen Sun replied. He turned to look at the others in the room. Besides Goe Yuchong, who was still catching his breath like him, there was Su Yumin and another short-haired boy. He remembered this one was named Shinrui, introduced as a sports major. Goe Yuchong told us just now, you encountered the fake me in the stairwell on the 9th floor, Su Yumin said with his usual smile, curiously studying Yen Sun. But, we don't really know each other, do we? How did you figure out that person wasn't me? He stared at Yen Sun, eyes filled with curiosity. Did you just guess? Chapter 13 Unfinished Task 1. Half and half, Yen Sun mumbled. Then it seems the truth is you just don't like me, Su Yumin nodded. I saw a wound on that thing's head, about the size of a rice bowl. If you're wrong. He paused, turning to Yen Sun, then I'm leaving this. At those words, Goe Yuchong immediately spoke up. Yen Sun must have seen through the impostor's face. He seemed worried Su Yumin would misunderstand Yen Sun, so he hurried to explain, "It's absolutely not what you're thinking." "What am I thinking?" Su Yumin didn't look at Goe Yuchong. He kept his grip on Yen Sun. "What exactly do you think I'm thinking?" "That you dislike me, or that we have a grudge," Yen Sun said. "Think whatever you want." He shrugged, acting as if he didn't care. He wasn't deliberately provoking Su Yumin, it was just that suddenly he remembered something. He only said to find the impostor, but never specified how many imposters there were. He didn't trust Su Yumin, nor did he trust that PE student named Shinrui. After all, the novel clearly emphasized one key detail: when Goe Yuchong, the protagonist, had the truth revealed to him, he wore an expression of utter shock, clearly not expecting the impostor to be someone among them. Another thing that troubled Yen Sun even more. Task bar, Task 1, find the impostor, remained incomplete. Yet he had already found both Flip-Flop and the fake Su Yumin, even with security guards as witnesses. That left only one possibility: the impostor in the task referred not to those outside, but to someone hidden among the players themselves. No need to be so defensive, Su Yumin raised his hands in a surrender gesture. "I know what you're suspecting. You suspect the impostor is one of us players." The other two in the room didn't grasp Su Yumin's meaning at first, but Goe Yuchong caught sight of Yen Sun's expression. Yen Sun made no effort to hide it, and realized Su Yumin had guessed correctly. "Let me take a guess why. You encountered an impostor in the elevator," Su Yumin said slowly. "Then met a fake version of me. But your taskbar didn't update. So you realized, the impostor isn't referring to those in the building. It's one of us players." He looked straight at Yen Sun. "Am I right?" Yen Sun didn't answer. Instead, he asked another question. "By saying this out loud, are you implying the impostor isn't among us?" He wasn't surprised Su Yumin figured it out. After all, the other knew he'd met Flip-Flop, had seen the person being taken away by security, and had noticed his guarded attitude. Naturally, Su Yumin could deduce why he'd been so quiet. But he didn't quite understand why Su Yumin was openly stating it. Then, when he saw Su Yumin's gaze slowly sweep across the four of them, Yen Sun understood. "You know my reasoning," he stated firmly. "More or less," Su Yumin replied. Goe Yuchong seemed lost, unable to follow their cryptic exchange. Shinrui frowned too. Goe Yuchong glanced toward the two people in room 908, then chose to step closer to Yen Sun. "What do you mean?" "When the fake Su Yumin spoke to me," Yen Sun began, giving Goe Yuchong a brief explanation, "he only mentioned we were classmates. That was a lie we made up at the management office so we could meet at 908. There was nobody else around, just the three of us players. He didn't need to specifically mention that again. So I sensed something was off." "The second strange thing involved you," Yen Sun said, glancing at Goe Yuchong. Goe Yuchong froze for a few seconds, pointing at himself. "Me?" Then he frowned, deep in thought, clearly not understanding what he might have said to raise suspicion. "I told him you were shy and disliked talking to strangers. When he asked our relationship, I said ex-boyfriend," Yen Sun continued quickly. "But players definitely know, we all entered this at the same time, complete strangers. My excuse made no sense. And he didn't call me out on it." That was the moment Yen Sun confirmed something was wrong with that Su Yumin. If it were the real Su Yumin, after hearing such a ridiculous reason, he would have thought Yen Sun was insane. They were all players who entered simultaneously. What distinction could there be between stranger and acquaintance? To avoid someone because you're shy? It sounded like a flimsy, absurd excuse. But the fake Su Yumin didn't know that. To that fake, their identity was simply a couple living in room 404. "It doesn't sound very convincing," Su Yumin mused. "Maybe I'm just into roleplay. He thought you two were really a couple." "Then you're out of luck," Yen Sun looked at Su Yumin. Inside the room, Shinrui watched the tense standoff between Yen Sun and Su Yumin. He wasn't particularly good at these kinds of mystery games to begin with, but compared to the ever-smiling Su Yumin, he still found Yen Sun more trustworthy. "Ah, if I turn out to be wrong, I won't let you go even as a ghost," Su Yumin sighed dramatically. He stared straight at Yen Sun. "I'll haunt you endlessly, no matter which you enter, I'll follow you there." Yen Sun was slightly confused by his meaning. In his understanding, when players died from failing A, they were simply dead. Was there something else? "You've never heard of it?" Su Yumin feigned exaggerated shock, even raising both hands theatrically. "Players killed by Theer monsters remain trapped inside Theft forever. But if you're killed by another player?" He smiled sweetly at Yen Sun, lowering his hands slowly as he mimed a strangling gesture. "You become a vengeful spirit, bound to haunt that killer forever, waiting for the perfect moment to strike back. Perhaps it's some kind of karmic cycle." He wasn't lying. Yen Sun realized that instantly. And he also understood why Su Yumin was so confident. The other man himself must have been the one haunted by vengeful spirits, and at the same time, someone who had murdered other players. Now, let's sit down calmly, Su Yumin said, gesturing for everyone to take seats on the sofa. Let's talk about the impostor among us. You exposed this just for this purpose? Yen Sun asked. He roughly grasped Su Yumin's intention. Rather than slowly observing to uncover the hidden impostor, it might be faster to have everyone reveal their backgrounds and reasons for entering this, than deduce who the real impostor was. But there's a problem. Yen Sun looked directly at Su Yumin, unsure whether the other was pretending ignorance or had ulterior motives. This never said everyone has the same task, Yen Sun said bluntly, no longer bothering with subtlety. Perhaps aside from find the impostor, there might be another player whose mission is to conceal their own identity as an impostor and avoid being discovered by others. Chapter 14, Exchange. Su Yumin remained silent. The four of them were now seated on the sofas in the living room of room 908. Yen Sun glanced around the apartment and noticed it was larger than his own place with Gue Yuchong. There were 2 bedrooms. What's your relationship? Yen Sun asked. People from the... We're classmates. Shenrui answered for Su Yumin, sitting beside him. Like Gue Yuchong, he seemed unclear about the current situation, yet one thing had become clear. There might be a fake player among them, someone whose goals were completely opposite to theirs, deceive the others, and as long as they weren't exposed by the end, they would successfully escape the... After graduation, we started sharing this apartment. Shenrui spoke quickly. Su Yumin leaned against one side of the sofa, sitting on a single-seat couch, studying Yen Sun up and down. I remember we returned very early. Why are you still outside with him at this time, carrying shopping bags? Yen Sun looked at their shopping bags. After the frantic escape earlier, all that remained inside was a pack of instant noodles and a palm-sized breakfast bread. His stomach growled, long without food, it protested. He knew Su Yumin was suspicious, but there was no point hiding anything. I went to 508. Li Wu was there too. Su Yumin didn't seem concerned about why Li Wu was there. Instead, he fixed his attention on Yen Sun. What did you go to 508 for? To destroy evidence. Our starting room was 508, Yen Sun said. He explained the reasoning he'd already worked out. As residents of the building, where do you think we should have first appeared? Gue Yuchong immediately responded, at home. Yen Sun nodded. Beside him, Shenrui seemed to grasp what Yen Sun meant. They were playing as residents of Mimi Tower. The most logical places for players to appear at the beginning would either be their own rooms, or the management office. Appearing in their own rooms made sense because they were portraying residents. Appearing in the management office might be because players needed to meet, and that was where they collected supplies. But showing up in room 508 right at the start, was indeed strange. Did you find any clues? Shenrui asked, then quickly realized something amiss. He glanced at the small piece of bread he'd been given, then at Yen Sun's nearly empty shopping bag. I can trade my food with you. No need. Because I found nothing. Yen Sun rested his head on his hand, observing the people in the room. Gue Yuchong appeared deep in thought, Shenrui wore an eager look, desperate to uncover the truth, Su Yumin sat farthest away from him, unreadable. Right now, Yen Sun suspected Su Yumin the most. When I first entered room 508, I was about to check the bedroom, and then Li Wu showed up. And after that, the security guard. Yen Sun didn't say Chi Yuan's name. He said tenants aren't allowed to enter these rooms randomly, or they'll be considered fakes. He demanded our roommate come to bail us out. At this, Gue Yuchong immediately nodded, as if trying to prove to the 2 from room 908 that Yen Sun wasn't lying. So Li Wu must have run into trouble, Su Yumin said. They both claimed the other was a fake, Yen Sun replied. But that was probably their plan from the beginning. Even if Pei Xingyan really were a fake, he wouldn't make such a blatant move to eliminate players on day 1. The more likely scenario was that when Li Wu contacted Pei Xingyan, they'd already made an arrangement. When the guards take away the fakes, Yen Sun continued, laying out his theory, they don't kill them on the spot. I suspect Li Wu and Pei Xingyan were planning to use this chance to check where the fakes are being held. And to see what those guards will do next. There's also one more thing. Yen Sun turned to Su Yumin. Do you have any food? Didn't you get your ration? Su Yumin smiled faintly, his eyes flicking toward the shopping bag, a bag everyone in the room knew was nearly empty. He was doing this on purpose. Not much food to begin with, so we should ration carefully, Yen Sun leaned back on the sofa. You two could pool some food for me and Gue Yuchong. This is intelligence I learned from the previous fake. You can discuss it, Yen Sun said, glancing at the clock in the room. He noticed that almost every apartment had a clock hung inside, perhaps so players could clearly know when they were allowed to go out, and when they weren't. But in 5 minutes, I'll raise the price. Whoa. Host. Do you think they'll agree? The system whispered quietly in Yen Sun's head. If they don't agree, I'll just catch another fake myself and ask, Yen Sun replied indifferently. It was still day 1, supplies were relatively abundant, and to gain early intelligence for an advantage, the 2 from room 908 would definitely agree. Besides, they could always make the losses back from the two in room 1101. Not everyone was lucky enough to encounter a talkative fake. I really hate being threatened, Su Yuman said, leaning against the single-seat sofa. He turned to his teammate. What do you think? I have bread, Shenrui said directly. I'll trade with you. He'd originally wanted to exchange food for information from Yen Sun, it wasn't hard for him to accept. Hearing this, Yen Sun crooked a finger at him. Shenrui immediately walked to the other side of the sofa and leaned close. Yen Sun moved near Shenrui's ear and whispered. That fake said the guards beat fakes to death in front of residents, so occasionally some unlucky resident gets mistakenly killed. But that false Su Yuman earlier, and the one I met before, they were both taken away by the guards. He stopped there, then held out his hand toward Shenrui. Shenrui handed over his bread and returned to his seat. He understood something, but I'm totally confused. The system muttered in bewilderment. A very troubling suspicion, Yen Sun explained in his mind. If that fake wasn't lying, the building's guards beat fakes to death right before residents. Then why did the guards choose to take them away instead of killing them on the spot, twice in a row? The system fell silent, seemingly pondering the reason. This doesn't mean they've become more cautious. The worst possibility is that there are fakes among the guards, Yen Sun said, looking at the bread in his hand before placing it into the plastic bag. Or perhaps, all the guards have already been replaced by fakes. Chapter 15, Mouth says no, Body says yes. The system couldn't help but recall the security guard it had seen through Yen Sun's perspective. The man had a blank expression, and as if sensing Yen Sun's gaze from behind the peephole, he quickly looked back. Then he began speaking to Yen Sun on the other side of the door. Yen Sun's speculation left the system momentarily stunned. It was an omnipopular infinite system, every it had experienced before had been simple, straightforward, the kind where the truth was obvious at first glance. But if the world really was as Yen Sun suspected? That would be clearly far too complicated. The system also started to feel something was off. It tried to contact its main system, only to find, for some unknown reason, that this world seemed sealed off. Aside from the live stream still functioning normally, it could no longer establish any connection with the core system. Hesitating over whether to tell Yen Sun, it watched as Su Yuman picked up another instant noodle cup from the table and tossed it toward Yen Sun on the opposite side. Your reward. So can you share your information now? Su Yuman asked. Yen Sun calmly placed the noodles into the plastic bag, then repeated everything he'd just told Shenrui. This time, even Su Yuman lost his smile. It was clear he understood now what was wrong with this. He tapped his cheek thoughtfully, finally letting out a sigh under everyone's watchful eyes. TCH, Su Yuman shook his head. I'm not good at puzzles. This kind of mystery is exactly what I hate the most. Apparently too tired to pretend anymore, he dropped all pretense and revealed he wasn't a new player. I prefer survival, fighting and killing is much more direct. His words made the two people on the sofa inch slightly closer to Yen Sun. Perhaps noticing how obviously terrified Shenrui and Gue Yuchong were, Su Yuman laughed again, even mockingly dragging a finger across his neck. There's a shortcut to clear thee. And I'm generous, I can tell you even without a reward. He shot a pointed look at Yen Sun, as if accusing him of being overly calculating. Thelos players to kill each other. As long as only one player remains, they'll automatically win clearance. He gestured up toward the sky. After all, the audience loves drama. The audience? Shenrui looked at Su Yuman, confused. What audience? Malicious higher-ups, beings from higher dimensions, Su Yuman said, pity in his eyes as he looked at Shenrui. We're like performers in a game show, the moment they enjoy the spectacle, they give us rewards. Then he turned his gaze to Yen Sun. The more exciting and interesting our performance, the more likely the audience will send gifts. Unseen by them, massive screens began floating mid-air. Countless beings could now watch these streams. They could freely send gifts to the players. Somewhere beyond Yen Sun's view, a lucky player received a giant growth serum, gifted by one such being. After drinking it, his body instantly expanded dozens of times in size, swiftly resolving his current crisis. The player stared at his own live feed and thanked the donor. But since Yen Sun and the others were first-time players, their live stream perspectives hadn't activated yet. Unlike Shenrui, who had absolutely no clue about the live stream, Yen Sun at least knew of its existence through the system. Yen Sun suddenly recalled what the system had told him earlier, that users had gifted him 100 lollipops. What exactly are lollipops? Some kind of gift? Yen Sun abruptly asked the system. They can be exchanged for points to buy items from the shop, the system replied obediently. 100 lollipops can be exchanged for about 6,000 points. Yen Sun instantly sensed something was off. How many points does one lollipop cost? 100 points. Damn cheapskates. Yen Sun exploded. Such high commissions. The system silently lowered its head, not daring to speak. We're busting our asses, risking our lives, working like beasts of burden, literally becoming livestock, and you guys take such a huge cut. Yen Sun continued raging inwardly. You ought to be strung up from a lamppost. Yen Sun furiously questioned the system inside his mind, while outwardly propping his head on his hand, appearing deep in thought. Shenrui, perhaps seeing him as more trustworthy than his roommate, asked again, so you're suggesting the security guard might also be suspicious? I didn't say that, Yen Sun looked at Shenrui. Just a suspicion. Otherwise, he added slowly, don't you think it's strange? The security guard who was earlier so eager to hunt down and kill thee, how come he's suddenly acting so civilized now? What troubled the group in the room even more was that they couldn't tell whether all the guards were compromised, or only a few. If there are among the guards, then those mysteriously deceased residents might have met their end exactly like this. Imagine the scene, you discover footprints in your home that shouldn't be there. Panicked, you press the emergency button inside your apartment to call the guard. You think you're saved when you see a man in the building's uniform standing at your door. You open up, even eagerly inviting him in, then point at the footprints on the floor and say, look. These footprints, they belong to a... But behind you, the guard remains silent. As you begin to feel something is wrong, you turn to see him staring at you. Then slowly, he walks toward the footprints, stands before them, and asks you. Do these footprints look like mine? With no signs of resistance, or simply no time to react, the resident is consumed by the guard who is, in fact, a... This chilling possibility made everyone uneasy. Yen Sun couldn't immediately think of a way to identify which guards were real. He didn't recognize any of them personally, making it hard to spot subtle anomalies. If he had to pick something, though, each guard wore an ID badge on one side of their uniform, maybe that could be a clue. Of course, the safest approach would be to avoid contacting the guards unless absolutely necessary. Gue Yuchong, apparently shaken by Yen Sun's speculation, quietly scooted closer to him. I'm a bit scared, he whispered. Can I stay a little closer to you? Yen Sun glanced at Gue Yuchong, who now looked as if he wanted nothing more than to sit right against him. On one hand, he felt he should probably hate Gue Yuchong right now, on the other, he wasn't sure when, in the original story, his feelings were supposed to shift. So he turned inward and asked the system. I think he never really hated Gue Yuchong to begin with, the system murmured quietly. Classic case of, mouth says no, body says yes. Yen Sun, ? He glanced again at Gue Yuchong leaning close beside him, the other boy looking at him with pitiful, wide eyes. In the end, Yen Sun turned his head away. Fine. Whatever. Chapter 16 Love Brain. Hee, grinding teeth. Who's angry? I won't say, smiley face. A cute little couple having fun, what's it got to do with you? Su Yuman glanced at the live stream and saw these comments flooding his screen. He couldn't understand why they thought he was angry. Besides, what, little couple? Were they seriously treating in-game identities as real? He truly believed the creatures in his chat weren't very bright, unable to distinguish between and reality, and he sneered at the nonsense above. Still, some viewers were dissatisfied with how he was acting now. Boring. When will the action start? Tips, sports car X10. Don't act now. I still want to see more drama. At least wait a few days before making a move. If we finish now, we'll just get locked up again. Su Yuman stayed silent, watching the scrolling comments. The audience continued analyzing the three players on screen, saying Gue Yuchong and Shenrui both looked like typical cannon fodder, though Gue did have that kind of face that could just lie back and win. Impossible. You don't know our brother, he's a total stoic male lead. He might seem kinda goofy and says things that cause misunderstandings, but when it comes to killing, he doesn't hesitate at all. Su Yuman knew some streamers took alternative approaches. Once, he'd seen someone charm their teammates into complete infatuation, even willingly handing over the key to clearing the... When Su refused to play along, people immediately accused him of being heartless. That player kept saying, don't blame him, he must really want to escape the... Su couldn't remember exactly how he reacted then, maybe gave a slight laugh. He nodded and said flatly to the crowd. That's right. I really do want to win. Then, one swift motion, blade down, and none of them survived. He cleared the and left. Recalling this, Su Yuman glanced again at the other players sitting on the couch, who seemed to him like nothing more than frightened quails. But this time Wo is in the... Isn't he supposed to be super righteous? He definitely won't stand by and do nothing. Back at the management office, Wo clearly wanted to make a move, so funny. Su Yuman stopped bothering with the chat. Instead, he felt curious about Yen Su. He sensed the guy was probably a new player, unfamiliar with certain things, yet after entering the, hadn't panicked at all. No annoying screaming, no shouting, no denial-driven stupidity. Nothing of the sort. Are you a newbie player? Su Yuman asked. You asking me? Yen Su. You. Of course. Yen Su pointed at himself. It's my first time entering this game. Then let's start from the beginning, Su Yuman said, leaning back on his single sofa. We'll each tell our stories, maybe the impostor will reveal something different from us. Yen Su wasn't sure what Su meant. According to previous talk, the impostor was most likely a player from another faction. But if they were all players, how could anyone judge? Well, anyway, they had nothing better to do, and besides, he genuinely wanted to know why he ended up in this game. I'll go first, Su Yumin said, pointing at himself. I was at the hospital, about to kill myself, when suddenly, I was pulled into this game. Yen Su. Possibly because the answer was so unexpected, both Yen Su and the other two instinctively turned to stare at Su Yumin. What? That's strange. My body is already dead. My mind is still alive. Su Yumin smiled. And I hope my soul can also be free. But no one was willing to help me, so I had to do it myself. He pointed at his chest. Next blink, and I appeared in an empty field surrounded by woods. Then a voice in my head said, "Game starts. Your turn." After speaking, Su Yumin looked at Shinrui. My last memory was going out to pick up takeout, Shinrui said after thinking. I saw a flyer lying on the ground. When I picked it up, all it said was, "Do you find your current life boring?" Then I ended up here. He looked at Su Yumin, then at the others. And the next thing I knew, I was in room 508. You're a new player. Yes. Shinrui nodded. Meanwhile, Yen Su was recalling something. He remembered after he entered everyone seemed surprisingly calm. Was it because he arrived late? You don't look nervous at all, Su Yumin remarked. You don't seem like a newbie. At least not like any I've seen before. The moment I saw what was outside the window, I knew there was no use in being afraid, Shinrui said. Perhaps worried they might suspect him, he quickly added, I noticed none of us screamed this time. Yen Su looked at Shinrui. What's outside the window in room 508? You didn't check. Shinrui said. You can go take a look right now. Yen Su stood up and walked over to the window in room 908. He pulled open the tightly closed curtains and saw nothing but thick white mist. Within the haze, faintly visible, was something long and slender, almost humanoid in shape. When it sensed the gaze from room 908, it abruptly turned its body around. Even though everything was blurred by the fog, anyone could tell, it definitely wasn't human. It had an elongated, insect-like body resembling a stick insect. Atop that frame sat a grotesquely oversized head disproportionate to its body, and worse still, that head, judging by its outline, resembled that of an infant. Like something unnaturally grafted together. Don't stare for too long, Shinrui warned. Once it notices someone looking out the window, it'll come closer. But Shinrui's warning came too late. That thing moved with shocking speed, nearly instantaneously reaching before Yen Su's eyes. It resembled one of those inflatable flailing tube men used for supermarket promotions, only distorted into something horrifying. A massive, almost half-body-sized scara loomed directly in front of Yen Su's face. It smiled, except it had no teeth. It does look kind of disgusting, Yen Su remarked calmly, then casually shut the curtains. Isn't it awful? Shinrui said. When I first saw it, I was terrified. Then I realized, I really was dealing with ghosts. If we can't go back, then our best bet is to complete the mission first. As he spoke, he glanced toward Gue Yuchong beside him, who, for some reason, struck him as gentle on the surface but left behind a damp, slimy impression. He subtly shifted away from Gue Yuchong, pretending merely that the sofa was too crowded. Me? Gue Yuchong frowned, deep in thought. I remember I went to the lakeside. I was heartbroken. Then I tried to kill myself. You also tried to kill yourself? Su Yumin asked. Should I interpret this as you imitating my story? Gue Yuchong immediately shook his head. No. I was devastated because of a breakup, Gue Yuchong said quietly, looking down. And after that, I ended up in room 508. Yen Su. What exactly does this mean? He asked the system. The novel never said Gue Yuchong was purely a love-obsessed maniac, did it? Chapter 17 Sarcastic Remarks. The system was a bit puzzled too. It carefully flipped through the original novel again, then hesitantly said to Yen Sun. But the novel doesn't say he isn't a hopeless romantic either. Yen Sun. Just like how the novel never said this guy was 187 centimeters tall. Shinrui hadn't expected this person's past to be so intense. He stared at Gue Yuchong in disbelief. You actually, because of a breakup? He didn't finish the last two words, but from his expression, it was clear he could hardly believe it. Someone just dumped you outright? No, Gue Yuchong replied after a pause. We never even spoke. Shinrui, ? So you were heartbroken? Gue Yuchong said, I felt like he didn't like me. Shinrui, probably still not graduated and never having encountered such complicated emotional issues, looked at the gloomy Gue Yuchong and stammered, maybe the other person simply didn't think much about it. How can you be sure someone dislikes you when you've never even talked to her? When I smiled at him, he wouldn't even look my way. Yen Sun listened for a while, then asked, how exactly did you smile at him? I didn't dare talk to him. I was kinda shy. At this point, Gue Yuchong covered his face. So I slowly walked up beside him and just smiled. Yen Sun. He wanted to call the police for that guy just hearing about it. Imagine, a complete stranger, an adult man 187 centimeters tall, mysteriously appearing behind you and suddenly smiling. What kind of situation is that? Shenrui probably found it hard to understand as well. He glanced at Gue Yuchong, silently thinking the guy might be mentally unstable. Indeed, you can't judge a book by its cover. Then what? Did they report you? No, Gue Yuchong lifted his head. He just told me to get out of the way. Yen Sun. Shenrui. They exchanged a glance over Gue Yuchong's shoulder. Out of his sight, Shenrui pointed subtly at his own temple. Yen Sun shrugged, indicating he had no idea either. So that's why you ended up in this world. Su Yumin chimed in from nearby. I thought you portrayed yourself so fragile, but why didn't I see you crying back in room 508? I figured someone with your personality would scream and panic, shouting they wanted to go back. Gue Yuchong removed his fingers from his face. That was what I originally planned. But then I looked around at everyone here, and changed my mind. Su Yumin didn't quite follow and just stared at him, clearly wanting him to stop being vague. Because I fell in love at first sight again. Gue Yuchong grinned sweetly. At that moment, I knew I had to make a good impression on. So panicking was completely off limits. Now not only Yen Sun and Shenrui, but even Su Yumin, who stood a fair distance away, wore utterly bewildered expressions. Meanwhile, Yen Sun's live stream was flooded with comments. I give up. Wait, seriously? Where did they even find this hopeless romantic? Doomed. Once a love-obsessed player appears, the team's survival chance drops to 99%, streamer don't die. Why does this guy keep glancing sideways while talking? Who's he looking at? Yen Sun thought for a moment, but ultimately decided not to ask Gue Yuchong who exactly he had fallen for at first sight. Su Yumin clearly thought the same, he turned directly toward Yen Sun. Your turn. Yen Sun glanced at the three people in the room, then finally spoke. I can't remember. When he first entered this, his memories had been slightly hazy, but he still recalled why he was dressed like this. He'd just left a supermarket. His hair was medium length because recently, a salon had paid him to be a model for a hairstyle promotion. The ear piercings were for the same reason. As for the tattoo on his arm, he couldn't recall whether he'd volunteered as practice for someone or if there was another reason. He remembered that when he woke up, his mind had still been calculating rent payments. But after spending some time in this world, he suddenly found those past memories becoming extremely blurry. No matter how hard he strained, he could only recall a few key fragments. Like a dream you're certain you remember clearly, yet it vanishes without a trace the moment you wake. Only some future trigger might bring it all back. Yen Sun himself felt this excuse wasn't very convincing, but compared to fabricating a story, he thought honesty was still the better choice. But it's not like I can't remember anything at all. I just remember that I've always had terrible luck with love. Back then, the people I liked would either suddenly transfer schools, or what? Su Yumin asked. Suddenly die, Yen Sun said thoughtfully. Like, suddenly dying in a car accident, or suddenly falling seriously ill, or even. Hold on a sec, bro, Shenrui interrupted with a halting gesture. You actually liked that many people? Yen Sun fell silent for 3 seconds. I just meant I developed sudden feelings. Those feelings were like the fleeting warmth you get in kindergarten when someone gives you an extra cookie, completely irrational and fragile. Yen Sun was too embarrassed to admit that his previous crushes had been sparked by things like someone giving him an extra cookie, or a rare sticker. In short, trivial childhood incidents. Whenever I realized I might have started liking someone, something unexpected would happen. After that, I just stopped paying attention to anyone. A born solitary king. The few people left in the room simultaneously thought of those exact words. So then you entered this world? Su Yumin asked. Yes. Yen Sun frowned. Or maybe I got amnesia after being hit by a flower pot and that's how I ended up here. Pseudo people always say that, Su Yumin remarked. Claiming they've lost their memories, unable to recall what happened before entering the pseudo person we're looking for is also a player, Yen Sun said. I don't think there's any basis for making judgments like that. If they were searching for an NPC pseudo person inside the building, such reasoning might work. But the problem was, it seemed the pseudo person was also a player. How could they draw conclusions based solely on personal experiences? Yen Sun had doubted the logic from the beginning. He couldn't believe Su Yumin didn't see the flaw himself. So was he simply trying to figure out their backgrounds, to judge whether they were new players? Yen Sun silently speculated about Su Yumin's intentions. The two people from room 1101, who should have joined the conversation earlier, weren't present. Yen Sun felt continuing the talk wouldn't yield anything new, so he pushed himself up from the arm of the sofa, preparing to leave. Leaving in a hurry now? Su Yumin asked. Yen Sun was utterly baffled by how this guy always seemed to target him. Grabbing his plastic bag, he walked past Su Yumin and bent slightly to pat the other man's shoulder. If you have a problem, speak up directly. Stop being sarcastic all the time. Chapter 18, An Object Not Killed by the Curse. When Yen Sun left, he noticed the door on the other side of the corridor had also been opened. He stood still with some caution, then saw the man lazily tug at his shirt before shuffling toward the elevator in slippers. Upon seeing Yen Sun, the man looked slightly surprised but nodded at him anyway. Yen Sun stood in place and returned the nod. The man had naturally wavy hair, which hadn't been trimmed for a while. It now reached his jawline. Noticing Yen Sun's cold demeanor, he didn't seem to care much and continued walking toward the elevator, apparently headed to the management office to collect that day's supplies. "You're not leaving?" he asked. Goe Yuchong was right behind Yen Sun. After a moment's thought, Yen Sun said, "Forget it." He didn't explain why, but everyone in the building should have understood, probably even the curly-haired man did, so he stopped paying attention and walked off. Soon, the sound of the elevator echoed down the hall. Only after confirming the man at the end of the corridor had gone did Yen Sun finally step forward. Behind him followed Goe Yuchong, visibly nervous. Thankfully, they didn't encounter much danger on the way back. Once inside their room, Yen Sun tossed the plastic bag onto the table and went straight to the kitchen to wash his hands. Chopping at that pseudo-human with a knife, even though it didn't bleed, still gave him an unsettling, crawling sensation on his scalp. Goe Yuchong followed closely behind, all the way into the kitchen. "What are you following me for?" Yen Sun asked, rinsing his hands under the tap. One kitchen knife was missing from the rack, the very one he'd taken out earlier. "When did you take the kitchen knife?" Goe Yuchong asked. "When we left." Yen Sun finished washing, dried his hands with paper towels, then turned to face Goe Yuchong entering the kitchen. The room wasn't big to begin with, and the kitchen was especially cramped, especially since both he and Goe Yuchong were tall, making the space feel even tighter. Yen Sun leaned back slightly to create distance, tossed the used paper towel into the trash bin. Then he pushed past Goe Yuchong and walked over to the trash can. He crouched down and examined it carefully. There wasn't much inside, or rather, there was nothing at all. "What are you looking at?" Goe Yuchong leaned over too. "There's nothing in the trash," Yen Sun said. "The building is sealed, we can't leave. Where do we throw away food waste?" So far, their supplies consisted only of bread and instant noodles in plastic cups. The plastic bags from the bread might have disappeared because they were shoved into some corner, but the cup noodle packaging wasn't easy to hide. Was it possible someone came daily to collect garbage? He pondered this, then simply picked up the relatively clean trash bag and placed it outside the door. Under Goe Yuchong's confused gaze, he returned to the kitchen. "We didn't appear here out of nowhere," Yen Sun said to Goe Yuchong. "According to the background story, the entire building has been sealed. I also noticed the outside covered in mist, and monsters lurking there. For the past few days, we couldn't have avoided eating and drinking, yet there's nothing in the trash can. Whether it's bread wrappers or noodle cups. Especially those plastic containers, they're not easy to hide. If we left them in the hallway, someone must be cleaning them up. But where does the cleaned waste go?" While saying this, Yen Sun was already considering another possibility. "And then what?" Goe Yuchong didn't understand. "Then go look for clues," Yen Sun said, refusing to elaborate further. He pulled a loaf of bread from the plastic bag and tossed it to Goe Yuchong, then checked the usual places where food was stored. There were no extra supplies, leading Yen Sun to wonder if he was overthinking things. Still, something felt off. Goe Yuchong stood beside him, chewing on the bread, until Yen Sun dismissed him to take a shower. "You stink of sweat," Yen Sun said. "Go shower." Goe Yuchong raised a hand and sniffed at himself. He looked uncertainly at Yen Sun, but eventually nodded obediently. As soon as Goe Yuchong entered the bathroom, Yen Sun immediately went into their bedroom. He first glanced under the bed, nothing. Then he checked the wardrobe. It was stuffed full of clothes. Yen Sun squatted down, searching carefully. "What are you looking for?" Goe Yuchong appeared silently in the bedroom doorway. A towel wrapped loosely around his waist, his hair still dripping wet, he must have just turned off the shower and stepped out. Yen Sun remained crouched in front of the wardrobe, still rummaging through it. "I'm looking for clothes to change into later," he said, glancing sideways at Goe Yuchong. "Why did you come out?" "I forgot to bring my clothes," Goe Yuchong replied with a slightly embarrassed smile, then slowly made his way over to Yen Sun's side under the latter's gaze. The bedroom wasn't large to begin with. The wardrobe was already positioned at the foot of the bed, and when Yen Sun squatted down to search, he could feel his knees pressing against the edge of the cabinet and his lower back bumping into the bed frame. When Goe Yuchong approached, the space became even more cramped. He bent down beside Yen Sun. Yen Sun averted his eyes, but even so, Goe Yuchong had just stepped out of the bathroom. He naturally carried a faint dampness about him. Especially when he leaned forward, droplets of water fell from his hair onto Yen Sun's shirt. Goe Yuchong seemed to notice this. He quickly lifted his head, intending to apologize, only to find Yen Sun deliberately turning away, avoiding eye contact. "Hurry up." Crouched between the bed and the wardrobe, Yen Sun rested his wrist on his knee. Perhaps to make it easier for Goe Yuchong to reach inside, he shifted slightly farther to the side. Golden strands of hair fell across his shoulder. Impatiently, he glanced up at the dazed Goe Yuchong. "Can't find your clothes." With that, Yen Sun pulled out a work uniform shirt and a pair of pants from the wardrobe. "Get the rest yourself." Gue Yuchong reached out and took the clothes from Yen Sun's hand. The shirt was a thin, light gray piece, and since his hands were still wet, one corner darkened as he held it. He casually laid it on the bed. From his angle, he could see Yen Sun's lowered lashes, the dark hair atop his head, and the arm resting over his knee. The other man probably didn't go out much, his skin had an unhealthy paleness, and the dark circles under his eyes were clearly visible. Yen Sun looked up at Gue Yuchong, his face wearing that usual half-dead, weary expression. Still haven't found them? Gue Yuchong stared at him for a moment, then suddenly said. You're actually very good-looking. Yen Sun. Has this guy gone mad? So you'll definitely find someone to be with, someone you won't end up killing with your bad luck. Yen Sun. He gave Gue Yuchong a complicated look, the latter's expression utterly sincere. Well, thanks for the blessing. He honestly couldn't tell if Gue Yuchong was giving him a blessing or a curse. Upon hearing this, Gue Yuchong broke into a warm smile. It's fine. With how good you are, you'll definitely find someone. Chapter 19, Found a Pretender. Now this is what matters. Yen Sun pondered, suspecting that Gue Yuchong's train of thought might be slightly abnormal. Fortunately, Gue Yuchong soon pulled open a drawer, found some spare clothes, and headed toward the bathroom. Only after confirming the other person had left did Yen Sun finally let out a breath. Logically speaking, Gue Yuchong was the protagonist of this story, Yen Sun shouldn't have to be so wary of him. Shouldn't he? I suggest you stop reading my thoughts, Yen Sun said mentally, then answered the system's question, but caution toward others is never unwarranted. What he didn't say was that he found both the system and this novel unreliable, the gap between expectation and reality was as vast as that between fanfiction and canon. The system had told him this was extremely simple and peaceful, hence no warnings were given. Yet now, whether it was the inexplicable Su-Human or the clearly off-kilter Mimi Tower, neither had anything to do with simplicity or peace. After confirming Gue Yuchong had re-entered the bathroom and closed the door, Yen Sun resumed rummaging through the wardrobe. What exactly are you looking for? The system wondered. It noticed Yen Sun had been acting strange ever since seeing the trash can in the kitchen. And after flipping through countless pieces of clothing, Yen Sun finally, at the very corner of the wardrobe, found what he was searching for. Instant noodles and bread, left untouched, hidden away. These items were almost identical to what he'd taken from the management office earlier, clearly acquired around the same time. What does this mean? The system was puzzled. Yen Sun looked at the food, pulled them out of the wardrobe, and placed them onto the bedroom table. What do you think? Yen Sun suddenly asked. Are these two people in room 404 deliberately stockpiling supplies? Worried the building would remain sealed indefinitely, so they hid food? He opened the plastic bag on the table, inside were instant noodles still sealed in plastic, along with the bread. The room's owner likely didn't want to eat them, so had stashed them inside the closet. Yen Sun remembered how in the corridors of Mimi Tower, some rooms had garbage outside their doors, while others didn't. He didn't believe anyone would come by to keep the hallway clean, handling the trash every day during such a time. He had only placed his own trash bag outside as a test. If no one collected the trash in the hallway, and there was neither trash inside nor outside someone's home, it mostly confirmed one thing. The occupant of room 404 might not need food. But these are just speculations, they can all be disproven, Yen Sun told the system. No trash could mean I threw it elsewhere, no food could mean I ate something else, or simply cut down portions because I'm dieting and not hungry. Perhaps no one clears the garbage now because the person responsible has already been killed by a pretender, before players entered someone was still cleaning. In the end, the simplest way to verify this guess. Yen Sun picked up the scissors on the table, placed his palm flat on its surface, and without hesitation, stabbed downward. He used too much force, the scissors instantly pierced deep into his flesh and bone. He could feel pain, but nothing happened. There was a wound on his palm, yet no blood flowed. Never thought I'd be the pretender myself. Holding up his impaled hand, Yen Sun muttered to himself. At the same time, a system announcement, audible only to players, echoed throughout the building. Congratulations. Player has completed task 1, find the pretender. Rewarded 2,000 points. Yen Sun lifted his hand, staring at his palm. I'm thinking about something. If I find another pretender, will the points stack? He asked the cold-voiced main system, but unexpectedly, it bypassed his personal system and answered directly. Yes. But reckless guessing is forbidden. Violations will be punished. Yen Sun thought for a moment. What punishment? All points reset to 0. Subsequent task difficulty increased. Then I'll make a bet, Yen Sun shrugged. If I win, I want my points multiplied by 5. Impossible. The main system replied. 3 times, then. Yen Sun bargained. The main system fell silent, perhaps calculating the cost, or perhaps simply baffled as to why this player dared to negotiate with it. A few seconds later, it spoke again inside Yen Sun's mind. Agreed. The second pretender, Yen Sun declared directly, I guess it's Shinrui. He hadn't even taken a proper look at the room 908, so of course he didn't know whether their food had been hidden away or already consumed. He used Shinrui as a test to verify another suspicion of his. Correct. The main system said. Yen Sun immediately noticed that the points in his status bar had doubled. Continue? The main system asked. No. Yen Sun said. These points are enough. The main system did not respond further to Yen Sun's reply, and only after it disappeared did that timid little system finally show up. Host, I was so scared just now. The system whispered cautiously, manifesting in Yen Sun's mind as a steamed bun-shaped creature with matchstick-like arms and legs, now trembling violently. The main system is really terrifying. Why didn't you keep guessing? Because if I kept going, I'd lose. Yen Sun said. He now had two suspicions, but he needed to talk to Shinrui to confirm them. His injured hand was slowly healing. He dialed Shinrui's number directly and, before the other could even speak, said. I know the answer to task 1, but I need your help. On the other end, Shinrui hesitated. How do I know I can trust you? Wasn't the system announcement just now proof enough? Yen Sun asked. If you're not interested, I can find someone else. Fake, Yen Sun thought. Su Yumin, he couldn't trust him. That man would probably sabotage things. The two players from room 1101 were nowhere to be found and unreachable. The only person he could turn to right now was Shinrui. But of course, he wouldn't tell Shinrui any of that. He believed the system broadcast that had just echoed through the building should be enough to make Shinrui let his guard down slightly. Indeed, after a few seconds of hesitation, Shinrui's voice came through the phone. Just tell me what kind of help you need. Something simple, Yen Sun said. Check the trash can in room 908. See if there are any food packaging bags inside, leftovers from eating. And also check if there's any stored food in your room. That's all. Shinrui asked, doubtful. That's all. Yen Sun confirmed. Shinrui took a deep breath on the other end. Alright, I'll go check. Wait for my call. When Shinrui hung up and stepped out of the bedroom, he saw Su Yumin sitting on the sofa, staring at the television. Or rather, not really watching anything, the screen displayed nothing but the flickering black and white static pattern typical of old CRT televisions from years past. Su Yumin simply sat there, listening to the crackling noise and staring blankly at the snowstorm on the screen. At the sound of the door opening, he turned around and looked at Shinrui. Where are you going? Chapter 20 Secret. Shinrui froze in place. He felt nervous, and even more wary of his roommate. His instincts told him something was off about this person, especially when the other wore that smile. Whenever Su Yumin smiled, Shinrui couldn't shake the feeling that he had ulterior motives. Looking for something to eat, Shinrui said. Under Su Yumin's watchful gaze, he walked into the kitchen and, following Yen Sun's instructions, checked the trash. The kitchen held several days' worth of garbage, all food packaging bags. It seemed the room's occupant didn't have the habit of disposing of trash regularly. He searched through the cabinets and every other possible spot, but found nothing beyond the supplies they just received that day. After returning to the room last night, he and Su Yumin had already conducted a search. Both had deduced that food would eventually become an issue, so they tried to secure extra rations if possible. Nothing. 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 No matter where Shinrui looked, there was no hidden stash of food. He knew Yen Sun wouldn't call out of nowhere like this. The man must have discovered something in room 404. Only after scouring every corner of the apartment, even turning over the living room, did he finally confirm one thing: room 908 contained no food beyond what they just collected from management. Did Yen Sun find food in his room? Su Yumin suddenly asked. Shinrui turned back to look at Su Yumin, who still sat unmoving on the sofa. He didn't say. He didn't say. Su Yumin gave a faint, ambiguous smile. Whether he believed Shinrui or not was unclear. He studied his roommate up and down. What kind of deal did you two make? Shinrui stayed silent. He knew talking too much could lead to mistakes, so he chose to say nothing. How coincidental. Right after the system announcement, Yen Sun called you. Did he complete task 1? He struck a deal with you for task 1. Su Yumin mused aloud. He promised to tell you the answer, and in return, you'd help him search for something in room 908. I saw you going through the trash just now. And now you're looking for food. Su Yumin frowned slightly, as if troubled. I really am not good at solving puzzles. Why don't you just tell me then? As he spoke, he extended his hand, and the table beside Shinrui instantly shattered into countless fragments. The pieces scattered across the floor with a sharp clatter. Su Yumin leaned back against the sofa. Quite a useful ability. Paper shredder, don't you think my ability is interesting? Su Yumin asked. Are you threatening me? Shinrui glanced at the pile of unrecognizable debris that had once been a table. Just a friendly negotiation. Su Yumin said, gesturing politely as if offering Shinrui the freedom to choose. When Goe Yuchong emerged from the shower, Yen Sun had already answered Shinrui's call. The wound on Yen Sun's hand had healed. Wearing headphones, he picked up. Hey. The voice on the other end belonged to the other player from room 908. Wrong number, Yen Sun said. He glanced toward the bedroom where Goe Yuchong was changing, then opened the door and stepped into the living room. For some reason, he always instinctively wanted to avoid Goe Yuchong. If that phone was stolen, Yen Sun said to Su Yuman on the line, give it back to its owner. He seemed quite happy to give it to me, Su Yuman replied, utterly unconcerned. You had Shinrui searching for clues, did you really think I wouldn't get involved? Yen Sun knew full well Su Yuman would interfere. The only reason he'd sent Shinrui was because he trusted him more, someone less likely to cause trouble. Give the phone to Shinrui, Yen Sun said curtly, unwilling to waste words on Su Yuman. I don't have much time. Yen Sun faintly heard grinding teeth on the other end. Soon after, amidst a rustling sound, Shinrui's voice came through. There are leftover food residues in the kitchen trash. The instant noodle cup is in the bin too. It looks like it hasn't been emptied for a few days, Shinrui reported methodically. But room 908 has no remaining food, only what we picked up from management these past couple of days. I've completed my part. Now it's your turn to deliver. Yen Sun wasn't surprised by Shinrui's report. After quickly relaying the answer to task 1, he hung up. Moments later, the building echoed again with the sound of a task completion. Inside the bedroom, Goe Yuchong, startled by the noise, opened the door and stepped out, watching Yen Sun standing in the living room, staring blankly at his phone, lost in thought. Was there a player who just completed a task? Goe Yuchong asked cautiously. It sounds that way. Yen Sun said. He turned to look at Goe Yuchong. I think Shinrui is the shapeshifter. He told Goe Yuchong the answer he had long known, then watched the other's reaction closely. The moment Yen Sun finished speaking, Goe Yuchong showed an expression of shock, as if genuinely surprised that Shinrui was the shapeshifter, almost exactly like how he reacted in the novel when discovering the shapeshifter's identity. But that wasn't right, Yen Sun thought. It's not just Shinrui, Yen Sun added. Actually, I'm a shapeshifter too. Goe Yuchong seemed slightly slow to react. He hadn't even fully processed the surprise of Yen Sun being a shapeshifter when he heard the next question. Don't you think it's strange? He looked at Yen Sun, puzzled. What's strange about it? There were 6 players who entered this instance, Yen Sun pointed at himself. I'm a shapeshifter. Shinrui is also a shapeshifter. Without needing to guess, he knew that Goe Yuchong and Su Yuman were most likely shapeshifters too. The only reason he had asked Shinrui for help was to find out whether the 2 people in room 908 ate food. Now Yen Sun knew the answer, yes, they did eat. But the occupants of room 404 appeared not to need food, at least not before the players entered the instance. The residents who originally lived in room 404, before the players took over. Yet he himself had been starving back in room 908. Then why hadn't the original occupants of room 404 consumed a large amount of stored food? Was there another secret? I think task 1 probably goes like this, Yen Sun slowly explained his theory to Goe Yuchong. All the players are shapeshifters in relation to this instance world. We've replaced the original residents of Mimi building, imitating their appearances, yet differing from them in significant ways. For example, the players had the system, special abilities, and weren't truly part of this world, they differed from everyone else in Mimi building. They had taken the place of the original room occupants. To Mimi building, and to this entire instance. The players were precisely those silent intruders who slipped into Mimi building, killing the original residents and replacing them, the shapeshifters. This is my answer to task 1, all the players are shapeshifters, Yen Sun said to Goe Yuchong. As for why the occupants of room 404 didn't need to eat, Yen Sun believed that was probably related to task 2. That was Mimi building's secret. Chapter 21, The Extra One. The Goe Yuchong in front of Yen Sun looked vaguely understanding, yet he still followed Yen Sun's hint and said Shinrui's name, thus completing task 1. It wasn't until the task completion prompt rang again that Yen Sun finally spoke. I thought you'd say your own name. Goe Yuchong clearly didn't understand. Why? He turned to look at Yen Sun, as if worried he had done something wrong. Can't I say Shinrui's name? No, you can, Yen Sun replied. After a moment's thought, he decided to explain it to Goe Yuchong anyway. My guess was kind of absurd, so I assumed you'd double-check, like saying your own name, or someone else's. He didn't know whether Goe Yuchong simply didn't want to think, or whether he trusted him too completely. So he just asked outright. Goe Yuchong suddenly wore an expression of enlightenment. You're so smart. He said to Yen Sun, I wish I were as clever as you. Should I say it again then? He looked at Yen Sun, as if waiting for his next instruction. In the novel, Goe Yuchong was described as a classic, pretty fool, bad at puzzles, bad at physical activities, and spent most of his time being rescued by others. Yen Sun gave the 187 centimeters tall, pretty fool, a thorough once-over, beginning to suspect the novel the system gave him was a pirated version. He couldn't tell if this guy was genuinely dumb or just pretending, Yen Sun mused. No need, he said. The task reward had already been claimed, repeating it would be meaningless. The prior deal with the main system was probably some preferential treatment granted to the first person who cracked the case. Yen Sun glanced at his task interface. It still showed 6 players online, no deaths, meaning Li Wu and Pei Xingyan, currently locked away somewhere, were likely still safe. What are you looking at? Guo Yuchong had somehow already moved right beside Yan Sun without him noticing. Yan Sun realized that Guo walked extremely quietly. Still, he wasn't used to having someone so close. But Guo Yuchong, whether out of fear or something else, seemed to unconsciously stick near him. Yan Sun took a small step sideways. I'm checking the number of online players. On the task interface, only the current count was displayed. 6/6. And player details were kept minimal. Player, Yan Sun. Ability, none. Task 1, find the impostor. His current points stood at 6,000, solely from completing the task. The so-called gift points the system mentioned seemed to only be credited after exiting the simple logic. Really, if a player died inside, the system saved itself some expense. Yan Sun, cheapskate merchant. How many points did you get? Yan Sun asked directly. Guo Yuchong blinked in surprise. Points. The points for completing task 1, Yan Sun said instinctively, but quickly realized why Guo was hesitating. For most players, sharing such information was considered inappropriate. Never mind, Yan Sun said, brushing his hair with one hand. Forget I asked. I can tell you, Guo Yuchong hurriedly insisted. Apparently afraid Yan Sun might be upset, he immediately leaned closer, almost pleading. I got 1,000 points. Don't be upset, Guo Yuchong added. I'll tell you everything I know. What a strange person, Yan Sun thought. Watching Guo move even nearer, he felt slightly uncomfortable and raised a hand to block his face. No need to get this close. Fair exchange, I got 2,000 points, Yan Sun told him. Looks like the first one to complete the task earns more than those who follow. Guo Yuchong didn't seem to fully grasp it either way. His forehead bumped gently against Yan Sun's outstretched palm. He had changed into the light gray work shirt Yan Sun had given him earlier. When he first came out, his hair hadn't been fully dried, and droplets had fallen onto his shoulders, leaving irregular dark spots on the fabric. Seeing how Guo Yuchong lingered, clearly unwilling to leave, Yan Sun pulled his hand back, something Guo clearly hadn't expected. He stumbled forward slightly, but Yan Sun caught his arm just in time, preventing him from falling. Guo Yuchong gave Yan Sun a sheepish smile. Hee hee. Yan Sun had no idea what he was giggling about, but perhaps because Guo appeared so completely harmless, Yan Sun, for once, didn't feel like playing the cold-hearted role. He let go of the other's elbow and walked over to sit down on the nearby sofa. Guo Yuchong glanced at the empty spot beside him, then back at Yan Sun. It's your place, not mine, Yan Sun said. If you want to sit down, just sit. Guo Yuchong smiled sheepishly again, then walked over and sat beside Yan Sun. Yan Sun turned on the TV, though he didn't really expect to see any actual program. Sure enough, as soon as the screen lit up, it was filled with flickering black and white snow, accompanied by a constant buzzing static. It was only the first day, and yet one task was already completed. This wasn't a bad outcome for Yan Sun. He stared at the static on the screen, and strangely, he didn't know why, but the noise seemed to carry a hypnotic effect. The more he looked, the sleepier he became, heavier and heavier. Until finally, his head tilted sideways, and he sank into a deep sleep on the sofa. And as he gradually drifted off, the black and white static on the TV slowly faded away, along with the buzzing sound, which began to shift into something else. It sounded like human speech, but too distorted to understand. Once the static vanished completely, the screen turned pitch black. At a glance, one might think the TV had simply been switched off. Guo Yuchong sat next to Yan Sun. He appeared oblivious to the TV's odd behavior, slowly leaning his head onto Yan Sun's shoulder. He inhaled deeply. Smells nice. He glanced toward somewhere, eyes fixed on nothing in particular. Only the viewers in the live stream realized it in that instant. They were staring straight into Guo Yuchong's gaze. An indescribable terror froze them in place, rendering even the thought of closing the stream impossible. Then, the entire room 404 plunged into darkness, as if whatever lurked within the television had finally seeped into the room itself. The audience saw nothing anymore. Li Wu sat inside the isolation chamber. The space was narrow, windowless, containing only a single chair. In the corner lay stacks of neatly folded cardboard boxes and plastic bottles, the previous occupant's scrap collection, likely meant to be sold. Qi Yuan stood opposite him. So pathetic, Qi Yuan leaned against the wall, watching Li Wu. Why didn't you just tell them the truth? What truth? Li Wu asked. That there are only 6 players in this. He locked eyes with Qi Yuan. You're taking up one spot. So among the remaining 6, one of them definitely isn't human. He said to Qi Yuan, I wasn't certain until I saw you. They weren't close, belonged to different guilds, but they at least recognized each other. And now, seeing that Qi Yuan was also in the, and knowing there were 7 players inside instead of 6, Li Wu finally confirmed it. Among the players who originally appeared in room 508, one was certainly not human. Chapter 22 I wish you well, officially. You're here to evaluate the guild's new recruits? Qi Yuan asked. Li Wu didn't answer, but he didn't deny it either, confirming Qi Yuan's suspicion. You saw that. Li Wu paused, struggling for a moment before recalling the name used in this run, Su Yuman. He had originally come here solely to assess the new members. The Mimi building dungeon was relatively moderate in difficulty, making it suitable for newcomers. But the moment he laid eyes on Su Yuman, something felt off. It wasn't until he saw Chi Yuan at the management office the next day that he confirmed one thing. Something was wrong with this dungeon. There was an extra person inside. And this dungeon can't report errors, Li Wu said. The live stream is still running normally, but the system can't send out error reports. The number of players within a dungeon is fixed. If there's an additional player, it means only one thing: an incomprehensible entity has infiltrated the instance, extremely dangerous for both players and the dungeon itself, potentially leading to its collapse. Is Pei Xingyan the player you're evaluating? Chi Yuan asked, leaning against the wall. He seems pretty ordinary, Chi Yuan said. Li Wu didn't respond. The guild had taken interest in Pei Xingyan for obvious reasons, his abilities. Sitting on the chair, Li Wu stared at Chi Yuan. When are you letting us leave? Wait, Chi Yuan said. I need to verify each of your identities one by one. He looked straight at Li Wu. How do I know you aren't the thing that sneaked in? As Chi Yuan walked down the corridor of Mimi building, he spotted passing security guards. One of them was dragging someone who looked strangely familiar. Another pseudo-being? Chi Yuan asked. He stopped in front of the group. Found in room 908, the guard said blankly. 908. Chi Yuan thought for a moment, then remembered, that was Su Yuman's room. He gestured for the guards to take the pseudo-being away, but unexpectedly, they didn't move. Please act with us, the guard said. You've already gone off on your own once. TCH, Chi Yuan clicked his tongue inwardly, but said nothing, only nodded. Where did the resident from 508 go? Chi Yuan asked as he followed them. Don't know, the guard replied. Chi Yuan trailed behind the guards down to the first floor, then watched as they headed toward the basement. Moments later, the pseudo-beings were dragged inside and their limbs brutally broken before being tossed into the dark space below. When the door shut, they all turned to stare at Chi Yuan in unison. What are you looking at? Their speed, their angle of turning, it was identical, as if copy-pasted. Chi Yuan observed the group of guards, but remained composed. The two I brought back have no issues. They can be released. Right after, he heard the system announcement: someone had completed a task. Su Yuman stared at Shinrui. Are you a pseudo-being? That's what he said, Shinrui answered calmly after hanging up the phone. Su Yuman kept staring, sensing something odd about Yan Sun's instructions to search for items. Was it because there was food left in room 404? Their trash bin was empty. Did the occupant of room 404 not need to eat? He stared at Shinrui in silence for a long time. Just as Shinrui began to feel uneasy under his gaze, Su Yuman suddenly turned and walked toward the kitchen. Shinrui couldn't help but look, and saw Su Yuman raise a large kitchen knife and slam it down onto his own finger. Bang! The loud crash of steel hitting the cutting board mixed with the sound of bones cracking. Just as Shinrui braced himself for a gush of blood, Su Yuman suddenly lifted his hand high. Look! He waved his fingers at Shinrui. No bleeding. So it seems not only are you a pseudo-being. I am too. Crazy, Shinrui thought, instinctively stepping backward. Thankfully, Su Yuman showed no sign of attacking him. Instead, he just stared at his fingers, then suddenly burst into laughter. Haha, how interesting. He walked to the living room, sat on the sofa, and raised his hand toward the ceiling. How fascinating. We're all pseudo-beings. When Yan Sun woke up, the room had completely darkened. Beside him came a steady rhythm of breathing. It took him a moment to register, then he turned his head. In the dim light, Goe Yuchong was slumped beside him, head tilted awkwardly against the pillow in his arms. Deep asleep, his body had naturally leaned closer, strands of hair spilling softly onto Yan Sun's shoulder. Yan Sun glanced around, then pushed himself up from the side of the sofa. The TV was naturally long turned off. Yan Sun picked up the blanket on the floor, it hadn't been there before he fell asleep. He glanced back at Goe Yuchong, who was still sound asleep on the sofa, and simply returned the blanket that belonged to the other man. He walked into the kitchen, poured a glass of water, then tore open the packaging of the bread from the shopping bag and began devouring it in large bites. At this moment, the only light in the room came from the dim yellow glow of the kitchen. Perhaps because Goe Yuchong's sleep was shallow, he stirred on the sofa after a short while, twitching as if caught in a nightmare, and abruptly woke. Only when he saw Yan Sun standing in the kitchen did he relax slightly. When did I fall asleep? Yan Sun asked, swallowing a mouthful of bread. You fell asleep after watching TV for a while, Goe Yuchong replied. He looked down at the blanket wrapped around him, folded it neatly, set it aside, then slowly made his way from the living room into the nearby kitchen. Standing beside Yan Sun, he poured himself a glass of water as well. He didn't drink quickly. If a third party had observed closely at this moment, they might have noticed that his movements, the rhythm of drinking, the frequency of swallowing, matched Yan Sun's perfectly. He was mimicking Yan Sun's actions. When Yen Sun set down his glass, so did Gue Yuchong, right on cue. I'm really hungry too, Gue Yuchong said, turning his head to look at Yen Sun, clearly fascinated by the bread in his hand. Yen Sun, ? He looked down at the last small piece of bread in his hand, puzzled as he stared at Gue Yuchong. Didn't you see all the food in the room? With that, he stuffed the final remnant of bread into his mouth under Gue Yuchong's watchful gaze. If you're hungry, just go get some yourself. Gue Yuchong's eyes followed the shrinking piece of bread until they finally rested on Yen Sun's face. Then, once the last bite disappeared, he lowered his head with visible disappointment. Oh. Yen Sun thought for a moment. Do you need me to feed you? Can you? Gue Yuchong lifted his head again, eyes bright. You wish, Yen Sun scoffed inwardly, chuckling coldly. Sorry, brother. If you were facing one of your fangirls right now, they'd probably jump at the chance to feed you. But me? Not a chance. He watched Gue Yuchong trudge dejectedly toward the bedroom, and took the opportunity to quietly check his live stream's chat via the system. Upon hearing the request, the system glanced at the stream and suddenly found itself baffled. IAAA, officially ship Gue Yuchong and Yen Sun as a destined couple. IBBBCCC, officially ship Gue Yuchong and Yen Sun as a destined couple. IDDDD, also officially ship Gue Yuchong and Yen Sun as a destined couple. Bless your future children. The system, utterly confused by the barrage of messages, hesitantly reported to Yen Sun. They seem to be shipping you too. Yen Sun. Who? You and Gue Yuchong. The system replied firmly. Chapter 23 Cold. Sick, Yen Sun scoffed inwardly, addressing the audience members who were apparently watching him from some unknown angle. Stop shipping us, there's no way it's happening between me and Gue Yuchong. He finished with a throat-slitting gesture. He mentally asked the system whether Gue Yuchong had done anything strange while he was asleep, otherwise, why would the viewers suddenly start shipping the two of them? No. The system patted its chest confidently. I watched carefully the whole time. After you fell asleep, he seemed sleepy too, then just hugged a pillow and dozed off. The system said very confidently, if anything suspicious happened, I'd have notified you right away. Yen Sun didn't exactly distrust the system, he just had serious doubts about its competence level. If it was truly an irresistible charm-adjacent system, it still seemed too low-grade to handle complex tasks. What were the live chat comments saying while I was asleep? I'll check. The system began reviewing the back-end barrage messages. After scanning for a moment, it summarized, mostly typical stuff. What's so interesting about that TV? Does anyone know what the secret of Mimi building is? This level feels really hard. Never thought Yen Sun would actually solve the first task. Host is amazing. It kept reading aloud, but gradually noticed Yen Sun's expression changing. Carefully observing him, it asked timidly, any problem? Are our live stream viewers actually this normal? Yen Sun said. They sound so robotic. Based on his understanding of the people in Ni, they would never send such ordinary comments. If the system wasn't lying, then something must be wrong with the barrage itself. He glanced at the wall clock. It was 9 p.m., still 1 hour before the curfew. With that in mind, he walked toward the bedroom and said to Gue Yuchong, who was standing by the table biting into a piece of bread, I'm going out for a bit. Gue Yuchong looked at him and swallowed. Where to? To gather some intel. Yen Sun leaned against the doorframe, one hand tucked into his pants pocket. I'll go alone. Gue Yuchong's face dimmed slightly. I wanted to go too. I'll be faster alone, Yen Sun said. He looked at Gue Yuchong, still clutching the bread. If there's an issue, I'll call you. Though reluctant, Gue Yuchong finally nodded. Come back early. Leaving room 404, Yen Sun glanced back once. Why am I labeled as a tenant, while Gue Yuchong is considered a resident? Yen Sun continued pondering the significance of their assigned roles in this level. Since these identities and rooms had been deliberately given, they couldn't be meaningless details. The system, incapable of answering such a complicated question, simply remained silent. Yen Sun didn't head anywhere random, he chose to return to the 5th floor. But when he reached the stairs, he found the building's layout had shifted again, floor 11 now appeared beneath them. Staring at the floor 11 sign, Yen Sun hesitated briefly, then decided to visit the two occupants of room 1101 first. Standing before the door of room 1101, Yen Sun rang the doorbell. He didn't expect much, the security guard could have kept them locked up indefinitely. To his surprise, after the third ring, the door opened. Li Wu stood before him, towel-drying his hair. Hey. Yen Sun raised his hand in a small wave. Li Wu paused mid-rub, then yanked the towel down and gave Yen Sun a thorough up-and-down scan. Yen Sun let him stare, even stepping back a pace, raising both hands and spinning slowly in place. Satisfied? Come in, Li Wu said, tilting his head to gesture inside. Yen Sun didn't hesitate and walked straight into room 1101. Once inside, he realized the champagne man wasn't around. Your roommate hasn't come back, he asked Li Wu, who had closed the door behind them. The suspicion on him hasn't been cleared yet, Li Wu replied. He didn't seem like someone who enjoyed talking. He walked into the room and pulled out a hoodie and a pair of long pants. Apparently not treating Yen Sun as someone worthy of modesty, he dropped the towel right there, dressed in front of him, pulled on the clothes, then turned to face Yen Sun. What do you want? I thought you'd ask about task 1 first, Yen Sun said. So you've all completed task 1? Li Wu said flatly. More or less. I've completed it too. Li Wu said this while staring directly at Yen Sun. He assumed Yen Sun had come to exchange the answer to task 1 for clues or intelligence. Now that he knew Li Wu had already finished task 1, Yen Sun would likely be disappointed. But to his surprise, Yen Sun didn't look disappointed. He looked confused instead. When did you complete task 1? Yen Sun asked immediately. In the interrogation room. Li Wu answered instinctively. As soon as he spoke, he understood why Yen Sun was asking, and quickly reported the exact time he had found the answer to task 1. That time coincided exactly with Gue Yuchong's completion of task 1. Yen Sun couldn't tell whether it was because Li Wu was inside the interrogation room, which had blocked his system announcement, or because Gue Yuchong didn't need to complete the task at all. What's your role in this level? Yen Sun asked. Tenant of room 1101, Li Wu, identity, adventure enthusiast. Li Wu didn't hide anything and answered swiftly. His questions and hesitation had already confirmed a suspicion in Li Wu's mind. You suspect your roommate. You suspect he's not a player. Yen Sun hadn't expected Li Wu to state it so bluntly. He studied the other man's nearly expressionless face. You don't seem surprised. He was, in effect, confirming Li Wu's guess. Qi Yuan is also a player, Li Wu said straight out, explaining why he wasn't surprised, and at the same time affirming Yen Sun's suspicion. One of us doesn't belong here. Yen Sun was momentarily speechless. Although he'd long suspected that Gue Yuchong wasn't genuine, the real problem now was, where had the real Gue Yuchong gone? After thinking it through, Yen Sun could only let out a heavy sigh. Let's go to 508. They had all appeared in room 508 at the start. If Gue Yuchong wasn't the real one, that could only mean one thing. He had been replaced the moment they arrived. By the time the two reached 508, there were fewer than 30 minutes until 10 p.m. The door of room 508 was still open. Search separately, Yen Sun said. Without waiting for Li Wu, he strode straight into the bedroom. He remembered that the last time he'd been in this room, there had been a strange smell. He'd already checked under the bed. The only place left where someone might be hidden. Yen Sun's gaze inevitably settled on the wardrobe. He took a deep breath and swung the wardrobe door open. Amid the mess of clothes, a curled-up corpse lay inside. The body looked peaceful, as if death had come without much suffering. His face was nearly identical to that of the Gue Yuchong, only younger, appearing no more than 20 years old. Yen Sun reached out and touched him. Cold. Clearly, he had been dead for a while. Chapter 24, So much hatred, so much, so much. Damn it, we're done for, Yen Sun said to the system. At that moment, the system inside his head had already started slamming its electronic brain against a cyber wall. Aeg, host. We're screwed. We're all gonna die. The novel's protagonist is dead. Aewaha. Everything's over for us. Yen Sun covered one ear. Yeah, I know. He was starting to worry the system would pass out from oxygen deprivation if it kept screaming like this. No. You don't know. This entire novel universe exists because of the protagonist. Once the world will discovers the protagonist is gone, we're all doomed. Yen Sun glanced at the pitiful body of Gue Yuchong crumpled inside the wardrobe. Then what do we do? He paused, then added, bury him. Let's hide him for now. The system sounded deeply troubled. The world will didn't notice when someone else replaced Gue Yuchong before, maybe if we hide him well enough, it won't notice this time either. But the dead can't be brought back to life. Yen Sun muttered, even as his hands swiftly shoved Gue Yuchong's corpse deeper into the wardrobe. Still feeling it wasn't hidden well enough, he piled some clothes on top of the body until it was completely covered. Well, you never know. Host, go sniff him and see. Yen Sun. Are you insane or am I? You want me to smell a dead body? No. I mean, his corpse still looks fresh, maybe some soul fragments remain. The system spoke rapidly. Wait, let me check with the main system first. With that, the system zipped away in a flash, leaving Yen Sun standing in front of the open wardrobe, staring at Gue Yuchong's body buried under layers of clothing. On an inexplicable impulse, Yen Sun leaned in and took a whiff. No stench of decay, but there was something indescribable in the air. Still skeptical, he cautiously checked Gue Yuchong's breath and pulse through the fabric. Sure enough, there was no response whatsoever. Definitely stone cold dead. A moment later, the system returned to Yen Sun's mind. There's hope. The system was nearly sobbing with joy, ready to throw a confetti party. Gue Yuchong's soul has dissipated, but some fragments are still lingering in his body. So technically, he's in a state very close to death, basically a fake death. But that thing that attacked him was vicious. The main system just sent me a map showing where Gue Yuchong's soul fragments are scattered. Yen Sun listened with an awkward expression, then pointed at himself. So you're saying I have to personally collect all these soul fragments and piece him back together? Exactly. The system replied matter-of-factly. I might as well just die right now, Yen Sun said dryly. He realized he'd truly boarded a sinking ship. He'd thought this mission would be a one-off job. Instead, it looked like he was stuck with this for the rest of his life. Even delayed retirement had followed him here. Don't think like that. You'll get major benefits for completing the task. The system clung pathetically to Yen Sun's pants leg. I begged the main system and got approved for tons of perks. Right now, you can draw a special ability unique to you, and from now on, you'll know the main storyline in every upcoming. Your points will be tripled. We'll even provide you with a luxury villa. The system kept piling on the incentives. Sure, you can't leave the game once you enter, but living conditions still matter. Afraid Yen Sun might not bite, the system went on listing countless additional rewards. Until Yen Sun finally asked, what about the downsides? The system paused for a few seconds. None. That ellipsis sounds really suspicious, Yen Sun remarked. But honestly, he was just being sarcastic, because judging from what players in previous had said, none of them seemed to have a way to freely quit the game. Since he was already on this sinking ship, he figured he might as well negotiate for some benefits. What about that thing? Yen Sun jerked his thumb toward the suspicious bulge in the wardrobe. You've got a storage space now, you can put him in there. The system rubbed its virtual hands together obsequiously. And you can draw your special ability right away. Yen Sun glanced at his hand, walked back to the wardrobe, and reached toward the clothes covering Gue Yuchong's corpse. The pile of clothes, along with the body beneath, vanished into thin air. Brilliant. Truly worthy of our host. Even thought ahead about not having clothes later, so packed them up too. The system kept fawning, making Yen Sun envision a scheming palace eunuch skilled in deceiving superiors while oppressing subordinates. I haven't sunk so low that I have to wear a dead man's clothes, Yen Sun muttered, thoroughly exasperated. It was just his first time using the storage space, no wonder he'd misjudged the control a bit. Perhaps Yen Sun had stayed in this room too long, because Li Wu, who had been searching elsewhere, soon arrived at the bedroom. When he entered, he saw the open wardrobe, the mess of scattered clothes, and Yen Sun standing there with an unusually solemn expression. Unsure of what that expression meant, Li Wu cautiously asked, found a clue. Yen Sun kept it brief. Gue Yuchong is definitely suspicious. By now, there were fewer than 10 minutes left until 10 o'clock. In theory, if they hurried, they could still make it back, but Yen Sun wasn't moving. Facing that unknown entity in room 404. No thanks. He'd rather stay put and endure right here in room 508. Li Wu seemed to understand why he wasn't leaving. The black-haired young man in a hoodie and long pants now looked slightly younger than before, less stern. After glancing at Yen Sun sitting motionless on the edge of the bed, he eventually left the bedroom. A moment later, he returned. You're not leaving? Yen Sun asked from the bed. The administrator never said we couldn't stay in someone else's room, Li Wu replied, finding a spot on the floor to sit. He glanced at the ransacked wardrobe. You found something there? Yen Sun said. Li Wu didn't press further. He'd only stepped out earlier to lock the door of room 508. Time crept by, second after second. It was then that Yen Sun's phone began to vibrate. He glanced at it and saw the caller ID, Gue Yuchong. Aren't you going to answer? Li Wu asked. My acting skills aren't that good, Yen Sun muttered, silencing the phone and setting it aside. There was no way he could fake it now, not while talking to the person on the other end of that call. Yen Sun's phone lay on the floor, its screen lighting up repeatedly. Under both their watchful eyes, it lit up again and again, until the very second before 10 o'clock, it still flickered insistently. In the dimly lit room, Gue Yuchong sat on the sofa, calling that unanswered number over and over. He bit his own fingers, bit so hard they broke off, and swallowed them into his stomach. Why won't you answer my calls? Why won't you answer? I love you so much. Hate, so much hate. He gnawed at his fingers. Who's beside you? It's that person's doing, isn't it? Chapter 25 Inflating Balloons. Watching his phone light up and dim again repeatedly, Yen Sun sat on the edge of the bed, frowning. Li Wu observed it all clearly. For a fleeting moment, an absurd thought crossed his mind. This scene looked exactly like some ghostly ex-boyfriend haunting an unlucky victim. Yen Sun's phone had barely any battery left, having been repeatedly called and hung up on with no answer. Finally, Gue Yuchong sent a message. Where are you? Yen Sun immediately replied. Can't take calls right now. Stay home and don't move. I'll be back tomorrow. After sending that, he held on to his phone tightly, waiting for Gue Yuchong's reply. Fortunately, the message seemed to soothe the other's anxiety. A new message arrived soon. Okay. I'll wait for you at home. You have to come back on time. As if realizing the tone was too stiff, he even added a smiling emoji. But thinking about the corpse currently stuffed in his backpack, Yen Sun couldn't bring himself to smile. He tossed the phone aside and sat silently in the bedroom of room 508 with Li Wu. You know Qi Yuan, Yen Sun said. What's your relationship? Since he now knew he'd gone from a day laborer to a lifetime contract worker, Yen Sun decided not to slack off anymore. He might as well actively seek clues and learn more about this world. Li Wu paused in thought. We're members of 2 different guilds. Guilds? Yen Sun raised an eyebrow. He'd read enough novels to understand what guilds were for. He studied Li Wu carefully. You don't look like a newbie. Why did you enter this? The task's highest reward is only A+. Yen Sun glanced at Li Wu. This level doesn't seem like a beginner-s, but it's also not really something veteran players would enjoy. He was being cautious in his words, but in truth, he suspected Li Wu had entered this for some ulterior motive. I came into this to evaluate new recruits for my guild, Li Wu said. He'd caught Yen Sun's probing tone, but there was no need to hide it. Truthfully, he wanted to extend an olive branch. Completing task 1 within a single day of entering was perfect recruitment material. Hey Xingyan? Yen Sun asked. Yes. Yen Sun didn't press further. Host, do you think he's trying to recruit you? The system whispered in Yen Sun's mind again. It's not just trying, he's definitely preparing to recruit me, Yen Sun replied. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't think someone like Li Wu would talk this much, but since he had no intention of joining any guild for now, he wasn't going to dig deeper. To his surprise, Li Wu continued speaking without prompting. You've realized I want you to join my guild. He lifted his gaze to Yen Sun. Actually, joining a guild comes with many benefits. For example, items, skills, additional rewards, and walkthroughs fours. Li Wu wasn't naturally persuasive. If someone else from the guild were here, they'd probably exaggerate wildly. After all, among current players, only his guild and Qi Yuan's held any real reputation. Vice is probably around B rank, Li Wu said. But, something unexpected happened. That's what I thought, this doesn't feel like a beginner-s, Yen Sun said, retying his loose hair. He stood up slightly to stretch his limbs. Is it because of the extra one who showed up? Or because of experienced players like you? Li Wu watched the motion of Yen Sun tying his hair, and the slender frame before him. For ease of movement, Yen Sun wore loose-fitting pants, a simple t-shirt underneath, and a denim jacket on top. The oversized clothing made him look paper-thin, almost fragile. Yet Li Wu knew better, it was likely an illusion. From what Qi Yuan had told him, this person had captured the fake Su human, proving he was far stronger than he appeared. Why are you staring at me like that? Yen Sun turned and caught Li Wu's gaze fixed on him. Li Wu didn't look away. Just observing. Yen Sun shrugged, then spread his arms wide and stood directly in front of Li Wu. Then observe all you want. He added, you still haven't answered my last question. Li Wu considered the previous question. Possibly both, he said to Yen Sun. Originally, this was an ordinary B-rank task. Very simple, survive for 7 days. Survive for 7 days. Yen Sun thought. That was clearly nothing like he knew. At first, this was just an ordinary survival, Li Wu said. Players only had to worry about 2 things, how to avoid the attacks after dark, and how to survive 7 days with limited food. Attacks after dark. Yen Sun clearly remembered last night had been quiet. But he knew Li Wu wouldn't lie to him about something like this. Sure enough, when he focused his hearing, he began to pick up faint sounds in the hallway, something gently tapping at each apartment door, as if testing, waiting for a response from within. Right before Yen Sun's eyes, Li Wu stood up. You can stay there, Li Wu said, pointing toward the wardrobe. Yen Sun didn't quite understand what he meant. It's me and people like me who made this complicated, Li Wu volunteered. So I'll handle this. As they spoke, the footsteps finally reached room 508. There's someone inside. A voice came from outside. I lost my key. Can I stay over for 1 night? At first, Yen Sun thought the voice sounded familiar. Soon, he realized, it was the same person he'd spoken to that morning. He glanced at Li Wu, then simply stepped into the wardrobe and shut the door from the inside. No sooner had Yen Sun entered than the front door emitted the sound of a password being unlocked. Tap tap tap. That wasn't just one set of footsteps. It was countless footsteps. Just as Yen Sun wondered who, or what, was making those sounds, he saw them, countless residents of the building, all identical, flooding into the small room. When they spotted Li Wu standing calmly in the center, their faces twisted into identical, greedy grins. So you're here. They opened their mouths, revealing indistinct lumps of flesh and blood. We're so hungry. You smell delicious. Can I have just 1 bite? They lunged forward, but Li Wu remained motionless in the middle of the room. Yet the moment they charged, their bodies suddenly began swelling unnaturally, inflating like balloons being blown up, expanding rapidly. Then, right before Yen Sun's eyes, they exploded with a loud bang. The explosion didn't create the bloody carnage typical of a B-rank horror scene. Instead, it was as if they'd instantly turned into actual balloons. All that remained on the floor were suspicious pinkish scraps, like burst balloons overinflated to the breaking point. If Yen Sun could access the forum right now, he'd know exactly what he'd just witnessed, the skill of the Retrospection Guild's vice president. Blow balloons. Chapter 26 The Dropped Responsibility. When Yen Sun came out of the closet, he looked curiously at those balloon skins. He squatted down to examine them, hesitated for a moment, then decided to reach out. Don't touch them. They're just balloons, Li Wu said. But he spoke a second too late. Yen Sun ran his fingers over the balloon skin. The texture in his hand felt strikingly similar to the balloons he played with as a child, not the thin modern kind, but the old-style thick red ones. When they burst, their rubber went loose and saggy, just like what he was holding now. He didn't ask where the rest of these people had gone, he suspected that was probably a special feature of Li Wu's ability. Yen Sun still remembered he had an unused ability he hadn't extracted yet, but clearly this wasn't the time to experiment. The door facing the living room was already open. He didn't know how that person had figured out the password to 508, but at this point, there were too many strange things about this to ignore. Outside the window, the monsters lurking in the mist still watched silently. The only place they could explore was this building. No puzzle in A was truly unsolvable, the clues must be hidden somewhere inside Mimi Tower. Yen Sun stood up. I'm going to check that man's room. I'll go with you. Li Wu didn't hesitate. Now that they had transformed into this state, trying to clear it using previous methods was impossible. They needed to uncover Mimi Tower's secret first. There was no need to wonder how to open the neighbor's room. The one with its door already open down the hallway was obviously it. Yen Sun and Li Wu walked forward under the dim glow of motion sensor lights. The corridor at night seemed far longer than it did during the day. A distance that should have been only meters stretched unnaturally under darkness, feeling 10 or even 100 times longer. With every step they took, the sluggish sensors flickered on about 1 second later. The pale white light illuminated only a few steps ahead of them in the dark passage. Tap tap tap. It felt as if the entire 5th floor contained only 2 living souls, them. We've walked 80 meters, Yen Sun suddenly said. Is this corridor really that long? He stopped, staring at the door seemingly just a few meters away. Ever since leaving 508, he'd been counting his steps, each precisely measured. According to his calculation, they had already walked 80 meters. Yen Sun knew exactly what they were facing. It was commonly called ghost blocking the path. The room numbers on either side appeared deliberately erased. When Yen Sun glanced sideways, he couldn't make out any digits clearly. Behind them was pure blackness. The motion lights only illuminated less than 2 meters behind, they could barely see the faint glow coming from the open door they'd left. Perhaps because they'd stayed still too long, the sensor lights gradually failed, abruptly shutting off. The corridor quickly plunged into complete darkness. Yen Sun didn't move. But 3 seconds later, the sound returned, tap tap tap, and the sensor lights flickered on again. Only this time, the light was far away. Coming from behind them. Yen Sun turned around. Where the light shone, nothing was there. After a while, the lights went out again. Then. Tap tap tap. The familiar sound echoed through the deathly silent corridor. The lights flashed on once more, this time a few meters closer. Yet again, there was nothing behind them. It was as if whatever it was remained invisible to human eyes. We're haunted, Yen Sun thought. Beside him, Li Wu remained relatively calm, but both knew running wouldn't help, no one could tell how far that seemingly closed door actually was. Can you use your ability? Yen Sun asked. Invisible things. Li Wu frowned. I can't. His ability required being able to see the target first. TCH. Yen Sun clicked his tongue impatiently. You go ahead. I have a plan. You check whether that door is normal. As he spoke, he gave Li Wu a push. Go. Though Li Wu wanted to ask what kind of plan the other had, he knew this wasn't the time for hesitation or politeness. He shot Yen Sun one glance. Be careful. Then he sprinted toward the open door. The instant Li Wu moved, it was as if some signal had been triggered. The motion lights ahead suddenly lit up over a long stretch, though the thing itself remained unseen, Yen Sun knew, it had been provoked. Host. The system turned into a shrieking chicken inside his head. How did it not know Yen Sun had the ability to cover the rear? Yen Sun thought grimly that he really needed to poison this system's voice box someday. He glanced at the approaching motion sensor lights, then quickly looked back at Li Wu. Probably because the thing had already locked onto its target. Li Wu was almost at the door now. As soon as he reached it, he pressed against it, took a quick look inside, and immediately shouted toward Yen Sun, come. Tap tap tap. Now the motion lights weren't turning on one by one. Every sensor light behind Yen Sun nearly blazed up all at once, only within less than 10 meters of him were the lights still dark. That meant the thing was now less than 10 meters away. Yen Sun didn't hesitate. He instantly reached into his bag space, tossed something onto the floor, and bolted backward. Whatever it was clearly got confused by the sudden object. It seemed afraid Yen Sun might have dropped some kind of weapon. The lights flickered once. When it realized what lay there was just ordinary clothing, the thing picked up speed again. Yen Sun clenched his teeth. With a loud bang, a body suddenly dropped onto the corridor floor. Then without looking back, he sprinted furiously toward Li Wu. Host. Why did you throw Guo Yuchong out? What Yen Sun had thrown into the corridor to block the invisible presence was none other than Guo Yuchong's corpse he'd found earlier in the closet. When an actual, living person appeared in the corridor, the unseen entity clearly hesitated. The motion lights flared around Guo Yuchong's body. It seemed the thing was trying to determine what exactly this figure lying on the ground was. Seizing this moment, Yen Sun dashed to Li Wu's side, grabbed the door handle, shoved Li Wu forward, and they both rushed into the room in one breath. With a thunderous slam, the creature was completely locked outside. Even if it eventually realized Guo Yuchong was dead, it wouldn't matter anymore. Li Wu stood too far from where Yen Sun had dumped the body. He'd only seen flying clothes and, at the end, some indistinct object being tossed down. He stared at Yen Sun, who was now bent over, hands on knees, panting heavily, and for once, he felt uncertain and hesitant. What exactly did you throw in the hallway? Why did it feel like a person? Nothing important, Yen Sun gasped. He lifted his head to look at Li Wu, his eyes more resolute than when he first joined the young pioneers. I just dropped my responsibility. Li Wu. Why did he suddenly feel unable to understand what young people were saying these days? Chapter 27 Newspapers. Let me tell you, we're both screwed. The system started banging its head against the wall inside Yen Sun's mind again, hysterically. Yen Sun ignored it, instead focusing on observing the apartment before him. Just like his own room 404, this was also a single-person apartment unit. Everything in the room could be taken in at a glance. The trash can contained only food waste from meals already eaten, while stacks of newspapers were piled up in one corner, as if the resident had a habit of collecting them. After calming his breathing for a moment longer, Yen Sun began analyzing their current situation. They faced two problems, one was mission 2 of this, and the other was the sudden appearance of the fake Guo Yuchong. That Guo Yuchong back in room 404 probably couldn't detect the roles players were assuming during this level. When did you start suspecting him? Li Wu suddenly asked. When searching for clues inside the room. And when I asked him about his identity. Yen Sun said, he claimed he was a pastry chef, but there were absolutely no clues inside room 404 matching that occupation. He pointed at himself. I found photos from my previous job, along with some awards. But those photos were strange too. My face had been completely scribbled over in black. He'd found those photos underneath the wardrobe, labeled Outstanding Employee Yen Sun, Year XX, yet the person's face in every picture had been entirely blacked out with marker pen. As if whoever owned these photos utterly hated Yen Sun. I found similar photos in my room too, Li Wu said, pulling a Polaroid from his hoodie pocket. Yen Sun leaned over and saw that the face in this Polaroid was also fully covered by graffiti, as though someone was desperate to conceal the person's identity. Pei Xingyan is also listed as a tenant of room 1101, Li Wu said. I didn't ask the two people in room 908, but all players seem to only have identities tied to being tenants of Mimi building. Yen Sun held the Polaroid in hand. In the original story, his roommate was Pei Xingyan. The two players who should be staying in room 404 are Guo Yuchong and Su Yuman. In the original plot, they were merely ordinary college roommates. Guo Yuchong temporarily stayed with Su Yuman because he hadn't found housing yet. But now, Yen Sun had become Guo Yuchong's ex-boyfriend and roommate. The storyline had changed so that he, having lost his job, came to stay with Guo Yuchong. No matter how he looked at it, room 404 seemed much more like Yen Sun's room. The photos and certain beauty tools tucked away in corners supported this idea. Conversely, there was absolutely no evidence in the room suggesting the existence of a pastry chef named Guo Yuchong. It's clear that room 404 should rightfully be my room. Guo Yuchong died unexpectedly after entering the game, causing Qi Yuan to be pulled in, maintaining the number of 6 players. Then why, in the version of the plot I know, am I still portrayed as the ex-boyfriend coming to stay with Guo Yuchong? Yen Sun raised a finger. Why would they assign a storyline to someone who doesn't actually exist? He paused abruptly as he spoke. That whole ex-boyfriend part of the plot had suddenly appeared in his mind right after he entered room 404. There was no system announcement or notification, no prompt whatsoever. At the time, he'd assumed it was just supplementary background information. But now that he thought about it, that did seem odd. Does Guo Yuchong even truly exist? What is it? Li Wu asked. What kind of relationship do you have with Pei Xingyan? Yen Sun asked suddenly. He quickly realized the ambiguity and added, I mean within the cohabitating roommates. Li Wu said, same as the room number, the connection mentioned on our identity cards. Yen Sun recalled the identity card he'd received. Tenant of room 404. Yen Sun. Cosmetologist. There was nothing related to Guo Yuchong on it. He also remembered discovering long strands of black hair on his bedsheet when he woke up that morning. Those strands were far longer than Guo Yuchong's hair. The idea that Guo Yuchong is my ex-boyfriend suddenly appeared in my mind, Yen Sun said, pointing at his head. It felt exactly like I'd just recovered a forgotten memory. Since the system itself had also appeared that way, and implanted the novel's plot into his mind, he hadn't doubted it at first. He distorted my perception. Maybe Guo Yuchong had warped everyone's understanding. Perhaps he wasn't human-like at all, but something far more incomprehensible. Just like those strands of hair left behind on the bed. We need to leave quickly. Yen Sun said. That Guo Yuchong was probably a being far more dangerous than the itself. He and Li Wu began searching through the room. Yen Sun sat cross-legged on the floor, flipping through the newspapers one by one, while Li Wu scoured the resident's bedroom and other areas for clues. Soon, Yen Sun spotted a familiar face in one of the newspapers. Famous director. The photo showed a man in a suit, seemingly attending an award ceremony. He was holding a trophy, looking triumphant and full of confidence. Li Wu. Yen Sun suddenly spoke up. Come here. Hearing that, Li Wu stepped out of the bedroom and walked over to sit beside Yen Sun, who was still seated on the floor. He reached out and took the newspaper handed to him, immediately recognizing the familiar face. The resident of room 504. There's a slight difference. Yen Sun pointed at a mole on the man's neck in the photo. I remember when I saw him today, the mole was on the other side. This newspaper is from a month ago. Yen Sun and Li Wu looked together at the article. The hair length and color are both wrong. Not to mention it also says here this director comes from a wealthy family, has a fiancé, lives happily, and is going to marry by year-end, a true life winner. Yen Sun read the details from the newspaper. Then he glanced again at the cramped, clutter-filled room 504. It was impossible to connect the green-haired man from room 504 with the elegant director in the photo. Could they be twins? Yen Sun muttered to himself. Impossible, the article clearly states he's an only child. And what were the odds of such a coincidental twin pair existing, complete with moles positioned exactly mirror image on opposite sides of their necks? Putting down the newspaper, Yen Sun continued digging through the pile and eventually found an old tabloid buried at the very bottom. The cover featured the 504 resident looking visibly irritated. Has the rich heir gone mad? The truth is. In a mocking tone, the article discussed the recent erratic behavior of the young heir, describing how he had suddenly assaulted his ex-boyfriend, claiming to have discovered the other was an impostor. He also suspected that all members of his own family had been replaced by impostors. Due to his deteriorating mental state, many believed he was suffering from psychosis. The tabloid crew had ambushed him while he was buying a drink, conducting a quick interview. Do you still believe your brother and parents are impostors? If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. They're simply not my real parents or brother. The rich heir told the reporter. They will replace me too, sooner or later. Chapter 28 I'm looking for Yen Sun. What difference do you see between these two? Yen Sun placed two versions of newspaper 504 from different periods in front of Li Wu. Li Wu stared at the two figures on the newspapers. One was the rich playboy who claimed that pseudo-humans would replace him, and the other was the later famous director. The earlier version of the wealthy young man looked dissolute and extravagant. Apart from lipstick marks on his neck, the most noticeable feature was the mole Yen Sun had mentioned. But this mole was on the opposite side of the director's neck. Was 504 replaced by a pseudo-human? So they came to seek refuge in Mei Mei Mansion? Li Wu asked, looking at the newspaper. Not sure. Yen Sun gazed at the papers alongside him. Pseudo-humans still need to eat, don't they? He pointed at himself. We're pseudo-humans now. Unknown creatures that replaced the original people inside Mei Mei Mansion. Have you checked the trash can in room 1101? Yen Sun asked. Li Wu had just returned from the security office and hadn't paid attention to the trash at home. He pondered Yen Sun's words for a moment. There's no food packaging in your trash can? You really think the original occupant of 404 doesn't need to eat? Pretty much. Yen Sun glanced at Li Wu. Had this man not shared the information about Qi Yuan being a player, he wouldn't have revealed anything. But when that mysterious thing appeared in the hallway earlier, the other person could have simply closed the door of room 504 and left him outside. Yet Li Wu hadn't done that. So he decided it was worth exchanging some intelligence. The clues definitely won't all be limited to room 504. Mei Mei Mansion had too many rooms, it made no sense for all clues to be found in just one. The total mission time is 7 days. From both spectacle and interest perspectives, it's clearly designed so players visit multiple rooms to find clues, much more engaging. Yen Sun pointed at room 504. Right now, we can only explore rooms we've confirmed are empty. If someone was inside a room, then as players, they'd surely be reported to security as pseudo-humans by the actual occupants. So we need to identify more pseudo-humans in this building, Yen Sun said to Li Wu. Only after they're taken away as suspected pseudo-humans will their rooms become vacant, allowing players like us to enter and search. He was beginning to understand the intent behind this. Clues were most likely distributed evenly across the rooms of Mei Mei Mansion. Task 1, identifying pseudo-humans, was not just an objective but also a hint. To obtain more clues related to Task 2, players must locate as many remaining pseudo-humans in Mei Mei Mansion as possible. That was the only way to gain access to those rooms. After finishing his explanation, Yen Sun carefully put the newspapers back where they belonged. Inside the trash can of room 504 were several old food wrappers, evidently leftovers from recently distributed supplies. Su Yumin sat quietly in the living room. Outside the door, continuous knocking echoed. Shinrui stood by the entrance, gripping a kitchen cleaver tightly. The voice outside was familiar, it belonged to one of the former security guards. There's a pseudo-human in your room. Open up. Yet both people inside knew perfectly well that at this hour, security personnel would never suddenly show up at their doorstep. Shinrui tightened his grip on the knife, visibly tense. Su Yumin, meanwhile, opened the book he'd found on the bookshelf, and discovered a hidden diary tucked deep within its hollowed pages. Presumably fearing discovery, the diary was cleverly concealed, almost entirely buried inside the excavated space of the book. January 2nd, 20XX. Shinrui and I started co-renting this apartment building. The elderly caretaker downstairs is kind, and our neighbors seem nice too. April 3rd, 20XX. I saw that person from 504 in the newspaper. But I remember clearly running into him in the elevator this morning, he had red hair then. June 1st, 20XX. I saw Shinrui today, but he didn't greet me. When I got home, though, he was already there. He said he hadn't left the house all day. Maybe I was mistaken. July 13th, 20XX. Shinrui has never liked eating fish, but today he suggested, let's go eat grilled fish, something's wrong. Su Yumin checked the date on his phone, today was October 19th. It had been 3 months since the last entry in Su Yumin's diary. After expressing suspicion toward Shinrui, Su Yumin had stopped writing altogether. Players entering this replica merely assumed these roles, they weren't actually them. Player names automatically filled into such documents unless, like Su Yumin, they'd purchased a name-concealing item. Otherwise, their real names would appear. So the other occupant of room 508 sensed something was off about his roommate. He mentioned 2 similar incidents, once when he spotted the man from 504 in the newspaper, and another time when his roommate, who supposedly hadn't left the apartment, appeared outside. He looked at Shinrui, who was standing by the door gripping a kitchen knife. Give me Yen Sun's contact info. Hearing the voice, Shinrui was about to signal for silence with a finger to his lips, only to realize Su Yumin had spoken it out loud without bothering to whisper. The guards outside must have heard. Bang! 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 As expected, the security guard outside knocked again. Open up. There's a pseudo-human inside. Su Yumin set down the book in his hand. He stood before the front door, watching as it shuddered under the pounding. Clearly, whatever was outside had little patience. And upon realizing they had no intention of opening, Su Yumin stepped back a few paces. The next second, the entire door was violently shattered. The man in the security uniform now stood before the destroyed entrance. He looked much like he had that morning, but his eyes were now entirely black. He stared at Su Yumin and Shinrui inside. Detected pseudo-human. F*CKU, you look more like a damn pseudo-human. Shinrui cursed backward. He glanced at the cleaver in his hand, then at the broken door, concluding this thing probably couldn't be beaten. Give me Yen Sun's phone number. Su Yumin turned to Shinrui. Huh? Are you insane, bro? Shinrui felt like he was on the verge of breaking down. At a time like this, all he cared about was getting a phone number. He realized there wasn't just one love-obsessed lunatic in this replica. Desperate to escape, Shinrui simply threw his phone at Su Yumin. It's unlocked, check it yourself. Then he bolted, trying to use the room layout to gain some advantage. Su Yumin opened the phone, found Yen Sun's number, and dialed immediately, but this time, Yen Sun didn't pick up right away. Listening to the busy tone, he glanced at Shinrui. Did you get blocked? I don't know if I'm blocked or not. But you're about to get blocked by reality itself. Shinrui kept ranting while running. He watched as the guard at the door reached out, clearly about to grab Su Yumin, who was still standing there making the call. Unable to bear watching, he covered one eye with his hand while dashing deeper into the room. He believed fate never sealed all exits. Maybe he could escape by climbing onto the balcony. Maybe the monsters outside were already gone. In the corner of Shinrui's vision, the guard's face suddenly twisted, the man's mouth began expanding uncontrollably, his jaw seemingly dislocated, clearly preparing to stuff Su Yumin into his gaping maw. Su Yumin continued dialing. As he listened to the ringing tone, he glanced back. Hello. On the other end, Yen Sun finally answered. Meanwhile, the guard's hand was only centimeters away from Su Yumin's arm. Su Yumin didn't move a muscle, but the guard's body instantly split into countless thin slices. Since the guard wasn't human, not a drop of blood spilled in the room. If not for those pieces, each less than 2 centimeters thick, no one would know a pseudo-human had stood here just seconds ago. It's me. Su Yumin impatiently kicked aside the pile of fragments at his feet. I found a clue in room 908. Want to exchange clues? After a brief exchange on the phone, Yen Sun hung up, then lifted his gaze toward Shinrui, who was cowering behind the sofa. Here's your phone. He tossed it onto the sofa and without looking back, left room 908. Shinroi stared in shock at the pile of guard fragments and the destroyed door, then glared at the phone Su Yumin had thrown onto the couch. Damn! Ran into a genuine psycho. He glanced again at the completely ruined door of room 908, then gritted his teeth, grabbed his cleaver, and charged out. Yen Sun hung up and said to Li Wu, Su Yumin is coming. He noticed that after saying the name, Li Wu clearly wore a disapproving expression. You know him? Not well, Li Wu replied. After a moment, he added cautiously, he's not right in the head. But he didn't stop Yen Sun from letting him come, he only warned, be careful. Yeah, I can tell, Yen Sun nodded. He does seem mentally unstable. Yen Sun, openly badmouthing Su Yumin as he walked toward the door, turned back to Li Wu. I left something in the hallway. I'll be right back. Wait, help me open the door later. Hehe, I thought you'd already forgotten about Gue Yuchong. The system loudly chirped inside Yen Sun's head. If you care so much about Gue Yuchong, why don't you just marry him? Yen Sun shot back. Seems like his partner doesn't care half as much as you do. The system found Yen Sun utterly unreasonable. How could it, a system, possibly marry Gue Yuchong? Hehe, that's how novels always write it, Yen Sun replied mentally. The protagonist falls for the system, turns out the system is actually the big boss, and they end up with a happy ending together. Still arguing with the system in his mind, Yen Sun opened the door of room 504. The corridor had once again become pitch black. Yen Sun walked forward a few steps, only then did the motion sensor lights finally react. He turned to signal Li Wu to close the door, but saw Li Wu standing at the doorway, shaking his head. I'll wait for you. Clearly, Li Wu thought closing and reopening the door would take too long. If anything happened to Yen Sun, it'd be hard to rescue him in time. Seems this guy's actually pretty reliable, Yen Sun said to the system in his mind. In the original novel, this character followed the quiet but dependable typecast. Just seeing him gave people a sense of security, making him extremely popular. But the problem was, now that the main protagonist was gone, who the hell was going to stand him anymore? Yen Sun grumbled. Did he, a disposable side character and love-struck dog, really have to go retrieve corpses now? Where was the justice in this world? On the fourth activation of the motion sensor light, Yen Sun finally spotted Gue Yuchong lying on the floor. That thing apparently held no interest in the dead, so Gue Yuchong, whose appearance remained that of a teenage boy, lay silently and undisturbed on the corridor floor. As Yen Sun approached, he took a careful look. The other's eyes were closed, his expression peaceful, as if he had passed away before even having time to suffer. Yen Sun squatted down, leaned over, and gently poked Gue Yuchong's cheek. Cold. Stiff. At the moment of contact, a deep, primal fear surged from within, his body's warning that this was no living person. Without hesitation, Yen Sun placed the deceased Gue Yuchong into his inventory space. He glanced back down the corridor. This time, that strange invisible creature did not appear. He knew this wasn't the time for observation. After retrieving Gue Yuchong, Yen Sun hurried back toward room 504. Fortunately, Li Wu was still waiting there. Seeing him running, Li Wu immediately reached out and pulled him inside. The lights in the corridor just went out completely, Li Wu suddenly said after closing the door. All of them. Yen Sun frowned slightly, pointing at himself. You couldn't see me. He distinctly remembered the motion sensor lights had activated 4 times. No. The entire corridor was pitch black. After you left the doorway, not a single light turned on, Li Wu said. He had watched with his own eyes as Yen Sun took a few steps forward, then vanished into thick darkness, swallowed whole, as if entering another space. No sound followed, not footsteps, nothing. He counted each second, but the corridor remained entirely dark. For a brief instant, it felt as though Yen Sun had stepped into another dimension. Li Wu couldn't wait indefinitely. He decided to give it 3 more minutes. If Yen Sun didn't return by then, he'd close the door. Fortunately, Yen Sun reappeared at the very last moment of those 3 minutes, breathless, clearly having run all the way, but the corridor remained deathly silent. He hadn't heard a single sound of running. When Yen Sun left, Li Wu had placed a small marker on him. He could confirm, it was indeed Yen Sun who had returned. Su Yumin and Shinroi encountered Gue Yuchong in the stairwell, holding a kitchen knife. He clearly looked terrified, seemingly unwilling to leave the safety of the emergency passage. You're not with Yen Sun. Shinroi spoke immediately upon seeing him. Gue Yuchong, startled by their sudden appearance, relaxed slightly when he recognized them. He went to look for clues and hasn't come back. He looked at the 2 from room 908. Are you here to find clues too? I'm looking for Yen Sun, Su Yumin said, glancing at him. Gue Yuchong, gripping the cleaver, tilted his head at Su Yumin. How do you know where Yen Sun is? I tried to find him, but couldn't. He just called Yen Sun, Shinroi said, pointing at Su Yumin. He glanced at the signs inside the emergency passage and, realizing they had already reached the 5th floor, immediately relaxed. It's fine, Yen Sun is in room 504. We were planning to look for him too. Chapter 29, Die from the Pain. When Yen Sun saw Gue Yuchong through the peephole, he hesitated for a moment before finally pulling open the door of room 504. As soon as Goe Yuchong saw Yen Sun, his expression instantly relaxed. He put down the kitchen knife in his hand. I was so scared just now. Everyone else should be frightened of you, Yen Sun thought, but there was no way he could say that out loud. Instead, he pretended to care and asked, why didn't you stay in your room? It was better not to ask, because the moment he did, Goe Yuchong looked as if he might burst into tears right then and there. They came straight inside, he told Yen Sun, his voice still trembling slightly, perhaps from fear. I escaped when they weren't looking. It was terrifying. Yen Sun. If he hadn't just retrieved Goe Yuchong's corpse earlier, he might have truly believed this guy was innocent. But now that he knew Goe wasn't human, watching him act like this felt unnervingly strange. Li Wu naturally also knew that Goe Yuchong wasn't human. He stared at Goe. Perhaps sensing his gaze, Goe lifted his head from beside Yen Sun and looked directly at Li Wu, then smiled faintly at him. Then, without hesitation, he clung to Yen Sun again like a frightened child afraid to take even one step away. Disgusting, Li Wu thought. Watching this ghost pretend like this, it made him want to vomit. Shenrui didn't notice the odd atmosphere in the room at all, his mind was too smooth to retain even a single piece of information. He simply bent over, hands on his knees, panting heavily. We circled through a few more floors and finally managed to shake those things off. The security guard also came to our room, he said, pointing to himself and Su Yuman, addressing Yen Sun. Did you really find some clues? What clues? Su Yuman pulled out the diary he carried with him. Looking at the crowded room filled with people, he finally said to Yen Sun, the clue is here. You're saying you found some clue? What is it? Earlier on the phone, Yen Sun had told him they discovered something as well. Room 504 wasn't large to begin with, and now with 5 people crammed inside, it became even more cramped. Yen Sun pulled out the 2 newspapers he'd previously found. Our clue is here. Our. Su Yuman looked between Yen Sun and Li Wu. I haven't asked yet, why are you 2 in 504? No one else here. Did you plan this? Yen Sun couldn't understand why this person was acting like they were being excluded, like he wasn't invited to play. As if they were close friends, when behind each other's backs they'd stab one another, now pretending to be such good buddies. Yeah, why are you together? Goe Yuchong chimed in curiously. Did you plan to come to 504 together? Why didn't you tell me? He began to look teary-eyed. Actually, I could have helped too. Yen Sun gave Goe Yuchong a strange look, baffled by how freely this person would start performing anytime, anywhere. We didn't make plans, he said. Just happened to run into each other. I went to 508. When Yen Sun said this, he avoided looking at Goe Yuchong, he wasn't a good enough actor and feared giving himself away. But strangely, because he didn't look at Goe wouldn't let it go. He suddenly pushed his face up close to Yen Sun's. 508. Isn't that the room we first appeared in? He stared intently at Yen Sun. What clue did you find? He had a face extremely similar to that of the dead Goe Yuchong. If the deceased Goe appeared younger, then this one was clearly the matured version. His gaze slowly traced from Yen Sun's lips up to his eyes. Yen Sun's irises were very light. When he looked at people with his eyes lowered, he always seemed impatient. Due to his pale skin, the dark circles under his eyes stood out even more. Goe kept staring, his eyes like spider silk wrapping tightly around Yen Sun. What clue did you find? Yen Sun reached out and pressed his hand against Goe's face, stopping him from coming closer. You're too close. Yen Sun had long fingers, knuckles clearly defined. Perhaps due to injuries, certain areas were badly reddened. His palm pressed flat against Goe Yuchong's face, pushing him back. Yet in the motion, his hand unavoidably brushed against Goe's lips. Cold, skin temperature reminiscent of well water in summer. An inexplicable chill rose along Yen Sun's spine. He dropped his hand and casually shoved it into his pocket, feigning nonchalance. Haven't had time to search yet. This guy showed up. He could clearly see the faint trace of regret in Goe Yuchong's eyes, as if, had there been no other players around, he would have bitten off Yen Sun's hand without hesitation and swallowed it whole. This thought made him unconsciously clench his palms, yet on the surface, he acted as though he hadn't noticed Goe Yuchong's danger at all. 504 is that guy's room. He gestured toward the small room. Then after I and Li Wu dealt with that thing, we came here. Shenrui wore a look of sudden realization. No wonder you two are here. Is Pei Xingyan still locked up? He remembered Li Wu's roommate. When Li Wu left the small room, the other man was still there. Since then, Pei Xingyan hadn't returned to 1101, so Li Wu didn't know where he was now. He was only responsible for assessing the other's progress, not babysitting him through the game. So where the man was now didn't concern him in the slightest. Thus, in response to Shenrui's question, he simply shook his head. Don't know. What a cold-hearted guy. Shenrui thought. He looked at the few people inside room 504. Li Wu, a cold-hearted man. Goe Yuchong, seemed weak, unreliable. Su Yuman, completely crazy, impossible to communicate with. Yen Sun, the only decent one. Without even thinking, Shenrui had already picked his side. Silently, he moved closer to Yen Sun and asked, "Can I help with anything?" "What can you help with?" Su Yumin spoke up now too. He sounded like a picky old tyrant, scrutinizing Shenrui from head to toe, finding everything about him unsatisfactory. "Did you find the clue? Now you just want to help. I can run errands for Brother Yen." Having decided to latch onto a strong ally, Shenrui immediately started calling him brother, acting as familiar as if they'd known each other forever. Disgusting, Su Yumin thought. He felt this guy had thrown away his dignity just to cling to someone strong. Gue Yuchong stared at Shenrui in confusion, baffled by how this person had suddenly started calling someone brother. Brother Yen. He turned the title over in his mind, then glanced at Yen Sun. Is he younger than you? It's called respect. Don't you get it? Shenrui feared Yen Sun might abandon him to team up with these three. Besides, we don't rank by age, obviously the strongest becomes big brother. Ha. This time, Su Yumin really did laugh, but quickly wiped the expression away. He looked at Yen Sun. Do you actually want an idiot like him as your little brother? Yen Sun suddenly felt like he was standing in a farmyard. All around him, chickens, ducks, and geese were squawking nonsense he couldn't understand, and he still didn't get why Shenrui thought he was the one worth clinging to. The clue I found relates to the room's owner. Yen Sun pushed aside Shenrui, who had edged too close, and laid the newspapers out before everyone. He's the owner of room 504. Sharing this part of the clue was the result of a brief discussion between him and Li Wu earlier. There were too many rooms here, they couldn't possibly search them all. Exchanging and sharing partial clues was their mutual decision. After speaking, Yen Sun turned to look at Su Yumin, who stood elsewhere, seemingly lost in thought. Perhaps he'd grown tired of pretending, but Su Yumin now wore no smile at all. His features were sharp and deeply defined. When he smiled, he resembled a smiling tiger, but now, expressionless, cast under the shadows of light, he gave off a damp, gloomy aura. He lowered his gaze, staring down at Yen Sun, who looked back at him. I'll only tell you. He glanced at the others. I don't know how to share. Yen Sun shrugged. He walked over to Su Yumin. Kitchen again. Room 504 wasn't large, only the kitchen, bedroom, or bathroom offered any privacy for a private conversation. Bedroom. Su Yumin glanced at the semi-transparent glass of the kitchen, clearly not considering it a suitable place for exchanging information. Yen Sun didn't care where they talked. Seeing that Su Yumin had chosen, he turned and walked into the bedroom of room 504. Messy, that was Yen Sun's first impression of the bedroom. He glanced at the crumpled delivery slip tossed onto the bed and didn't even bother moving closer. Li Wu had already searched this place earlier and found nothing useful. Yen Sun looked at Su Yumin, who followed him in and closed the door behind them. Where's your clue? Su Yumin seemed utterly unable to tolerate such disorder. Leaning against the bedroom door, he refused to step further inside. Upon hearing Yen Sun's words, he merely tossed the diary in his hand over to him. It's all there. Yen Sun caught it and began reading. The diary wasn't long, less than a minute to read through. When he reached the final date, Yen Sun looked up at Su Yumin. What do you think stopped him from writing further? What could it be? Either he died, or got replaced. Su Yumin spoke bluntly. Didn't you see the newspaper in room 504 too? He clearly detested this place, he didn't even bother stepping farther inside, just scanning the room with his eyes. He saw the owner of 504 inside the building. But he also saw that fake on the newspaper. They both existed at the same time. Yen Sun had of course noticed this point mentioned in the diary too. Was it because the resident of 504 was replaced by an impostor that they were forced to come to Mimi building? Yet in the diary, Shenrui also seemed to have been replaced. The scenario confined them all within Mimi building, which meant the clues they needed had to be found here. Can the TV in your room still work? Yen Sun asked Su Yumin. Can't watch any programs. The computer in the room couldn't access the internet either. Phones could send messages and make calls, but only among the few players. Yen Sun had checked every message on his phone, all conversations were limited to the other players, no external contacts. Social connections completely blank, not even basic payment records, as if everything had been wiped clean recently. Yen Sun hadn't forgotten that he himself didn't need to eat. Here, the trail ran cold. But Yen Sun wasn't in a hurry. There were still several days until the ended, they could keep searching. Su Yumin also appeared calm, showing no sign of anxiety, as if he were certain he had a way out of the. Yen Sun handed the diary back to Su Yumin and prepared to leave, but the other man blocked the bedroom doorway. To get past, Su Yumin would have to move aside. Excuse me. Could you step aside? What did you find in 508? Su Yumin didn't move. He asked directly. Nothing. Yen Sun said. Su Yumin pulled a pendant from his pocket. One-time use item. Trade for a clue. He placed it into Yen Sun's palm, showing no concern that the other might just take it and run. Yen Sun glanced down at the item. I'm your dad. One-time skill. Use with caution, depending on the target's experiences, this item may cause one of two states, obedience or rage. Luck good. Target becomes a docile lamb. Luck bad. Target flies into a blind fury and tears you apart. Yen Sun. Honestly, he didn't think his luck was particularly good. But having a tool was better than nothing, and besides, what he'd found in 508 wasn't entirely off limits to share. After some quick consideration, Yen Sun casually slipped the item into his pocket. He glanced at the door behind Su Yumin, then reconsidered Guo Yuchong's threat level in the room, before finally hooking a finger toward Su Yumin. Lean in. Su Yumin studied him for a moment, then slowly leaned closer. As soon as he was near enough, Yen Sun whispered, just loud enough for only the two of them to hear, among the players, one isn't human. After speaking, he stepped back slightly. The rest comes at another price. He spread his hands. Now, Su Yumin's face wore that false smile again. Seems you really did find something valuable in 508. He didn't ask how Yen Sun had confirmed who the replaced player was. There were only two possibilities anyway, either they discovered a player's corpse in 508, or deduced it through other clues. Seeing Yen Sun's confident demeanor, he guessed it was the former. They had found a body, and hidden it somehow. In a place no one else could discover. Let me guess who. Su Yumin suddenly said. It had to be hidden among the current residents. He knew it wasn't himself. Li Wu and Yen Sun didn't seem like candidates either. The only remaining suspicious ones were the roommates of the others. He'd observed Shinrui, he was most likely a complete newcomer. Li Wu, a high-ranking guild member, suddenly appearing in an intermediate, most likely here to evaluate a new recruit. Pei Xinyan must have been the one under assessment. Guo Yuchong. Su Yumin voiced the name. He watched Yen Sun. Seeing that Yen Sun didn't avert his gaze, he knew he'd hit the mark. A buy one get one free deal? Su Yumin asked, not expecting an answer from Yen Sun anyway. His gaze couldn't help but fall on Yen Sun's back, though there was nothing visible there now, he knew the clue Yen Sun had discovered was hidden within his backpack space. Su Yumin had never heard of a new player having such an expansive backpack space. Even among seasoned players, their storage could only hold small trinkets and minor items. He didn't press further, nor did he ask Yen Sun what exactly he'd found in room 508. Instead, casually leaning one hand on the bedroom doorknob, he merely remarked, you can hide the item in your backpack space. But make sure it's well concealed. He turned back with a meaningful look at Yen Sun. I once saw someone whose backpack space was forcibly opened while they were still alive. Backpack space is linked to the soul. It feels as if a hand reaches inside your body, rummaging and probing. He opened the bedroom door, then added with a smile, delivering his threat. Every single person who stayed conscious when their backpack space was breached, died from the pain, slowly and agonizingly. Chapter 30 Acting Together, Big and Small. What you described doesn't sound like opening a backpack, it sounds more like being gutted by a hyena, Yen Sun said, following Su Yumin as they prepared to leave the bedroom. Su Yumin's hand still rested on the doorknob. At Yen Sun's words, he turned back with sudden interest. Actually, that's not far off. He mimicked reaching out with his hand. The feeling of being pulled out from a storage space should be something like what you just said. That fake, smug smile reappeared on his face as he sized Yen Sun up, as if checking whether he had frightened him. Lunatic, Yen Sun thought. He reached over and slapped Su Yumin on the shoulder. If you're not leaving, then move aside. For some reason, Su Yumin seemed suddenly seized by dramatic impulse. Hearing Yen Sun's command, he even adopted a pitiful expression. So harsh. I noticed you're much gentler with your roommate. The bedroom door was open, so everything they said could be heard clearly by the three people in the living room. Guo Yuchong hadn't taken his eyes off the closed door. The moment Su Yumin opened it, he'd been ready to approach, then, upon hearing Su Yumin's remark, instantly wore an expression of bewildered confusion, as if he hadn't overheard any of their conversation inside. Guo Yuchong was acting. Su Yumin was acting. And Yen Sun, too, had no choice but to play along. As long as none of them openly ripped away the veil of truth, Guo Yuchong would pretend they didn't know, and in return, Yen Sun and Su Yumin would pretend they didn't know that Guo Yuchong knew they already knew. He can't compare to you, Yen Sun said, eyeing Su Yumin up and down. You're thick-skinned and tough. Then he glanced toward Guo Yuchong standing in the living room, staring at him. The other still looked as innocent and delicate as ever, as if completely oblivious to their meaning. It was just a pity that Guo Yuchong's height made it impossible for him to pull off the helpless little bird act. Yen Sun swallowed the unspoken phrase and changed tack. Guo Yuchong looks frail, weak, incapable of lifting anything heavy or doing any real work, cowardly and trouble-averse. He went on like this, failing to find a single kind word, not merely berating Su Yumin, but dragging Guo Yuchong into it as well. Yet Guo Yuchong, whether genuinely clueless or simply indifferent, remained pitiful in appearance, not the least bit angered by Yen Sun's insults, meekly accepting whatever verbal blows came his way. Seeing this, Shinrui was immediately reminded of those old mansion drama series. As if Yen Sun had become the tyrannical master of the house, Su Yumin the vicious senior madam, and Guo Yuchong the newly elevated concubine from the side gate, hoping to win favor through beauty, only to discover the master loved neither of them, instead delighting solely in watching the two tear each other apart. But the comparison felt too bizarre. Shinrui shook his head, convinced hunger had driven him mad. But at least Goe Yuchong listens. Yen Sun finally softened his tone. Of course I treat him better. Su Yumin knew Yen Sun was using him as a springboard. Still, he put on a show of sudden realization. So you prefer obedient ones? You should have said earlier. I promise I'll obey. Li Wu frowned as he watched the three of them descend into collective madness. It seemed to him that Yen Sun and Su Yumin hadn't entered the bedroom to exchange information, they'd gone in, and Yen Sun had bewitched Su Yumin, poisoning his mind until he turned foolish. There was no other explanation for such absurd talk. He'd initially wanted to endure it silently, but as Su Yumin grew increasingly outrageous, Li Wu finally spoke. What was in the bedroom? Shinrui didn't understand his implication and started in alarm. There's a monster in the bedroom? Su Yumin shot Li Wu a mocking look. If there was nothing in there, why were they normal before going in, and now they're spouting nonsense? This was probably the longest Li Wu had ever spoken. He stared at the group. We don't have much time. He originally wanted to suggest returning since they'd finished searching here. But then he remembered the shattered doors of rooms 404 and 908, and besides, going back would mean Yen Sun and Goe Yuchong would have to stay together. So he swallowed the words and remained silent. We indeed don't have much time. Yen Sun picked up where Li Wu left off. Tomorrow morning, when we go get food, someone needs to lure the administrator away. The supply office held little, everything could be scanned in one glance. The only place possibly hiding secrets might be the small room behind the admin's booth. Everyone in the room understood this logic, so no one objected. Only Shinrui glanced around at them and asked quietly, who's going to distract that old man? He had originally wanted to suggest Goe Yuchong go. In his eyes, Goe Yuchong looked harmless and gentle, speaking slowly and moving sluggishly. He might not be good at finding clues, but pretending to encounter a pseudo-person and distracting the old man and the guards. That could work. As soon as Yen Sun saw Shinrui's gaze land on Goe Yuchong, he sensed trouble. If they actually made Goe Yuchong do the job, they'd all get wiped out. So before Shinrui could open his mouth, Yen Sun directly assigned the task. Why don't you go? Yen Sun stared straight at Shinrui. You're fast on your feet and fairly quick-witted. He casually tossed in a few more compliments, practically elevating Shinrui into some courageous, resourceful, indispensable teammate. I'll go with Li Wu to search for information. You too? No way. Yen Sun had assumed Shinrui was going to refuse, only to realize it was Su Yumin who had spoken. Su Yumin didn't hide his suspicion. I'm worried that if you two team up, you'll deliberately withhold information. He pointed at himself. You don't even consider me part of the team, right? At least Shinrui is my roommate. If he's risking his life, why can't I go to the admin office to look for clues? Su Yumin said this as if he and Shinrui were close brothers. In reality, the moment things went south, the first person to use Shinrui as a human shield and hurl him backward would be him. Due to task 1, Shinrui still trusted Yen Sun, well, at least his character. Internally, he weighed the dangers of luring away the administrator against the risks of sneaking into the old man's back room. In the end, he figured he might as well be the rabbit leading the hunter away. That left Goe Yuchong completely without a role. Shinrui glanced quietly at the other, then inwardly marveled at how his big brother really thought ahead. This guy would probably just cause chaos anyway, so better off staying put and not going anywhere. Goe Yuchong listened to the other's arrangements, appearing slow to respond, until finally he realized, he hadn't been assigned any task at all. So he pointed at himself. Me? What about me? You. Yen Sun glanced at Goe Yuchong. Just stay here. If you're tired, you can lie down. In this way, events oddly aligned with the original storyline. In the original, all the main attackers were afraid Goe Yuchong would get hurt, so they wouldn't let him search for clues or serve as bait. Though their actual situation now differed greatly from the original, the outcome turned out roughly the same. Yen Sun muttered under his breath, was this really the irresistible force of plot destiny? Chapter 31 So stinky. It was already 2 a.m. Since Goe Yuchong and the others had arrived at room 504, there had been no further disturbances. No one knew whether this was because they were still in the first few nights, when the monster attacked intermittently, or for some other reason. Yen Sun glanced toward that other reason, then finally settled down against the wall in a corner of the floor. As soon as Goe Yuchong noticed, he immediately moved to sit beside him. He seemed uneasy, afraid of the remaining 3 people, only willing to stay close to Yen Sun. The moment he drew near, the two who knew the truth also grew tense. Su Yumin and Li Wu wore nearly identical expressions, watching the pair in the corner with suppressed concern, as if, given voice, both would ask Yen Sun whether he needed legal aid. Shinrui was the only person in the room completely unaware of the situation. Seeing Su Yumin and Li Wu staring at the two in the corner, he wondered if they were upset that Goe Yuchong wasn't being put to work. Thinking this, he spoke up, Goe Yuchong can stay in the room and wait for Pei Xingyan. He still remembered their teammate who hadn't returned. Later, Goe Yuchong could remain in room 1101. If Pei Xingyan came back, he could have the other wait inside without moving, until they regrouped. Later, Goe Yuchong could remain in room 1101. If Pei Xingyan came back, he could have the other wait inside without moving, until they regrouped. Only after hearing Shenrui did Li Wu recall, this guy knew nothing at all. But he had no intention of informing him either. After all, secrets were safer with fewer people knowing. The moment Guo Yuchong stopped pretending, they'd all be doomed. Right now, their best bet was to keep up the act with Guo Yuchong, complete task 2, and immediately leave this. Yen Sun sat cross-legged against the wall, one hand propping up his cheek on his knee. He was actually somewhat drowsy, but with Guo Yuchong right beside him, he couldn't let his guard down. Do I really have to do nothing at all? Guo Yuchong asked, leaning very close to Yen Sun. He stared at Yen Sun's half-lowered lashes, seemingly curious, yet testing. Why am I allowed to do nothing? I'm your teammate too. I'm a player too. Danger. Yen Sun thought. As Guo Yuchong drew closer, goosebumps broke out under Yen Sun's jacket, his body's instinctive warning, as if the moment Yen Sun revealed he'd seen through the facade, Guo Yuchong would rip off his disguise without hesitation. Isn't it good? Yen Sun didn't answer the question, but countered instead. I thought you'd like this arrangement. You don't. Yen Sun turned his head, feigning confusion. I'm taking care of you. What's with that tone? Without explaining, he immediately turned the attack around. If I hadn't found a clue in the newspaper and helped them finish task 1, do you think we'd get such a convenient deal? Seeing Guo Yuchong's slightly flustered expression, Yen Sun quickly added, if you're not happy, feel free to go die. The door's open. Just walk out. He acted thoroughly aggrieved, as if his kindness had been mistaken for cruelty. Or how about we switch? I'll stay in 1101, and you go to the management office to find clues. But worried Guo Yuchong might actually agree, Yen Sun instantly shifted tone. But this task absolutely can't fail. You're not fast on your feet. Don't end up dragging us down. His words were harsh, almost as if psychologically manipulating Guo Yuchong. Shenrui listened wide-eyed, baffled by his senior brother's way with words. Clearly trying to care for and protect Guo Yuchong, yet speaking so unpleasantly, treating the other like an annoying burden, was this what people meant by sharp tongue, soft heart? Shenrui immediately felt he'd uncovered the truth. Seeing Guo Yuchong looking dejected, he instantly transformed into His Majesty's loyal little eunuch, rushing to defend Yen Sun. Yen Sun just doesn't know how to speak nicely. If he didn't care about you, if he weren't afraid you'd get hurt, why would he arrange for you to wait in 1101 for Pei Xingyan? Don't overthink it. If we didn't see you as a teammate, we'd have thrown you out to die long ago. As Shenrui spoke, he glanced at Li Wu and Su Yumin, both silent. He understood Li Wu, he was a big shot, after all, strong ones never talked much. But Su Yumin used to be as chatty as a magpie, why had he gone completely mute at such a critical moment, shrinking into a timid quail? What he didn't realize was that Li Wu and Su Yumin stayed silent precisely because they were wary of Guo Yuchong, fearing Yen Sun hadn't handled things properly, that Guo Yuchong would seize an excuse and start slaughtering them all. He hadn't expected Yen Sun to completely avoid answering Guo Yuchong's question, instead turning it back on him, and with Shenrui unwittingly playing along by interrupting Guo Yuchong's deliberate provocation. Guo Yuchong didn't seem annoyed at all. He simply continued acting along with the rest. I see, he said, looking at Yen Sun with an expression of touched shyness. Then slowly, he shifted his body even closer, finally resting his head on Yen Sun's shoulder. Don't worry. I'll definitely complete the task. I'll stay put in room 1101. Yen Sun couldn't care less whether Guo Yuchong completed the task or not. All he knew was that his own behavior right now made him look like a contradictory, reluctant dog who secretly doted despite harsh words. So he turned his face away, pretending to be annoyed at having his thoughts exposed. Guo Yuchong, still leaning on his shoulder, looked down at Yen Sun's hand. Slowly, he placed his own palm over it. His hand was icy cold. When it pressed against Yen Sun's, the latter instinctively tried to pull away, but Guo Yuchong gave him no space to resist, gripping his hand tightly. My hands are so cold, Guo Yuchong murmured, gazing at his own hand covering Yen Sun's back. Playfully, like a child's game, he began pressing each of his fingers one by one against Yen Sun's. Can you warm them up for me? Then wear more clothes, Yen Sun replied flatly, refusing to engage. But there's nothing to wear here, Guo Yuchong said softly. His eyes flicked to Yen Sun's jacket. Will you take off your clothes and give them to me? Yen Sun felt as if he were a moth tangled in a spider's web, every tiny movement drawing the predator's attention from the shadows. He suppressed the urge to tow his hand free. Instead, he glanced up at Shenrui, then took a deep breath. You go get him a blanket. He says he's cold. Shenrui, watching Guo Yuchong's clingy behavior, suddenly had a horrifying realization. Could it be that the person this guy claimed to have fallen instantly in love with at first sight was? He just couldn't comprehend people driven by romantic obsession. At such a life-or-death moment, how could anyone still think about love? Still, upon receiving his senior brother's order, Shenrui promptly gave a salute-like gesture indicating compliance and obediently went to fetch a blanket. When he returned, carrying the blanket toward the corner, Guo Yuchong wrinkled his nose in disgust. So stinky. He immediately turned his head, burying it into the crook of Yen Sun's neck. Take it farther away. Yen Sun. Chapter 32, A Feast. The green-haired guy from room 504, well, he was a bit of a slob, sure, but there was definitely no way his bedding could be described as terribly smelly. Shenrui thought Gue Yuchong was putting on airs, deliberately trying to extort benefits from Yen Sun. He couldn't understand where this eunuch-like mentality of indulging in fox spirits even came from. It seemed to him that Yen Sun had already been completely bewitched by the man's tricks. Yen Sun wanted to push Gue Yuchong away, but he knew that if he moved even slightly, Gue would find another excuse to cause trouble, and then all of them would likely lose their lives. So, ignoring Shenrui's expression that silently screamed, "Your Majesty has lost his senses," he stayed frozen like a statue, pretending to be dead. But even if he didn't move, Gue Yuchong wasn't about to let him off. It was like when a bear wants to eat you, playing dead won't help at all. Gue Yuchong rested his face against the crook of Yen Sun's neck, clearly enjoying his performance. He even rubbed the tip of his nose against Yen Sun's skin as a mock show of affection, capable at any moment of snapping Yen Sun's neck and devouring him whole, yet here he was, pretending to be an innocent little rabbit. Perhaps he really did have some fondness for Yen Sun. But who could possibly trust love from something not human? It was just like how you might say you love fried chicken legs, you adore them, truly, but when hunger strikes, you still bite right in without hesitation. Yen Sun didn't see any difference between Gue Yuchong's affection and a person's love for fried chicken legs, so he refused to take it seriously. Yet Gue Yuchong had no idea what Yen Sun was thinking. After murmuring a few more times, "You're so good," he buried his face in Yen Sun's neck and drifted off to sleep. Whether it was real sleep or merely an act, only he himself truly knew. Li Wu and Su Yumin had remained on high alert around Gue Yuchong, only now letting out quiet sighs of relief upon seeing him asleep. Li Wu. Su Yumin. They exchanged glances. Li Wu thought to himself, what's there to relax about? Acting as if he were some kind-hearted saint, when in reality he was the one causing the most havoc in the. Su Yumin, on the other hand, found Li Wu insufferably pretentious, acting so morally upright and impartial toward every new player, yet when Yen Sun got haunted by a ghost, why hadn't he stepped in to help? Shenrui wasn't aware of their inner thoughts. Seeing that Gue Yuchong appeared to be asleep, he simply sat quietly on the sofa, saying nothing, waiting silently for dawn. Su Yumin naturally didn't want to stay with them. He glanced at the bedroom, wrinkling his nose in distaste before sitting down on a chair in the dining area instead. Li Wu didn't care as much. He took a seat beside Shenrui. For a while, the entire room 504 fell into silence. Qi Yuan stayed in the security guard's dormitory. Nighttime was his patrol shift. He walked along the building's corridors with a few other guards, checking each floor one by one. They carried flashlights, and the motion sensor lights flickered back on whenever they passed by. He followed the guards to the door of room 404. The door stood wide open. Deep claw marks, as though made by a wild beast, gouged the metal surface, nearly tearing a hole through it. Inside, scattered bloodstains spotted the floor. The sofa and dining table had both been overturned, evidence of a fierce struggle within. He remembered clearly, this was the room belonging to that player named Yen Sun. He paused briefly, staring at the gaping doorway. The guards walking with him also stopped. "I'll go in and check," Qi Yuan said. Something might have died inside. Despite the open door, he caught a faint, unpleasant odor. The guards remained rooted in place, making no move to follow. Qi Yuan didn't expect them to. Standing at the entrance, he reached for the light switch inside, but after pressing it several times, the lights didn't turn on. He turned on his flashlight instead and slowly stepped into the ravaged living room. There were footprints on the floor, clearly not human. The toes were longer than the sole, and the distance between each print was unusually long, likely because whatever left them had legs far longer than a human's. Qi Yuan studied the tracks carefully, then sniffed the strange scent lingering in the air. It wasn't the smell of blood, nor the stench of decay. Rather, it resembled the damp, slimy odor of moss mixed with shattered seaweed churned up from the ocean surface, wet, sticky, and deeply unsettling just to imagine. It made one's skin crawl and stomach heave. "Stay outside," Qi Yuan said, turning back toward the guards. The guards nodded slowly, remaining motionless at the doorway. With flashlight in hand, he continued examining the living room. The sofa in the living room had been flipped over. Several claw marks, similar to those on the door, were etched into the fabric, likely left by whatever had broken through the entrance and discovered the room's occupant hiding behind the sofa. They must have engaged in a chase. In the end, the impatient monster overturned the sofa. Or perhaps it had seen the human dozing halfway behind the couch and lunged straight at him, trying to crush his neck, only for the man to narrowly dodge. Qi Yuan examined the surface of the sofa and indeed found traces of blood. He reconstructed the scene in his mind. The creature had grabbed hold of the front door, finally forcing its way in, startling the person inside. With long strides and blinding speed, it closed in too fast for the human to escape completely, hence the injury. But luckily, the man managed to hide behind the sofa, avoiding a fatal blow. Then, annoyed, the monster flipped the sofa aside. The man quickly used the tight space to slip away, fleeing the living room and rushing straight out the front door. As for the rest of the chaos in the living room, that was likely caused by the enraged creature after realizing its prey had escaped. Still, something felt off. Qi Yuan turned and surveyed the small living room. Judging by the spacing of the footprints on the floor and the occasional scratch marks on the walls, this thing must have stood nearly 2 meters tall. Strong, aggressive, it should have flown into a rage the moment it realized its meal had escaped. For one, they hadn't encountered any such creature on their patrol route. But what puzzled Qi Yuan most was room 404 itself. The sofa was toppled, the table overturned, scratches marked the walls. Yet the bedroom door bore no marks at all. Qi Yuan swept his flashlight around once more, and suddenly noticed the 2 pots in the kitchen. It seemed that strange smell was coming from inside them. Holding the flashlight, he walked straight toward them. The stove was indeed lit, set to a low simmer. That explained why he hadn't noticed it earlier. As he approached, the peculiar stench grew stronger. Standing beside the stove, he hesitated only briefly before lifting the lid of one pot. It was a face he'd seen just hours ago, the very security guard who'd helped him deal with the elevator simulacrum. This guard wasn't on duty tonight, logically, he should have been asleep in the dorm. But now, his eyes were wide open, his head split neatly in 2 and placed inside the pot, alongside those unnaturally long-toed, non-human feet. Glug, glug. Bubbles rose from the pot. Tonight's feast, served just in time for the guest's arrival. Chapter 33 Blindness. Qi Yuan turned off the valve. The other pot contained the remaining parts of the creature, as if the room's owner had anticipated someone's arrival and prepared a gift for them. Yen Sun. The young man's face flashed instinctively in Qi Yuan's mind, but he quickly realized it was impossible. That person clearly wasn't the type. That left only one possibility. A chill ran down his spine. He wanted to retreat immediately, but found that the kitchen door behind him had vanished at some point. Behind him stretched utter darkness. Only the dim beam from his flashlight pierced through it. Yet the darkness was no inert thing. It flowed like desert sand, no matter how hard you pushed it back, within moments it would creep right back into place. The shadows gradually swallowed his left hand. The valve, already closed, suddenly opened again. Gurgle, gurgle. Both pots on the stove began steaming once more, and the foul stench in the air grew even stronger. Apparently so Qi Yuan could witness everything clearly, the darkness avoided his flashlight hand. It even fixed his arm at a specific angle, forcing him to watch helplessly as the 2 pots slowly floated up, drifting toward his face. Boiling broth bubbled inside. Qi Yuan felt something force his mouth open, the scalding liquid was about to pour straight in. He shut his eyes tight and finally swallowed his pride, shouting out his skill, all that glitters is foam. The moment the words left his mouth, a bizarre horse surged forth from the thick darkness. It resembled both a unicorn and a wisp-like entity formed from scattered souls. It had sharp teeth. The instant it appeared, it devoured the darkness and both giant pots whole. Crunch, crunch. The translucent, cloud-like being chewed loudly, crushing the pots and their contents alike before swallowing them deep into its belly. Qi Yuan stared at the horse now standing calmly in the kitchen, then suspiciously glanced at the live stream, only to see it currently offline. That gave him a slight sense of relief. No one in the forum knew about Qi Yuan's ability. Rumor had it that everyone who'd ever seen his skill had been killed by him. 100% outdated meme was Qi Yuan's true power, the older and more awkward the meme, the greater its destructive force. The downside? He had to shout the outdated joke out loud for it to work. Qi Yuan. He might as well be dead. After consuming the darkness and the 2 pots, the horse quietly dissolved before Qi Yuan's eyes, even belching audibly before vanishing completely. Fortunately, the kitchen returned to normal. The valve remained closed, as if everything that had just happened was nothing but an illusion. Qi Yuan opened the kitchen door and found the security guard still standing exactly where they'd been. He glanced back at room 404, now still in disarray, and finally understood who that extra player must have been. But he couldn't comprehend why it could act so brazenly. He was certain, if he hadn't used his skill just now, he would have died in room 404 without a doubt. If he had died, the number of online players in the taskbar would have decreased by 1. 5 players online, yet Mimi Mansion still housed 6 residents. Even the dumbest person would suspect someone had infiltrated among the players. Qi Yuan gestured for the guards to follow him as he left room 404. He took a few steps forward, then suddenly understood its purpose. It wanted to know, when one player went missing, would the others still be able to keep up the act? Would they remain unsuspecting? Yen Sun, meanwhile, had no idea they had nearly faced a crucial test of deception. He had just woken from a brief nap, and upon opening his eyes, realized only 2 hours had passed. Gue Yuchong was still nuzzled against his neck, fast asleep in the exact same position. Yen Sun glanced over, gently pushed Gue's head away, and stretched his stiff neck. Gue probably hadn't expected Yen to be so straightforward. Grudgingly, he feigned waking up and put on an innocent expression. Did I fall asleep just now? Yen Sun couldn't understand why he'd ask such a pointless question, so he didn't answer. Instead, he stood up and surveyed the room. Shenrui slumped against one side of the sofa, sprawled out and snoring. Su Yumin leaned back in a chair, half asleep. Even Li Wu had his arms crossed, eyes closed, leaning against the sofa in deep slumber. Something's wrong, Yen Sun thought. Shenrui didn't mention it, and both Li Wu and Su Yumin were experienced players, they couldn't possibly have fallen asleep without leaving someone on watch. Yet here they all were, unconscious. Are they actually asleep? Guo Yuchong seemed to have noticed the unnatural silence as well. He slowly walked behind Yen Sun. Did something come in? He was already taller than Yen Sun, but the shadow he cast on the floor now couldn't be explained by just a little taller. He strained to bend down, lowering his head until it rested against Yen Sun's shoulder. I'm a bit scared. What about you? I don't feel well, Yen Sun said quietly. Guo Yuchong glanced at the shadow on the floor. What don't you feel well about? Yen Sun's eyes were blank. He pointed at his own eyes. I can't see anymore. The much taller Guo Yuchong stared at the blind Yen Sun, studying his face for a long while. What a coincidence. Yen Sun seemed not to understand what he meant. Instinctively, he turned his head slightly toward Guo Yuchong's direction. Guo Yuchong's face remained the same, but his body was no longer the form it had been before. Too bad Yen Sun couldn't see any of this now. Help me sit down, Yen Sun said to Guo Yuchong, reaching out his hand. Guo Yuchong looked at Yen Sun's hand. The moment his hand touched Yen Sun's palm, it transformed back into that familiar pair, human hands with cool skin temperature. Holding Yen Sun's hand, he leisurely led him over to the door. Room 504 simply vanished before their eyes. Guo Yuchong kept holding Yen Sun's hand. Watch your step. I'll take you somewhere to sit. Yen Sun acted as if he hadn't noticed they'd already left 504 and were walking down a dark corridor. Is 504 this big? Maybe because we've entered another space, Guo Yuchong said, leading Yen Sun slowly through the hallway. With each footstep, the motion sensor lights along the corridor flickered on one by one, until finally they reached the door of room 508. Yen Sun still kept his vacant gaze. Not there yet? Guo Yuchong turned to look at Yen Sun. We're here. He led Yen Sun into the darkness of 508, guiding him to sit on the sofa. We've arrived. Baby. Guo Yuchong swallowed the two unsaid words. In his mind flashed the image of a human couple he'd once seen, their final moments spent calling each other baby, only to stab each other repeatedly in the end. Back then, he hadn't understood. Now, though, he thought the words sounded rather nice. He gazed at Yen Sun, overwhelmed by endless affection, love so intense he wanted to devour him whole. Only by merging into bone and blood could they truly be together forever. Chapter 34, Ghost Wall. If Yen Sun had known Guo Yuchong's thoughts at this moment, he would have fled immediately. Fortunately, he didn't, so he could sit calmly on the sofa. Guo Yuchong entered room 508, made Yen Sun sit on the couch, then walked straight toward the bedroom. Yen Sun naturally knew what he was going to see, but could only pretend ignorance. A moment later, Guo Yuchong left the bedroom and returned to Yen Sun's side. By now, he'd resumed the human appearance stored in Yen Sun's memory, quiet, composed. He simply sat beside Yen Sun, lost in thought. Didn't you find any clues in 508? Guo Yuchong asked. He already knew exactly what Yen Sun and the others had discovered, yet still probed carefully. Yen Sun continued feigning blindness. Hearing the question, he immediately frowned. Are you suspecting me of hiding clues? Guo Yuchong seemed to have expected this counterattack. He remained calm, his voice faking helplessness. I just want to help too. Maybe there's some clue you missed. Otherwise, why did we first appear in 508? Guo Yuchong repeated Yen Sun's earlier analysis, there must be something we haven't found yet. Yen Sun was actually somewhat baffled by Guo Yuchong's intentions. He could tell that Guo Yuchong already knew his identity had been exposed. Yet as long as no one openly called it out, Guo Yuchong was willing to keep up the charade, only to repeatedly try flipping the table, threatening to end the performance altogether. Yen Sun wasn't powerful enough to fully grasp the mind of such a non-human being. With no other choice, he desperately poked the system in his mind, declaring he wanted to use the ability draw chance he'd saved. The system wheezed and instantly presented the big spinning wheel. Host. The system said to Yen Sun, just spin it and call stop whenever you like. Yen Sun hadn't expected acquiring a special ability to be so absurdly casual. He increasingly felt he'd boarded a pirate ship, one he couldn't get off of, even temporarily. I have terrible luck, Yen Sun muttered inwardly, then spun the wheel. The arcade style will whirred rapidly in Yen Sun's mind. Skills were categorized into different ranks, with higher-tier skills occupying smaller segments on the disc. Yen Sun watched as it spun and spun, then abruptly stopped on the purple segment representing an S-rank ability. Yen Sun. Could it be? Was his luck finally turning? The glowing orb representing the S-ranked skill slowly floated from the wheel and merged into his body. But the moment Yen Sun saw the skill's name, his heart plummeted. Skill, you should know who my husband is, then you'd understand how lucky I am. What? You don't know who my husband is? Humph, if you did, you'd be terrified too. When you see him, you'll definitely agree I'm blessed. Attention! This skill does not provide a husband. Players must find one themselves. Actual effect ranges from D to S+++ based on the husband's rank. To capture a husband, simply ask, will you be my husband? The system will automatically roll dice, determining success by mutual affinity and level differences. Yen Sun. If you have a problem with me, just say it directly, he told the system flatly. No need to play games and cause trouble indirectly. Being forced to shout, will you be my husband, at some unknown creature, human or ghost, made Yen Sun think dying right now might be the better option. The system was shocked too. It never imagined a skill so obscure, only a 0.0001% chance of appearing, could actually be drawn by Yen Sun. Host. The system, genuinely afraid Yen Sun might quit, hurried to console him. This skill is a rare, growth-type ability. As long as you successfully capture a monster of SSS plus rank, the skill itself will level up. Of course, most players wouldn't even encounter an SSS plus monster before getting killed and ejected from the game. The system thought this silently, but dared not say it aloud. Yen Sun glanced at the system. Do you take me for a Pokemon master? You gonna use that phrase like a Pokeball now? Are you going to hand me a Pokédex next? He thought this internally, but upon looking at Guo Yuchong again, a strange itch crept up, tempting him to try the skill out. Yet another voice deep inside warned him, using this skill on Guo Yuchong right now would almost certainly lead to instant GG, definitely triggering a bad ending. What time is it now? Yen Sun asked. Guo Yuchong didn't even look at the clock on the wall, yet he still announced an exact time. Yen Sun was actually quite tired. He suspected that the people in room 504 had fallen unconscious because of Guo Yuchong, and that he himself had woken up for the same reason. He closed his eyes. I'm a bit sleepy, he said to Guo Yuchong, giving himself a perfectly reasonable excuse to shut them. But Guo Yuchong wasn't letting him off so easily. What about your eyes? Shouldn't we try doing something about them? Maybe it's just night blindness, Yen Sun replied casually. When daylight comes, everything will be fine. Guo Yuchong seemed disappointed, but he obediently sat beside him without attempting to table again. He leaned his head against Yen Sun's shoulder and gazed quietly around the modest living room. All the apartments in Mimi Mansion were laid out almost identically. Guo Yuchong saw the empty wardrobe. He knew someone had hidden that other version of himself inside. It might have been Yen Sun. It might have been Li Wu. He hoped it hadn't been Yen Sun, because he would feel jealous. He didn't turn on the lights. Once more, the room sank into darkness. This time, there would be no unicorn devouring shadows emerging. Only Yen Sun and him, seated on the sofa. He thought how nice it would be if Yen Sun could stay here. Even if not here, somewhere else would do. Sweet-related thoughts welled up in Guo Yuchong's mind. He wanted Yen Sun to live forever, yet feared that Yen Sun might hate him for making such a choice. So in the end, he did nothing. He simply remained quietly by Yen Sun's side, like a tamed monster. When Yen Sun woke again, it was already 7 a.m. He glanced at Guo Yuchong, who was slumped asleep on the couch. The other man appeared deeply asleep, but Yen Sun suspected this was likely an act. Still, he tapped Guo Yuchong lightly on the shoulder. Wake up. It's 7 in the morning. Yen Sun pulled out his phone, only to find it completely dead and powered off. Clearly, their current room wasn't 504. Though Yen Sun already understood what must have happened, he still put on a show of shock. How did we end up in 508? On cue, Guo Yuchong also displayed a puzzled expression, acting as though he hadn't been the one who carried Yen Sun to 508 in the middle of the night. Well, of course, he wasn't human to begin with. Yen Sun feigned sudden realization, his expression shifting as if a little light bulb had lit above his head in some cartoon. I get it now. We hit a ghost wall. Chapter 35 Repair. I must have been bewitched last night, my eyes were completely deceived, so I couldn't see anything, Yen Sun said, adding an excuse for his feigned blindness the previous night as if it needed further justification. Guo Yuchong watched him perform. It was unclear whether he believed it or not, but when Yen Sun reached out to him, Guo once again wore that familiar expression of fear. Is that so? I'm so scared. This is my first time encountering a ghost wall. Guo Yuchong's hand was icy cold, as if freshly pulled from a freezer. He gripped Yen Sun's wrist tightly and whispered, my hand is so cold. Yen Sun looked down at Guo's hand holding his wrist. He didn't say anything, only gently guided both their hands into the pocket of his coat. Let's go to 504, he said. Guo calmed visibly at the gesture. Once again, he appeared frail and harmless, as though the testing, monstrous figure from last night had merely been a hallucination of Yen Sun's. Just as they left room 508, they ran into Su Yumin and the others in the hallway. When Shenrui saw Yen Sun, he nearly burst into tears. Boss. You're alive. We thought you'd been snatched by a ghost. Shenrui had slept straight through until 7. When he finally jolted awake, he discovered both Yen Sun and Guo Yuchong missing from the room. Li Wu and Su Yumin didn't look much better. The trio quickly realized, they'd all fallen asleep last night. Experienced players like Li Wu and Su Yuman would never risk sleeping under such dangerous circumstances. Putting two and two together, the sudden disappearance of Yen Sun and Gui, they immediately sensed something terrible had happened. Fortunately, just after leaving 504, they spotted Yen Sun and Gui emerging from another room down the hall. Shenrui still had no idea there was now an extra player among them. To him, both Yen Sun and Gui were just victims. The moment he saw them, he sprinted over. It's okay, Yen Sun repeated his earlier explanation. Just encountered a ghost wall, he added, glancing sideways at Gui Yuchong standing beside him. So we stayed in 508 overnight. Nothing strange happened. He yawned heavily as he spoke, looking thoroughly sleep-deprived, the dark circles under his eyes noticeably deeper. We'll meet in 1101 later. Gui Yuchong and I are heading back first, to check if the house can be repaired. With that, Yen Sun waved at the three before walking off. As they left the hallway, Gui suddenly turned back and glanced at Li Wu and the others. See you later, he nodded at them. For some reason, Shenrui shivered involuntarily. He turned to look at Su Yuman and Li Wu, noticing their expressions were grim. Gui Yuchong already knew the clue hidden in the bedroom of 508 had been found, Li Wu realized. Given how carelessly it had been concealed, it probably wasn't meant to stay hidden for long. Judging from Gui's behavior in 504, Li Wu suspected the man had known about it all along. His return was merely to confirm where the clue from inside the wardrobe had gone. Yen Sun hid it, Li Wu said quietly. That thing is huge, it wouldn't be easy to hide, Su Yuman replied. No, it wouldn't. Although Li Wu hadn't asked Yen Sun what exactly he'd found, judging from the traces left by the clothes in the wardrobe and Yen Sun's confident demeanor, he could guess. Especially. Li Wu recalled the figure Gui had dropped while fleeing down the corridor. Though distant, the shape was unmistakably human. He suspected it was likely the real Gui Yuchong's body. What are you two talking in riddles for? Shenrui was completely lost. Su Yuman glanced at Shenrui but made no move to explain. Li Wu hesitated. He didn't trust Shenrui's acting ability, fearing he might give everything away when facing Gui. So he changed his approach. That security guard, Qi Yuan, he might be able to help us too. Room 404 stood wide open. Yen Sun saw bloodstains on the floor and an overturned sofa. This bad? He had doubted Gui's claims earlier, but now seeing the aftermath, it clearly bore signs of a fierce struggle. Still, as he looked at the bloodstains, he felt puzzled. Did Gui Yuchong forget their pseudo-human setting? Did he not remember they weren't beings who bled? The blood on the floor, could it belong to those monsters? Yen Sun mused aloud, feigning analysis. Looks like not everyone in this building is a pseudo-human. Yen Sun didn't bother changing shoes. The floor was a mess, footprints clearly unlike any humans, alongside fresh dress shoe prints that led from the living room into the kitchen. The kitchen door was open now. The two pots that had been inside were gone. Could it be that these pseudo-humans liked stealing pots in the middle of the night? Yen Sun was baffled, unable to make sense of how the two pots could have vanished without a trace. What's wrong? Gui Yuchong noticed Yen Sun standing still at the kitchen doorway and walked over with apparent concern. The pots are gone, Yen Sun pointed at the countertop where the two pots had been. Without them, the space looked noticeably cleaner. Do pseudo-humans even steal pots? Yen Sun muttered. At Yen Sun's comment, Gui Yuchong fell silent for an unusually long moment. What strange pseudo-humans, he finally echoed. I wonder if there's any repair service. Yen Sun said, surveying the ransacked 404. He paused suddenly, then turned back to the bedroom and retrieved a charger, plugging his phone in to recharge. As soon as it powered on, he immediately called Shenrui. The old man at the management office stared at Shenrui, who stood before him, face flushed with anger. You're telling me the door to room 908 was smashed? 404 too. Shenrui shot back, jabbing a finger toward Gui Yuchong. He's from 404, floor covered in footprints and shoe marks, looks like either ghosts or people came through. You have to fix the doors, Shenrui insisted, nudging Gui to speak up. I don't care how, you just fix it. Or we're all going to die tonight. The old man studied Shenrui and Gui Yuchong with inscrutable eyes. Seems you two were pretty lucky. Didn't get caught by the pseudo-humans last night. That's because we were fortunate enough to find good people who took us in, Shenrui continued, pointing at Gui again. Look at him, he's so terrified he can't even speak. On cue, Gui Yuchong wore an appropriately terrified expression, as if rendered mute by sheer horror. This was the role Yen Sun had assigned the pair just this morning. Yen Sun told Shenrui not to invent excuses, there was already a perfect one right here. Gui Yuchong was sent along as his scene partner, instructed to help stall the old man at management for as long as possible. Chapter 36, Spoiled Men Have the Best Fate. Yen Sun changed his plan at the last minute. So when Li Wu returned to room 1101, he found Pei Xinyan already lying at home, completely passed out. Since the other party was already back, there was naturally no need for Gui Yuchong to remain in room 1101 waiting. Coincidentally, both room 404 and room 908 needed door repairs, so Yen Sun simply instructed Shenrui to take Gui Yuchong along to act. He wasn't worried about Goe Yuchong's identity being exposed in front of the administrator. When he began, Goe Yuchong had probably already altered the perception of all NPCs and players, making them believe he was indeed the occupant of room 404. Only the system couldn't be deceived into giving hints, everyone else would remain unaware of anything unusual. If not for finding Goe Yuchong in the bedroom of room 508, Yen Sun wouldn't have realized that his roommate wasn't human either. Pei Xingyan should appear at the final moment. Yen Sun raised a finger. Once the doors of rooms 404 and 908 are both repaired and we haven't left yet, you go find the old man and tell him you think room 1101 also needs some repair. They were currently inside room 1101, discussing today's plan. Pei Xingyan glanced at Yen Sun, still unsure why he had become the team's temporary leader. But he was a smart person, so he wouldn't ask questions he shouldn't. In response to Yen Sun's request, he simply nodded. I'll keep him occupied. Can the old man's room fit all three of us? Su Yumin spoke up. He looked at Yen Sun, then at Li Wu, snorting with a cold laugh. I doubt even two people can fit comfortably. They'd all seen how narrow the management office was. Although they didn't know exactly how big the room behind the door might be, Yen Sun admitted Su Yumin had a point. In fact, this task could easily be done by one person alone. They all understood this logic, but Su Yumin wasn't letting go because he didn't trust the other two to share clues with him. I'll stay outside and hold off the old man, Li Wu said calmly, knowing full well whom Su Yumin's words were meant for. I trust Yen Sun won't hide any clues, he added pointedly. Looks like you're the one who doesn't trust him. Me? Don't trust? Su Yumin hadn't expected this straight-faced Li Wu to suddenly twist things around, almost tricking him into agreement. Who I don't trust, you know deep down perfectly well. Then he turned to Yen Sun. Of course I trust you, Yen Sun. Right? He shot another look at Li Wu. It's clearly you who's guilty conscience. For some reason, suddenly finding himself trusted, Yen Sun could only respond with silence. Looking at Su Yumin and Li Wu, who seemed ready to start fighting each other right now, Yen Sun felt that completing the mission without these two would probably be faster. Of course, saying that aloud wasn't appropriate. Yen Sun thought it wouldn't help team cohesion. So, who's actually coming with me? Yen Sun asked. Does it have to be so complicated? Pei Xingyan finally couldn't help but speak up after watching for a while. He took out his phone and handed it to Yen Sun. Just fix your phone somewhere and record everything as we go. That way, even if you miss a clue at the time, we can still spot it later when reviewing the footage. Pei Xingyan had stayed almost the entire night in the security room. Qi Yuan checked on him several times, and only after the patrol ended and the guard returned did he say Pei Xingyan's suspicion was temporarily cleared, allowing him to leave. Before leaving the security room, Qi Yuan stopped him. I'm also a player, Qi Yuan told Pei Xingyan. Pei Xingyan wasn't stupid. He immediately understood what the other meant, that a non-human had infiltrated among their group of players. He returned to room 1101 and waited for Li Wu, intending to discuss this matter with him. But he hadn't expected Li Wu already knew. Before he could even ask who the real non-human was, the remaining players had already gathered. Pei Xingyan quietly observed the other four. In truth, he somewhat suspected Yen Sun. Staring at Yen Sun's profile, perhaps noticing his gaze, Yen Sun turned and looked back at him. Yen Sun's eyes were pale, giving an impression of emotional detachment whenever he looked at someone. Thin and pale, with obvious dark circles under his eyes, he exuded a sense of otherworldly aloofness. Instinctively, Pei Xingyan averted his gaze, but instantly felt something was wrong. What reason did he have to look away? Just as he intended to turn back, all he saw was the back of Yen Sun's head. His long hair, reaching his shoulders, was hastily tied up again, several loose strands casually resting on his neck and shoulder. Wearing a loose denim jacket, he appeared even thinner. Perhaps his stare had been too obvious, attracting the attention of Yen Sun's roommate beside him. The young man, Goe Yuchong, slowly turned his head. Pei Xingyan didn't have much impression of Goe Yuchong, he only thought the guy was timid and cowardly. Even after being scolded by Yen Sun, he just smiled politely. At the time, Pei Xingyan assumed Yen Sun was picking a fight, since he hadn't smelled any perfume on Goe Yuchong. Even if there had been any, it must have been extremely faint. Pei Xingyan noticed that when Goe Yuchong saw him, he gave a small smile, then turned away again, seemingly whispering something quietly to Yen Sun. I'm a bit scared of that administrator, Goe Yuchong murmured into Yen Sun's ear. You? Scared? Yen Sun almost burst out laughing. He thought it was impressive the old man wasn't already terrified of Goe Yuchong. Still, he kept a reassuring tone. It's fine. You two just need to keep him occupied. Even if the old man were going to mutate, it would only happen when he caught them breaking into his office, not in response to Goe Yuchong and Shenrui, who were simply making a normal request as residents. Upon hearing this, Goe Yuchong immediately looked relieved. In that case, I feel much better. Su Yumin and Li Wu both had sharp hearing, so they naturally caught Goe Yuchong's supposedly quiet remark. How shameless, Su Yumin thought. Just looking at Goe Yuchong pretending to be so meek and clinging made him want to vomit. He opened the live stream and glanced at the comments. Jealous. Yeah, totally jealous. Spoiled men have the best fate, lol. You'll never learn, smiley face. Don't care. So what if he's even a monster? Who doesn't like someone good-looking and affectionate? True. Doesn't matter how strong you are, have you seen whether he even glanced your way? So disgusting. Just leave. Go die somewhere else if you're here for romance. We're here to see some bloodshed. Hahaha, look who's trying to drive people away now. Whatever, we're leaving. Going to the next stream. Dude, why so worked up? Sue Dog isn't even mad, and you are. Sue Human stared at the comments and suddenly let out a laugh. Has he lost it? Oh no, driven insane by rage. Ignoring the chat, he walked over to Yen Sun. I've been thinking. I should go with you to the old man's room. It's not that I don't trust you, Sue Human added, clearly still mulling over Li Wu's earlier implication. I just think, if there really is danger, maybe I could help out somehow. He tilted his head toward Yen Sun. What do you say? Chapter 37, The Stylist. Had he finally lost it after eating poison mushrooms? Yen Sun watched Sue Human descend into madness with an odd expression, completely failing to understand how this person could seem like they had a dual personality, one moment sarcastic and unsettling, the next overly sweet and cloying. But since this guy was willing to be their muscle, Yen Sun certainly wouldn't stop him. To prevent any sudden phone malfunctions, both Li Wu and Shenrui also offered their phones, which were now secured onto Yen Sun's jacket. Yen Sun felt as if he turned into some kind of outdoor expedition vlogger. Shortly after the group finished discussing their plan, the red text in the living room, originally 2 lines, suddenly gained a 3rd line. Now, have one person from the room go to the management office to collect today's food. Only one person is allowed to go. Do not speak to your neighbor when collecting food. Yen Sun stared at the newly appeared 3rd line. Don't speak to your neighbor. He repeated the instruction, glancing around at the people in the room, the so-called neighbors. Does that mean other people in Mimi Mansion? Shenrui hadn't gone to the management office yesterday and didn't know what it was like. Are there many people there? Only the 3 of us, Yen Sun said. We encountered a doppelganger in the elevator, but before we reached the office, security took it away. At this point, Yen Sun began suspecting the game was deliberately increasing the difficulty. After all, much of what he knew had come from the flip-flop man yesterday. Of course, no matter how much they speculated now, it would be meaningless. After double-checking their plan, Yen Sun and the others left room 1101 separately. Yen Sun arrived at the tightly sealed main entrance of Mimi Mansion. He didn't know what exactly they were trying to keep out, but the glass doors had been completely covered with newspapers, as if someone feared the residents inside might make contact with something outside. He approached the glass door and pressed his ear against it. All he could hear were faint giggles and laughter. Li Wu was waiting inside the first-floor emergency stairwell. Yen Sun and Sue Yumin stood at 2 separate locations. Only after hearing Shenrui's voice and the loud slam of a closing door did Yen Sun finally head toward the management office. Perhaps due to the doppelganger's influence, the entire public area of Mimi Mansion was deserted. Maybe because of the poor lighting, or perhaps because the newspaper-covered door blocked out the light, Yen Sun still found the place dimly lit. He glanced once more at the newspaper-blocked entrance, then quickened his pace toward the management office. When he arrived, he immediately spotted Sue Yumin standing by the open management office door. The two exchanged a glance, then stepped inside. This small space looked almost identical to how it had appeared yesterday. Yen Sun glanced at the other door inside the room. He tiptoed over, gently turned the doorknob, then pushed the door open. Inside was where the elderly caretaker temporarily rested. A narrow single bed occupied most of the cramped space. The room was cluttered with household items like electric fans and a television set. In the corner sat stacks of old newspapers, likely destined for the scrap collection station. On the table beside the TV lay a booklet. Yen Sun flipped it open and found photos and records of residents. 508, none. 504, none. Beside 508, the paper showed signs of having been torn, someone had ripped out the photo. As for 504, the photo hadn't yet been removed, it clearly showed the green-haired man he'd seen before. Yen Sun quickly located his own room 404. There was his photo, alongside Gui Yuchong's. Next came rooms 908 and 1101. Empty rooms, every photograph torn out, signaling that their occupants were already gone. There were still many rooms remaining, so Yen Sun did his best to use the camera over his chest to capture as much information as possible. Meanwhile, Sue Yumin turned on the television in the room. Unlike the signal-deprived TVs in their apartments, this one worked perfectly and displayed numerous channels. Right now, it was showing a variety show. Yen Sun, busy copying entries from the register, felt a sudden poke on his shoulder. He looked up, and saw Sue Yumin pointing at the screen. Yen Sun turned toward the TV, and froze. On screen was some fashion-themed variety program, featuring a stylist currently dressing up an artist. The man spoke confidently, draping clothes over the artist while offering critiques. His hair was clearly styled, dyed black at the roots and bleached white gold at the tips, likely for aesthetic appeal. His skin was pale, giving him a cold demeanor. Yet whenever he spoke about topics he loved, his confidence flared brightly. He had the exact same face as Yen Sun. Yen Sun frowned and took the remote control from Su Yuman's hand. He flipped through several channels, and finally confirmed, the show was not a rerun. At that moment, Su Yuman's phone began vibrating uncontrollably. It was a call from Shinrui. They immediately understood, this was the other party's warning signal. No matter how much more they wanted to investigate, Yen Sun and Su Yuman had no choice but to leave temporarily. As soon as the two left the management office and slipped into the emergency stairwell, they heard Li Wu's voice, along with 2 sets of footsteps. I just went by the management office, no one was inside, Li Wu said as he walked. If you need to step out, you should leave a note on the door. The old man didn't reply, only quickened his pace toward the office. When he stood beside Li Wu at the door of the management office, the old man suddenly stopped. He lowered his head, bending down slightly to examine the doorknob closely. He was very old, so old it made you wonder why someone of his age would still be working as a building manager. This elderly man, his eyelids sagging, turned back to look at Li Wu. Just now. There was a mouse that came in. He muttered, seems like we'll need a pest control around here. When Yen Sun had gone to the management office, the old man had given him an extra glance. Is this all the food? Yen Sun asked, acting as if he hadn't noticed the look, staring only at the grocery bag. Even less than yesterday. The old man sat on a stool. Soon. When the doppelgangers are all gone. The building will reopen. The bag hung from Yen Sun's wrist. He looked impatient. Isn't that entirely up to you? We have no signal. We can only wait. The old man said nothing, as if he'd seen countless people like Yen Sun before. Yen Sun mumbled a few more complaints, then finally turned to leave. As he stepped out, Su Yuman happened to be coming in. TCH, Yen Sun impatiently stepped back, letting Su Yuman enter first. Su Yuman nodded at him, silently. Once Su Yuman was inside the management office, Yen Sun finally emerged from behind the door and hurried back toward room 1101. Chapter 38, Call Dad, Call Mom. Running all the way back to room 1101, the moment Yen Sun stepped inside, he saw Shinrui wearing an expression of utter remorse, as if reporting to a superior officer, practically ready to drop to his knees on the spot. Boss, it's my fault. I failed. I couldn't hold the old man back. As Shinrui spoke, he lunged forward as if attempting to grab Yen Sun's legs, but was immediately restrained by Li Wu, who couldn't stand watching this spectacle. Grabbed firmly by the collar, unable to break free, Shinrui stopped struggling and calmly recounted everything under Li Wu's grip. He said that he'd only managed to lead the old man to the 5th floor when the old man suddenly claimed there were mice in the management office and insisted on returning. Yen Sun casually shut the door behind him. I know. He wasn't surprised that Shinrui and Gue Yuchong hadn't been able to stop the old man, he never expected those two could delay him for long anyway. Ever since he noticed the absence of surveillance cameras on the 1st floor yesterday, something had felt off, and especially after confirming with the system that there truly weren't any cameras at ground level. Either someone was incredibly careless, or dangerously confident. Considering the context of Mei Mei Mansion being infested with pseudo-humans, Yen Sun suspected it was the latter. He guessed the old man must have some method of knowing everything happening within the management office. Even knowing it was likely a trap, Yen Sun still had no choice but to walk into it, just for the chance to find some information. He didn't explain this out loud, yet he knew both Li Wu and Su Yuman probably understood his reasoning. He simply hadn't told Shinrui and the others because their task had only been to divert the old man, low risk, and thus no need to involve them further. Feeling perhaps overlooked, Gue Yuchong sidled up beside Yen Sun. I wanted to stop him too. But he moved too fast. Humph, doubtful, Yen Sun thought. He didn't believe that if Gue Yuchong had really tried to block him, the old man could have escaped so easily. But just like with Shinrui, Yen Sun would never voice such thoughts aloud. Instead, he simply reached out and patted Gue Yuchong lightly on the shoulder. I know. As for what exactly he meant by that, only Yen Sun himself truly understood. Watching their interaction, Li Wu couldn't help but feel increasingly like the next-door neighbor uncle, one who awkwardly steps in to tell Yen Sun not to beat the misbehaving kids. He coughed once, trying to reassert his presence. Then he pulled from his pocket the phone Yen Sun had handed him earlier before entering the management office. The video has issues. Yen Sun watched as Li Wu opened the video and held it out toward him. Shinrui and the others gathered closer as well. The first half of the footage appeared normal, clearly capturing every move Yen Sun made upon entering the management office, meticulously recording every corner of the room. They could clearly see the front section of the management office, which could be taken in at a glance, as well as the small hidden door. This is the old man's room, Yen Sun explained while watching, directing the comment to those who'd never entered before. Next, on screen, Yen Sun's hand reached out and opened the small door. Inside, the partitioned space carried stronger signs of habitation, a single bed barely big enough for one person, stacks of newspapers piled in the corner waiting to be sold as scrap, a television set, and a registry book lying on the desk. On screen, Yen Sun flipped open the registry. ZZZH, SSSH. At that point, the footage abruptly turned blurry, as though something invisible was actively preventing further recording. Then came a muffled sound, an indistinct noise that seemed to come from deep within a throat, distorted like audio slowed down to an unnatural pitch. The image flickered again, showing only the TV screen, but nothing displayed on the television itself. After that, the video ended. Yen Sun hadn't expected this to be quite so troublesome. It was a registry book. Yen Sun summarized briefly what he'd seen. All living people have photos. He pointed at himself. Us, for example. 504's photo hasn't been torn out, but none has already been written above it. The floor's surveillance cameras weren't broken. The old man should have learned about 504's disappearance through monitoring. Hearing this, Shenrui furrowed his brow in thought. Aren't we technically dead? Given their current status, weren't they already considered pseudo-humans recognized by the... As long as Mei Mei Mansion hasn't judged us as pseudo-humans, we should still be safe, Yen Sun speculated. As long as we haven't died or been identified as pseudo-humans by security and taken away, we're still officially residents of Mei Mei Mansion. What was on the TV? Li Wu asked. Yen Sun fell silent for several seconds. I saw me. You. Yeah. Another me. Someone who looks exactly like me. Gue Yuchong gasped in shock. How could there be another you? Who knows, Yen Sun said. Isn't the one in room 504 the same way? Pei Xingyan had remained silent until now. He still didn't fully trust Yen Sun, so he simply observed quietly. From Shenrui's earlier words, aren't we technically dead? He had managed to piece together a partial answer to task 1. But deep down, he didn't feel much joy, because he knew his progress was already falling behind. I probably won't pass this guild evaluation, Pei Xingyan thought. After a while, Su Yumin also arrived at room 1101. Shenrui brought up the video incident. Upon hearing it, Su Yumin chuckled. He glanced at the small group present in 1101 and nodded. I know. It's fine. I know. His words, seemingly magnanimous, sent a faint ripple of danger through Yen Sun. So I can't rely on you all after all, Su Yumin said with a smile. He looked at the shopping bag in his hand, then tossed it onto the table in 1101. I'm heading back. I was exhausted yesterday. I need a good rest. Shenrui wanted to mention that the door to room 908 still wasn't fixed, but for some reason, he couldn't bring himself to say it. He just watched as Su Yumin politely waved goodbye and left. I'm tired too, Gue Yuchong suddenly said. I want to go back and rest. He grabbed Yen Sun's wrist. I'm kind of scared. Can we go back together? If it had been earlier, Yen Sun would have told Gue Yuchong to return alone. He still needed to search for information. But now, he had a new plan forming in his mind, so he simply nodded. All right. Let's go back first. He knew time wasn't on his side. Su Yumin was already growing bored of their pretend games, tired of puzzle solving, and craving bloodshed instead. The door to room 404 was still half ajar. Yen Sun pushed it with his finger. The door immediately creaked loudly, trembling unsteadily, sounding like it wouldn't survive the night. Gue Yuchong seemed completely oblivious to Yen Sun's thoughts. Seeing that they were back, he instantly relaxed. As if they hadn't returned to a haunted house, but had instead arrived at some vacation villa. Well, to someone like Gue Yuchong, who wasn't exactly human, wasn't this place essentially a resort? Yen Sun silently mocked in his heart. I'm going next door to check. Yen Sun stated directly. Wait here. Don't move. I'll be right back. If the timing hadn't been off, and if Gue Yuchong had any idea what buying an orange even meant, he might have seized the chance for a petty verbal tease. Of course, at this moment, Yen Sun had no idea that in the future, he wouldn't just get people calling him dad. He'd also get them calling him mom. Chapter 39, Impostor. When Gue Yuchong heard Yen Sun's plan, he experienced, for the first time, something unfamiliar. A sense that he didn't quite understand what went on inside a human's mind. He glanced at the window Yen Sun had mentioned, then estimated the distance between room 404 and the room Yen Sun described. What if your plan fails? His voice was soft, less of a question and more like quiet self-doubt. Fail? Yen Sun stood by the bed, peering through the curtains at the thick fog outside. Then I'll just have bad luck. He always looked so lazy and carefree, as long as there was something to lean against, he'd never stand properly. Leaning casually against the edge of the window, Yen Sun said to Gue Yuchong, if that happens, don't bother retrieving my body, because you won't find it anyway. He spoke so heartlessly and offhandedly, as if he didn't care about his own life or death. Upon hearing this, Gue Yuchong almost blurted out, asterisk if you value yourself so little, why not let me eat you, asterisk. But instead, a strange, tangled emotion stirred deep within him, making him feel as though Yen Sun were a faithless lover who completely disregarded his feelings. He touched his own face again, puzzled. Based on his observations, this face should have been the type most people would find attractive. Yet Yen Sun rarely showed him any kindness. The first time he tried to be friendly, Yen Sun had said he smelled bad. If monsters had an emotional radio hotline, Goe Yuchong would probably be the first caller, complaining that a human had toyed with his feelings while caring nothing for him in return. Unfortunately, Yen Sun had no idea what was going on in Goe Yuchong's mind. Otherwise, he'd immediately curse Goe Yuchong as insane. Are you even using your own damn face right now? And suddenly you're feeling offended? Besides, forcing him from a temporary worker to a permanent employee, likely delaying retirement until death, Yen Sun wasn't lashing out at Goe Yuchong only because he suspected he couldn't win a fight. Where was all this unnecessary overthinking coming from? Had Goe Yuchong been poisoned by reading too many free tomato novels? Did he actually believe a human could easily fall for a non-human? Yen Sun wanted to tell him to stop daydreaming. In his opinion, they had reproductive isolation. The reason Yen Sun appeared so detached, acting as if life and death meant nothing, was because he'd already made a deal with the system. The moment Yen Sun truly died, the system would immediately resurrect him after showing a 30-second ad. Still, Yen Sun doubted he'd actually die. He pulled back the curtain and glanced behind into the mist. As if sensing a human presence, the monsters outside began stirring restlessly again, eager to move closer toward Mimi Tower. After watching for a few moments, Yen Sun closed the curtain once more. He noticed something: so long as he didn't see the monsters outside, they wouldn't come near. To test this theory, Yen Sun closed his eyes, opened the window, and stuck his head straight out. The outside air was cold, damp with humid mist, and his nostrils filled with the fishy stench of algae. Yen Sun remained pressed against the windowsill, half his body already leaning far out. He could hear Goe Yuchong's hurried footsteps behind him. "Don't get close," Yen Sun said. He stretched his arm out, hanging halfway out the window like a man desperate to fly free. 1 second. 2 seconds. 5 seconds. Even after half a minute, nothing approached. Yen Sun pushed himself back up with both hands and re-entered the room. He looked at Goe Yuchong. "I think it'll work." He had checked the registry. The nearest room, 405, was currently unoccupied. There might be useful information there. Breaking in directly would be difficult, not nighttime, no open doors, and if they forced their way in, security would treat them as pseudo-humans attempting to invade a resident's home. The hallway had surveillance cameras, and opening a door would make too much noise. Unless Yen Sun had an invisibility cloak and a universal key, he knew he couldn't just walk in openly. Which left entering from the outside. Earlier, he'd used his phone to measure the distance between the neighboring balcony and his closest window. As long as he didn't accidentally fall, it was doable. The only uncertain factor was the monsters clinging to the building exterior. But now that he knew they only reacted to direct sight, Yen Sun felt significantly more confident. He could use the item Su-Human had given him, but considering his terrible luck, he feared turning the monsters instantly berserk. He walked to the window nearest 405. Without waiting for Goe Yuchong's reaction, he climbed right out. Black strands, spider-like, reached out like tentacles toward the escaping figure of Yen Sun, tugging at his sleeve. But just as quickly, they withdrew. Goe Yuchong remained motionless inside the room, because he saw Yen Sun step onto the edge of the window and didn't fall. Of course, Yen Sun hadn't actually expected to pull off some blindfolded acrobatic stunt across the balcony. He was only estimating the distance, calculating whether he could make it across before those things noticed him. If it came down to it and he couldn't make it in time, he'd just close his eyes and play dead. Fortunately, there were plenty of footholds along the exterior of Mimi Tower. After adjusting his posture slightly, he swiftly flipped over to the semi-open balcony on the other side, before the monsters in the mist even realized someone had crawled out of their cage. The moment he landed, he spotted the glass door of the balcony. By then, the things in the fog seemed to have already noticed a presence escaping the enclosure. They shifted their grotesque bodies forward, reaching out as if to grab hold of Yen Sun standing on the balcony. Yen Sun shut his eyes tight, then thrust hard, using the hammer tucked at the small of his back to smash a large hole through the glass. Ignoring the shard slicing into his hand, he reached through the opening and unlocked the latched balcony door from the inside. He yanked his arm back quickly, but the bare skin of his backhand and wrist was already slashed by jagged glass, leaving behind several bleeding cuts. But he didn't have time to care. Only after rushing into the room and confirming it was safe did he finally let out a slight breath. He glanced at the cuts on the back of his hand, then flicked his tongue out to lick them a few times, as makeshift disinfection. Only then did he take a moment to examine the vacant room around him. The place was in utter chaos. In the corner lay rotten instant noodle containers and crushed soda cans, the whole room reeked like a landfill. But worse than the stench was the sight covering nearly every blank space on the walls and floor, bright red characters scrawled in frantic handwriting. "Let me go, let me go. Please, please let me go. I don't want it anymore. I want nothing. From now on, you're the one who's Sun Yun. I'll never appear again. Spare me." The words looked as if they'd been written in absolute madness. Yet on another wall, the writing was starkly different, a cold, deliberate script contrasting sharply with the earlier frenzy. "Fake. Fake. Fake. I've come to kill the fake. Hee hee. Chapter 40. My husband is dead. There was a computer in the bedroom. Like the other rooms, this one couldn't connect to the internet, but it contained some residual data. Inside the computer's photo album were several old pictures. The photos showed a young man of ordinary appearance, one who would pass you on the street without drawing a second glance. He wasn't someone who liked taking photos, so most of the images were group shots, with family, with friends, with his partner. Aside from a few pictures of eating or reading, the majority of the remaining files were screenshots. Yen Sun leaned forward and began scrolling through them. Question: Have you ever seen a stranger who looks exactly like you? Tonight when I got home, my girlfriend asked why I'd come back after going out, since I said I was working late. I thought she was joking at first, but then I checked the security camera we installed at home for monitoring our pet, and I really did see someone who looked almost identical to me. Am I hallucinating? Look up. This is a Q&A section, not your personal story time. Get lost if you're just making things up. Dude, even if you're gonna lie, at least make it believable. No screenshot. How are we supposed to trust you? Soon enough, the user posted both a photo and a screenshot. In the somewhat blurry surveillance footage, there indeed stood an average-looking man speaking with a woman inside the room, his face nearly identical to that of the original poster. But that didn't prove anything. How does this prove anything? You show us your own picture and a screenshot of yourself standing by the door and expect us to believe a clone appeared? Are we watching sci-fi now? Might be a doppelganger. Be careful, if he gets accepted by your friends and family, you're finished. When Yen Sun saw the word doppelganger, he zoomed in further on that particular screenshot. Perhaps because the original footage was already unclear, and the quality degraded further after being uploaded, the image pixelated even more. As Yen Sun swiped to enlarge it, he had the distinct feeling that the man in the surveillance video was staring straight into the lens, as if certain someone would come back to check this recording again. Yen Sun then opened the computer's notes app. Today old Gao praised me for working hard. I told him I'd take leave yesterday, yet still came to the office. But I was clearly in the hospital yesterday. She said I was considerate, loved the anniversary gift I gave her last week. But I was working overtime that day. I went back to my hometown. My parents asked why I came again, they said I'd only just visited last week. I saw him. The entries in the notes spanned half a year. The screenshots were dated January, while the final note, I saw him, was time-stamped August. After August, no new photos appeared in the phone's gallery. There was no photo of room 405's owner in the registry. He died before the players entered this. Yen Sun stared at these clues on the computer screen, then turned back to look at the large characters written in the bedroom. He seemed to have encountered the same fate as the previous green-haired rich kid, a duplicate of himself. Has everyone in Mimi Mansion encountered a doppelganger? Yen Sun leaned against the desk in the bedroom. He'd heard stories about doppelgangers, creatures that looked nearly identical to their originals, stealing their lives piece by piece before finally killing them. But he distinctly remembered that a true doppelganger should be a perfect copy of the original. The green-haired rich kid aside, even their hair color differed from that of the double. Yen Sun left the bedroom and went to inspect the other rooms in 405. Unlike other apartments, there were no mirrors in this unit. Most reflective surfaces that could reveal one's appearance had been taped over with opaque paper. The faucets in the bathroom and kitchen were wrapped tightly with yellow insulating tape. In the toilet, Yen Sun spotted an overturned plastic bucket. He returned to the bedroom, crouched down, and examined the glass sliding door leading to the balcony. The glass was frosted. When Yen Sun bent over to inspect the part he hadn't yet broken, he confirmed it was impossible to clearly see one's reflection through it. Why do you think that is? Yen Sun asked the system. Are you testing me? The system sounded puzzled. I'm just talking to myself. Yen Sun knew full well the system wouldn't answer. Every other room, including ours, room 508, and the green-haired guy's, has left their mirrors uncovered. The owner of this room covered every single object capable of reflecting his image, as if afraid that the self in the mirror might steal his soul. Yen Sun stopped there, not wanting the NPCs to discover from the surveillance that he had left 405. He retraced his steps back. Fortunately, this time he knew the way well, and with Gue Yuchong's help, he returned to 404 without much trouble. When Gue Yuchong saw him safe and sound, he was just about to let out a sigh of relief, when he noticed the bloodstain on Yen Sun's backhand. The wound, which had almost stopped bleeding, had reopened slightly from the act of climbing back through the window, oozing out a few new drops of blood. Gue Yuchong stared at the back of Yen Sun's hand. You're hurt. He cupped both hands around Yen Sun's. Does it hurt? The hammer Yen Sun had taken from the toolbox still hung tucked in his waistband. He looked down at Gue Yuchong, whose face was so close to his own. It's fine. Not that painful. Liar. Gue Yuchong gazed at the wound on the back of Yen Sun's hand. Yen Sun couldn't tell whether he was more distressed by the injury or by the wasted blood droplets. He suspected it was the latter. I'll go get the first aid kit, said Gue Yuchong, turning to leave, but then felt his arm suddenly caught. No need for all that trouble. Yen Sun looked at him, then down at the blood on his hand. This kind of wound. Licking it clean is enough. With that, Yen Sun lowered his head, tongue flicking up the blood dotting the back of his hand. Due to his pale complexion, Yen Sun's lips lacked color, but as he licked the wound, some blood smeared onto them. Perhaps noticing, he wiped it away with his thumb. Then, raising his eyes to meet Goe Yuchong's motionless, staring gaze, see? He lifted his hand. I said a lick would do it. Goe Yuchong's expression turned strange, as if momentarily overwhelmed by something too complex to process. He looked at Yen Sun, then at the back of his hand, before slowly moving closer. He dipped his head, lifted the hem of his shirt, and gently wiped away the tiny smear of blood now on Yen Sun's thumb. It was such a small amount, the blood on his lips had been barely anything to begin with, nearly gone after being wiped once. By the time Goe Yuchong finished cleaning it with his sleeve, only the faintest trace of red remained, as if he'd just crushed a mosquito. Yen Sun simply stood there, letting Goe Yuchong wipe away even that last insignificant drop. Only when Goe Yuchong confirmed no further bleeding did a slight smile finally appear. All better, said Goe Yuchong. Yen Sun didn't understand Goe Yuchong. He'd expected the man to lose control, to reveal his inhuman nature outright. Instead, he'd used a touch lighter than handling butterfly wings to clean a speck of blood from his thumb. Could it be that Goe Yuchong was actually a good person? A ridiculous thought suddenly flashed through Yen Sun's mind. What clues did you find next door? Goe Yuchong asked curiously. The owner of the room next door seems terrified of anything reflective, Yen Sun replied, picking only parts he could share. His room is covered in writing. He seems afraid of someone, afraid they'll come to kill him. And the one who came to kill him called him a fake. Yen Sun offered only harmless fragments. There was an idea he needed to verify, but he couldn't say that to Goe Yuchong. A fake? Goe Yuchong looked puzzled, as if he didn't quite grasp what Yen Sun meant. But then he remembered the newspaper Yen Sun had found in the green-haired man's room. He looked at Yen Sun uncertainly. So, could there really be two people who look exactly alike? Who knows? Yen Sun said, glancing at Goe Yuchong. If there truly were two identical people. Unless they were twins, anyone else would just be an impostor pretending to be supernatural, Yen Sun thought. He recalled the teenage version of Goe Yuchong stored inside his backpack space. Wasn't the one standing right here just such an impostor? Of course, he couldn't say that aloud, so Yen Sun didn't plan to. He pulled out his phone, preparing to contact an acquaintance. You said you found some clues. Chi Yuan stood before the completely destroyed entrance of room 404, looking at Yen Sun. Half an hour ago, Yen Sun had called him, claiming to have uncovered some leads and wanting to exchange information. Honestly, Chi Yuan had hesitated. He still remembered his experience in room 404 last night, especially after realizing that Yen Sun's roommate wasn't human. To Chi Yuan now, Yen Sun's invitation carried distinct overtones of a trap disguised as hospitality. He didn't know whether Yen Sun had already discovered Goe Yuchong's true identity. Before arriving at 404, he had been wondering whether he should tell Yen Sun about it and warn him to be cautious, only to see the door open and find Yen Sun and Goe Yuchong standing beside it. Goe Yuchong stood behind Yen Sun. He was naturally taller than Yen Sun, but because he always habitually kept his head down, slightly hunched over, combined with his deceptively gentle appearance, his height wasn't particularly noticeable. Yet when he stood behind Yen Sun like this, Chi Yuan suddenly sensed a subtle physical contrast between the two. Yen Sun wasn't short, but perhaps due to his extreme thinness, he always gave off the impression of being fragile, someone who could be snapped in half so easily. But now, with Goe Yuchong no longer slouching, walking tightly behind Yen Sun, Chi Yuan realized. Goe Yuchong's shoulders were even broader than Yen Sun's, his frame larger, as if he could effortlessly enfold Yen Sun within his arms. Noticing his gaze, Goe Yuchong smiled faintly at him. Hello. Goe Yuchong spoke while nodding politely toward Chi Yuan, appearing nothing but courteous. Chi Yuan, however, felt only a chill run through his scalp. He remembered the two enormous cauldrons he'd seen inside 404 the previous night. He wanted to warn Yen Sun, yet feared Goe Yuchong might catch on, he was tormented deep inside. Yen Sun, meanwhile, didn't sense Chi Yuan's inner turmoil at all. He had called Chi Yuan here for one reason. Can your security office access the internet? The internet? Chi Yuan recalled there was indeed a computer in the security room, though it was so old that most guards didn't bother using it much, it mostly handled basic record-keeping tasks. Maybe, Chi Yuan said after thinking briefly. He remembered seeing some colleagues watching movies on it earlier today. I need to look up some information, Yen Sun said directly. Chi Yuan guessed he must have found some clues. He didn't pry further, just nodded. All right. Come with me. I want to go too, Goe Yuchong spoke up. Yen Sun turned to look at him. I'll be back soon. Goe Yuchong stared back at Yen Sun. How long? Half an hour. Yen Sun replied uncertainly. Maybe an hour. Goe Yuchong studied Yen Sun's face, as if assessing the credibility of his words, but perhaps he also believed Yen Sun wouldn't uncover the truth that quickly, so eventually just nodded. Fine. Just go and come back quickly. I'll wait for you. You know. Chi Yuan was about to speak inside the stairwell when Yen Sun raised a finger to his lips in a shoo gesture. Walking on the step below, Yen Sun glanced back and said quietly, I know. I know what you want to say. But don't say it. Yen Sun spoke softly. Though they were inside the emergency stairwell, theoretically out of Goe Yuchong's earshot, Yen Sun knew it wouldn't matter. Last night, Goe Yuchong could pretend not to know what he discussed with Su Yuman. But now it was daytime. He was pushing them to discover the truth faster, urging them not to dawdle. The broken door was the clearest hint. Each night's monster would grow stronger than the previous one, until every last one of them was slaughtered out of the. Yen Sun could feel Goe Yuchong's subtle, occasional probes, so whatever Qi Yuan wanted to say, was better left unsaid now. The floors in Mimi Mansion often shifted unpredictably. Fortunately, this time the fourth floor remained where it was supposed to be. Before long, Yen Sun and Qi Yuan arrived at the ground floor security office, a somewhat remote area located around a corner, distanced from the management office. When they stepped inside, several guards in the room immediately turned their eyes toward Yen Sun. He asked me to help him find something, Qi Yuan said, offering an excuse for Yen Sun's presence. The others didn't confirm whether they believed it or not, they merely sat silently in the corner, quietly observing Yen Sun and Qi Yuan. The two walked up to the ancient, nearly fossilized computer, which was already powered on. Yen Sun attempted to open a web browser. It was slow, but functional. He immediately searched the name of the green-haired man from room 504. Quickly, information about this renowned director appeared on screen. The most recent and eye-catching headline was a discussion about the director's new hairstyle. The normally composed and dignified figure, widely regarded as a life winner, had dyed his hair bright green yesterday. If not for a paparazzi photo leak, no one would have recognized that young green-haired man as the famous director himself. Apparently realizing his new look had already been exposed. The director soon posted photos of his new hair color on his social media. The man in the photo had green-dyed hair, dressed casually, and flashed a smile at the camera. Yen Sun stared at the mole on the man's neck. It matched exactly with the director's marking in the newspaper he had seen earlier. When Yen Sun noticed one of the guards in the corner getting up and moving closer toward the computer, he immediately clicked on another trending news headline. The man sleeping beside me is a stranger. My husband is dead. Chapter 41. He is not human. Are you two reading the gossip? The security guard asked as he approached. Qi Yuan smiled. Just a little curious. Yen Sun opened the trending post, which revealed a report filed by a woman surnamed Li from City B. She said her husband had originally been an ordinary office worker. They'd met in college and started planning their marriage shortly after graduation. A year ago, she began noticing that he would occasionally space out. When she spoke to him, he seemed distracted and distant. But this was quickly explained as pre-wedding anxiety. Perhaps due to the realization of starting a new family, her husband suddenly became much more ambitious, frequently staying late at work. He was soon promoted, and they lived happily for a time. Yet after she became pregnant, she inexplicably started feeling uneasy. She often felt as if the thing inside her womb wasn't alive. Medical checkups showed everything was normal, and her husband told her she was just overthinking due to stress. But I know it's not that, Ms. Li, her face blurred out, told the reporter. I often touch my belly, and it feels so cold. I'm scared. I don't feel like it's my child. It's not alive. Yen Sun watched as Ms. Li suddenly bent over in the video, clutching her stomach, as if the fetus were kicking her from within. Soon, her husband arrived, a plain-looking young man wearing an ill-fitting suit, rushing out of his car. Upon seeing the reporters, he hurriedly said, "My wife hasn't been mentally stable lately. It's probably just the stress," he added, reaching out to support her. His hand rested on her swollen belly. "Shoo, don't trouble mommy." At those words, the woman's expression softened slightly, but then, realizing who was touching her, her face quickly twisted into despair. She slapped his hand away and grabbed the reporter's microphone. "He is not my husband. The man I married never ate loofah. Never. That's normal," the man sighed. "People's tastes change. And don't you like it? You disappeared for a whole week last week. Where did you go?" the woman shot back. "Even my mother said she sometimes finds you strange. You're not the person I married. You are not the one I know." Yen Sun scrolled through the comments beneath the video. It's totally normal for a husband after marriage to turn into a stranger, lol, he was just pretending too well before. Probably just too much pressure. She says her husband isn't human, but I can see his shadow, aw. She's my neighbor. Honestly, I thought she seemed off recently. And her husband? Well, he never used to greet neighbors, but now he's suddenly all friendly. So what? Maybe he was just not close to you before. By the way, have you seen that viral thread on the XX forum about people feeling like a stranger who looks exactly like them moved into their home? Everyone thought it was a joke and posted tons of memes under it. Let me find it. Here. The viral thread mentioned was none other than the screenshot Yen Sun had found in room 405. Strangely, however, all the photos in the original link have been deleted, with the reason listed. The poster requested privacy protection. Whoa, doppelganger. This one's well made. I remember this post. The OP originally uploaded photos, a blurry surveillance screenshot alongside his ID photo. Honestly, they looked kind of similar, especially because the surveillance image was so fuzzy. And that figure was staring directly at the camera, while the ID photo had a red background. Probably low phone resolution, made the guy look like a paper figurine from a funeral offering. Creepy as hell. Curious, did you save the image? Let me check. A moment later, the user uploaded the old screenshot. Unlike the clear photo Yen Sun had seen, this version was overly saturated and unsettling. In the red background photo, the man grinned at the camera. He seemed to be attempting a smile with teeth, yet clearly didn't understand how humans posed for pictures. His effort came off as strained and unnaturally stiff. Perhaps due to overexposure, his eyes were pitch black, devoid of pupils. WTF. That's terrifying. Wait, now that I look closely, doesn't this person in the video screenshot kind of resemble Ms. Lee's husband? Many others noticed it too. Actually, yeah, this guy's pretty good at trolling. I was home alone just now and honestly got chills. Could it be possible that Ms. Lee is telling the truth? That this man really isn't her husband, but an impostor? Chi Yuan, standing beside Yen Sun, could naturally see these discussions too. Though he didn't know Ms. Lee personally, he did have a vague impression of the man in question. The security office kept profiles and photos of all residents, precisely so they could better identify doppelgangers. He remembered Ms. Lee's husband. His shredded photo had been in the trash bin at the security office. He'd asked others at the station about it. He's dead. The photo's useless, someone had told him. If he recalled correctly, Ms. Lee's husband had been a resident of room 405. While the other guards weren't looking, Chi Yuan quietly brought this up with Yen Sun. Yen Sun didn't reply, as if lost in thought. He quickly closed the trending page and cleared all his browsing history, then glanced back at Chi Yuan standing behind him. Chi Yuan immediately understood. Once you're done, leave. Thanks, Chi Ji, Yen Sun nodded. You've helped me big time. The two began walking out of the security room. I just sent you a text. Check it later, Yen Sun said, pausing at the doorway and turning back to Chi Yuan. Don't bother seeing me off. I know my way. Su Yuman was washing his hands in the bathroom. He washed slowly, as if trying to clean every single crevice beneath his nails. Right now, room 908 was empty. Shenrui still hadn't returned from 1101. But even if he were there, it wouldn't matter. He was a new player who didn't yet know Su Yuman's habits. Holy shit, he's washing his hands. Support. Support. Let's go. Violence is where it's at, not stupid puzzles. After finishing, Su Yuman first dried his hands with paper towels, then pulled out hand cream from his backpack space. He carefully applied and fully absorbed it before raising his hands slightly, inspecting them for a few seconds. Then he left room 908. I've noticed killing these doppelgangers gives points, he said to the live comments. That earlier guard gave me 50 points, not much, but decent enough. Let's see, shall we start from the 9th floor? With that, he casually knocked on the neighboring door. Someone inside sounded annoyed. Who is it? Your neighbor, Su Yuman replied. The person clearly didn't want to open the door, but Su Yuman didn't mind. He knocked 3 more times. Sorry to disturb. Immediately, the neighbor's door shattered into countless neatly arranged fragments. The occupant barely had time to scream before being sliced apart right in front of Su Yuman, no blood spilled. Clearly, the neighbor had also been a doppelganger. Su Yuman glanced at the stream comments. How about we make a bet? Just how many more doppelgangers are hiding in this lovely Mimi mansion? Chapter 42 I've been waiting for you. Chi Yuan returned to the security office and opened his phone, only to find that Yen Sun had sent him the clue for task 1, likely as a favor for helping him with the computer earlier. On the 11th floor, Li Wu knocked on the neighboring room's door. Finding no answer, he immediately used a tool to break in. Back in room 1101, Pei Xinyan suddenly turned pale. Shit. Su Yuman has snapped. His ability was Sixth Sense, allowing him to foresee any dangerous event about to occur within the next 10 minutes. What flashed into Pei Xinyan's mind now was an image, Shenrui sliced neatly into countless uniform fragments, while Su Yuman smiled at him. Would you like me to do it myself? He stood directly before Pei Xinyan, waiting for an answer. Pei Xinyan didn't even have time to speak. The moment Su Yuman lost patience, the final scene burned into his vision was of himself and Shenrui lying scattered across the floor of 1101 like shredded rope knots, torn apart and lifeless. I'll go find Li Wu. Just run first. Shenrui still didn't understand what was happening, but judging by Pei Xinyan's expression, this wasn't a joke. He could only stand up and follow. Just then, Shenrui's phone rang. He glanced down, it was a call from his temporary roommate. But after hearing that terrifying future from Pei Xinyan, he couldn't bring himself to answer. Pretending not to notice, he silenced it. I'll go tell Li Wu, Pei Xinyan said. You call Yen Sun and the others. He's planning to kill all the other players and escape directly. Yen Sun stood on the first floor, waiting for the elevator. Today's elevator was particularly slow, but he wasn't in a hurry, so he simply remained standing there. His phone kept vibrating. Goe Yuchong was asking why he hadn't come back yet. Waiting for the elevator. Yen Sun replied briefly. Fortunately, elevators always arrived eventually. With a cheerful ding, the Mei Mei building's elevator reached the ground floor. It was completely empty inside, no one else aboard. Yen Sun stepped in and pressed the button for floor 4. Wait! A person shouted, waving frantically toward Yen Sun. Wait for me. The face was unfamiliar. Yen Sun glanced at them, then pressed the open door button. The person quickly rushed in. While muttering thanks, she lifted a plastic shopping bag, seemingly another resident who had just returned from gathering supplies. Yen Sun noticed she pressed the button for floor 12. Ah, I wonder when this will finally end, she murmured. Dressed in a floral pattern dress with a dark brown short jacket over it, her head was covered by a baseball cap, probably avoiding washing her hair. As she spoke, she kept her head lowered, not looking at Yen Sun, as if talking to herself. It'll be over soon, Yen Sun thought for a moment and replied. Didn't the old man at management say it'd take at most a week? That would be nice, she muttered softly. I can't stand eating instant noodles anymore. Because the floors in Mei Mei building were disordered, the girl's destination, floor 12, would arrive before Yen Sun's floor 4. She stepped out carrying her shopping bag. The elevator doors closed again, but this time, nothing happened. The display screen stayed frozen, unmoving, as if malfunctioning. Yen Sun raised his eyes to look at the broken elevator, otherwise making no move. Luckily, the elevator only froze momentarily. Numbers on the panel resumed spinning rapidly, like slot machines in an arcade, whirling wildly until 3 matching symbols aligned and spit out stacks of tickets. Yen Sun leaned casually against the wall of the cabin, watching the numbers flash past uncontrollably. Clack clack clack. Accompanied by a teeth-grating vibration. The elevator seemed to lose control, suddenly plummeting. The floor numbers began scrolling frantically again, as though 2 opposing forces were struggling against each other. Finally, the number stabilized at 12. The cabin jerked to a stop just as it reached the 12th floor, barely holding position without further movement. Ding! The elevator doors slid open. From the corner of his eye, Yen Sun caught sight of a familiar edge of a floral skirt. In the metallic reflection of the door, he clearly saw behind him, where moments ago there had been nobody, a woman's silhouette appearing. She wore that familiar floral dress and brown jacket. Her hair was long, covered by a baseball cap. With her back facing Yen Sun, he couldn't see her face. Yen Sun looked down. Her shoe tips pointed straight at the elevator door. Her head and feet faced opposite directions. At that very moment, the elevator doors were fully open. In his peripheral vision, the figure behind extended a hand. Yen Sun grabbed her hand and shoved her out. She hadn't expected Yen Sun to do that. Right at the elevator entrance, she finally tore off her disguise, but there was no face beneath. Front or back, all that existed was hair. Yen Sun pressed the door close button. Bye. She reached to crawl back in, trying to grab him, but perhaps hesitating for some reason, she ultimately stayed still on the 12th floor, making no further move. Even as the doors closed, Yen Sun could still clearly see her long black hair, and the mouth opening from the side of her neck. Host. You almost scared me to death. The system wailed inside Yen Sun's head. Just a little test. Yen Sun looked up at the elevator screen, now restored to normal. A test? What kind of test? The old man at management said I'd better not take the elevator, it often malfunctions and is dangerous, Yen Sun explained. After that, we both remembered. We've never taken the elevator since. In this, there are no useless props or settings. Yen Sun thought, if there's an elevator here, and players like us can use it, then the elevator must have a purpose. Either it's just a pure trap, if any player steps in, they die immediately. Or, it serves some other function. He remembered that when the old man at management spoke to him, he hadn't shown any intention of entering the elevator. And he'd warned Yen Sun directly, the elevator wasn't safe, best not to ride it. Knowing the old man might not be human, could it be that his warning was actually the opposite of the truth? When I was in the elevator with Flip-Flop, he never attacked me, Yen Sun said mentally to the system. Only when I refused to leave the elevator with him did he attack, after realizing his identity was exposed. But every single time, he never entered the elevator. The last time, he nearly stepped in, yet I managed to shut him out, and then he said, next time. Yen Sun recalled, if you were me, and next time you saw Flip-Flop outside the elevator didn't follow you in, what would you do? I'd definitely run first, the system replied in his mind. That's exactly what I used to think too. Had he not made the elevator temporarily malfunction and stop, when the doors opened at the next floor and Flip-Flop wasn't there, his immediate instinct would have been to step out quickly. But now that I think about it, Flip-Flop has always followed one rule, he won't attack players inside the elevator. As Yen Sun spoke, the elevator continued moving. So I just ran a little experiment. She tried to frighten me inside the elevator, her real goal was to scare me into fleeing outside. The moment he finished speaking, the elevator reached the 4th floor. The doors slid open, and Yen Sun saw Gue Yuchong standing right in front, waiting. Gue looked at him, giving a slightly relieved smile. You said you were waiting for the elevator, so I came here to wait for you. Chapter 43 Let Dad see how tall you've gotten. One more step forward, and he could leave the elevator. Yen Sun kept one hand on the door close button, but didn't press it. Instead, he stepped out of the elevator within Gue Yuchong's sight. I'm not going to get lost. Gue Yuchong remained the timid person Yen Sun knew. I know you won't get lost. I just want to wait for you. Only want to wait for you. If this had been the real Gue Yuchong standing here, Yen Sun might have felt a tiny bit, just a tiny bit, of emotion deep down. Not much. After all, even the real Gue Yuchong was probably just habitually clinging to someone who seemed, at first glance, reliably strong. The phone in Yen Sun's pocket started vibrating again. He pulled it out and saw it was Shenrui calling. Dude. Boss, run. Run now. That bastard Su Yumin has gone mad. He's planning to kill everyone else and escape thee. Shenrui sounded rushed and breathless, likely while running, his voice naturally loud through the speaker. Gue Yuchong immediately showed an expression mixed with tension and fear. Instinctively, he grabbed Yen Sun's arm. What should we do? Is he really going to kill us? Yen Sun couldn't understand how Gue Yuchong could keep up this act under such circumstances, but he knew he didn't have much time left in this, so he couldn't be bothered to expose him. What should we do? Yen Sun repeated Gue Yuchong's words. Run too. He turned to Gue Yuchong. Let's go back to the elevator first. Su Yumin probably won't head there immediately. He paused, then added, it'd be too inefficient. Fortunately, the elevator hadn't moved. Yen Sun took Gue Yuchong's hand and stepped back inside. Once in, he performed the same trick again, punching the control panel hard. The elevator once more fell into temporary failure, stuck motionless between floors at level 4. How long are we going to stay here? Gue Yuchong glanced at the malfunctioning panel, then at Yen Sun beside him. If he stays put, we can't possibly stay here forever. Next to him, Yen Sun appeared somewhat tired, leaning casually against one side of the cabin. Earlier, Qi Yuan and I found something interesting, he suddenly said. As if bored, he began speaking as if telling Gue Yuchong a story, talking only to himself. We saw a strange trending topic online. Although the phrase, we, grated uncomfortably on Gue Yuchong's nerves, he obediently asked, what trending topic? On it, a Mrs. Li said she got married. Yen Sun recounted the entire content of the post, along with the comments beneath. He didn't look at Gue Yuchong, merely lifting his gaze toward the still faulty elevator display above. Her husband also looked very familiar, the man from apartment 405 next door. Gue Yuchong seemed both understanding and confused. And then? There wasn't enough time, I haven't uncovered all the clues yet, Yen Sun continued. Technically, we're pseudo-humans too. But what sets us apart from the person in 405 is that all the mirrors in our home work normally. The person in 405 taped over every reflective surface. As if terrified of seeing their own reflection. Yen Sun finally looked directly at Gue Yuchong. Don't you find that strange? Gue Yuchong couldn't tell what Yen Sun was aiming at. I don't understand, he said. Because he has a secret. Yen Sun recalled the green-haired man, the director's latest green-themed look, and that stylist whose hairstyle and hair color were exactly like his own. I once read some books, Yen Sun said, about how indigenous tribes in primitive societies refuse to look in mirrors, they believed that doing so would steal their souls. Some even say that in dreams, you can never clearly see your reflection in a mirror. He looked again at the mirror inside the elevator. It clearly reflected both his own image and Gue Yuchong's. He smiled slightly. Looks like neither of us is dreaming. Upon hearing this, Gue Yuchong turned and stared into the mirror, observing his reflection alongside Yen Sun's. Yen Sun lowered his eyes back to his phone, seemingly messaging someone, while Gue Yuchong watched him only through the mirror. Eventually, perhaps due to the prolonged malfunction being noticed, a familiar voice soon echoed within the cabin, the building administrator. Just as before, Yen Sun reported their location and waited for rescue. About 10 minutes later, the familiar old administrator and several security guards arrived outside the elevator doors, skillfully opening the trapped cabin. Throughout this, Yen Sun kept his eyes fixed on the mirror inside the elevator. In its reflection, he saw the guards and the administrator, himself, and Gue Yuchong. Thanks, Yen Sun said to the old administrator. The old man still stood outside the door without entering, his eyelids drooping. Be more careful next time. He turned to leave, hands clasped behind his back. Once is a mistake. Twice is coincidence. There won't be a third. There won't be a third time. Yen Sun and Gue Yuchong were once again standing outside the elevator. Yen Sun glanced at Gue Yuchong. Next time you run into trouble, hide in the elevator. Su Yumin can't find you there. Can't I find you here? Almost as soon as Yen Sun finished speaking, a man's voice, laced with amusement, echoed from beside the emergency exit. His hands were still perfectly clean, though his face and the corners of his clothes were now smeared with bloodstains. Su Yumin stood there, studying Yen Sun and the person beside him, Gue Yuchong. You should thank that old man. He spoke slowly, as if pondering something. If it weren't for him, I might not have come here exactly when I did. Hiding in the elevator. He glanced at the open elevator doors behind them and gave an approving clap. Not a bad idea. If I still couldn't find you by the final floor, I'd definitely consider checking inside the elevator. Su Yumin locked eyes with Yen Sun. I'd make your death quick. How's your relationship with your father? Yen Sun suddenly asked, and before Su Yumin could answer, he immediately used the one-time item Su Yumin had given him earlier. I'm your dad. One-time use skill. Use with caution, depending on the target's personal history, this item will trigger one of two states, obedience or rage. Get lucky, and they become a docile little lamb. Get unlucky, and they fly into a blind fury and tear you apart. Su Yumin hadn't expected Yen Sun would actually use this item on himself. At first, outrage flashed across his face, he was about to activate his own ability, but Yen Sun moved too fast. Before Su Yumin could act, the item had already taken effect. Suddenly, Su Yumin dropped to his knees, clutching his head, trembling violently, clearly overwhelmed by terror. Don't hit me. I'll be good. Yen Sun, ? He looked down at the item in his hand, which had already crumbled into fragments and vanished. He hadn't expected Su Yumin's own item would actually work this well. Had Su Yumin known this power would one day be used against him, he probably would have died before ever handing it over. Good son, Yen Sun chuckled dryly. Dad won't hit you. With that, Yen Sun slipped back into the elevator, Guo Yuchong silently following at his side. Once safely inside, he turned and beckoned toward the crouching Su Yumin. Come here. Let Dad see how tall you've gotten. Chapter 44 Another Self. Su Yumin seemed to have fallen into memories of the past. He slowly stood up and hesitated as he walked toward the elevator door. When he saw Yen Sun inside the elevator, he slightly frowned, as if not understanding why he would obey this person, yet quickly, the effect of the item forced him to lower his head again. Yen Sun stood inside the elevator. Tell me. What did you see in the mirror? At those words, Su Yumin looked up. Through Yen Sun and Guo Yuchong standing in the elevator, he gazed at the mirror behind them. He stared intently, yet his expression turned confused and lost. Mirror? Su Yumin repeated Yen Sun's question. He glanced at Yen Sun, then lowered his head. I didn't see anything. Are you really seeing nothing? Yen Sun asked. I don't like lying little brats. Su Yumin trembled for a moment before shaking his head painfully. I truly saw nothing. I'm not deceiving you. Father. Yen Sun observed Su Yumin, judging the truthfulness of his words. Lu, damn it. Accompanied by the familiar expletive, Shenrui arrived on the 4th floor. But he hadn't expected to run into Su Yumin, that killing machine, the moment he got here. If not for being certain that Yen Sun wasn't the kind of trash who'd betray teammates, Shenrui would have thought Yen Sun had lured him here on purpose to get him killed. He nervously stared at Su Yumin, only to notice the other seemed lost in some memory, motionless. He can't kill you now, Yen Sun said. Come over. He beckoned to Shenrui. Shenrui glanced again at Su Yumin, saw he still showed no reaction, and cautiously approached the elevator entrance. He looked at Yen Sun, who kept holding the elevator door open button. What's going on here? Take a look at the mirror inside the elevator. Though Shenrui didn't understand what Yen Sun meant, he still followed the instruction and looked at the mirror within the elevator. His reflection appeared somewhat bewildered, with a smudge of dirt on his face, he couldn't recall where exactly he'd picked up the grime. Just as he was about to ask Yen Sun what this meant, the Yen Sun inside the elevator spoke to him. Run. Su Yumin is waking up. He immediately turned to check on Su Yumin and saw his expression shifting, struggling. Though he didn't understand how Yen Sun had controlled Su Yumin, Shenrui didn't have time to ask. He gave Yen Sun a quick nod. Boss, be careful. Then he dashed down the emergency stairwell toward another floor. No sooner had Shenrui left than Yen Sun prepared to close the elevator doors. At that moment, Su Yumin fully regained consciousness, and instantly flew into a rage. Yen Sun. Yet the elevator doors shut right before Su Yumin's eyes. The outer elevator doors instantly shattered into countless fragments. But by then, the elevator car had already started ascending. Su Yumin looked up at the rising cabin. His fingers twitched, an invisible force attempted to cut through the car but was blocked. Tisk. Now Su Yumin understood why Yen Sun had refused to leave the elevator all along. He glanced back at the floor numbers displayed on the elevator panel beside him. The elevator was still slowly climbing, with no telling when it would stop. Su Yumin knew there was no use chasing after it now. The cabin must be a safe zone within this, so he could only wait until Yen Sun emerged. Su Yumin looked once more at the elevator before finally turning away, deciding instead to deal with the remaining players first. Guo Yuchong remained silent. He stood beside Yen Sun, watching as he used the item to control Su Yumin. Watching as Yen Sun asked Su Yumin and Shenrui those two strange questions. Shenrui's figure had also appeared in the elevator earlier, but when Su Yumin arrived at the elevator, there had been no trace of him in the mirror. Guo wanted to ask Yen Sun, yet he feared the answer, one he suspected he wouldn't like. Bang! Yen Sun deliberately triggered another elevator malfunction. This old man is definitely going to kill me this time, he muttered to himself. They always say third time's the charm. A sudden sense of panic rose within Gue Yuchong. He wanted to ask why Yen Sun couldn't go to another floor, why he insisted on breaking the elevator again, especially since the administrator had made it crystal clear, there would be no third chance. This time, the administrator would definitely kill Yen Sun. Yen Sun put his phone into his pocket. Before closing the elevator doors, he had already finished editing and sent a text message to Shinrui. What came next depended entirely on them. I've always wondered, Yen Sun pointed at himself, why I don't need to eat. If it's because I may, then all the players should be pseudo-persons too. I haven't eaten anything, but in Shinrui's and Su Yuman's homes, there were empty food wrappers. There were also some in room 405, where I've been. Could it be that only I don't need to eat? Or maybe I'm different from all of you? Yen Sun looked at Gue Yuchong. In 405, I found something else too. The words on the wall said he was a fake. Su Yuman exchanged an intelligence with me and gave me a piece of information, Yen Sun said, still looking at Gue Yuchong. You might already know this, but I'll say it anyway. Gue Yuchong shouldn't know. He had been outside the bedroom. Yen Sun and Su Yuman were inside the room. If he was human, there was no way he could have known what they discussed. Yet Yen Sun now directly stated that Gue Yuchong might already know. Regardless of what Gue Yuchong was thinking, Yen Sun continued. After all, the absolute rule inside the elevator was, non-humans couldn't attack players. It described his roommate Shinrui in detail. He noticed that Shinrui seemed like a completely different person, not his real roommate anymore. The diary also mentioned that green-haired man from room 504. He saw him on television, but the resident of 504 had red hair, the person on TV wasn't the same. So I wonder, is there a possibility? Yen Sun said to Gue Yuchong, when your doppelganger becomes exactly like you, does he steal your soul from the mirror? The green-haired man had been alive all along. His hair sometimes appeared red, sometimes green, never matching the director. But yesterday, he died. This morning, I noticed the director's hair had turned green. They've become identical now. Yen Sun added, of course, this is just my speculation. I found it strange why the neighbor would cover up every single thing capable of reflecting his own image. On the trending news, I saw Li Nushi's husband. Chi Yuan told me that the tenant in room 405 looks exactly like Li Nushi's husband. Yen Sun said, the man in the news footage appears identical to those old photos on the computer, he hasn't changed any features at all. He fears looking at anything that can reflect his own appearance. Because he knows, if he sees that identical figure in the reflection, he will be completely replaced, his soul taken. I thought he'd been so careful, yet why did he still die in the neighboring room? Yen Sun recalled the overturned bucket. Maybe he saw the other version of himself reflected in the water. Chapter 45 Complete Task 2. Yen Sun had been wondering why the occupant of room 404 was different from everyone else. It seemed as if he could survive without food. People in dreams can't see their own faces in mirrors, Yen Sun said. Su Yuman wasn't lying. Gue Yuchong fell completely into confusion. Not lying. He pointed at himself. But we can see ourselves in the mirror. He glanced at the mirror again, his reflection and Yen Sun's were both perfectly clear. Yen Sun could naturally see his own reflection too, the pudding-cut hair of medium length, the dark circles resembling 10 straight nights of overtime work, and that tired expression showing disinterest in everything. We certainly can see. Visible bewilderment had already spread across Gue Yuchong's face. Can people who are dreaming and those who aren't coexist in the same space? What if Mimi building doesn't actually exist in reality? Yen Sun pondered aloud. Dreamers and non-dreamers obviously wouldn't appear in the same space, but what if he were already dead? Yen Sun pulled out his phone. Give me your phone. Without hesitation, Gue Yuchong handed over his. Both phones were the same model, nearly identical except for their cases. Yet precisely because of the different cases, they became clearly distinct devices, no one would mix them up. It's just like a match 3 game, Yen Sun held up the two phones. Similar items eliminate each other, but the rule here is, when two identical ones meet, only one remains. The memo in room 405 mentioned clues about doppelgangers. Supposedly, a doppelganger looks exactly like their original, finds them, kills them, and then takes their place. I don't know why there are so many doppelgangers, but this is what's happening, whether it's me, green hair, or the people next door, we've all encountered our duplicates. We're running from someone who looks exactly like us. Mirrors are the connection between us, Yen Sun pointed at his reflection. When my appearance becomes identical to that of my doppelganger, only one of us will remain. The night green hair died, the famous director also changed his hair color, they looked almost exactly the same afterward. As for the mole's position, mirrors distort such details anyway. In a variety show I watched, I saw someone who looked exactly like me, Yen Sun touched his hair. Same hairstyle, same hair length, same color. Before I arrived in this, the original occupant of room 404 was already gone. Mimi building was a place where dreams and death intertwined. Only in a dream would you fail to see your own reflection in a mirror or any reflective surface. The best way to tell whether you're dreaming is to look into a mirror. But when you actually look into one, perhaps you'll see nothing, and then you're safe, still within the dream. Or perhaps you'll see another version of yourself. Those who are replaced remain trapped in Mimi building forever, unable to leave. They die, turning into monsters that wander the corridors at night, waiting for the next opportunity to come. From time to time, new players enter this world, assuming the roles of residents in Mimi building. Players who fail to successfully escape merge with the deceased residents, becoming nourishment for turning into pseudo-humans, who can speak, think, and attack players even during daytime. I think there are two kinds of monsters in Mimi building. One type are those replaced by doppelgangers. They have no consciousness, only wandering the night corridors. These could be considered native inhabitants of this world. The second type are leftover players from previous rounds. They remember the identities they once played as residents, pretending to be normal occupants during daytime while seeking chances to attack current players. These are the pseudo-humans, inside the building. Of course, in a dream world, you can't connect to the outside network. The only place in Mimi building that connects to the outside world is the first floor. TVs and computers here can establish contact. As Yen Sun spoke, he pressed the elevator's alarm button. The old man's voice came through again. I told you. 3 strikes and you're out. At that moment, the elevator seemed seized by something, uncontrollably plummeting downward. Goe Yuchong grabbed hold of Yen Sun. And then, the first floor arrived. The elevator doors opened, and the old man was already standing at the entrance. Without a word, Yen Sun pulled out a hammer from behind and swung it at the old man. Apparently not expecting such audacity from a mere human, the old man instinctively stepped back, and Yen Sun seized the opportunity. He broke free from Goe Yuchong, dashed past the old man, and sprinted straight into the lobby of the first floor. All the glass windows in the first floor lobby were covered with newspapers. Yen Sun sprinted toward the main entrance. The old man was closing in fast behind him, so he hurled the hammer at the glass window. Bang! The glass shattered. A beam of light streamed through the crack. Outside the broken glass lay an ordinary street. People on the sidewalk stared in surprise at the hammer that had just flown out. Congratulations, player. Task 2 completed, discover the secret of Mimi building. The entire Mimi building, except for the first floor, shifted its layout every day, floors scrambled, positions disordered. Once one realized Mimi building was a world of dreams, everything became traceable. Only in a dream could these abnormalities make sense. Although the 4th floor came after the 10th, the elevator still functioned normally. Only the first floor remained fixed in place, and only this floor could display live TV programs and connect to the external network. But if the true nature of Mimi building remained undiscovered, even if Yen Sun had opened the building's front door on his very first day, all he would have seen outside was thick mist. Only when a player uncovers the truth of Mimi building and the secret of its floors does the first floor transform into an entrance between the illusionary world and reality. Unless the player has discovered the secrets of Mimi building, even reaching the first floor wouldn't allow them to break the main gate or the glass. They remain indestructible. Players are embodying those who are both dead and dreaming within Mimi building. When the hole appeared in the glass, the old man simply stared at Yen Sun, then turned and walked away. The player had completed the task. There was no need for him to keep pursuing. Goe Yuchong, however, stood still, looking at Yen Sun. My answer should have been clear by now. Yen Sun tilted his head at Goe Yuchong. Aren't you coming? Yen Sun reached out, touching the ray of light seeping through the broken glass. As long as you speak your answer, you can leave the too. You did this on purpose. Goe Yuchong said quietly to Yen Sun. You knew all along. Knew that he wasn't really Goe Yuchong. Unlike the players, he had no chance of leaving even after completing the task. Chapter 46 Sexy Xiao Yen, Live Husband Conquering. Player is about to leave Yen Sun had already received the countdown notification from the main system. At that moment, Goe Yuchong melted right before his eyes. The scene was extremely terrifying. He melted like a candle, suddenly dissolving under Yen Sun's gaze, turning into blobs of black substance. Countdown 5, 4. Black tendrils shot toward Yen Sun at incredible speed. Yen Sun estimated the timing. Will you be my husband? He suddenly shouted at Goe Yuchong, who had already transformed into black matter and nearly spread throughout the entire hall. The black tendrils abruptly froze, seemingly failing to comprehend Yen Sun's words. Then they shyly entwined together, hesitating as if nervously wringing their hands, visibly flustered. When Yen Sun shouted those words, he heard the sound of dice rolling. The system was rolling dice to determine whether the capture would succeed. Countdown 3, 2, 1. The countdown continued. By the time the tendrils realized Yen Sun was leaving, no matter how fast they moved, Yen Sun's figure had already vanished from the hall. Yen Sun. That mass of black substance suddenly surged with agitation. All players inside Mimi Tower received a notification that someone had completed Task 2 and left Su Yuman, who had been crouching down searching for Shenrue's whereabouts, immediately stopped. His live-streaming chat exploded with messages. Oh no. It's over. Now we really can't escape the la 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 la. Woo, so tragic, so sad. Once a player escaped Su Yuman could no longer fulfill the condition of kill other players, with only one player allowed to leave. Shenrui, hiding in the cabinet, seemed to realize this too. He scrambled out in panic. Stop. Truce. He raised his phone. My big bro left me a clue. They were still talking when Mimi Tower suddenly began to tremble violently. Su Yuman cursed under his breath. Hand it over. Some entity has gone berserk. Li Wu hadn't expected the entire building to start shaking. It felt as if it would collapse any moment. He had just found some clues, learned that Mimi Tower was a dreamlike structure, and was heading downstairs to the first floor when he received the notification that a player had completed task 2. His phone rang at that moment. He glanced at it, an incoming call from Shenrui. Clues, clues. Shenrui yelled through the line. Yen Sun left me a hint. Meanwhile, the ever-devouring black substance had begun climbing up the building, slowly consuming it piece by piece. After leaving the, Yen Sun's head still buzzed. The system set off firecrackers in his mind. Woo-woo, host, I almost thought we were doomed. The moment he exited the, his overall evaluation came out. As the first player to complete both Task 1 and Task 2, and having nearly accomplished them independently, his overall score was S-class. Task, Mimi Tower. Note, original task rank was A+. Due to an unknown entity invading the ranking, danger level, and difficulty have all increased. Actual task difficulty, S. Task 1, find the pseudo-human. Task 2, uncover the secret of Mimi Tower. Player Yen Sun's rating, S, tasks perfectly completed. Rewards, ability blind box, 30,000 points. Looking at the words, mutated version, written after the name, Yen Sun finally understood, the difficulty didn't feel like an intermediate level task at all, especially task 2. He hadn't been very confident. The clues he obtained were scarce, some conclusions were purely based on fragmentary evidence and personal experience. If he had actually stayed in Mimi Tower for 7 days, he might have uncovered more clues. Where are we now? Yen Sun asked, glancing around his current surroundings. He was now inside a house with the system, who rubbed its hands together obsequiously, reporting, Host, this is the villa I promised you earlier. Yen Sun. Your villa is only 80 square meters. Well, it's not finished yet, it's pre-construction, the system said shamelessly, maybe by the time you exit the next, it'll be fully built. Heh. I'm afraid your developer will vanish with my money. The house now before Yen Sun looked almost identical to room 404 in Mimi Tower, except slightly larger in size. He opened his skill menu again, wondering if he had successfully captured Gue Yuchong. Skill, you should know who my husband is, you'll think I'm so lucky. Number of husbands, 1. True identity. Husband level. Husband status, angry, hurt, disbelieving OAO. What's he got to be angry and hurt about? Yen Sun muttered, baffled. You deceived me for 2 whole days and upgraded this crappy task, shouldn't I be the one demanding answers? As Yen Sun examined his status panel, following the system's hints, he located the game's task log. Meanwhile, in Zone 818, a newly posted thread immediately caught his attention. 818. Anyone want to discuss LW and that guy's mission? They both entered the same, and neither was the first to leave. H. Thanks for the invite. I'm just some troll who watches that guy's stream for fun. His usual pattern is pretending to be nice at first, then going on a killing spree later. I've seen the Mimi Tower many times, it's always survive for 7 days and exit. Given that guy's typical cruelty, he usually waits until day 7, right when everyone thinks they're about to complete the task, then strikes. But this time it's weird, I actually saw the task was, discover the secret of Mimi Tower. What secret could this damn building possibly have? Reporting in after watching Vice President Hui Shue's stream, completely lost here. How did it turn into a dream world? Was Mimi Tower ever supposed to be like this? No, you guys shouldn't only watch those 2 streams. Check out the other players' streams too. I recommend watching streamer X's BJ0051D, he was the first to leave and gave a detailed analysis during his broadcast. Yen Sun glanced at the streamer name. Is my stream name really that random? Host is a newbie, hasn't had time to change it yet. But after this feat, Host will surely become a top-tier streamer, showered with gifts and sponsorships, rising to the peak of life, the system flattered. Host, what would you like to rename it to? Yen Sun stroked his chin. Whoever gets close dies, I go slaughter, slaughter, slaughter. Understood, Host. The system nodded solemnly, then waved its hand dramatically and changed Yen Sun's stream name to Sexy Xiao Yen, Live Husband Conquering. Chapter 47 Pure Merchant Tactics. Can't find the live stream you mentioned. Impossible. Let me check. Ah, they changed the name. It's now, Sexy Xiao Yen, Online Widowmaker. Is this live stream of yours even legitimate? Never mind whether it's legitimate or not, I think the host has a very clear head on their shoulders. Shortly after, more and more people from the thread flooded into Yen Sun's to watch the replay. After circling through everything, they finally began to grasp what was really going on. Actually, the streamer's logic isn't wrong. For players, Mei Mei Tower is just a game world. But for the NPCs inside that, this is their real world. Just think of Mei Mei Tower S as having an outer world and an inner world. The inner world is the storyline where the players exist, while the outer world is the timeline experienced by the NPCs. In the inner world, for some unknown reason, doppelgangers suddenly appeared across the entire world. These copies gradually replaced and killed the originals, forcing them to flee to places like Mei Mei Tower. Similar to those sci-fi movies, you can imagine them entering sleep pods, though in reality, they're just ordinary rooms. They fall asleep in Mei Mei Tower and enter the dreamscape, arriving at the Mei Mei Tower where the players are. So these NPCs shuttle between two worlds, awake in the outer world, but if they see their doppelganger in a mirror while conscious, they die and become monsters within the inner world. For example, Yen Sun's room 404 guy was probably killed and turned into one of those monsters, no longer needing food or drink. Then when players entered the inner world, they wore them like skins to carry out tasks. Same goes for previous players who've been in the Mei Mei Tower, they used the player's original name as a misleading option. But imagine replacing that room 404 NPC with someone named Zhang San. As a player, you'd then be playing as Zhang San, a beautician living in room 404, allowing you to view the whole story from a godlike perspective. Except that earlier versions of the Mei Mei Tower were survival challenges, so nobody paid attention to this detail, and no outer world plotlines got involved. Players who died in the previous round became the fake humans attacking players during daytime. This time around, Yen Sun and Li Wu's version of the Mei Mei Tower assigned players two possible identities, the dreaming survivors and the deceased. Also, the solution to Task 1 was designed specifically to mislead players about the truth behind Task 2, the true nature of Mei Mei Tower. Yen Sun sat on the sofa of his half-finished villa, reading the analysis from the forum user known only as, "Understand bro," not that he meant to mock the guy, but that literally was his username. The system watched alongside for a moment before asking Yen Sun, "Is it really like that?" "More or less," Yen Sun replied. Though back then, he hadn't thought in terms of inner and outer worlds, he'd simply sensed there were two parallel storylines unfolding. Players could only uncover the truth about their own identity by following clues scattered throughout the rooms. Just as Understand Bro said, using the players' actual names in the game was yet another deceptive option. Had Yen Sun been told from the start, "You're playing a resident of room 404, a beautician named Zhang San," he probably would have found the clues and uncovered the truth much faster. I did wonder earlier why there were newspapers in green-haired guy's room, and how Su Yuman could freely come and go from Mei Mei Tower without knowing the secret of the doppelgangers. But then Yen Sun realized it made sense. Dreams are, after all, extensions of reality. Whether diaries or newspapers, they all recorded past events, things green-haired guy and the guy from room 908 had already seen, read, and remembered. Only items in the management office and security room changed in real time, unaffected by past events. Might be exactly as Su Yuman wrote in his diary, that Shenrui invited him to be a roommate, Yen Sun said, then clicked his tongue. Using the players' real names really was a clever red herring. If both characters had just been replaced with Wang Er and Li Si, maybe the puzzle could have been solved faster. After July, the person in room 909 stopped recording. Maybe he discovered the doppelganger secret too and had no choice but to retreat into the dream version of Mei Mei Tower. But there was too little evidence to confirm this. It was just like playing a detective game or escape room, sometimes there aren't enough clues, time is running short, and you're forced to take a gamble. Luckily, the key information and direction had been correct. Yen Sun had gambled right. Did I just obtain a blind box ability? Yen Sun asked, after closing the forum. Soon, under the system's guidance, he entered the space for drawing ability blind boxes. It was a purely white room, and before Yen Sun stood a gift box tied with a bow. According to the system, simply opening the box would grant him an ability. The moment he untied the ribbon, he noticed a new ability had already been added to his profile. After reading the name of the ability. Yen Sun. Seriously, can your system give me something even remotely normal? Yen Sun muttered in confusion, staring at the slip of paper he'd drawn. The note slowly faded away in his palm, leaving behind only the new skill now listed in his status panel. Skill, only mom is good in this world. Skill level, A. Ah. You're their mom now. Only mom is good in this world, kids without moms are just like little blades of grass. When activated, this skill nullifies level differences between monsters and players. The targeted monster will immediately turn into a blade of grass and develop strong emotional attachment toward the player. After regaining consciousness, the monster will become excessively violent. Please be mindful of the skill's duration. Note, some children might be a bit rebellious and disobedient. Red heart. Can you just give me something actually cool for once? Yen Sun protested as soon as he left the white space, tugging at the system mentally. Is it really that hard to get a combat-related ability? Why did both of his abilities come with time limits? And wasn't it right, he checked again, that this skill only worked on monsters? If he encountered another player, he'd still be completely helpless. Yen Sun pondered this unsatisfactory situation, then opened the system's point store, immediately setting his eyes on an axe available for just 2,000 points. Item, Firewood Chopping Axe. This is the axe Aunt Zhang uses for chopping firewood. Affordable, durable, great for splitting wood or hacking people apart. Legend has it, Aunt Jean once killed a ghost with it. What do the question marks after this item mean? He asked the system. It means even the store isn't sure, the system replied. Appraisal result is C rank, but since there are legends surrounding the axe, they added question marks. Seeing Yen Sun's excited, treasure-hunting expression, the system quickly warned. Don't think you found a bargain. That's just a pricing trick the store uses, the system told him. They add question marks and jack up the price on anything with even a hint of backstory, total merchant scam. Chapter 48, Wuxing Village. Yen Sun flipped through other items and weapons in the store again. Sure enough, any item that could possibly have a legend attached was marked with a series of, by the store. Item, chicken feeding basin. The feeding basin from Grandpa Qian's house, rumored to be an ancient ritual artifact used in primordial ceremonies. A family heirloom. Yen Sun. You guys really aren't holding back on ripping off broke people, are you? The system didn't dare reply. After all, Yen Sun was still sitting in that half-finished villa. Carefully checking his expression, it quietly transformed into a fluffy little duckling and waddled over to Nestle beside his knees, attempting to look cute. Host. Host. Let's take Guo Yuchong out for just a peek. What if he got injured in the hallway? Perhaps trying to stir whatever tiny bit of sympathy Yen Sun had left, the system kept poking at his knee with its little flat beak. Host, please. One more nudge and I'll clamp you again. Yen Sun said. Immediately, the system covered its flat mouth with two fluffy wings, signaling it wouldn't speak another word. Yen Sun brought Guo Yuchong out. The sofa wasn't big enough, so he could only lay him on the floor temporarily. Looking at Guo Yuchong lying there on the ground, eyes closed, no breath, facial features not distorted but seemingly just asleep, Yen Sun couldn't help rubbing his arms. I'm kind of scared of this face right now. He still remembered when he left Mimi building, how that version of Guo Yuchong had melted before his eyes like a candle, transforming into something utterly horrifying. As for exactly what it looked like, he couldn't recall. That entire moment had been erased from memory. All he remembered was an excruciating pain as though his skull had split open, blood flowing from his nose and ears, and that he'd seen something he should never have seen. But all that agony vanished the instant he exited and returned to the game space. Kneeling down, Yen Sun looked at the motionless figure on the floor, then reached out to poke his cheek. Alright, not stiff yet. A cold joke suddenly popped into his head, husband stays stiff, means he's dead. Good. Good. Not stiff is good. The system bounced around, patting its chest in relief. Yen Sun. This conversation felt like the most sketchy episode of some dodgy online short video. Looking at Guo Yuchong lying there, he thought that compared to his initial state, the man seemed slightly rosier in complexion now. Suddenly remembering something, Yen Sun abruptly laid down under the system's bewildered gaze. Host, if you want to sleep, just go back to your room, the system said, confused. Yen Sun ignored it. After lying down, he measured himself against Guo Yuchong's height, then declared firmly, I'm taller than him. He's, probably around 178. Yen Sun estimated the height difference between them. He strongly suspected that the Guo Yuchong in the being 187 centimeters tall was simply due to the numbers being swapped. Because this was his first completed, Yen Sun had a 3-day rest period. During that time, he received friend requests from Li Wu, Qi Yuan, and Shen Rui, along with a threatening message from Su Yuman, which he immediately blocked as spam. When the 3 days ended, Yen Sun stepped out of the bedroom, stuffed the lifeless Guo Yuchong into his backpack, and set off. The system remained in its fluffy duckling form, obediently perched on Yen Sun's shoulder. So, what kind of is this one going to be? Yen Sun asked. Since he'd been forced to keep playing, the system had previously promised to reveal the general plot to him. Don't worry, host. This is really simple. You play an ordinary attending your cousin's wedding with your parents back in the countryside. Completely safe. And there's even a high-level player in this, you can just tag along and follow them. Yen Sun, after hearing you say that, I'm honestly even more worried. When Yen Sun came to, he found himself in the back seat of a car. Presumably due to the rough road, the vehicle jostled constantly. In front sat a middle-aged couple, both with stern expressions. Only when they saw Yen Sun wake up did the woman driving finally speak, I told you not to stay up too late gaming. Ah, it's summer break, the kid can play a bit longer, the man replied. At that moment, background story details began appearing in Yen Sun's mind. After finishing his college entrance exams, Yen Sun had been idly playing games at home when his parents received a letter from distant relatives. It said one of his distant cousins was getting married and invited them back for the wedding. The expressions on Yen Jia's parents were far from happy upon receiving the invitation. Yen Sun's mother, in particular, stared at the red envelope as if it had truly turned into a live bomb. But soon, she noticed his presence and instantly changed her expression. This summer vacation, you're just lazing around anyway, come with us back to the hometown. Hometown. It's been years since we last went back. Yen Sun's mother tucked the invitation away. This kid Yen Yu really knows how to spring surprises, doesn't say a word and suddenly does something this big. Because he took his mother's surname, Yen was indeed the name of his cousin. And so, half a month later, the Yen family packed their bags and set off on their journey home. This was exactly the moment when Yen Sun entered the. "Mom, how much longer?" Yen Sun asked from the back seat. Only Yen Sun's mother knew the way back, so unless she was too tired, she drove most of the time. "A few hours," she replied. "We should arrive by tonight. And you'd better mind your attitude, don't go around with that sour face all the time. And honestly, I don't even want to mention your hair." Yen Sun glanced at his reflection in the car window, the familiar pudding-style hair hanging loosely over his shoulders. He couldn't figure out how the original owner, having just finished college entrance exams, managed to grow his hair this long in less than half a summer. Then again, maybe he didn't care about such details. Just as Yen Sun was about to close his eyes and rest. Suddenly, an emergency brake nearly sent him crashing headfirst into the front passenger seat. "What happened?" Yen Sun's father exclaimed. "Nothing," Yen Sun's mother said uneasily, staring at the windshield. "I thought I saw someone waving at us." Yet now, the mountain road at dusk was completely empty. "Don't scare us like that. I'm not making it up, I clearly saw." Knock knock. Yen Sun suddenly heard a tapping against the glass beside him. As the entire family was still reeling in fright, a young man carrying an outdoor backpack bent down and spoke to them through the window. "Are you heading to Wusheng village? Could I hitch a ride with you?" Chapter 49, Innate Cold Body Constitution. The person tapping on the car window was around 20-something, wearing a hiking backpack. He bent slightly to look at Yen Sun and gave him a polite smile. "Wusheng village?" Yan's mother glanced at the young man a bit longer. "Well, that's on our way." "Why are you going there?" she asked curiously. Wusheng village wasn't any tourist hotspot, it was remote and secluded. If it weren't for attending the wedding, the Yen family probably wouldn't have returned to this hometown at all. Yen Sun noticed her tone was filled with both probing and suspicion, as if Wusheng village held some secret she feared this young traveler might uncover, though of course, that was obvious. It was a horror after all, of course there were secrets. What kind of horror didn't? Yen Sun thought to himself. There was a short video posted online recently, the young man said, perhaps worried they wouldn't give him a ride. He quickly pulled out his phone and passed it through the slightly open front passenger window. "I saw this video and got interested, so I wanted to come take a look." He pulled out his simple filming equipment. "You're the first passers-by I've met. For some reason, my navigation suddenly stopped working." "Navigation failed and you still dared to come?" Yen Sun thought inwardly. No wonder this is a horror, there really are people who aren't afraid of death. Both Yan's parents in the front seat had seen the short video. In it, a man lay flat on the ground introducing the red soil beneath him, claiming it was unique to Wusheng village, said to be soil soaked through with blood. Yan's mother chuckled dismissively, "What nonsense. An expert explained before that it's due to certain minerals in the soil." She handed the phone back to the young man. "Alright, get in. But let me tell you, our village is extremely boring. These videos are just made to fool people. Xiao Yan, scoot over and let him sit beside you." Hearing this, Yen Sun shifted the luggage piled next to him further to the left, making space for the young man to climb in. He was a decent-looking young man. After settling in, he thanked Yan's parents again, then introduced himself, as a third-year student at Ocean University, traveling during summer break. "Ocean University?" Yan's father said. "That's quite a coincidence. Our Xiao Yan is about to attend Ocean University too." He glanced at Yen Sun through the rearview mirror. "Why don't you start chatting more with your senior?" Yen Sun. Since when did he have that background setting? "I'm Sun Zhao," the young man said to Yen Sun, extending his phone. "You can add my contact info. Once school starts, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me for help." Yen Sun, Yen replied, pulling out his own phone to add Sun Zhao on WeChat. Sun Zhao placed his backpack between his legs and removed his hat. Noticing Yen Sun looking at him, he smiled again. He had a small mole beneath each eyebrow and under his eyelashes. His hair was jet black, as if specially dyed. "Are you back in your hometown for summer break, Xiao Yan?" Sun Zhao turned and asked. "My cousin's getting married," Yen Sun said. He stared at Sun Zhao but ultimately couldn't determine whether he was a player or an NPC. Eventually, he just averted his gaze. Soon, the car entered a straight cement road. Towering dawn redwoods lined both sides. Though it was summer and daylight should have lingered, the nearly tunnel-like canopy of trees blocked out almost all light, forcing Yan's mother to switch on the headlights. Cicadas screeched endlessly on both sides. Yen Sun found their cries grating, but on this empty road, their car was now the only moving presence. Inside the vehicle, silence fell. Yan's mother stared intently at the road ahead. Yan's father looked down at his phone. Sun Zhao turned to gaze out the window. For a moment, the entire world seemed filled only with the shrill chorus of summer cicadas. Something's wrong. Finally, Yan's mother abruptly stopped the car. "I remember this road shouldn't look like this. Did we get lost?" Yen Sun asked. "It has been many years since I last came back," she said to Yen Sun. I clearly recall there wasn't a cement road here before, and the redwoods weren't this tall. But Yen, you told me to follow the cement road straight ahead until we find the turnoff to the village. This place really is hard to find, Sun Zhao suddenly spoke up. I searched around earlier but couldn't find any signs. If I hadn't run into you, Aunt Yen, and your family, I'd have no idea what to do. Yeah, it's not easy to locate. If it weren't for my cousin's wedding, we wouldn't have come back either. Yan's mother stared at the road ahead, her voice tinged with anxiety. That's strange. Yen, you said this road shouldn't look like this at all. He said there should be a cement house beside the road. After seeing the house, knock on the wooden door 3 times, someone inside would tell me how to proceed. By now, night had completely fallen outside. Perhaps infected by the tense atmosphere in the car, the cicada's cries beyond the window grew even more grating. Thump, thump, thump. Yen Sun suddenly heard a faint sound. As if something were tapping against the ground. Soon, he felt something land on the trunk of the car, causing the rear seat to shudder slightly. Tap, tap, tap. Yen Sun could feel something approaching the rear window glass. At that moment, a sudden, God's eye view flashed into Yen Sun's mind. Inside an abnormally towering dawn redwood forest, a small cement road lay before them, where their car sat parked, headlights brightly illuminating the stretch ahead. Yet behind them, a dark shadow silently clung to the rear window, its face pressed flat against the glass, separated from Yen Sun's head by only a thin pane. The people inside the car remained unaware that something had quietly attached itself to their vehicle, still chatting away as before. In a flash, the thing swiftly crawled underneath the car. Then, the God's eye view finally displayed 3 large characters. Wusheng Village. Immediately afterward, the production company and cast names appeared in the scene. The moment Yen Sun saw XXX as Sun Zhao, how could he not understand? This world was a horror movie. Ah, it's here. The God's eye view quickly vanished from Yen Sun's mind, and Yan's mother seemed to have found the location of the cement house. No wonder, it must have been blocked by the trees earlier. At this moment, none of the people in the car realized that while they had stopped searching for the cement house, something had already slipped beneath their vehicle. Except Yen Sun. Yan's mother continued driving toward the house she claimed to have seen, but when she actually reached the spot, confusion set in. I clearly just saw a house here. Yen Sun looked in the direction she indicated. Only the familiar, almost copy-pasted rows of dawn redwoods greeted his eyes. Where was the cement house? This can't be right. Yan's mother muttered. I definitely saw that house. Yen auntie, said Sun Zhao from the back seat, his expression uneasy. I've been watching the front the entire time. I don't know exactly what you thought you saw. But I'm certain, what you saw wasn't a cement house. What do you mean? Yan's mother asked. Yen Sun had been absorbed in that God's eye view and hadn't paid attention to the road ahead. Hearing Sun Zhao speak now, he couldn't help but turn toward him. A light sheen of cold sweat glistened on Sun Zhao's forehead, whether from fear or nervousness, it was hard to say. I did see a house, just now. But very, very small. More like a paper-made one, placed by the roadside. His words were veiled, yet in that instant, everyone understood precisely what kind of paper house he meant. The funeral offerings burned for the deceased. Even Yen Sun now felt a chill creeping up his spine. The previously annoying cicada cries had ceased entirely, as if they'd entered some other space altogether. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, Yan's father's phone suddenly rang. Everyone in the car jumped in fright, until Yan's father checked the caller ID and finally exhaled in slight relief. It's Yen Yu calling. He turned on speakerphone under everyone's watchful eyes. Hey aunt, did you and Xiao Yan run into any trouble on the way? I've been waiting so long, but I haven't seen you yet. The voice from the phone was soft, almost whisper-light, as if carried by a breeze into the car. We got lost, Yan's mother replied immediately. We're on the cement road you mentioned, but we couldn't find the cement house you talked about. Yen Yu seemed to murmur something quietly on the other end, perhaps asking someone nearby. Soon, he spoke again into the phone, then wait there a bit longer. I'll come find you. After a few polite exchanges between Yan's parents and Yen Yu, the call ended. So he's your cousin? Sun Zhao suddenly asked. You came specially for your cousin's wedding, he said, looking at Yen Sun. How lucky. Lucky? Lucky you two have such a close bond. Sun Zhao smiled. My relationship with my family is terrible. Yen Sun didn't think they were close enough to be having these kinds of conversations. He glanced at Sun Zhao beside him, aware that this man was the film's male lead, and studied him a few moments longer. System. System. Sun Zhao looked confused. Are you playing a game? Nothing, Yen Sun said. Taking advantage of the wait for Yen Yu, he decided to check his live stream. After clearing the first, he'd gained control over his streaming interface. The moment he saw the flood of scrolling comments, he regretted opening it at all. Streamer, the person's here. When are you going to start killing off husbands? Streamer. Is the guy next to you your new husband? He looks good, can you please don't let him die? Aha. Babe, you finally opened the stream. Look at me. First time in a movie, streamer. These are tricky, especially for cannon fodder, they die way too easily. And you can't cause disturbances beyond what the movie allows. Never heard of Wusheng Village before, could this be a brand new movie? Yen Sun read through the comments for a while, then shut the stream off. Because he just caught sight of a figure at the end of the road, wearing light-colored clothes. The person walked slowly, slightly limping. Upon seeing their car, he immediately waved and quickened his pace slightly toward them. As the man drew nearer, Yen Sun finally got a clear look at his cousin. His hair was long, almost reaching his chest. His eyes were narrow and double-lidded, with an expression so faint it gave off an impression of inkwash painting. His complexion was unhealthily pale, carrying an aura of illness. As he approached the driver's seat, he covered his mouth and coughed a few times. "Aunt," he said, nodding briefly at the people inside the car, calling each of them by name, until his gaze paused on Yen Sun. Through the half-open window gap, he looked at Yen Sun in the back seat. "You're Yen Sun. Nice to meet you. I'm Yen Yu." With that, he quickly shifted his gaze away, seemingly showing little interest in his suddenly appearing cousin. Noticing a stranger in the car, he turned to Yen Sun's mother with mild confusion. "Who is this?" Yen Sun's mother quickly explained who Sun Zhao was. Yen Yu nodded. "Just drive forward a bit more, you'll see the cement house." He spoke softly. "Perhaps the roads here all look too similar, so you got a little disoriented. Just follow me." He said this without making any move to get in the car. Yen Sun's mother frowned immediately. "Hurry up and get in. You can still guide us from inside the car." "Yen Sun, scoot over. Squeeze with Sun Zhao and make room for your cousin." Yen Yu had been leaning against the driver's door, but upon hearing this, he let his gaze fall onto the space behind the driver's seat. Cough, cough. There seems to be quite a lot of stuff back there. Might be a bit inconvenient. Inconvenient? What inconvenience? Yen Sun. Hurry up already. Yen Sun. He pulled the backpack beside him onto his knees. "Please, cousin. Yen Yu, your health isn't good, don't stand on ceremony with family," Yen Sun's father chimed in at this point. At those words, Yen Yu lowered his head as if pondering something silently. Finally, he reluctantly said, "Sorry to trouble you." With that, he reached out, opened the rear door, and sat down beside Yen Sun. And the moment Yen Yu stepped into the car, Yen Sun caught a faint scent, something subtle, like clothing soaked through with temple incense, yet with a slight touch of sweetness. Yen Yu wore loose-fitting clothes, resembling traditional attire. Layers of ornaments hung across his chest. Yen Sun couldn't identify what materials they were made of, only noticing they seemed well-worn, polished from constant handling, glistening with a greasy sheen. Perhaps Yen Sun's stare was too obvious, because Yen Yu turned to look at him. "What is it?" "Nothing." Yen Sun hugged his shoulder bag tighter. It was peak summer. The version of himself in this movie clearly disliked the heat, wearing shorts down to his knees, an outfit seeking coolness. Compared to Yen Yu, whose buttons were fastened all the way up to his throat, they seemed like beings from entirely different seasons. "I just thought," Yen Sun said, fanning himself with his palm, "that cousin seems completely unaffected by the heat. I'm about to pass out from it." "Don't talk nonsense." Yen Sun's father suddenly cut in from the front. "Don't be disrespectful to your cousin." "It's fine," Yen Yu stopped Yen Sun's father from scolding. He turned his head to look at Yen Sun. "I've always had cold body temperature." As he spoke, he reached out and lightly touched Yen Sun's knee. "That's why I usually wear more clothing. See?" Yen Yu looked down at his hand resting on Yen Sun's knee, then lifted his gaze to meet Yen Sun's eyes. "Isn't it very cold?" Chapter 50, Temple Fair. Yen Yu's hand felt as though it had just been pulled out of an ice cellar. The moment he placed it on Yen Sun's knee, Yen Sun shivered involuntarily, half convinced he'd come down with chronic joint pain. Sun Zhao had been watching their interaction closely. He studied Yen Yu, then turned to Yen Sun. "You two don't look much alike." Compared to the delicate, inkwash painting-like features of Yen Yu, Yen Sun's facial features were bolder and more striking, what social media influencers might call a high-definition beauty. Their clothing styles were completely different too. Yen Sun wore a work shirt, shorts, and sneakers, while Yen Yu looked perpetually cold, buttoned up so tightly it seemed he was trying to seal himself all the way to his throat. As Sun Zhao spoke, he quietly leaned closer to Yen Sun and whispered, "Is he really your cousin?" His whisper wasn't particularly quiet, at least, not quiet enough for Yen Sun to believe that anyone within earshot, provided they weren't deaf, couldn't hear it. Yen Sun grabbed the sleeve of Yen Yu's coat and gently moved his hand aside before replying to Sun Zhao, "I've never seen him before." Sun Zhao widened his eyes, looking as if he'd just caught a fraud in the act. How could someone brazenly impersonate family? "Don't listen to him." Father Yen called from the front seat. "He hasn't returned here since he was born. If it weren't for Yen Yu's wedding." He paused awkwardly, as if deliberately omitting something. "It's only natural he's never met his cousin." Sitting beside Yen Sun, Yen Yu smiled faintly, seemingly unoffended by Sun Zhao's question. He glanced at his hand, which Yen Sun had just moved away, gently rubbing his fingertips together before turning to Yen Sun. I've heard about you before. If I could, I'd love to go see a big city someday. It was an ordinary enough statement, but Mother Yen suddenly slammed on the brakes, jolting everyone in the back row forward. Yen Sun braced himself against the front seat. Mom. Oh. Something just darted across the road, Mother Yen said. I didn't expect there'd be so many little animals out here at night. Hope it wasn't some forest spirit. Father Yen sounded uneasy. Drive carefully now. Yen Yu's earlier words were thus naturally cut off. Yen Sun glanced at Yen Yu beside him. Have you stayed in the village all this time? Never left. Yen Yu nodded. The signal here is terrible, so I mostly read books. He turned to Yen Sun. Only during temple fairs do I get to wander around and enjoy the buzz. Come to think of it, this year's temple fair will be held this month. He added, if you're interested, I can show you around. Don't bother your cousin unnecessarily, Father Yen interjected from the front. When the temple fair begins, your cousin is extremely busy, he has to make decisions on many of the ritual arrangements. Rituals? Seeing Yen Sun's confusion, Yen Yu volunteered an explanation. Most of Wuxing Village's temple fairs, big or small, are tied to ancestral rites. The biggest one falls on a person's birthday. This year, it's in summer. There's also one around Lunar New Year, and of course another major celebration 3 weeks after autumn equinox. Yen Yu touched the layers of jewelry stacked around his neck and chest. In 1 week, right before my wedding, we'll hold this year's most important sacrificial ceremony. These pieces, he said, gesturing to the ornaments, are meant to be worn during the rituals. Yen Sun stared at the jewelry draped over Yen Yu's neck and chest. He couldn't quite tell what they were made of, some kind of colored gemstones mixed with natural minerals. Each piece was polished to a deep, glossy sheen, clearly aged antiques passed down through generations. Curious? Yen Yu asked softly. At some point, he had drawn so close to Yen Sun that his arm nearly brushed against Yen Sun's shoulder. The back seat wasn't spacious to begin with, Yen Yu's arm pressed against Yen Sun's shoulder, while Sun Zhao's pant leg bumped against Yen Sun's knee. Sun Zhao's massive hiking backpack sat between his legs, occupying nearly half the rear space. No wonder the three of them were crammed together like sardines. Would you like to touch them? Yen Yu tilted his head toward Yen Sun. He reached out and lifted one of the long bead strands hanging down to his waist. Lifting his gaze to Yen Sun, he extended his other hand, as if inviting Yen Sun to reach out as well. Yen Yu's movements were so natural, and Yen Sun truly was curious about the ornaments. Just as he began to extend his hand, Father Yan's voice rang out again from the front. You child. He's just being polite, and you take it seriously. Those are heirloom ceremonial ornaments, passed down for generations. Don't go touching them recklessly. Yen Sun froze mid-motion. He looked at Yen Yu. Thank you, cousin. I guess I'll refrain after all. Yen Yu shook his head slightly, then addressed the front seat. It's fine. It doesn't matter. Even though these are things used by the shaman. On the day blessings are bestowed, everyone comes to touch them. It's perfectly fine for you to touch them now, cousin. He turned his head slightly toward Yen Sun as he spoke, his voice soft and gentle, less like someone talking to a college-bound young man, and more like an adult soothing a child. Yen Sun. He couldn't help but rub his arms where goosebumps had risen. He really couldn't stand that way of speaking. Oh, how fascinating. Sun Zhao looked at the bead strand in Yen Yu's hand. Now that I think of it, back in school, I even joined the campus folklore interest group. This is my first time seeing actual jewelry worn during rituals. I've heard these are old objects that have been possessed. Yen Yu had returned to his original posture, hands resting on his knees, long sleeves draping over them, concealing his fingers entirely. He seemed to have little patience for a stranger like Sun Zhao, and merely replied, that's just something they show in movies. Don't take it seriously. From the corner of his eye, he glanced at Yen Sun's knees. It gets cold in the village. Did you bring long pants? Yen Sun had no idea whether he'd packed them or not, but he nodded anyway. Yen Yu didn't press further. It seemed he'd spent so long in the village without seeing outsiders that meeting this distant cousin stirred an uncontainable sense of closeness deep inside. Yen Sun studied his profile. How old are you this year? Me. Yen Yu paused briefly. 28. You've stayed in the village all this time. Never left. Yen Yu nodded. And you never went to school outside either. Yen Sun asked casually, probing gently with a relaxed expression. Hearing this, Yen Yu slowly shook his head. I've always stayed in the village. Never left. He looked at Yen Sun. It would be nice if you could tell me about what's beyond the village. I've heard the outside world is quite interesting. What about your wife then? Yen Sun asked. My wife. Yen Yu repeated softly. How did you two meet? Yen Yu gazed at Yen Sun, then averted his eyes. Yen Sun didn't understand his meaning and pressed again, is it a secret? Can't you say? We. Yen Yu looked at Yen Sun, then shifted his gaze away. You'll know in a few days. Chapter 51, Not to be heard, not to be spoken. It was as good as saying nothing at all, Yen Sun thought to himself. He suspected this had something to do with the secret of the, which couldn't be revealed just yet. The difference between a movie and regular was that in a movie, every person had to complete what they were supposed to do, the scripted plot couldn't be skipped. This resulted in certain death flags becoming unavoidable scenarios, forcing players to find loopholes and work around them. Movie plots were continuous, but since it was a production involving multiple actors, the camera wouldn't focus on each individual the entire time. That meant there were moments outside the frame where players could take action. For instance, when a death flag appeared on the protagonist, and the camera wasn't focusing on supporting characters, those supporting character players could act freely during that time, as long as they returned to perform their next scene precisely when their shot came up. Although Sun Zhao was technically the main character of Village of No Birth, the real plot wouldn't begin until he actually entered the village. Right now, the scene taking place inside the car hadn't appeared in the original film. This meant they were currently in an off-screen period. "I bet your wife is your childhood sweetheart," Sun Zhao suddenly said. He lifted the hiking backpack between his legs and pulled out some snacks for energy. "Want any?" "I'm starting to feel hungry." Naturally, Yan Jia's parents in the front seats declined, and Yan Yu also shook her head. Yan Sun looked at the energy bar offered to him, took it, but didn't open it immediately, just held it in his hand. "Can I see that video again?" Sun Zhao grinned. "Sure, no problem." He handed his phone over to Yan Sun, showing him the same video he'd played earlier. In the video, the man looked about 30 years old. He was crouched on the ground, closely observing the red soil of Wuxing village, then scooping some into his palm for the camera. "This is the red soil of Wuxing village. I've been to many places, but I've never seen soil of this color before. I can feel this place is different." He gestured for the camera to follow him, seemingly not alone, but accompanied by a cameraman, and they walked forward a bit. He pointed up at the plaque above, reading, "Wuxing Village." "A viewer messaged me privately, urging me to come check this place out. They said there's something strange here. Heard that over 100 years ago, there was a massive earthquake here, treasure surfaced from underground back then. But everything ended up in museums. Apparently, some greedy fools tried to sneak in later, but none ever came back. Just by seeing this red soil, I know it's not ordinary." Perhaps trying to build suspense, the video used a ghastly filter, eerie background music typical of horror films, and even included some deliberately placed jumpscare cuts. Yan Sun reached out and tapped on the man's profile page. "Paranormal investigator, Xia Yu. Into the strange. Live every Monday and Friday at 9 p.m, join my stream XXXX. Business inquiries, XXXX. Yan Sun searched the man's name and found numerous clips from his live streams, mostly people calling in to ask about strange occurrences in their homes. Of course, callers needed to send gifts first to get through. Yan Sun clicked on one clip and happened to land on the Wuxing Village broadcast. The caller had sent a grand carnival gift, cutting the queue to speak. He said his village was called Wuxing Village and had recently experienced odd happenings. He begged Xia Yu to come and investigate. He spoke slowly, word by word, and viewers spammed the chat bot. His audio was distorted, with noticeable wind noise and pig squeals in the background. No one could tell where he was calling from. Xia Yu joked at first, asking if the guy was standing beside a pig pen. Then, off mic, a pig squealed. "I can only ask like this. Others mustn't find out. Come quickly and see." The caller stuttered through each phrase, as if speaking these words was incredibly difficult. Soon after, another pig squeal blared, and the connection cut. Some viewers went digging for the caller's profile, only to find it was a brand new account with zero history. But perhaps it was exactly these unnatural details that caught the adventure streamer's attention. Xia Yu eventually arrived at Wuxing Village, camera crew in tow. He first filmed the red soil at the village entrance, with villagers staring blankly at them in the background, expressions dull and vacant. Then he started asking the villagers if anything strange had happened recently. Of course, the villagers suspected they were scammers, and as soon as they showed up, everyone shut their doors. If that were all, it wouldn't have been too concerning. But what made it strange was that Xia Yu hadn't streamed for a full 3 months, though he did post one update on other platforms. "Xia Yuev, some things are not to be heard, not to be spoken. Stepping away from the internet for now. See you another day. Shortly after, all his accounts stopped updating completely. At this point, even those who originally thought Xia Yu was just faking a decline in viewership for dramatic effect began to grow uneasy. Yan Sun finished reading everything and handed the phone back to Sun Zhao. "You came here because of this too?" "More or less." Sun Zhao paused to think. "But I actually know Xia Yu. I can't get in touch with him. I don't know where he went, so I decided to come see for myself. This village is really hard to find. People nearby haven't even heard of it." He looked at Yan Sun. "It wasn't until that day, when I saw a copper coin on the ground and picked it up, that I noticed the signpost pointing to Wuxing Village, hidden among the tree canopy." Yan Sun. "Seriously, man. After seeing all that, you still dared to come. No wonder he's the protagonist of a horror movie. A normal person would have turned around and left the moment they noticed something was off, but these guys not only ignore the red flags, they treat them like an adrenaline rush." Countless horror movie scenes flashed through Yan Sun's mind. When some local warns, "Hey bro, don't go stay at that lakeside cabin, it's haunted," the main character just laughs it off, keeps joking around, maybe even flirts with someone. Yen Sun stared at Sun Zhao as if looking at a dead man walking. "I thought finding the path meant I was set," Sun Zhao continued, winking at Yen Sun, "but then I got lost again. Good thing I ran into you guys." With that, he turned to Yen Yu, who was questioning the villagers, and asked, "Hey, cousin, have you seen this guy in the village before?" He acted as if they were old friends, casually shoving the phone in front of Yen Yu. "Just call me Yen Yu replied flatly. "I only have one cousin, and that's Yen Sun. As for this person, I've never seen him either. I usually stay inside the house. I rarely come out. And my wife isn't my childhood sweetheart," Yen Yu added, finally answering Sun Zhao's earlier question. "She's someone I waited for a very long time." Chapter 52, Siml Hall. The car continued down another stretch of identical cement road, and finally, ahead, appeared the concrete house that Yen Yu had mentioned on the phone. The house looked old. The windows were in an old-fashioned wooden frame style, painted with green paint that had chipped over time. The walls had begun peeling from years of wind and sun exposure, giving the entire structure a dilapidated impression. This concrete building sat right within the grove of dawn redwoods, its door half open, yet no light shone from inside. "Old man Sun is elderly, he might already be asleep at this hour," Yen Yu said. He signaled for Yen Su's mother to stop the car, then stepped out under the watching eyes of the others, walking slowly toward the concrete house nestled partially beneath the shadow of the trees. The dawn redwoods were thick and dense, blocking nearly all moonlight above. Even with the car's high beams on, it was difficult to see clearly into the grove. Yen Yu moved forward in his light-colored clothes like a drifting wisp of soul, silently approaching the front of the house. He knocked 3 times, then pushed open the half-closed wooden door, leaning his head inside as if speaking quietly to the elderly person resting within. Meanwhile, Yen Su's gaze turned to the other side of the house. Outside stood a simple water pool and faucet. But the faucet was broken, and the concrete basin had been cracked through, clearly unused for a long time. For a moment, Yen Su doubted whether anyone actually lived inside. Fortunately, just then Yen Yu turned back. He looked at Yen Su's family still sitting in the car, nodded slightly, exchanged a final word with the old man inside, then headed back. Yen Su kept staring at that half-open door. Only when Yen Yu reopened the car door and sat beside him again did the moment break. "He's old, he can't stay up late," Yen Yu said. "Just keep driving forward." Hearing this, Yen Su's mother let out a quiet sigh of relief and restarted the car. Yen Su, however, never stopped watching that door, the one Yen Yu hadn't closed behind him. As the engine turned over and the car began moving, a hand suddenly reached out from beside the half-open door. In Yen Su's sight, it slammed the wooden door shut with a loud bang. "What are you looking at?" Yen Yu noticed his stare and followed his line of sight toward the concrete house. "Just now, someone came to close the door," Yen Su said. He glanced once more at the house as the car carried them away, and suddenly, he saw something clearly. All the windows were flat. The windows on that concrete house weren't real, they had been painted on. The car drove onward for who knows how long. Gradually, a village came into view. When Yen Su saw the familiar plaque bearing the words, Wusheng Village, he knew, the film replica had officially begun. It was already 9 p.m. somehow, they'd spent far longer on the road than expected. "Just park the car at the ancestral home," Yen Yu said as the vehicle stopped. "Rooms have been prepared. All the relatives are staying there." After expressing their gratitude, Yen Su's parents followed Yen Yu's directions toward the old Yen residence. Once everyone had stepped out, Yen Yu prepared to leave. But Yen Su noticed, he wasn't walking toward the ancestral home. "Cousin, you're going out again so late?" he asked, holding his luggage. Yen Yu slowly turned to face him. "The memorial ceremony is coming soon. I need to stay temporarily at Siml Hall. There's a room for me there." He paused, then added, "The temple fair will begin in a few days. There may be some minor disturbances before the ritual. Stay quietly in your rooms. A few college students got lost yesterday. With everyone busy preparing for the ceremony, no one can escort them out until it's over. They'll have to wait until then." Though they seem quite happy to stay, they heard the temple fair is lively. Hearing this, Yen Su realized, the main plot had begun. Like countless horror films, Wusheng Village opened with a group of people arriving at a mysterious small village. The protagonist, Sun Zhao, had come here seemingly searching for someone. The movie never explained why Sun Zhao seemed so burdened, but after the conversations in the car, Yen Su suspected it had something to do with that Wo vanished from the internet without reason. "Where is Siml Hall?" Yen Su asked. "Over there." Yen Yu pointed toward a golden roof structure in the village. "But you can't stay there overnight. You can visit me during the day." Before Yen Su could look properly toward the golden building, his father slapped the back of his head. "Your cousin is so busy, don't go causing him trouble." The slap was hard, pressing Yen Su's head down so sharply he could barely lift it. Yen Yu hastily reached out, trying to stop him, only for Yen Su's father to quickly pull his hand back. He moved so fast that an awkward silence fell. I was just really desperate to pee, went into the Dawn Redwood Grove to relieve myself, didn't wash my hands, Yen Su's father quickly explained. Don't want to dirty your hand. Yen Su. He stared at the seemingly simple-minded NPC, momentarily speechless. Upon hearing this, Yen Yu instinctively stepped backward slightly. When he saw Yen Su glaring at his father, his expression softened a little. It's late, he said. You should all go rest now. No matter what sounds you hear during the night, don't get up. The village hasn't been peaceful lately. With that, Yen Yu gave a slight nod to each of them before slowly walking toward the only golden-roofed building in the village. As soon as Yen Yu was gone, Yen Su immediately turned to his father. You, seriously didn't wash your hands? When he first entered their whole family had already been inside the Dawn Redwood Forest, he truly hadn't known whether this man had gone off into the woods earlier or not. Have you lost your mind or are you still half asleep? Don't you even know whether your own father went to the Redwood Grove to take a piss? Yen Su's father seemed genuinely angered by the question. Yen Su. So he really hadn't gone. He didn't bother looking again at that golden-roofed building. Anyone with half a brain could sense the subtle wariness and caution the Yen parents held toward Yen Yu. Several times before, back in the car, Yen Su's father had stopped him from getting too close to Yen Yu. If this were some petty revenge drama, Yen Su might have dismissed his father's behavior as typical city snobbery toward poor country cousins. But this was a horror movie, the wariness, the fear, it all demanded deeper thought. You stopped me from touching the things on cousin just now because... Yen Su's father looked troubled, as if recalling something unpleasant. He glanced at Yen Su's mother, who showed no sign of objecting, then hesitated before finally speaking. I'm only telling you this as a warning. There are many rules and taboos in Wuxing village. The village believes in the cycle of life, death is not an end. The middle-aged man's face twisted as if he'd swallowed poison. Before they die, people leave behind the part of themselves they were most proud of. It's said that if descendants keep these items close day and night, praying faithfully, those souls may return to the living world at the right time. Chapter 53, Shadow in the Bathroom. Yen Sun. Wait. What had he just heard? He then remembered that string of items on Yen Yu, momentarily unsure whether he should marvel at the other's boldness or simply sigh at how many ancestors this family seemed to have. Perhaps sensing Yen Sun's subtle inner turmoil, Father Yen explained, your cousin usually oversees many things. For households without descendants, he needs to carry their tokens and pray on their behalf. Normally, those are kept in the Siml hall. Yen Sun was about to ask where exactly this Siml hall was, though the name sounded vaguely like a welfare home, clearly it held a different meaning in Wuxing village. But perhaps feeling that he'd said too much already, Mother Yen coughed lightly. We're all tired. Go back and rest first. We can talk more tomorrow. She turned toward Sun Zhao, who had been silently standing aside all along. If you don't mind, you can share a room with Xiao Yen. Although Yen Yu hadn't arranged accommodations for Sun Zhao, he had mentioned yesterday that several lost college students temporarily stayed at the old Yen residence, implying he didn't object to outsiders lodging there. Still, since initial plans assumed only the 3 Yen family members would be present, only 2 rooms had been prepared in the old house. If Sun Zhao didn't stay with Yen Sun, he'd either have to sleep on the street or in the car. Hearing this, Sun Zhao immediately thanked Mother Yen, then glanced at Yen Sun, waiting for his response. Yen Sun saw no reason to refuse. After all, this was how the movie went. Sun Zhao, having accidentally gotten lost, met a kind local returning to his hometown, thus arriving at Wuxing village. The kind local even offered Sun Zhao part of his room, so he wouldn't have to sleep on the street that night. Is that all right? Xiao Yen. Sun Zhao asked. Up to you, Yen Sun replied. He walked to the trunk and lifted out a suitcase. I'm not gonna let you sleep outside anyway. Sun Zhao let out a quiet breath of relief. He followed Yen Sun to help carry the luggage from the trunk. Since they were staying for a while, Yen's parents had packed quite a lot. What's in here? So heavy, Yen Sun muttered. Gifts for relatives, Mother Yen said, taking one of the suitcases from him. And some local specialties. Whether they were actually local specialties remained unconfirmed. Yen Yu had assigned them rooms at opposite ends of the corridor, separated by some distance. Everyone in the old house seemed to be asleep, all the lights were off, and except for the croaking of frogs, no sound could be heard. The quieter the old house became, the more grating the rolling noise of suitcase wheels on the floor seemed. Yen Sun stopped walking. We're here. A bit further down the hall was his parents' room. They gave Yen Sun a few last instructions, not to wander around at night, before wheeling their suitcases away. The two pushed open their door. Inside, the furnishings were simple but functional. If anything was lacking, it was a private bathroom. In old houses like this, bathing areas are usually outside, Sun Zhao said. He placed his backpack on a chair and spoke to Yen Sun, your cousin said not to go out at night. We'll just make do for one night. That was exactly what Yen Sun had been thinking. He was about to nod in agreement when suddenly an image flashed through his mind. Yen Sun, complaining in the room, how can I sleep without a shower? Maybe you're okay with it, but I'm not. No way. I'm going to take a bath first. Sun Zhao immediately grabbed Yen Sun's hand. Did you forget what your cousin said? Don't go out at night. Yen Sun shook off his hand. Stop with your ghost stories. Who the hell are you to try and scare me with that dead face? Alert, movie plot has begun. Please follow the script accordingly. Do not improvise. The moment the vision ended, a voice echoed inside Yen Sun's head. The familiar system voice made Yen Sun feel a sense of inevitability, so it finally came. Inwardly, he greeted his system with a sarcastic smile. You mean that extra nobody is literally cannon fodder doomed to die within 10 minutes of the film? Boo-hoo, the system began fake crying. I didn't want it either. Yen Sun rolled his eyes mentally. But perhaps because he hadn't started acting yet, a floating dialogue box now appeared in his field of vision. Role-playing countdown, 10, 9, 8. Apparently, if he didn't begin performing before the countdown ended, the punishment from the would descend immediately. Yen Sun took a deep breath at the sight, then turned to Sun Zhao with a tone as if facing certain doom. How can I sleep without a shower? You might be fine with it, but I'm not. No way. I'm going to take a bath first. Sun Zhao across from him wore an odd expression, as if regarding Yen Sun as some clueless fool who couldn't understand plain words. Yet perhaps unwilling to watch him walk straight into death, he grabbed Yen Sun who was trying to leave, and patiently said. Didn't you hear what your cousin said? Don't go out at night. What are you babbling about? Yen Sun snapped, attempting to his hand, only to find it wouldn't budge. Yen Sun. He pried Sun Zhao's fingers off one by one, continuing his cannon fodder lines. Who the hell do you think you are, trying to scare me with that dead face? Are you possessed? Sun Zhao finally couldn't help but ask. Yen Sun. Even he felt like he was being haunted, suddenly spouting nonsense like this. But of course, he couldn't admit it now. So he just said to Sun Zhao, move aside. With that, he pulled out fresh clothes from his suitcase. If you're scared, just stay here and don't come out. Sun Zhao looked at Yen Sun, then ultimately didn't step aside. I'm going with you. Just make it quick. This was exactly how kind Sun Zhao had been in the movie. He seemed worried about Yen Sun, this prospective junior who hadn't even enrolled yet. Though he couldn't fathom why anyone would insist on bathing under such circumstances, he still left the room together with him. Yen Sun paused in the hallway, glancing once more toward his parents' room. No light seeped from within, it appeared they'd already gone to bed. Neither was familiar with the old house. At first, Yen Sun assumed their effort would amount to nothing, not because he didn't want to find the bathroom, but simply because it was pitch black everywhere and nearly impossible to locate. Just as he looked up, however, he spotted a door marked bathroom. Could this place actually be operating as a guest house? Sun Zhao asked. Yen Sun understood what he meant. Ordinary people generally wouldn't label their private bathroom door with a sign saying, bathroom. Pushing open the door, Yen Sun immediately saw plastic bags hanging on the concrete wall, along with a faucet similar to those in school showers, without a shower head. Hurry up, Sun Zhao said. Rinse off quickly and come back out. I'll wait for you here. Yen Sun looked toward the bathroom. Then another scene flashed through his mind. Inside the bathroom, Yen Sun bent over, rinsing shampoo from his hair, unaware. A completely black figure stood less than a fist's distance behind him. It stared intently at his back. Only vanishing when Yen Sun opened his eyes, lowered his head, and glanced backward. Chapter 54, Merchant of Greed. Once he realized that the images appearing in his mind were scenes from what was about to unfold, Yen Sun could barely keep his composure. Especially when he knew full well there was something sinister behind him, yet had to pretend he saw nothing. He took off his clothes and placed them on a wooden shelf beside the bathroom, while stuffing his clean change into a plastic bag hanging nearby. Then, taking a deep breath, he stepped under the crude faucet. The water from the tank wasn't hot, at least not by the time it hit Yen Sun's skin, making him shiver slightly. Eyes closed, he stood beneath the stream until his hair was soaked, then bent down to rummage among the clutter of bottles and jars scattered on the floor. After lathering up his hair, he did exactly as shown in the vision, bent forward and shoved his head under the flowing water. For a moment, he heard nothing, only feeling the water cascading over his scalp, until the temperature in the bathroom began to drop. Yen Sun knew then, it was here. Though he saw nothing, the human senses were strangely perceptive. He could feel something behind him, watching. According to the movie's script, he should remain oblivious, merely rinsing foam from his hair, but just like the version of himself in the film, Yen Sun sensed something amiss. He wiped the water from his face, then subtly glanced back with the corner of his eye. The bathroom fixtures were extremely old. Above, the light source was a bare-wired bulb with low wattage, offering only dim illumination, especially deep into the night. Just as in the movie, Yen Sun opened his eyes, still bent at the waist, and looked behind him. That was when the unexpected happened. The dark shadow that should have already vanished according to the plot hadn't left at all. In fact, within Yen Sun's sight, it had grown clearer, no longer just a shadow. He could clearly see the shoes standing no more than 10 centimeters from his own feet, and the legs clad in long trousers. Yen Sun rubbed foam from his face. Damn it, got soap in my eyes. Saying this, he shoved his head back under the water, pretending not to notice the thing behind him. He quickly rinsed out the suds, scrubbed the rest of his body, then dried himself off before hurrying toward where he'd left his fresh clothes. The thing remained there, unmoving. To Yen Sun, its lower legs and feet were crystal clear, the higher up, the more blurred, until around chest level, it became indistinct, merging into a dark mass, just as it had appeared in the movie. In the film, minor character A wasn't killed by the monster at this point. The appearance of the shadow was merely meant to signal to the audience that the Yen family's old mansion was no ordinary place, it was haunted. Yen Sun continued pretending not to see it, dried himself quickly, changed clothes, and prepared to leave. When he pulled open the bathroom door, he found Sun Zhao waiting in the hallway, smoking. Sun Zhao was looking at his phone, cigarette dangling between his fingers. Seeing Yen Sun emerge, he slipped the phone into his pocket, pulled out a portable ashtray, extinguished the cigarette in front of Yen Sun, then waved his hand to disperse the smoke lingering nearby. A bit tired, Sun Zhao said, glancing at Yen Sun. So I lit one to stay alert. Noticing Yen Sun's dripping wet hair, hardly dried at all, he walked over, took the half-dry towel from Yen Sun's hands, and draped it over his head. You'll get migraines later if you keep doing this. It might be summer, but it gets cold here at night. He glanced again at the bathroom, then said to Yen Sun, if you're done, let's head back. Yen Sun still held his discarded clothes in hand. He cast another look into the bathroom. The dark figure that had been there moments ago was now gone, whether because it saw Sun Zhao, or simply because Yen Sun had opened the door, he couldn't say. Yen Sun turned away. Hurry up, it's freezing. The two returned to their room. Once inside, Yen Sun sat down, only for Sun Zhao to supervise him drying his hair until it was halfway dry. Only when Yen Sun tossed the towel aside did Sun Zhao step forward, patting the ends of his hair with satisfaction. Alright, almost dry. Don't act annoyed. I'm doing this for your own good. With the easy familiarity of an older brother, he added, or else when you're older, you'll suffer for it. Yen Sun thought to himself, since when did Sun Zhao's character become so caring? Dressed in his sleepwear, a short-sleeved top and shorts, he sat cross-legged on the edge of the bed. Got it, Nurse Sunday. Sun Zhao looked at Yen Sun. A lady-in-waiting from the Imperial Palace, Yen Sun said. The kind who'd secretly stick needles into people she dislikes. I'll stab you to death first. Sun Zhao snapped, reaching out as if to strangle Yen Sun's neck. Who was it that accompanied you outside in the middle of the night just now? He leaned down close to Yen Sun as he spoke. All cleaned up. Can I go to bed now, master? Yen Sun pondered for a moment. Actually, Sun Zhao's personality wasn't all that surprising. Horror movie protagonists were either recklessly brave or insufferably righteous do-gooders. Sun Zhao seemed like a likely fusion of both. Yen Sun stayed silent, and Sun Zhao didn't press further. He watched as Sun Zhao pulled out a towel from his backpack, went to the bathroom to wet it with water, then took off his shirt and began wiping his body. Yen Sun glanced over for a while, then turned away, flopped backward, and lay down on the bed. How many players are there in this exactly? Yen Sun asked the system inside his mind. He remembered the system mentioning earlier that they should experienced veteran players guiding others through. So far, the only individuals who might be players were Yen Yu and Sun Zhao. But Yen Yu seemed to stand on a different side, probably a local from Wuxing village, most likely an NPC. Could the other players be among those students? Yen Sun asked again. No idea, the system replied. In movies, everyone plays their assigned roles. To avoid OOC behavior, players usually won't reveal their true identities. Unless someone willingly forms an alliance off-camera. But if your role is simple and carries no risk of death, most people won't bother revealing themselves anyway. There's got to be a script for acting, right? Yen Sun wondered aloud. Surely they're not improvising every time. Host, scripts do exist. But you need points to purchase them. Yen Sun. So I was right, your main system is a damn profiteer. In movies, if everyone strictly follows the plot, they're guaranteed a bad ending. But if they deviate from the plot, they'll face punishment. That's why players buy scripts, to decide whether to accept penalties or obediently follow the storyline, the system whispered in reminder. And scripts came in various tiers based on detail level, each priced differently. 300-word main plot summary, 1,000 points. Character-specific scene breakdown, 50,000 points. Full movie script, 100,000 points. Director and Screenwriter's Creative Edition, 200,000 points. Yen Sun. He knew the main system was a bit of a greedy merchant, but he hadn't expected it could spin so many versions out of a single script. What's the difference between the most expensive version and just letting players clear the directly? Including storyboards and creative concepts. This was practically spoon-feeding the answers to players. Chapter 55 Movie Rating 3.7. Host, the system said earnestly, with deep meaning, money power is also a kind of ability. As long as you have points, the system can directly open a backdoor for you to clear the level. Yen Sun estimated his points. Excluding the 33,000 points he received from last time's clearance and completing Task 1, his income from live streaming plus lollipop donations totaled 8,000 points. He had spent another 2,000 points buying an axe. That brought his total to only 39,000 points. There was no way he could afford a more detailed script. What? Yen Sun exploded in anger. What if someone enters the for the first time? If they don't have points, are they just supposed to die? Can't be helped, the system shouted back, if people didn't die in movies, who would watch them? Movies are naturally hell for new players. Although, some players are skilled enough to clear them smoothly. The system then asked Yen Sun, do you want to buy the cheapest version? Yen Sun. The summary cost only 1,000 points, but the full script demanded 50,000 points. It wasn't that he was overthinking it, he found the 1,000 point price suspicious, but he simply didn't have extra points. So, gritting his teeth. Fine. I'll buy it. After spending 1,000 points, Yen Sun immediately received a flimsy sheet of paper containing the movie's plot introduction. Are you seriously charging by the page? Yen Sun held up the so-called plot summary, which cost him 1,000 points, nearly laughing out of frustration. This so-called main storyline synopsis was nothing more than a screenshot of a Dubon movie page. Not only did it include the poster titled Village of No Birth, but beneath it was the production crew list, with the male lead playing Sun Zhao listed at the very top. The movie's plot summary was extremely brief. Sun Zhao, a junior student at Ocean University, receives a letter from an unknown sender. The message contains only 2 words, save me. At that moment, his mother calls, telling him his older brother has been possessed. It turns out Sun Zhao's brother is an exploration live streamer who accidentally discovered a mysterious village and returned under strange circumstances, seemingly possessed by a supernatural force. Determined to solve the mystery, Sun Zhao immediately sets off for the Village of No Birth. The Village of No Birth is hard to locate on maps. As Sun Zhao reviews his brother's live stream recordings and asks passers-by about the village, locals claim never to have heard of such a place. Just as hope begins to fade, Sun Zhao finally discovers the entrance to the Village of No Birth, where he runs into the Yen family returning home for a wedding. Meanwhile, a group of lost college students unexpectedly appears in the village. Sun Zhao arrives at Siml Hall and learns the temple festival of the Village of No Birth is about to begin. Nights in the village are filled with danger. The youngest son of the Yen family dies under mysterious circumstances, and people around him start vanishing one after another. Can Sun Zhao uncover the truth, until everything is finally revealed, exposing the fact that the secret of the Village of No Birth is far more complicated than anyone imagined? Yen Sun stared at the line stating, the youngest son of the Yen family dies under mysterious circumstances, and the utterly pointless final sentence, once again feeling thoroughly scammed. He knew too good to be true deals were never good. Even more astonishing, the movie's rating was shockingly high at 3.7, a textbook score for a terrible film. The 3 displayed short reviews were particularly noteworthy. User AAN rated 2 stars. Director, you should really consider crowdfunding if you're short on cash. First time ever laughing in rage at a cinema screening. For the love of God, stop torturing us all. User BBBB rated 5 stars. Absolutely brilliant. Never expected another hidden layer of truth buried deep within the details. The director's craftsmanship is profound, and actor XXX embodies Sun Zhao so completely he feels like a real person. Personally, I'm totally shipping him with the Yen family's little brother. Also gotta say, the cousin is pretty great too. I've even written fanfiction about them, you can find me on JD by searching my name. User CCC, rated 3.5 stars. The first half did an excellent job building a chilling atmosphere. The second half starts falling apart, though I get it, it was probably unavoidable. Watched it in theaters. Giving 3.5 stars for nostalgia and the director's persistence. The later twist felt abrupt, better foreshadowing earlier might have earned it another star. These 3 reviews. Yen Sun pondered the information they revealed. The third review mentioned the first half built a solid sense of horror, meaning there would definitely be plenty of terrifying moments in the next few days. His character, the cousin, would likely die during that period. As for the comment that the second half starts falling apart, Yen Sun wasn't entirely sure what that meant. Perhaps it implied Sun Zhao and the others began uncovering the truth. As for the twist and truth mentioned in both short reviews, Yen Sun couldn't tell, was it implying that Sun Zhao was actually the big BOSS, or that his character, Yen Yu, was secretly the righteous ally? Players who get the highest point script, do they receive extra rewards after clearing the? Yen Sun suddenly asked. No. The system replied at once. How could there be huge rewards when you're already cheating? Clearing the gives at most 1,000 points. So you're saying? Yen Sun pressed immediately, if I figure out the truth just using this summary and clear the, I can get 200,000 points. The system hesitated, but then nodded inside his mind. But host, didn't we agree on a casual run? The system said quickly. There's a soul fragment of Gue Yuchong in this. Once the is cleared, the fragment will automatically return to Gue Yuchong's body. And there are also experts in this. Why don't we just lie back and win by default? Yen Sun looked at the system and chuckled coldly. No. The system was confused. Because I'm a grind king, Yen Sun told it. I must become the player with the highest score in this. The real reason was simply that his current balance was too low, he'd been poor for too long and feared poverty. Upon hearing that clearing D could net him 200,000 points, he immediately decided to rob from the rich and give to the poor. As he pondered further, Yen Sun suddenly felt something off. He stared at the system suspiciously. Wait. Those 200,000 points, aren't they being paid by the sucker who bought the most expensive script? So the system itself didn't spend a single point. Sun Zhao watched the live chat stream. Report. This round S has a sucker who bought the most expensive script. Holy crap, someone actually bought that scam item. By the way, that kid who rode with you should also be a player. LOL, he actually bought the 1000 point plot summary. Can't blame him. New players are always broke like that. I was just wondering, since when did you become so kind? You could have just let the newbie die, but you actually stopped him. Sun Zhao wasn't surprised that Yen Sun was also a player, nor that he was a newcomer. Experienced players had ways to avoid instant death scenarios, like going to take a shower at night, which was an easy way to trigger a death flag. He turned and saw Yen Sun already rolling around on the bed, furiously punching his pillow. Sun Zhao walked over and sat down on the edge of the bed, watching him. It's late. Better get some sleep. Deal with everything else tomorrow morning. Chapter 56 The Gloomy Mushroom Man. Yen Sun knew he was dreaming. In the dream, he saw the signboard of Wuxing village that he had recently viewed. He stood before the entrance of Siml Hall, the golden roof was the only vivid color in the otherwise dim and hazy dream. Everything in the dream was blurry. He remained standing before Siml Hall, neither entering nor leaving. After a while, someone suddenly tapped his shoulder. Before he could blink again, he found himself in a meeting room. A colleague presenting a PowerPoint stared at him and asked if he had any new ideas. Yen Sun realized he was standing with both hands braced on the table. The lights in the conference room were dim. He could clearly see his colleague's expressions, confused, skeptical, even faintly mocking. He couldn't quite grasp what this dream meant, so he could only shake his head. I'm not feeling well. I'll step out for a moment. With that, he left the suffocating meeting room under the watchful eyes of his co-workers. In the break room, two colleagues making coffee were chatting about the latest big news, a rumor about a mysterious cult belief in some remote village, apparently terrifying. Yen Sun glanced over. Where? Wuxing village, said the colleague. Heard of it? Before Yen Sun could respond, the scene shifted again in the dream. Someone snapped their fingers in front of his face, seemingly trying to regain his attention. When his focus returned, he found himself sitting in a white room. Someone was speaking to him, it's not your fault. You're just. The person's lips moved, but he couldn't hear or clearly see what they said next. Then, once again, the scene reverted back to Wuxing village at the very beginning. He stood in front of Siml Hall, staring at its tightly closed door. After hesitating for a long time, he still chose not to push it open. When he truly woke up, it was already past 9 a.m. Yen Sun opened his eyes, looking at the slightly unfamiliar ceiling, realizing that Sun Zhao, who had been lying beside him last night, was nowhere to be found. A moment later, he heard footsteps, then the door opened. Sun Zhao walked in holding steamed buns and youtiao. You're awake. He looked at Yen Sun and placed the breakfast on the dining table. Eat. Yen Sun slowly crawled out of bed. He looked at Sun Zhao for a while, then at his own hands. Finally, he asked, how did you sleep last night? How? Sun Zhao was peeling an eggshell. Upon hearing the question, he paused briefly before replying, pretty well, I guess. Not a single dream. Wearing slippers, Yen Sun went into the bathroom to freshen up. While brushing his teeth, he gazed at his reflection in the mirror. Probably due to poor sleep quality, the dark circles under his eyes remained prominent. He spat out the foam, finished brushing, splashed water on his face, then walked over and sat down beside Sun Zhao. Your parents have gone out. They told me to wake you up for breakfast. Sun Zhao briefly explained what had happened that morning. Guess what? What a coincidence. It turns out those college students also came here after watching the video. He said to Yen Sun, apparently, some outdoor adventure club. Yen Sun bit into the youtiao. It had gone cold by now and tasted mediocre. He swallowed it hastily before turning to the bun. How many are they? 3 or 4, Sun Zhao replied. One didn't come. After finishing their simple breakfast, Yen Sun finally pushed open the door and stepped outside. Perhaps because they now knew Yen Sun was the son of the Yen couple and a distant cousin of Yen Yu, the people in the old mansion greeted him warmly when they saw him. Your parents are out. If you're bored, you can go hang out with your cousin. Yen Sun glanced at the young man mentioned. Won't that disturb him? He's not constantly busy preparing for the wedding, is he? What disturbance? The man responded matter-of-factly. He's not always occupied. The college students said they wanted to walk around the village. If you're bored, you can tag along too. With that, he waved at Yen Sun and walked off, carrying a heavy bag. Yen Sun soon spotted the group of college students. 2 males and 2 females. When they saw him, one of them wore a momentarily puzzled expression, but quickly recognized who he was and nodded slightly in greeting. The other three eyed Yen Sun warily. The first one approached, introducing himself as a third-year student. I'm Meng Ji. We're all from the same club. He then introduced the other three standing beside him. Ruan Yun, second year. Meng Ji pointed to the long-haired girl next to him. Sun Yu. Before he could introduce her, the bespectacled girl quickly spoke up herself. Gu Jia. The last one to speak was a tall boy with bangs almost covering his eyes. Perhaps because he wasn't good at socializing, when Yen Sun looked at him, he nervously avoided eye contact. His long fringe nearly obscured half his face. The more Yen Sun stared, the more frightened he became, eventually shrinking almost behind Sun Yu. Sun Yu gave Yen Sun an awkward smile. Don't mind him. He's not being rude to you specifically. He's just shy around new people. Sun Yu is Gu Jia's cousin, Meng Ji explained. He's always like this. See? Even when we talk to him, he ignores us. He called out Gu Jia's name as if to prove it. Sure enough, the other showed no reaction at all. Despite his large frame, he cowered behind Sun Yu as though afraid of everything. I want to go home, Gu Jia whispered. How? Sun Yu couldn't help but ask. Didn't we agree to stay until after the temple fair? Brother Yen Yu said they'd arrange transportation for us later, said the long-haired Wan Yun. Just wait a few more days. Gu Jia seemed about to say something, but at the mere thought of arguing with others, he instantly found it too troublesome and simply shut up, retreating into silence like a gloomy mushroom. Yen Sun observed Gu Jia, then glanced at the other three. He felt fairly certain the latter trio were players, but as for Gu Jia, he wasn't sure. Yen Sun gave a brief self-introduction. As he spoke, he noticed the three reacted with knowing expressions, no surprise, no curiosity. Clearly, they had read the script and already knew he was just an insignificant side character. Only Gu Jia kept his head lowered, lost in thought. Since there wasn't much to say about a background extra who died shortly after the story began, the three exchanged a few casual words before preparing to leave. Only Gu Jia remained standing where he was. Hey, let's go, Meng Ji said. Weren't we going to take a look around the village? Not going, Gu Jia stayed put. I don't want to go to the village. Meng Ji showed a look of mild confusion, but ultimately said nothing. Fine, stay if you want, but don't wander off randomly. He turned to the other two. Let's go check it out. They naturally agreed. In an instant, only two figures remained, the ambiguous Gu Jia, neither clearly NPC nor player, and Yen Sun, the disposable side character destined to die in the first half of the story. Yen Sun looked at Gu Jia. See you. Gu Jia's bangs nearly reached the bridge of his nose. His hair was long and unkempt, messy from lack of grooming. He slightly lowered his gaze toward Yen Sun. Where are you going? Chapter 57, The Golden Body of the Merciful Mother. Yen Sun hadn't expected Gu Jia to speak to him. But he already had a destination in mind today. Going to find my cousin, he said, heading toward the door. Gu Jia stood still for a few seconds, then followed behind Yen Sun. Yen Sun stopped. Gu Jia also stopped. Yen Sun glanced back at him. Are we close or something? Gu Jia seemed to be processing the meaning of his words. After a moment's thought, he slowly shook his head. Then don't follow me. Yen Sun said. He planned to investigate the Kind Mother Hall. Naturally, it wouldn't be convenient to bring along such a large human obstacle. Yet Gu Jia appeared not to understand him. No sooner had Yen Sun started walking again than Gu Jia followed once more. Yen Sun. What is this guy's problem? Is he an NPC or a player? Puzzled, and finding Gu Jia impossible to reason with, Yen Sun finally gave up and broke into a run. To his surprise, Gu Jia immediately ran after him too, like a hatchling that had imprinted on its mother bird, refusing to let go no matter what. After being tailed by Gu Jia for 2 entire streets, Yen Sun could only stop. As soon as he stopped, Gu Jia froze as well. Fine, Yen Sun sighed. Do whatever you want. Follow if you insist. With that, he began muttering in his mind to the system. This guy, is he really an NPC or a player? Can players be this robotic? Did he activate some kind of auto-follow setting? Can't say for sure. The system joined Yen Sun in speculation. I'm leaning toward him being an NPC. Wuxing village wasn't large, and the golden-roofed Kind Mother Hall was unmistakably prominent. Once they'd given up on the chase, Yen Sun and Gu Jia arrived leisurely at the grand entrance of the Kind Mother Hall. Upon arrival, Yen Sun noticed the hall's massive door was slightly ajar. He remembered Yen Yu had told him last night that he could come during the day to find him here. After a moment's hesitation, Yen Sun knocked lightly on the door. Perhaps because everything was so quiet, he distinctly heard footsteps approaching. The sound felt vaguely familiar. Moments later, the door swung open to reveal Yen Yu standing at the threshold, now dressed in a flowing white robe. Seeing Yen Sun, a faint smile graced his lips. You're here. Just woke up. Before Yen Sun could ask whether he'd known he'd come, or possessed some magical foresight, Yen Yu raised his hand and gently brushed the hair at the nape of Yen Sun's neck. Your hair at the back is messy. Having said that, without waiting for any reaction from Yen Sun, he quickly withdrew his hand. Then he turned his gaze to Gu Jia, who stood quietly beside them. Good morning. Didn't go exploring the village with your friends? Of course he knew Gu Jia. Yen Sun realized. He had mentioned last night that a few college students got lost and were staying at the Yen residence. Hearing the greeting, Gu Jia remained silent, shrinking slightly behind Yen Sun, seemingly afraid of strangers. Yen Yu didn't seem offended. He studied Gu Jia silently for a long moment before shifting his eyes back to Yen Sun. Only one night has passed, how did you two grow so close already? I heard from his sister that he doesn't usually like talking to strangers, Yen Sun replied. He wanted to add that he'd only just met Gu Jia less than 30 minutes ago, but decided it wasn't worth explaining, so he kept quiet. His silence didn't deter Yen Yu, who smiled at the two of them and said, seems like Yen Sun has become your older brother already. At that, Gu Jia spoke softly, brother. Eh? Yen Sun turned around sharply. You're calling me brother? Gu Jia nodded. You're a bit shorter than me. Well, Sun Yu is even shorter than you. Yen Sun shot back, though admittedly, Sun Yu probably was Gu Jia's cousin. Gu Jia fell silent again, reverting to his usual unresponsive self. A subtle smile still played on Yen Yu's lips as he observed their interaction, before turning to Yen Sun. Come in. No one else is here right now. But once inside, don't wander around randomly, and don't touch anything. It's almost time for the ritual. Better to be cautious. Yen Sun thought to himself, so it's basically admitting there's something off about the Kind Mother Hall, but hearing Yen Yu say it, he simply nodded obediently. Got it. Then, under Yen Yu's watchful gaze, he stepped into the hall. The layout of the Kind Mother Hall resembled that of a local ancestral shrine. Yet instead of ancestors, it enshrined a single golden statue. The merciful mother wore an expression of profound compassion, her lips curled in a gentle smile. Around her stood many children, and she bore 3 heads and 6 arms, each hand holding a different mystical implement. Beneath the golden statue lay a collection of small, neatly arranged wooden boxes. Each box was bound tightly with yellow rope and pasted with strange talismans written in indecipherable script. Below the statues sat 3 simple woven cushions. Yen Yu walked over and began to kowtow. Yen Sun, unsure of himself, didn't step into the hall, remaining instead just outside the threshold, watching from a distance. Only when Yen Yu rose did he glance back at Yen Sun. You've been away from home for many years, you should talk with the merciful mother for a while. Standing before the offering table, he looked at Yen Sun. She probably misses you dearly. For some reason, those words made Yen Sun feel uneasy. Perhaps it was because the light inside the hall was so dim and stifling, but he even thought that the moment Yen Yu finished speaking, the statue's downcast eyes flickered slightly toward him. But Yen Sun clearly remembered, his character hadn't even been born until after the Yen family had moved to the city. He'd never once set foot in Wuxing village since birth, so how could he possibly have been away from home for many years? Behind him, Gu Jia couldn't help but clutch his wrist tightly, as if afraid he might step inside. Perhaps sensing Yen Sun's hesitation, Yen Yu said nothing more. He simply bowed once again before stepping out of the hall. I'll be staying here for now, Yen Yu said, leading them to a side room on the left of the hall. The space was small and sparsely furnished. Aside from a single wooden bed, there was only a 5-drawer cabinet, an old piece, judging by the oxidized, darkened brass handles. The thin quilt on the bed had been neatly folded and placed beneath the pillow. How long will you be staying here? Yen Sun asked, glancing around the cramped room. Until the temple fair and rituals are over. As he spoke, Yen Yu took off his outer robe and draped it over the cabinet. For now, I'll have to rely on others to bring daily necessities here. Yen Sun hesitated for a few seconds, then followed Yen Yu into the room. Gu Jia stood at the doorway, staring at the two of them, lingering without entering, as if something terrifying waited within. Yen Yu simply gazed at Gu Jia, standing frozen at the entrance, then turned to Yen Sun. Let him go back first. If the villagers see an outsider has entered the Kind Mother Hall, it probably won't look good. Chapter 58 Paying Respects. Gu Jia looked at Yen Sun, then at Yen Yu, and finally muttered, I'll wait for you outside. Without waiting for Yen Sun's approval or objection, he turned and left Siml Hall. When only the two of them remained in the side room, Yen Yu glanced around the furnishings and said with slight apology, there aren't any extra chairs. He pulled Yen Sun down to sit on the edge of the bed. You can just sit here. Yen Sun watched as he poured a cup of tea and placed it in front of him. I don't drink hot tea, Yen Sun said. He couldn't help but feel that Yen Yu didn't seem quite alive. Naturally, he dared not consume anything offered by him. Hearing this, Yen Yu didn't get angry. He simply set the teacup aside on a 5-drawer cabinet, then sat beside Yen Sun. He appeared deeply curious about Yen Sun's life outside, asking many questions. About internet cafes, fast food restaurants, amusement parks, and even where Yen Sun went to school. The first 3 were easy enough for Yen Sun to answer. For the last, he made up something on the spot. As he spoke, he noticed Yen Yu listening with rapt attention, as if trying to reach out and touch that distant big city through Yen Sun's words. Even after Yen Sun stopped from exhaustion, Yen Yu still seemed far from satisfied. Lowering his eyes, he stroked the string of beads on his wrist. It sounds wonderful. I've never been anywhere that far away. If Yen Sun had been more considerate, he would have said some comforting words by now. But Yen Sun was precisely the kind of hyperactive brat often seen in horror films, the most common type of teenage character who never shuts up. So in response to his distant cousin's melancholy, he merely nodded. Yeah, it's pretty good. Pity you'll never get the chance to go. Yen Yu lifted his gaze toward him. Yen Sun blinked. Hey, cousin, why not take advantage of your honeymoon and go explore beyond the village? He smoothly steered the conversation elsewhere. Me? Yen Yu touched the bead bracelet again. I can't leave. It's inconvenient for me. Hearing this, Yen Sun looked at Yen Yu's legs. Seems like your legs are fine. Perhaps finding Yen Sun's reply endearingly silly, a faint smile flickered at the corner of Yen Yu's mouth. It has nothing to do with my legs. He turned his head slightly backward, looking past the wall, the exact direction where the golden statue of the merciful mother stood. Being here, I can't easily leave. Yen Sun thought to himself, wasn't it obvious there was something wrong with Siml Hall? He wanted to ask about the golden statue and the wooden box beside it, but feared that bringing it up inside the hall might trigger a death flag. So instead, he asked carefully, cousin, could you show me around the village? His plan was to lure Yen Yu outside first. Yen Yu hesitated for only a moment before agreeing. He asked Yen Sun to wait briefly in his room, then returned to the chamber housing the golden statue. Yen Sun stood by the threshold of the side room. He could only see Yen Yu walk deep into the inner chamber, then emerge a while later. Seeing Yen Sun standing at the doorway, Yen Yu seemed slightly surprised. In such a hurry? He apparently assumed Yen Sun couldn't wait to explore Wuxing village. Yen Sun mumbled something vague. He certainly couldn't say, I was just watching what strange business you're up to. Just as the two left Siml Hall, Yen Sun spotted Gu Jia standing by the entrance, pretending to be a mushroom, head lowered, silent. At the sound of footsteps, Gu Jia turned and saw Yen Sun approaching. Only when he recognized him did he walk forward. But upon noticing Yen Yu standing beside him, he paused slightly. You're here too. His tone held no particular inflection, yet anyone present could tell he disliked Yen Yu. Xiao Yan asked me to show him around the village, Yen Yu said. He glanced at Gu Jia and quickly averted his eyes, as if even one glance brought bad luck. When he turned back to Yen Sun, his expression softened somewhat. Where would you like to go? Occasionally, villagers passed by. Whoever it was, they greeted Yen Yu whenever they saw him, and Yen Yu responded politely each time. They looked at Yen Sun and Gu Jia with confusion, murmured something under their breaths, then asked, Bai Can, who are these two? Yen Yu introduced Yen Sun as his distant cousin. The villager clearly remembered Yen Sun's mother. Hearing her name, he nodded approvingly, and the suspicion in his eyes toward Yen Sun vanished. As for Gu Jia, Yen Yu's introduction was brief, just calling him a college student who'd gotten lost earlier. The villager studied Gu Jia a bit longer, then nodded at Yen Yu before walking away. After the villager left, Yen Sun repeated the term, Bai Can, that the villager had just used. What does that mean? It means elder brother, Yen Yu said. If Yen Sun hadn't misread it, the man who'd spoken looked to be about 60. Seeing the confusion on Yen Sun's face, Yen Yu added quietly, because I'm the merciful mother's first son. I am the elder brother of everyone. As he spoke, he glanced at Gu Jia standing nearby. Perhaps wary of having an outsider present, he didn't elaborate further. Yen Sun turned to look back at the golden-roofed building behind them. Could it be that everyone in Wuxing village worshipped the merciful mother? Otherwise, why would they address Yen Yu as elder brother? As for being called the first son of the merciful mother, Yen Sun thought this status was essentially equivalent to a divine priest. Gu Jia, seemingly oblivious to Yen Yu's dislike, remained standing exactly where he was. It was only when the three players they'd seen earlier in the village spotted Gu Jia that things changed. Sun Yu wore a puzzled expression. She couldn't understand why Gu Jia, who'd ignored everyone before, was now following right behind Yen Sun. Wan Yun and Meng Ji exchanged covert glances. Both had purchased the basic scenario script and knew Wuxing village wasn't simple. They'd tested Gu Jia several times before, trying to determine whether he was a player or an NPC. But the man had been completely silent, showing no reaction at all when keywords like system or were mentioned, so they'd concluded he was most likely an NPC. Unlike the solo player Sun Yu, Wan Yun and Meng Ji belonged to the same guild team. After entering they'd realized there were other players besides themselves. Earlier, when Sun Zhao went to fetch breakfast, they'd already made contact. The moment they saw Sun Zhao's face, both of them knew this run was going smoothly. He was a well-known ranked player. With Sun Zhao leading, this movie would definitely be manageable. Seeing that Sun Yu showed no recognition towards Sun Zhao only strengthened their belief that she was a complete beginner. As for Gu Jia, he hadn't come out of his room earlier and hadn't encountered Sun Zhao at all. Meng Ji looked toward Yen Yu standing behind Yen Sun. The supplementary page script he bought told him that this person should be the main boss of Wuxing village, and the Siml Hall behind him was even more extraordinary. Thus, he asked politely, Brother Yen Yu, may I go take a look at Siml Hall? He clasped his hands together in a praying gesture. I'd like to go in and pay my respects too. Chapter 59, Men Die for Wealth. Yan Yu looked at him. Do you want to go inside and pay your respects? He repeated Meng Ji's words, then nodded. Yes, that would be fine. Meng Ji was momentarily stunned. In the script, after he expressed curiosity about Siml Hall and his desire to take a look inside, Yan Yu would refuse, saying Siml Hall wasn't suitable for outsiders, as it was their sacred belief. The script also mentioned that later, when Yan Yu was away from Siml Hall, they would sneak in over the wall at midnight, entering the main hall where the golden body of Siml resided, searching for clues. At night, the golden body of Siml was no longer gentle and kind as it had been during the day. They'd never entered Siml Hall before. As Meng Ji stared at the golden body under the dim glow of incense candles, he couldn't help whispering to Wan Yun beside him, "Why do I feel like all three of her heads are staring right at us?" Before their eyes, the three heads atop the statue in the hall slowly turned toward the same direction. Seeing that they had finally noticed, the figure finally let out a laugh. They were forced to abandon Bu Jia, who had been lagging behind, barely managing to escape Siml Hall. The next day, they nervously approached the vicinity of Siml Hall and saw Yan Yu pouring bloodied water onto the stone path outside. Wan Yun moved forward casually to chat. Where did this bloody water come from? Yan Yu merely replied, a rat died inside the hall. Would a dead rat really produce so much bloody water? Sun Yu couldn't help but mutter. Yan Yu glanced at them. The poor creature had no eyes, it ran straight into the golden body of Siml. Took some effort to clean the stains off the statue. Meng Ji knew from the script that Yan Yu would refuse their request to enter, that's why he had planned such a speech earlier. But he hadn't expected this Yan Yu to deviate entirely from the script. Meng Ji glanced back at the gilded-roofed building behind him. Though he hadn't seen with his own eyes the demonic image of the golden body described in the script, he could sense how dangerous this place was. Whatever was worshipped here in Wuxing village was clearly something sinister. Should we go in now? Meng Ji asked hesitantly. Isn't it a bit abrupt? Yan Yu lightly brushed his sleeve. Siml rarely sees outsiders. Your heart is sincere, she won't hold it against you. As he spoke, he pushed open the grand door of Siml Hall behind him. Please. Now Meng Ji was trapped between a rock and a hard place. Part of him feared the golden body within the hall, another part worried that refusing now would anger Yan Yu. With no choice left, he could only grit his teeth and say, then I'll go in and pay my respects. Yen Sun didn't have the script. At first, when he heard Meng Ji speak like this, he assumed the other was just following the storyline. But when he saw the faint hesitation and surprise on Meng Ji's face, he realized this scene probably wasn't in the script. Wan Yun also looked oddly puzzled, as if she didn't understand why Meng Ji was doing this. The street was unervingly silent. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Meng Ji slowly stepped into Siml Hall. It was broad daylight, yet the moment he stepped across the threshold, a chill ran down his spine, as though something unseen was watching him. The sensation grew stronger as he neared the main hall where the golden body of Siml sat. Instinctively, he wanted to step back, only to realize Yan Yu had already followed him in and now stood directly behind him, cutting off any possible retreat. Meng Ji quietly calculated his inventory of items again. He glanced at the live stream comments, the gift effects were exploding across the screen. The reason he'd spoken up just now was because viewers in the live stream wanted to see him act recklessly. They said Wuxing village made Siml Hall so mysterious, they wanted to see if Meng Ji dared to go investigate. With the script in hand, Meng Ji had known Yan Yu would definitely refuse. So he'd used the system to post one sentence in the live stream. If donations exceed 10,000 points, the streamer will immediately visit Siml Hall. Now that the donation goal had been met, he feigned politeness and asked Yan Yu whether he could pay a visit to Siml Hall. He never thought this Yan Yu would act nothing like the script. Agreeing to his request, the chat went wild with celebration, viewers even cracked open virtual champagne, joking they'd be the ones sending the streamer off in a coffin. What are you waiting for? Yan Yu asked from behind Meng Ji. Meng Ji turned around nervously. Yan Yu looked deceivingly serene, an ideal face for a cult leader at least, but to Meng Ji at this moment, he resembled nothing more than a grim reaper. The thing inside Siml Hall was clearly an evil deity. If Yan Yu could coexist peacefully with such a being, how could he possibly be good? Meng Ji forced a smile. Nothing. I'm just not sure what's the proper way to kowtow. It doesn't matter. Siml doesn't care about such details. He stood behind Meng Ji, blocking the only path out of Siml Hall. Go ahead. She'll be delighted to have visitors. Meng Ji knew he couldn't escape anymore and could only grit his teeth as he stepped into the main hall where the golden body of Siml was enshrined. The moment he crossed the threshold, the sensation of being watched grew even stronger. The floor tiles bore traces of grime, stains like greasy residue that had accumulated over years, impossible to scrub away. Inside the hall, the air was a mix of incense, offerings, and a faint whiff of decay. Meng Ji twitched his nose, the smell seemed to emanate from around the statue of the golden body of Siml. He didn't dare look up, scrambling instead into a hasty kowtow, bowing blindly while muttering under his breath, "Great Mother, please forgive my disrespect." Caw caw. The wooden doors of the hall creaked, as if stirred by a sudden gust of wind. Meng Ji had just finished his worship and was about to rise, when he caught sight of his own shadow cast by the candlelight, right beside him. A gigantic head, its neck grotesquely stretched, hovered directly above his body. In an instant, the horrifying scene mentioned in the script sent shivers racing down his scalp. He. Ha ha. Childlike laughter began echoing through the hall. Meng Ji had no time to think. His instincts reacted faster than his mind. He immediately scrambled up from the prayer mat, stumbling and staggering as he bolted toward the hall's entrance. Behind him, the golden body of Siml remained motionless, eyes gently lowered in a serene smile. The surrounding children were also smiling, frozen in their places. From his vantage point, Yen Sun saw Meng Ji walk into the main hall of Siml Hall with a pale expression. He watched as Meng Ji knelt down and paid homage to the golden body of Siml. Due to the angle, all Yen Sun could see was Meng Ji himself and the offering table before him. Then, suddenly, Meng Ji shot up from the ground as if he'd seen something utterly terrifying, immediately sprinting toward the exit. He shoved past Yen Yu, who stood at the doorway, and ran all the way out of Siml Hall. Only then did he seem to snap back to reality, staring wide-eyed at his own hands, then glancing back at Yen Yu, whom he had just pushed. Yen Yu remained standing within Siml Hall. He calmly brushed non-existent dust off his robes, then looked at Meng Ji, whose face was still twisted in terror. So tense. He slowly stepped out of Siml Hall, his expression slightly puzzled. Did you hear something? Or, see something? Chapter 60, The Child Who Died Young. Meng Ji naturally didn't dare to say he had seen a shadow, or even heard the sound of children laughing inside the hall. He could only mumble something vague, claiming that he hadn't been feeling well lately and often experienced hallucinations. Wan Yun, being his teammate, immediately backed him up. Meng Ji went to see a doctor before. He's just having that old issue again. This detail was indeed mentioned in Wan Yun's script. In the movie, Meng Ji and she were university classmates. He had disappeared from school for half a year due to illness, hospitalized, supposedly. But according to rumors, it was actually because he had some mental problems, which forced him to take a half-year leave. Yen Yu didn't press further upon hearing this. He simply nodded, then turned to Yen Sun standing nearby. Shall I take you around the village? Yen Sun had been watching the other players across the way. He could tell that Meng Ji and Wan Yun probably knew each other, while Sun Yu seemed unfamiliar with both, as if they'd only teamed up temporarily. Sun Zhao was nowhere to be seen, perhaps out investigating somewhere in the village. After running through his thoughts, Yen Sun nodded at Yen Yu's offer. Okay. Only then did a faint trace of a smile appear on Yen Yu's face. Without glancing back at the outsiders, he began leading Yen Sun through the village. The moment they left, Gu Jia, who had been silent all along, followed close behind. Yen Yu paused and looked back at him. Sun Yu was also slightly puzzled. She suspected Gu Jia might be an NPC, but her own script contained no information about this, so she wasn't sure whether she should stop him. What are you tagging along for? She didn't speak up, but Meng Ji did. Worried that Gu Jia's actions might trigger some change, he told Sun Yu to grab hold of him. You should stay with us. Gu Jia's bangs were too long, almost covering the upper half of his face. Yen Sun couldn't make out his expression clearly, but judging from his body language, it was obvious he disliked Meng Ji's decision. No, he said simply. But at that moment, Yen Yu spoke up. Are you his older sister? He asked Sun Yu. Sun Yu hesitated, then nodded. Lately everyone in the village is busy preparing for the temple festival. Your younger brother shouldn't wander off freely, Yen Yu said, a clear warning subtly implying that Sun Yu should keep her brother in check, or else any mishaps wouldn't be his responsibility. Though Sun Yu thought an NPC's survival or death had little to do with her, Yen Yu was clearly the boss of this level. To avoid triggering a death flag, she grabbed Gu Jia's arm anyway. Did you hear that? They told you not to run around. Gu Jia kept his head lowered, and in the end said nothing. Yen Sun glanced back at him. Gu Jia wore a work shirt, black hair falling over his eyes, shoulders slumped. He appeared gloomy and silent. Only when he felt Yen Sun's gaze did he slowly lift his head and look back, then parted his lips, uttering two words. Be careful. What are you looking at? Yen Yu suddenly asked. Yen Sun turned his head. They're siblings. Don't look alike at all, he said casually. He was pondering the meaning behind Gu Jia's whisper. Most likely, Gu Jia was warning him to watch out for Yen Yu beside him, but Yen Yu's danger was already obvious. A closed-off village that never interacted with outsiders, located in such an isolated place, with beliefs utterly different from the outside world, let alone Wuxing Village's doctrine regarding reincarnation, practically screaming I have problems in giant letters. Yen Yu had never left this village, not once. He was regarded by everyone as their older brother, a devoted worshipper of the mother. In effect, he was like the high priest of a cult, Yen Sun thought. Layer upon layer of these ominous traits, he was undoubtedly the suspicious one. As the two walked away from the location of the mother hall, they began strolling through the village. There were quite a few residents here. Near the mother hall stood a massive banyan tree, beneath which numerous elders now sat resting with their eyes half closed. Simple tables, chairs, and chessboards were scattered under the tree. When the elders caught sight of Yen Yu, they simultaneously bowed in greeting and called out that familiar name. By Kansas. Yen Yu acknowledged each of them in turn. Then those elders squinted toward Yen Sun. Their gazes were initially wary, but upon learning he was Yen Yu's distant cousin, the son of that girl who'd left the village years ago, their expressions softened slightly. Apparently, they had watched Yen Sun's mother grow up. They began sharing many amusing anecdotes from the past. Yen Sun listened for a while, but soon noticed how the elders would forget what they'd just said moments earlier, causing them to endlessly repeat themselves. They're getting old, Yen Yu murmured softly, perhaps afraid the elders might overhear. His voice was so low it was barely more than a breath of wind, vanishing the instant it passed. Yen Sun looked at Yen Yu standing behind him. I don't think their ears are that good. You don't need to speak so quietly. After chatting a while, the elders seemed to grow weary and began sipping water from the thermoses they carried. Yen Yu then led Yen Sun away. The village wasn't large. After leaving the banyan tree, they passed by several houses, all with tightly shut doors and windows. Gone to work elsewhere, haven't come back yet, Yen Yu said. There aren't many people left in the village now. Besides these elders and those who run small businesses here, everyone else has left to find work. Yen Sun glanced at those nearly abandoned homes. The spring couplets on the wooden doors had completely faded, the zodiac patterns outdated, indicating no one had returned for at least 2 or 3 years. They didn't even come back for Chinese New Year. Yen Sun asked. The transportation here is inconvenient. Yen Yu followed Yen Sun's gaze to the zodiac signs pasted on the doors. Many have already moved to towns outside the county. Yen Sun remembered what was written in the movie synopsis. Before meeting his own family, Sun Zhao had been unable to find the entrance to Wuxing village. When he asked locals nearby, they all claimed to have never heard of such a place. Either these people knew of the village's dangers and refused to reveal even a scrap of information. Or Yen Yu was lying, that no one had actually moved to towns outside the county. As to where they'd really gone, perhaps only the villagers themselves knew. Seizing the moment, Yen Sun brought up the origin of the Mother Hall, saying he'd never heard of this faith before. It's normal you haven't heard of it, Yen Yu said softly. This is a belief held only by our villagers. She pities children who died young, raising them beside her. To pray for newborns to live long lives, villagers go to the Mother Hall to pay their respects. He turned his eyes toward the golden-roofed building in the distance. Yen Sun followed his gaze. Perhaps due to the overcast sky, the roof, which should have gleamed gold, was oddly shrouded in a dark aura, as if some ill omen were about to unfold. Since we are all her children, inside the Mother Hall, we call each other brothers and sisters. The village elders especially revere the mother, which is why they call me older brother. Chapter 61, You'll die tonight. But since you weren't born in the village and never received mother's blessing, just call me cousin, Yen Yu continued. Yen Sun gave a disinterested look, clearly skeptical about this so-called mother Yen Yu kept mentioning. Cousin, he said after a pause. Isn't this basically feudal superstition? This was consistent with his character in the movie, a recently turned adult, troublesome kid, an annoying teenager who'd naturally question things like this. Yen Yu didn't get angry. Instead, he raised a finger to his lips in a shu gesture. It's fine to say that in front of me. But the villagers truly believe in it, so never speak like this in front of anyone else in the village. He was nearly 10 years older than the Yen Sun from the film and understood such beliefs might seem strange to someone from the city, so he didn't take offense. Yet the kinder Yen Yu acted, the more uneasy Yen Sun felt. If Yen Yu had erupted in anger at his words earlier, Yen Sun would have thought him easier to deal with. The two aimlessly wandered around the village for a while before finally stopping in front of the village convenience store. It was called a convenience store, but it was more like a small supermarket, unassuming facade, dim lighting inside, probably because few customers ever came by. From Yen Sun's perspective, it looked dark and gloomy. If there's anything you want to buy, you can get it here, Yen Yu said. They've got basic snacks, drinks, and some daily necessities. Yen Sun glanced up and down the small village shop named Xiao Xiao Supermarket. The owner sat behind the counter. He looked at Yen Sun, then at Yen Yu entering behind him. Are these the college students who came to the village? He's my cousin, Yen Yu said again, as usual. That explains it. The owner wasn't very old, no more than 30. A toothpick dangled from his mouth as he studied both Yen Sun and Yen Yu. Since when did you become so helpful? Hey, little brother, just grab whatever you want. Put it on your brother's tab. Yen Sun walked over to the refrigerator case and took out a can of cola. I heard a streamer came here before. A streamer? The man bit the toothpick. Yeah, one did come. Walking around with a camera, pretending to see ghosts, filming everywhere. He didn't charge Yen Sun, signaling him to just take it and add it to Yen Yu's bill later. There was no payment QR code visible on the counter. The cash register was placed behind it, and the countertop was piled high with goods. Yen Sun couldn't even tell if there was a barcode scanner. How long did he film in the village? Yen Sun opened the cola and took a sip. I saw he made quite a few episodes. The soil here is so red, is it really because too many people are buried underneath, like he said? The owner burst into laughter at Yen Sun's naive remark. He says that, and you actually believe it? The owner eyed Yan Sun sideways. And why don't you just ask your cousin about these things? My cousin said he'd never seen this guy. Yan Sun remembered what Yan Yu had replied earlier in the car when Sun Zhao asked whether he'd met the streamer. He stared straight at the owner. He said he usually stays indoors all day. I really liked that streamer. He seemed like he could actually touch the mysterious world. Yan Sun was young enough to be fascinated by supernatural phenomena, so his endless questions didn't seem out of place. The owner grew slightly impatient, deliberately avoiding looking at Yan Yu standing behind Yan Sun. Just fooling around to trick kids like you. There aren't that many spooky things in real life. Red soil because people are buried underground. The owner glanced at Yan Sun. How old are you? Still believing in that nonsense? Yan Yu chimed in now. I haven't seen him myself, but I've heard elders in the village talk about it. Said there was someone running around with equipment, filming constantly, very irritating. After a brief pause, he added to Yan Sun, that Sun Zhao, doesn't seem like a good person to me. You'd better not trust him too much. Yan Sun. How could that be a coincidence, that he happened to meet you on the roadside? Yan Yu seemed deeply suspicious of Sun Zhao. Maybe he was waiting for you specifically. No way. Yan Sun feigned shock. How could he know we'd pass through exactly there? Perhaps he'd already been watching you from the outside. Yan Yu said, you must have heard the legend about Wuxing village, over 100 years ago, when the earth dragon turned over. Yan Sun nodded. The streamer had mentioned that too. Although most artifacts have been handed over to museums, many families still keep ancestral heirlooms at home. Since the villagers believe in Siml, regarding her as the deity who sustains us, whenever someone has something valuable, they'll offer it to Siml for safekeeping. Plenty of these items are antiques, passed down through generations. In recent years, quite a few villagers have left Wuxing village. When people accidentally talk too much, scoundrels will show up at their doors. Between the lines, Yan Yu was implying that Sun Zhao was exactly the kind of villain who'd come after the village's treasures. You're young. Your parents probably never encountered people with such ill intentions. Yan Yu looked at Yan Sun. So it's natural you'd be deceived by him. The store owner nodded in agreement. Young man, your brother makes sense. Especially now, when there aren't many young or able-bodied folks left in the village, mostly elderly men and women. That's why we often get suspicious strangers showing up. Fortunately, Wuxing village isn't easy to find. After hearing both men, Yan Sun appeared deeply hesitant, as if unwilling to believe that cheerful, friendly Sun Zhao could actually harbor such malicious intentions. Seeing Yan Sun's doubt, Yan Yu continued, if you don't believe me, let's test it out. How? Yan Yu glanced toward the shop owner behind the counter. Let's talk outside. The owner gave an exasperated look and waved them off. Once they were outside Xiao Xiao supermarket, Yan Yu lowered his voice. You can stay in my room tonight. If Sun Zhao really has bad intentions, he'll make his move tonight. All those treasures are enshrined in the Siml Hall. Yan Sun hadn't expected Yan Yu's plan to go this far. Though he didn't have access to the full script, even he felt like this wasn't how things were supposed to unfold. Yet here was a golden opportunity, to spend a night inside Siml Hall. Yan Sun didn't want to give it up, but neither did he want to accept too quickly. What if this decision caused him to witness something he shouldn't, triggering a death flag? He decided to return first and probe others, to see whether anyone else knew what event might occur tonight. He made up an excuse, saying he needed some time to think it over. Yan Yu didn't seem surprised by his refusal. He simply nodded and said Yan Sun could come anytime before 6 p.m. After that, the Siml Hall would close its doors to visitors. Back at the Yan residence, Yan Sun immediately spotted Gu Jia sitting on a stone bench. The moment Gu Jia saw him, he quickly stepped forward. You can't go out tonight. Huh? If you leave tonight, you'll die. Gu Jia said seriously. Yan Sun was about to ask Gu Jia how he knew, when he heard him continue, you didn't come back tonight. The next day, everyone went looking for you, but still couldn't find any trace of you. Until a few days later, Sun Zhao found your body dead in the pond, your shoe missing from one foot. At this moment, Gu Jia wasn't silent at all, he rattled off the rest of the plot like beans spilling from a burst bag. Yan Sun studied him for a while, then couldn't help but ask, you're not the one who spent 200,000 points, are you? Gu Jia nodded. So this is what it feels like to meet someone actually rich. Yan Sun remembered from the movie synopsis that the youngest son he played was the first to die, followed by the college students disappearing one after another. In theory, Gu Jia had purchased the most expensive script. By now, he must have thoroughly memorized every truth and twist of the film, clearly knowing where the dangers lay and how to avoid them. Unlike players like himself who'd only bought flyleaf scripts, knowing just their own role-related and nothing beyond their character's death, Gu Jia's top-tier script contained every story truth, even the hidden endings. What's your mission? Yan Sun asked. After finishing that long monologue, Gu Jia seemed drained of energy again, reverting to his earlier listless state. As long as others stay alive. Yan Sun knew he hadn't finished, so he waited for him to continue. But if they die, it doesn't matter either. I can still clear the game anyway, Gu Jia added. Yen Sun. Now he understood why Gu Jia had been following him all along. According to the script, he was supposed to be the first unlucky one to die. Yen Yu in the script was likely an extremely dangerous character. Fearing an unexpected accident, he chose to stick close to Yen Sun. He didn't ask Gu Jia about the movie's hidden truths. Due to restrictions, even if Gu Jia wanted to tell him, he probably wouldn't be able to hear it. You mean I don't return tonight? Yen Sun pointed at himself and asked. Yes. Your parents go looking for you. Sun Zhao searches too. They ask the others, and everyone says they saw you at Siml Hall in the afternoon. After that, you walked away with your cousin. According to Gu Jia, it was already around 9 o'clock at night when they realized Yen Sun had gone missing. The college students weren't related to him by blood or marriage, and afraid something might happen at night, naturally refused to go out searching. Sun Zhao, however, chose to leave the house. The Yen family parents were anxious too, yet stayed within their room as if fearful of something. And the more they acted that way, the more frightened others became. Later, Sun Zhao returned empty-handed. Upon hearing his cousin had vanished, Yen Yu led villagers in the search, but found nothing. It wasn't until right before the temple fair began that they finally discovered Yen Sun's dead body in the village pond. From that point on, the remaining people started disappearing one by one. After hearing Gu Jia's account, Yen Sun felt there might still be room to maneuver regarding his nighttime disappearance. There's no perspective written from my point of view in the script. He double-checked. Gu Jia shook his head. Yen Sun pondered for a moment and thought this could be handled easily. He could simply stay within the boundaries of the Yen family estate, hide somewhere to fake his disappearance, this way avoiding both appearing at Siml Hall and secretly continuing his investigation into Wuxing Village's secrets. But apparently, Thi had seen through his attempt to cheat. Once again, familiar movie scenes flashed in Yen Sun's mind. Yen Sun, taking advantage of daylight not yet faded, quietly left the Yen family estate. He seemed wary of being followed, glancing around nervously as he departed, only relaxing slightly once certain no one had seen him. Perhaps because evening was drawing near, there were already no villagers on the roads of Wuxing Village. Tall trees lined the village paths, blocking the last rays of sunset. By the time he reached the gate of Siml Hall, the street was completely deserted. He hesitated, then knocked several times. Yen Yu, now changed into different clothes, opened the door of Siml Hall. Seeing it was Yen Sun, a faint smile appeared on Yen Yu's face. He held a lantern in hand. Behind him, Siml Hall appeared even darker. Yen Sun looked at him hesitantly. There's no light inside Siml Hall. It used to have lights, but the wiring aged and caught fire once. Since then, we've had none. Yen Yu stood there, still wearing that long robe wrapped up to his Adam's apple. His hair hung loose, fluttering in the wind, making him look more like a ghost from a cool summer ghost story. Yen Sun hesitated. Yen Yu stood motionless, whispering temptingly, aren't you curious whether Sun Zhao is really a good person or not? No one's been to Siml Hall at night. He looked at Yen Sun. Aren't you afraid? Of course, Yen Sun's character couldn't resist being provoked. The moment he heard it, he immediately shouted, how could I possibly be afraid? Then he shoved Yen Yu aside and walked straight into Siml Hall. Yen Yu didn't get angry at being pushed. He simply turned back and stepped into Siml Hall, then closed the door behind him. Having seen the entire scene play out, Yen Sun. Dude. What is this? Heaven's gate opened for you, yet you insist on walking into hell's mouth. Some distant cousin you've never even met, doing a clearly suspicious job, barely speaks to you, and you're already bearing your soul to him. When Yen Sun thought about it, he realized that barring his soul might actually be meant as a verb. But then, remembering that his role was that of the rebellious teenage boy in a horror movie, he calmed down again. Without someone foolishly tempting fate, how could the following plot possibly unfold? Yen Sun pondered for a moment, then said to Gu Jia, forget it, brother. Thanks for your good intentions. But the scenes meant for me, I still need to go through with them. Gu Jia immediately understood his implication, but he didn't understand why Yen Sun insisted on acting out a scene that wasn't even described in the script. There had been no mention of Yen Sun going to Siml Hall at all. Was this just like that slight deviation in Meng Ji's storyline? An unavoidable difference between the final cut and the preview during filming? He wasn't an old hand either, and this was his first time entering a movie, so he didn't quite grasp it. Seeing Yen Sun wave and prepare to leave the Yen estate to follow the plot, Gu Jia couldn't bear it anymore and finally spoke up, I'll go with you. Huh? Yen Sun turned around. You're coming with me? I'll secretly follow behind you. Gu Jia said, if anything really happens, I can help you. On one hand, Yen Sun appreciated Gu Jia's offer, on the other, he recalled what Gu Jia had said earlier, that after his disappearance, Sun Zhao had questioned the college students. In this segment, Gu Jia obviously needed to appear. He voiced his concern to Gu Jia. Then he watched as Gu Jia pulled out a small paper figure that looked like a kindergarten craft project. He'll complete this task for me. F***CK. This bastard. The system suddenly cursed inside Yen Sun's head. What do you mean? Yen Sun asked mentally. Why was it cursing all of a sudden? Check the price in the points shop. Yen Sun opened the system store. He flipped forward several pages without finding it, until finally, guided by the system's reminder, he found the paper figure stand-in listed among items priced over 100,000 points. Item, paper figure stand-in. 100% mimics owner's appearance, capable of nullifying one lethal injury regardless of level difference. The price tag was a crisp 120,000 points. And most importantly, it was a disposable item, one use only, then it would immediately become ineffective. Yen Sun looked at Gu Jia, solemnly said, "Brother. I'm not worth 120,000 points. With that kind of money, just give me the points instead." Chapter 63, Improvisation. 120,000 points. Gu Jia repeated Yen Sun's words, then suddenly realized what the 120,000 points referred to. He glanced at the paper figure in his hand. "You want this?" Without waiting for Yen Sun's reply, he pulled another paper figure from his pocket and handed it to him. "Here." Yen Sun looked down at the paper figure now pressed into his hand, suddenly feeling that all his hard work and struggle wasn't worth half as much as just latching onto someone strong. He couldn't help but open the live stream's comment section. Living the dream being taken care of. Unfollowing. Can't stand a host who reeks of money like this. Before you unfollow, how about deleting all your gross comments first? Can't suck up so you're throwing a tantrum now? Was typing just 1 minute ago about wanting a taste of the host, and now you're turning your back. Which brewing poison, gifted Carnival X1. Which brewing poison, what's there to hesitate about? It's just an insignificant item, he's offering it to you, so take it. I've already checked, the guy really is rolling in wealth. Seriously, why don't you just give in? Yen Sun stared at the paper figure in his hand, then finally turned to Gu Jia and said, "When the time comes for me to risk my life for you, just say the word." Host, I think he doesn't want your life, just something else. Again with the romantic entanglements. Is this a haunted investigation live stream or a dating variety show? Seriously, are you guys insane? Why are you shipping them again? What's even appealing here? Never seen men before. Hehe, we're shipping it anyway, go die of frustration. Perhaps because Yen Sun had lingered too long in one place, the main system popped up another prompt urging him to quickly proceed with the storyline. Yen Yu tucked the paper figure into his system inventory, then, just as shown in the movie, sneaked stealthily away from the Yen residence. At this moment, there were no outsiders at the Yen household. Yen Sun cautiously left through the mansion's front gate, then turned back several times. Gu Jia hadn't followed. Just like in the scene he'd witnessed earlier, he slowly retraced his earlier steps toward the vicinity of Siml Hall. He found the flow of time within the movie strangely accelerated. Though he had only stepped out near noon, after some delay getting to Siml Hall and wandering around the village a bit, by the time he parted ways with Yen Yu and returned to the Yen estate, it was already nearly 5 o'clock. Walking in just a short-sleeved shirt, he soon saw the trees lining both sides of the village path. Wind whistled through the branches, producing eerie, mournful wails. Yen Sun stood still for a moment, watching those trees. Above, the sun visibly sank westward, as if everything had been fast-forwarded. He continued along the path and soon spotted the familiar golden roof structure. Compared to when he'd just left the Yen estate, the sky had clearly darkened. By the time he exited the woods, he already needed his phone's flashlight to see. The moment he stood before Siml Hall, every hair on his body stood on end. In an instant, his sixth sense screamed that something ominous was watching him. The sensation was terrifyingly real, you could see nothing, yet you knew it was staring. Yen Sun stood there, then, just like in the film, finally knocked on the door of Siml Hall. Soon, footsteps approached from inside. Then the wooden door creaked open, and Yen Yu appeared in the doorway, changed into new clothes and clearly just bathed. His hair was still wet, draped over his shoulders. Holding a lantern in one hand, he smiled upon seeing Yen Sun. "You're here." Yen Sun looked at the lantern in his hand. It was red, a color usually associated with joy, but at this moment, it felt unnervingly sinister. Dressed in white robes, Yen Yu was suddenly caught by a gust of wind, making him resemble the vengeful ghost from an old-school horror film. Behind him, Siml Hall was dim, lit only by faint candlelight flickering in the main hall and adjacent rooms. Yen Sun stood frozen, then hesitantly asked, just as in the movie, "Doesn't Siml Hall have any lights?" "Why are you carrying a lantern, cousin?" "There used to be," Yen Yu replied, reciting the scripted lines just like in the film. But after the wiring aged and burned out, candles replaced the electricity. Yet Yen Yu's lines carried subtle deviations from the original script, making Yen Sun study him a little longer. Yen Yu stood behind the door, Yen Sun stood below the steps. When Yen Sun tried to read his expression, he could only see his face illuminated from below by candlelight. It should have been a handsome face. Yet from this angle, it suddenly became terrifying. Won't candles be even less reliable? Yen Sun couldn't help but utter a line that wasn't in the script. He wanted to test whether the system would punish his improvisation. But just as improvisations often occurred during movie shoots, the system allowed Yen Sun's deviation, his actions didn't halt the story. The plot continued on. "The candles are all within my sight," Yen Yu said. "So it doesn't matter." As he spoke, he slightly pushed open the wooden door wider, as if urging Yen Sun to enter quickly. In that instant, Yen Sun felt as though the other was some mountain spirit or vengeful ghost, and he himself the unfortunate scholar passing by. Yet scholars were cold-hearted. In the end, they always betrayed the feelings of spirits and monsters. Aren't you curious whether Sun Zhao is truly a good person or not? If you trust him so much, you'll end up getting hurt. Yen Yu added another line that hadn't originally existed. But I don't think he seems like a bad person, Yen Sun replied with a completely redundant line, one that nevertheless perfectly matched his character's persona in the film. Sure enough, Yen Yu laughed. Which bad person would ever admit they're bad, he asked. But perhaps realizing that arguing here was meaningless, their conversation gradually returned to the original rhythm of the movie. No one has ever come to Siml Hall at night. Are you afraid? Yen Sun knew his act had gone far enough. Upon hearing those words, he immediately jumped up as if provoked. How could I possibly be afraid? Don't look down on me. Immediately afterward, he strode up the steps, shoved Yen Yu aside, and walked straight through the narrow opening of the wooden door. Yen Yu didn't get angry at being pushed, his lantern only swayed a few times. Only after steadying it did he glance toward the back of a certain tree, sneered coldly, then closed the door of Siml Hall. Chapter 64, A Pure Body. After stepping into Siml Hall, Yen Sun instantly felt his vision darken. The interior was even dimmer than outside. Only when Yen Yu followed behind him, holding a lantern, did the shadows recede slightly. The air carried a faint scent of incense, mingled with a trace of osmanthus fragrance. Osmanthus. Yen Sun looked around. It wasn't the season for osmanthus blossoms, and there were no osmanthus trees planted in Wuxing village. When Yen Yu drew closer, Yen Sun realized the subtle hint of osmanthus came from the man himself. It was almost too strong, as if deliberately masking something. Yen Yu held the lantern in one hand, watching Yen Sun. What is it? Stay right there. I smell osmanthus, Yen Sun said. But isn't it off-season for blooming? It's the perfume I used, Yen Yu replied. He turned his gaze toward the main hall. Inside, only joss sticks and candles still burned, while lotus-shaped oil lamps lay placed on the floor. We'll have a ceremony in a few days. Those who conduct the ritual must purify themselves beforehand. The impure are not allowed to participate. With that, Yen Yu nodded at Yen Sun. You can join the ceremony then. This impurity you mentioned, is what? Yen Sun hesitated, turning over the meaning in his mind, half wondering if he had misunderstood. Seeing his confusion, Yen Yu gave a knowing nod. Once I'm married, I won't be able to take part in rituals anymore. Then the village will choose a new by Kansas. Yen Sun. What the hell? Wait, that's what impure body means. How ridiculously outdated is this? He was about to blurt out how archaic their customs were, when Yen Yu fixed him with a glance. Can't you participate either? If not. Yen Yu smiled faintly, eyes sharp. I suppose I'll have to speak with your parents. Though his expression remained light, it was clear he wouldn't welcome that answer. You really have a dirty mind, Yen Sun declared sternly. I haven't said anything, yet you've already imagined so much. Yen Yu didn't reply. If you can join, that's certainly better. Saves me from having to report back. At that moment, he seemed more like a genuine distant cousin, stepping into a familiar role, lightly probing teenage topics. Is there anyone you like? Yen Sun wasn't sure whether the character in the film had someone, so he answered truthfully based on himself. No. Not interested. Yen Yu nodded. Fair enough. At your age, studying should come first. Oh please, you're hilarious, Yen Sun nearly laughed inwardly. Even horror movies now resort to preaching about education. As if they were filming some delinquent city teen coming to the countryside for a life-changing experience. Wait. Could it be that Yen family's original plan was exactly that? The thought spun briefly through Yen Sun's mind before he seized the chance to ask, what about your fiancée? She isn't from the village, is she? I completely forgot to ask you to introduce me to my sister-in-law today. He played the part perfectly, a clueless, simple-minded city cousin. Not the right time to meet, Yen Yu said softly. It's not that I won't let you see her. Just, not yet. After a pause, he added, he is and isn't from the village. He grew up entirely outside until it was time for marriage, only then did we finally meet. Clearly reluctant to say more, Yen Yu raised his lantern. Within the quiet, ancient courtyard, he told Yen Sun, go rest first. I'll check the main hall. Yen Sun glanced at the side wing lit only by candles. If he went in there alone, wouldn't that be walking straight into a trap? So he quickly made an excuse. I haven't washed up yet. After running around all day, I feel covered in dust. He eyed Yen Yu's damp hair. I'll go bathe first. Where's the bathroom? Siml Hall wasn't large, its few rooms were easily visible at a glance. As he spoke, Yen Sun subtly tried to peek into the other rooms, but Yen Yu shifted forward slightly, blocking his view. Realizing his action had been too obvious, Yen Yu quickly explained, there's no bathroom in Siml Hall. Then what about your hair? I drew some water earlier and cleaned up simply. Yen Yu clarified. Those who serve must remain physically pure. Yen Sun was about to unleash his rebellious teenage energy when he heard Yen Yu say, "Let me think of a way." "You go wait in my room first." Yen Yu held the lantern. Seeing that Yen Sun hadn't moved from where he stood, he asked again, "Why aren't you going in?" This time, his voice was lower, and abruptly, the sound of leaves rustling in a strong wind echoed through the courtyard. Realizing that if he didn't move soon, this older brother might just shed his human disguise right in front of him, Yen Sun could only step back. "What's with the attitude? Can't I just go in already?" Hearing that, Yen Yu softened his tone. "It's not that I'm being harsh. It's just that nights at Siml Hall are dangerous by nature." He stopped there, expression shifting slightly to regret, as if realizing he'd accidentally revealed something he shouldn't have. He looked at Yen Sun again. "You should go in first. The later it gets, the more dangerous it becomes here." That, at least, Yen Sun believed without question. He glanced sideways at the main hall inside Siml Hall. Maybe it was his imagination, but he felt certain, the children surrounding the golden statue of the seemed to have shifted positions, now curiously staring at the uninvited guest within Siml Hall. Seeing this, Yen Sun didn't hesitate any longer. He strode straight toward Yen Yu's room. Once inside, the scent of osmanthus incense grew even stronger. On a 5-drawer chest sat a wooden basin and towel. Clearly, Yen Yu had just finished wiping himself down here. On the other side of the chest, 2 candles burned for light, but perhaps the room was simply too dark. Even with both lit, the area near the foot of the bed remained deeply shadowed, so much so that anything crouching there would be invisible. "Just sit for a moment," Yen Yu said. Once inside, he blew out the candle in the lantern and set it aside, hanging it up. Then he walked to the chest, picked up the basin and towel. "I'll go draw some water for you to wash." Yen Sun grabbed his arm. Yen Yu gave him a puzzled look. "You expect me to use this?" Yen Sun stared at the basin and towel cradled in Yen Yu's arms. Yen Yu didn't understand what he meant. Yen Sun felt the sky crashing down. "There's no other towel," he couldn't help but blurt out. "We're seriously sharing one?" If they were college roommates, maybe he'd let it slide. But Yen Yu clearly wasn't human. So what was that towel, a burial offering? Chapter 65 Hide and Seek. It seemed that Yen Yu was caught off guard by how intense Yen Sun's reaction had been. He stood there momentarily stunned, glancing at the towel in the wooden basin before finally saying, "I'll go find you a new one." Whether or not he could actually find one, Yen Yu didn't say. Yen Sun didn't particularly care. After all, the excuse about washing up hadn't been sincere from the start. "Is the faucet somewhere else?" Yen Sun asked. He hadn't noticed any sink or tap in the Siml Hall, neither during his earlier stay nor just now after a quick glance around. Yen Yu shook his head. "We don't have that here. Water is drawn from a large water vat." After saying this, he stopped talking, merely adding that he'd go draw water for Yen Sun. As soon as he left, the room abruptly fell into an unnatural silence. Yen Sun carefully observed the side chamber. He even opened the drawers of the chest of 5. The top drawer only contained various pieces of jewelry that Yen Yu had worn earlier, layer upon layer, crammed densely and tossed haphazardly inside. Yen Sun could only identify a few mineral names clearly, the rest remained unfamiliar to him. Among these minerals lay other objects polished smooth with age, their surfaces gleaming with a soft, weathered luster. Thinking back to what Father Yen had said about Wuxing Village's traditions and beliefs, Yen Sun felt nothing but unease looking at these ornaments. He quickly shut the first drawer and moved to open those beneath. The lower ones held some of Yen Yu's clothing, among which was one set exceptionally ornate, one that must have been worn during rituals. Hearing footsteps approaching, Yen Sun hastily closed all the drawers and sat back down on the edge of the bed. Yen Yu entered the chamber carrying a wooden basin. The towel inside was indeed replaced with a fresh one. He placed the water-filled basin on the chest of drawers. "Conditions here are limited, so this is all we can do. I'll be in the main hall. You can rest assured staying here." With that, he left once more. Yen Sun glanced at the basin now sitting on the chest. Reaching out, he dipped his fingers into the water, icy cold, as if drawn straight from the deepest well. The chill made him jerk his hand back instantly. The temperature in Wuxing Village was already slightly lower than outside. And within Siml Hall, it was even colder. Looking at the water Yen Yu had fetched, Yen Sun considered, to avoid triggering a death flag like, "Why isn't my cousin using the water?" Was he lying earlier? He decided to play along properly. He wrung out the towel, half-heartedly wiped his arms and neck, then lifted his shirt to briefly clean parts of his torso. Once finished, he rinsed the towel and hung it neatly over the edge of the basin. Siml Hall was unnervingly silent. Yen Sun knew, he now had the perfect opportunity to investigate. He paused, then reopened the live stream chat. "I'm licking." "Huh? You're seriously cutting us off? What can't viewers see? Donating a carnival, just one more peek, please." Yen Sun. "That's not what I meant at all. Do you guys think I should go check out the main hall of Siml Temple?" He pondered for a moment, then added, "If you want me to go, send a supercard donation and I'll do it." "What are you afraid of? You've got a 120,000 point paper man already. What are you afraid of?" You've got a 120,000 point paper man already. What are you afraid of? You've got a 120,000 point paper man already. Jingho Xiuxi Ri, donated Supercar X5. Jingho Xiuxi Ri, go. Seeing this, Yen Sun closed the live stream and prepared to move out. Carrying the wooden basin, pretending he was just going to empty the water, yet no sooner had he stepped out of the side chamber than Yen Yu appeared, emerging from the main hall upon hearing the noise. He looked at Yen Sun, then at the basin in his hands. At this moment, the only light sources in Siml Hall were the incense candles and oil lamps inside the main hall, 2 pitifully small candles in Yen Yu's room, and the moon overhead, now veiled behind thick clouds. The entire hall had sunk into darkness. Yen Sun had just come out from the brightly lit room and his eyes hadn't adjusted yet. Fortunately, Yen Yu wore pale-colored clothes and stood directly at the entrance of the main hall. Yen Sun spotted him immediately. "I'll take that," Yen Yu said. Slowly stepping forward, he took the basin from Yen Sun's hands. Perhaps because it was too dark, perhaps due to the dim lighting, their hands inevitably brushed against each other. Freezing cold. Yen Sun thought to himself. Yen Yu's hand felt exactly like it had just been pulled from an ice cellar. But the sensation passed quickly. Almost instantly, Yen Yu had taken the basin and carried it away. "Don't come out again later," Yen Yu said. "Soon, it will be time for tonight's blessing ritual. The goddess of Siml dislikes outsiders being present." Yen Sun actually wanted to ask, if the deity disliked outsiders being present, then how could it not know he was right there in the side chamber, a full-grown man? He thought it, so he asked it. Yen Yu paused, then switched hands to hold the wooden basin and stretched out his arm toward Yen Sun. Yen Sun had no idea what he meant. "Take this bracelet off," Yen Yu said. Yen Sun looked down. Even with the faint light, he could still make out the bracelet around Yen Yu's wrist. But at the mention of Wuxing Village's legends, a chill crept through him. Yen Yu finally bent down and placed the basin on the ground, then removed the bracelet and fastened it onto Yen Sun's wrist. "You've heard the tales of Wuxing Village?" Yen Sun didn't answer, nor did he deny it. "Don't worry. It's not what you think." Then he added, "No matter what sounds you hear later, don't open the door. And don't speak. Just wait until the ritual ends." With that, Yen Yu bent down again to pick up the basin. "Don't come out." He stood there, blocking Yen Sun from stepping even 1 foot outside the room. "I'll come find you when it's over." Though he still wanted to sneak into the main hall of Siml Temple. Yen Yu had already spoken so plainly, entering during the ritual would surely lead to disaster. Yen Sun decided to wait. Not long after the door shut, the previously silent Siml Hall suddenly echoed with the sound of a bouncing ball. Then came bursts of childish laughter. They were singing nursery rhymes, as if playing hopscotch. "Why are you so stupid? Whatever, let's go find someone else." Immediately after, footsteps scurried by, followed by urgent knocking. "Big brother, come play with us. Let's play rubber band together." Yen Sun thought of the small children surrounding the golden statue of the goddess of Siml. He stayed silent. But they knew he was inside, so their voices grew louder. "Big brother, aren't you bored in there? Come play with us." At that moment, the 5-drawer chest beside him began to tremble. Each drawer seemed ready to burst from its frame. Outside the door, the children continued singing joyfully. "Let's play a game together. Come hide and seek. Where are my hands? Where are my legs? Oh, I see. Mommy and Daddy put them in a box." Chapter 66. I chop, chop, chop. Yen Sun heard the laughter and giggling outside, but he wasn't afraid. On the contrary, he moved closer to the tightly shut door. The children were still playing noisily, as if Nyang Xiai Mu had finally found time and allowed them to leave her side and play freely. But the moment he approached, the laughter outside abruptly ceased. Then came the sound of fingernails scratching against the wooden door. They wanted to come in. Yen Sun glanced quickly around the room and soon spotted the water vat inside. Bang! 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 The main door was violently struck several times. "Big brother, let us in." The voices returned. "We're so cold, so hungry." Their voices grew louder and louder, slamming against the door with booming impacts. This wing of Siml Hall was already old and worn, the door used only a simple bolt mechanism. As those things continued pushing from outside, the wooden door began to shudder unstably. And on the windows appeared countless small handprints. Dense, overlapping marks smeared across the surface. The door itself was covered only by a thin layer of oil paper. When tiny hands pressed against it, sharp nails easily pierced through. First one eye, then another. They had poked holes through the oil paper with their nails, peering at Yen Sun on the other side. "Big brother, we can see you." Together they shook the door violently. "Come play with us." The crashing against the door intensified. Instinctively, Yen Sun scanned the room for somewhere to hide. There wasn't much inside this side chamber. Aside from the bed where Yen Yu had been sleeping, there was only a chest of drawers and a large water vat covered with a wooden lid. Seeing the vat, one big enough to fit an adult, the moment Yen Sun noticed it, he immediately stepped back, preparing to crawl inside and buy some time. It was the most common kind of rural water vat, large, earthenware, topped with a wooden board, and beside it sat a wooden basin and towel, recently used by Yen Sun himself. At the sight of it, Yen Sun felt an inexplicable sense of safety well up inside him. For a fleeting second, a thought entered his mind: if he opened the vat and crawled in, he'd be like an infant safe in its mother's womb again. Safe. No one could harm him anymore. So he lifted off the wooden lid. Inside was half filled with water. But the vat was enormous, large enough for him to curl up within. He could squeeze in, pull the board over his head. He was just about to climb in when suddenly, the bracelet that Yen Yu had earlier tied around his wrist began to heat up, burning hot, scalding even. Startled by the sudden pain, Yen Sun looked down just in time to see that half his body was already slipping into the vat. He jerked backward in terror, hastily pulling himself away. Realizing its prey was escaping, the vat panicked. The wooden lid nearby shot up into the air as if alive, hurtling toward Yen Sun as if trying to slam him down into the water. F***ck. Yen Sun cursed, dodging the flying board. Without waiting another second, he yanked out the axe from his backpack. It was an ordinary axe, the most common C-rank item sold in the, nothing special at first glance, except perhaps for the question mark that followed its rank description. Legend said this axe had killed ghosts before. The moment Yen Sun pulled out the weapon, the shrieking, laughing little ghosts outside fell completely silent. Even the wooden board seemed to freeze in fear, scrambling backward frantically. Yen Sun didn't hesitate: strike while the iron is hot. He raised the axe high and swung it down hard onto the board. Whether the blade was too sharp or the wood too weak didn't matter, there was a sharp crack, and right before his eyes, the wooden lid split cleanly in two. Kicking aside the broken pieces, he swung the axe at the water vat itself. Crack. 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 Swinging wildly, almost madly, he shattered the vat into countless fragments. Thick black mist surged from the broken edges. Flying shards of pottery sliced across Yen Sun's cheek, drawing blood. When the last piece of the vat lay crushed under repeated blows, Yen Sun stood panting, one hand gripping the axe, the other wiping his thumb across the cut on his cheek. A trickle of blood, stinging slightly, but bearable. He looked down at the scattered remains of the water vat and the water soaking the floor. Kicked a few shards aside, then strode toward the wooden door, axe in hand. The little ghosts scattered instantly. Those who had moments ago called out, "Big Brother," now vanished without a trace. The courtyard fell eerily quiet once more. Yen Sun walked to the door, intending to see what was happening outside, when he was suddenly startled by a man who had appeared before him. Yen Sun. It was Gu Jia standing at the doorway. Judging from his timing, he must have seized the moment when Yen Yu was occupied inside the main hall and unable to pay attention to the outside, slipping into Siml Hall unnoticed. Upon realizing Yen Sun had spotted him, he quickly urged, "Open the door. Let me in quickly. He's almost finished over there." Yen Sun stood holding the axe, peering through one of the holes pierced in the door at Gu Jia outside. It was pitch dark outside. Gu Jia always kept his head down, so Yen Sun couldn't make out his expression, only sensed the urgency in his voice. He didn't move immediately. Gu Jia grew increasingly anxious. Yen Yu is about to come out. He slapped the door a few times. "Hurry up and let me in to hide." "There's nowhere to hide in here," Yen Sun said. "You'd better wait outside Siml Hall for now. Or." Yen Sun paused slightly. "The mall sells invisibility cloaks, you can buy one if you can afford it." His words were heartless and cold, like someone who'd crossed the river and kicked away the bridge behind them. Gu Jia clearly became even more flustered, trying to say something else, when suddenly Yen Yu's voice came again from outside. "Who?" Gu Jia muttered a curse, no longer caring whether Yen Sun would open the door, and swiftly vanished from sight. About half a minute later, Yen Yu arrived in a hurry. He still wore the same appearance as before. When he saw the two holes stabbed into the door, his voice betrayed clear astonishment. "Why are there holes punched in it? Hurry up and open the door, let me come in and take a look." Yen Sun. He stared blankly at Yen Yu outside the door. Truly baffled, how could something keep using the exact same trick 3 times, as if endlessly amused? First came the little ghosts threatening from outside. Then Gu Jia, pretending to be an old acquaintance pleading entry. And finally, this encore performance by Yen Yu. "Did your hand break?" Yen Sun sneered coldly. "If not, why can't you just open it yourself?" The thing outside snapped angrily. "Xiao Yen, how can you speak like that?" "Not only will I say it," Yen Sun laughed mockingly, "I'll also curse you." He spat out a string of curses, then glared provocatively at Yen Yu. "Well? What now? If you're mad, come in and chop me down." The creature was obviously enraged, yet seemed to fear something. After glaring hatefully at Yen Sun through the door, it finally dissolved into wisps of smoke and vanished completely. Only then did Yen Sun lower his gaze to the bracelet on his wrist. "Xiao Yen." Again, that familiar voice came from outside. Another Yen Yu now stood before the door. He looked through the hole in the door at Yen Sun. "So naughty. Fuck." Yen Sun almost broke out in goosebumps from the way Yen Yu spoke. He suspected the monster outside had changed tactics, realizing physical attacks didn't work, it was now resorting to psychological ones. Just as he was about to snap back, he saw this Yan Yu push open the door and walk in. Yen Sun. Oh. This time it was the real one. He stood there awkwardly, still gripping the axe, glad he hadn't actually cursed it out loud earlier. Yan Yu glanced at the axe in his hand, then at the shattered water jar crumpled in the corner. He didn't ask where the axe from the water had come from. Instead, he said quietly, never thought this water jar could be so dangerous. Yen Sun held the axe, unsure whether to put it down or hide it. With no choice, he just kept holding it, listening to Yen Yu. At those words, he gave his cousin a second look. This is what you meant by the water jar earlier? Exactly. Yen Yu walked over and bent down to pick up the wooden basin and towel from the floor. What a shame. The towel was already covered in dust, and though the basin hadn't cracked, it was smeared with muddy water mixed with dirt from the ground. Yen Sun hadn't taken Yen Yu for someone who cared so much about objects. He watched as Yen Yu gathered the items and cradled them in his arms, not minding how the mud and grime stained his long robe. Only after placing the basin and towel neatly on the chest of drawers did he turn to Yen Sun. It might be because the time of the ritual is drawing near. That's why even Siml Hall has grown dangerous. He stood beside the candle, using the wick trimmer on the chest of drawers to adjust the flame before finally speaking to Yen Sun. The festival will be lively when it comes. You'll like it. Yen Sun doubted very much that he would. He watched Yen Yu crouch and open the chest of drawers, pulling out another set of clean clothes, then without waiting for any reaction, immediately began undressing, shrugging off the soiled robe. He moved quickly, unbothered by Yen Sun's presence. Yen Sun instinctively looked away, only to catch sight of Yen Yu's bare back in the candlelight. There, covering nearly his entire back, was an intricate tattoo, a script Yen Sun couldn't understand. Dense, sprawling characters covered the skin like ancient inscriptions. But Yen Yu changed swiftly. Before Yen Sun could memorize the markings, he had already pulled on the fresh robe. Then, turning slightly, he caught Yen Sun staring, and seemed to understand exactly what he'd seen. Curious. Yen Sun thought, you're the one who brought it up, so he seized the chance to ask. What is that on your back, cousin? A tattoo. The body of a mortal who serves thee must bear engravings, otherwise, one cannot face the divine. Yen Yu finished adjusting his robe and turned sideways to face Yen Sun. Otherwise, one may not gaze upon the god. Yen Sun was about to nod when something struck him as odd. Cannot gaze upon the god. But, the golden statue in the hall. Yen Yu looked briefly confused, but hearing Yen Sun's words, replied, the hall is dimly lit for that very reason. After entering the hall, you only need to kowtow, no need to raise your head. Even if you do look up, you won't clearly see the form. Yen Yu said slowly. Once, someone in the village broke the rules and tried to look upon Mother's true visage. All they saw was a dark, shapeless mass in the hall. That same night, they returned home, ran a high fever, and began babbling nonsense. He studied Yen Sun's expression. Could it be, you actually saw Mother's true face? Yen Sun recalled the three-headed, six-armed, kind-faced statue of Mother he had seen in the hall. Wait, what? Did that mean he'd already triggered a death flag right at the start? In the movie's plot, Yen Sun was the first among the characters to die, first mysteriously disappearing within the Yen household, then days later found dead in the village pond. At the thought, he couldn't help glancing at the broken shards of the water jar in the corner. If he hadn't snapped out of that hypnotic trance earlier, he might have completely submerged himself into the water jar. That would explain why Sun Zhao never found the missing Yen Sun inside Siml Hall. No one would think to lift the wooden lid off an ordinary water jar. No one realized that Yen Sun had been quietly curled up inside the water jar in Siml Hall the entire time, hiding in the place closest to everyone else as they searched over and over again. Xiao Yen, what did you see in the hall? Yen Yu asked. The candlelight in the room remained dim. He looked at the wound on Yen Sun's face and reached out, as if to wipe away the blood that had begun seeping anew. Yen Sun stepped back. Yen Yu's hand froze midair. I saw Mother, Yen Sun said. He stared at Yen Yu's expression. I saw her 3 heads and 6 arms. I felt like she was looking at me. Yen Yu immediately frowned upon hearing this, clearly not expecting that Yen Sun had actually seen the true form of the one in the hall. He glanced back at the doors and windows, confirming they were tightly shut, before speaking to Yen Sun. I'll send you away soon. You must never step into Siml Hall again during this time. A family in the village just moved out recently, you can stay there for now. The more he spoke, the more serious his expression became, as if the moment Yen Sun laid eyes on the golden body of Siml, things had already spiraled beyond his control. Then should I leave now? Yen Sun asked. At dawn tomorrow, Yen Yu said, his gaze fixed on the pitch-black Siml Hall outside the door. It's too late already. The Wuxing village is even more dangerous at night. Yen Sun stepped back several paces and dropped heavily onto the edge of the bed. You told me Sun Zhao would sneak over here at night. It seems it's already so late. He hasn't come yet, has he? Yen Yu shook his head. He will come. As if those words were a signal, no sooner had they been spoken than knocking sounded at the door of Siml Hall. Knock, 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 steady, one after another. Yan Yu glanced over and signaled Yan Sun with a finger to his lips, shoo. Wait for me. With that, he hurried out of the side room once more. Moments later, Yan Sun heard the conversation taking place outside. Have you seen Yan Sun? He never came back tonight, he's gone missing. Haven't seen him, Yan Yu replied. Sun Zhao probably didn't believe him, insisting he wanted to come in and look around, but Yan Yu quickly dismissed him with the rule that outsiders weren't allowed inside Siml Hall at night. When Yan Yu returned again, Yan Sun asked, why didn't you tell him I'm here? He wanted to see what excuse Yan Yu would come up with next. Siml Hall does not allow outsiders to stay overnight, Yan Yu said coolly. If the villagers found out you spent the night here, perhaps the entire village wouldn't be able to contain you. Chapter 68 I respect you, brother. Perhaps the confusion on Yan Sun's face was too obvious, so Yan Yu added an explanation. You'll be able to leave first thing tomorrow morning. If he can't find you within one night, he'll go back anyway. Yan Yu continued, speaking to Yan Sun, don't believe him just because he seems so anxious. He couldn't resist bad-mouthing Sun Zhao at this moment. I doubt he really wants to find you. Most likely, he's using this as an excuse to sneak into Siml Hall at night. I respect you, brother, Yan Sun thought. You truly never forget your original intentions. What kind of deep grudge do you even have with the male lead of this movie? Still, he didn't argue with Yan Yu at this moment, only nodding perfunctorily. Okay, got it. When Sun Zhao returned to the Yan residence, he found Yan's parents anxiously muttering, Yan Sun is gone, Yan Sun is gone. Sun Zhao noticed several players standing in the courtyard. Seeing him come back, one chimed in, how could he disappear? We just saw Yan Sun earlier at Siml Hall. He went to wander around the village with his cousin. Wan Yun said they all knew Yan Sun would go missing tonight. So when Yan's parents started panicking, the players felt nothing but relief, confirmation that the plot was progressing exactly as expected. Sun Zhao, of course, had bought the script too. Tonight, he had a major scene where he searched for Yan Sun. He glanced at the two people briefly, then walked over to comfort them, saying Yan Sun must still be somewhere in the village and hadn't actually gotten lost, maybe he'd just been playing and lost track of time. Then he added that he'd go look for him later. By now it was already evening. Although Yan's parents kept saying they were worried, neither showed any intention of stepping beyond the gates of their estate. Should we go search together? Sun Zhao suggested carefully. We'd cover more ground if we split up. At those words, Yan's mother suddenly shivered. No. I don't think he's actually lost. Yan Sun's father quickly agreed. Right. The village isn't big. Maybe the boy just forgot to come back while playing somewhere. Everyone in the courtyard knew they were lying. The most modern place in the entire Wuxing village was probably just Smile and Go convenience store. How could a city-raised kid like Yan Sun get so engrossed in playing around here that he forgot to return? Whatever, Yan's father said with a shake of his head, turning to walk with his wife toward their temporary room. As soon as they left, only the players remained in the Yan family courtyard. Meng Ji glanced at Sun Zhao and laughed awkwardly. It's getting late. We should rest. Their roles in this storyline were merely background extras. The main focus remained on Sun Zhao. Meng Ji gave Wan Yun a meaningful look, she nodded hastily in response. Sun Yu followed the lines written in her script, asking Sun Zhao, maybe we should wait until tomorrow. The villagers said we shouldn't leave our homes at night. But Sun Zhao shook his head. The village isn't that large. How could Yan Sun suddenly vanish? I'll go ask Yan Yu at Siml Hall. He was the last person to see him. With that, this segment of the plot ended. According to the film scenes, next came Sun Zhao heading toward Siml Hall. Meng Ji and the others knew their acting was done for now, so they prepared to return to their small resting courtyard. Tonight, they planned to investigate Yan Yu's dwelling. Yan Yu stayed at Siml Hall only temporarily during the days leading up to rituals and festivals. Otherwise, he lived in the old Yan family mansion. Now that they knew he was staying at Siml Hall tonight, they decided to search his residence for clues. They called for Sun Yu to come along, but she turned and asked Gu Jia, who had been silent the whole time, are you coming? The previously quiet Gu Jia shook his head. No. Too dangerous. TCH. Meng Ji clicked his tongue irritably. This is why newbies are such a hassle. You expect clues to just fall into your lap without searching? Or do you think you've got enough money to buy a 200,000 point script? He turned to Sun Yu. What about you? Coming or not? After a brief pause, Sun Yu also shook her head. My guardian tells me to stay in my room tonight. Upon hearing the word guardian, Wan Yun's expression shifted in surprise. You've made a pact with one of those entities. A guardian, after all, referred to beings beyond ordinary players' understanding. They wandered through various live streams, tipping broadcasters they found amusing. When they encountered someone they particularly favored, they'd form a contract with that person, becoming their guardian. Players could then borrow a fraction of these mysterious entities' powers. Of course, there was always a price to pay. After a streamer dies, their soul is taken by these guardians. But powerful beings would never bother with weak players. Many of the entities wandering through live streams, persuading players to sign contracts, were merely ordinary wandering ghosts. Once a player has experienced enough copies, they can easily kill these wandering spirits. Sun Yu nodded. Wan Yun immediately shook her head, looking at her with a hint of pity. You've been deceived. You'll regret it. She naturally knew that Sun Yu hadn't joined any guild. This was precisely the disadvantage of being a solo player. Some secrets within guilds were only shared among members, such as which mysterious entities could be contracted and which ones were frauds. Who is your contract entity? She forbids me from saying. Most likely, she had encountered a mere wandering ghost. This was what Wan Yun thought. Meng Ji, meanwhile, grew impatient and urged Wan Yun to take advantage of the moment while Yan's parents were in their room and Sun Zhao was away, to act quickly. In the end, Wan Yun only said to Sun Yu, "Be careful yourself." Then she slipped away with Meng Ji toward the residence of Yan Yu they had scouted earlier that day. Gu Jia yawned. "I'm going back to sleep." Sun Yu glanced at Gu Jia. "Who are you?" Gu Jia remained the same as before. "Of course I'm me." Saying this, he ignored Sun Yu completely and walked toward his own room. "Strange," Sun Yu muttered, watching Gu Jia's retreating figure. "But I feel like he's not really Gu Jia." As she spoke to herself, a woman's laughter rang in her ears, then a voice appeared in her mind. "If you want to confirm the truth, why not just kill him?" Outside the gate of Siml Hall, Gu Jia had no idea that his paper figure doppelganger was now hanging by a thread. He hid behind a tree, waiting for the right moment to move. Around 9 o'clock, he saw Sun Zhao walking up the path from a distance. He quickly ducked behind the tree, listening as Sun Zhao knocked on the door of Siml Hall. Partially concealed, he peeked out slightly, observing the scene intently. Their voices were low, but the night was so quiet that Gu Jia could hear every word clearly. He heard Sun Zhao asking about Yan Sun's whereabouts, and Yan Yu replying that he hadn't seen him. "They say after leaving Siml Hall, the two of you were together," said Sun Zhao. Yan Yu stood behind the half-open door. "We parted ways at Smile and Go convenience store." Then he went back to the Yan residence. Sun Zhao then insisted on entering to look around, but Yan Yu turned him away using the excuse that outsiders weren't allowed in Siml Hall at night. When the door shut, Sun Zhao took several steps backward. He turned his head toward the tree, then decided to walk straight over, finding Gu Jia hiding behind it. Seeing Gu Jia flinch in obvious fright, Sun Zhao was somewhat puzzled by his jumpy reaction, but still asked. Yan Sun went in and never came out. Chapter 69 Success in Holding Hands. Gu Jia was a bit slow to react. He really wasn't good at communicating with people like Sun Zhao, and upon hearing the question, he simply nodded silently. Sun Zhao studied Gu Jia up and down. In the movie, Gu Jia had also been just a background character, one of the early missing ones, so he hadn't left much impression at all. He clearly remembered this person standing quietly beside Sun Yu and Yan family's courtyard not long ago, motionless and silent like a mere backdrop. Yet now, he was showing up in front of Siml Hall. Thinking it through, either this guy had some special ability, or he'd bought that paper figure decoy item from the. Considering the price of that item, Sun Zhao gave Gu Jia a few extra glances. "Did you buy that script for 200,000 points?" Gu Jia didn't respond. He didn't admit it, nor did he deny it, just went completely silent, playing dead. After all, Sun Zhao, as the main protagonist, wouldn't die in the movie anyway. He wasn't part of the group Gu Jia needed to help. "There's something wrong with Siml Hall," Sun Zhao continued. "I walked around the village today but couldn't find the pig pen. I asked several elders, they all said there were no pigs raised here." "But how is that possible?" Sun Zhao added, the live stream clearly had pig noises. He was probing Gu Jia, hoping to get some clues out of him. "Oh." Gu Jia merely nodded, then said nothing further. By now, the movie had been out long enough that Sun Zhao knew such cheat scripts existed, but he'd hardly ever seen anyone actually use one. There were discussions on forums, though, speculating that once you bought such a script, you became a tourist in the film, you couldn't reveal any key plot points, or you'd be punished. But now Gu Jia was standing right here. After some thought, Sun Zhao quickly figured out why the other man was present yet unharmed. The main camera angle of the film focused on scenes at the Yan residence. In the courtyard of the Yan family, Gu Jia had used a paper figure decoy to stand in for himself, completely avoiding any OOC behavior. And here at Siml Hall, Gu Jia had been hiding behind a tree the entire time, thus remaining entirely off-screen from the main perspective. He was exploiting a glitch. "You're waiting for Yan Sun?" Sun Zhao asked. At the mention of Yan Sun's name, Gu Jia, who had kept his head lowered and silent, finally lifted his head slightly. He looked at Sun Zhao for a moment, then lowered his gaze again. If he's in danger, I'll go in." Hearing this, Sun Zhao examined Gu Jia more closely. "Do you two know each other?" Gu Jia shook his head. That was truly strange. Sun Zhao mused. He opened his live stream. Can't even roast him, this dude seriously rich. Report, I just peeked into his stream, lol. You're hopeless. They've already succeeded in holding hands, and you're still out here babbling nonsense. Are they speaking human language? Sun Zhao thought. What does holding hands mean? Did someone manage to touch the ghost's hand? Since he couldn't speak freely, his system automatically sent the question into the stream. I really hate that you're a wooden block. Well, not wrong per se, it's true they've held hands with a ghost. Sun Zhao was even more confused. He knew the stream had restrictions and viewers couldn't reveal crucial information. Still, he deduced that a player in Thi had already made direct contact with the ghost. That meant he needed to speed up his mission. Meanwhile, Yen Sun, who had already succeeded in holding hands with a ghost, had no idea that Sun Zhao's live stream was so shamelessly clowning him. He wanted to go check out the main hall of Siml Hall. But Yen Yu showed absolutely no intention of leaving the room, leaving Yen Sun no chance to slip away alone. I need to pee, Yen Sun finally blurted out, unable to take it anymore. Can I go out and use the restroom? Only then did Yen Yu open his eyes. Until now, he'd been sitting cross-legged on the bed meditating. All right. I'll go with you. He started getting up to put on his shoes. That's unnecessary. Yen Sun immediately refused. We're not close enough for that kind of honesty. Yen Yu gave him a peculiar look. I only meant I'd wait outside. Not even that. Yen Sun shot back firmly. I can come back by myself. Perhaps worried that Yen Yu would keep arguing, he jingled the bracelet on his wrist. I still have this thing you gave me, don't I? Yen Yu stared at the string wrapped around Yen Sun's wrist. After a long pause, he slowly nodded. Fine. Then he pointed toward the restroom inside Siml Hall. Go quickly and return fast. You're bringing the axe when going to the toilet? Yen Yu suddenly asked. Yen Sun glanced at the axe he was clutching in his hand. It makes me feel safer. Yen Yu didn't say anything further upon seeing it. He watched as Yen Sun, axe in hand, pushed open the door and walked outside. Only after the door closed did he walk over to the candle still burning on the dresser. He picked up the bamboo skewer, but this time, pressed the wick down into the melted wax. The flame died instantly, plunging one side of the chamber into darkness. A faint rustling sound emerged from the dark, like something crawling out. Yen Sun followed the direction Yen Yu had indicated. There were no artificial lights inside Siml Hall, so he pulled out his phone for illumination. It was unnervingly silent all around. All Yen Sun could see was the small patch of ground lit by his phone's beam. Yet after only a few steps, he realized, he was standing right in front of the main hall of Siml Hall. Inside, the only light came from candles and oil lamps. Behind him lay absolute darkness, ahead stood the main hall, dimly lit by flickering flames. In front of the offering table sat 3 meditation cushions, and right in the center one, someone was kneeling in worship. Yen Sun still gripped the axe. But his sixth sense screamed at him, get away, now. So he quietly stepped back, intending to head in another direction. The figure seemed too focused to notice, and indeed, gave no reaction. After wandering through Siml Hall once more, Yen Sun discovered, he was back at the entrance of the main hall again. The person was still kneeling on the cushion, but now in a different posture. It seemed to have heard something behind it and began turning its head to look. Yen Sun quickly turned off his flashlight and silently retreated. Yet now, Siml Hall no longer resembled how it had been during the day. Wanting to return to the chamber where Yen Yu waited, Yen Sun found himself unable to locate that room again. And when he arrived at the main hall's entrance once more, the figure was now standing. Tall and gaunt, its body twisted sideways, as if about to turn fully around. This time, Yen Sun didn't move. He stood still, staring at the lanky silhouette before him. He knew that if he got lost just one more time, the next time he reached the main hall, this thing would have its face completely turned toward him. Chapter 70 Danger, Danger, Danger. As if the atmosphere wasn't terrifying enough already. The previously pitch-black Siml Hall suddenly lit up with countless lanterns appearing out of nowhere, rising one after another like sky lanterns. By the time Yen Sun looked up again, the entire hall was filled with these floating lights. The tall, thin figure before him slowly turned around. He rotated at an agonizing pace, as though wanting Yen Sun to see every detail clearly. When the figure's body had turned halfway, Yen Sun finally caught sight of his profile. His eyes were wide open, frozen in death's glare, his body drenched and dripping wet, and on his feet, one shoe was conspicuously missing. It was unmistakably Yen Sun's own face. It stared directly at him, and upon that long dead, stiffened face, a grotesque smile stretched unnaturally wide. You're next. Yen Sun gripped the axe in his hand. Fooling around with ghosts. With that, he charged forward, axe in hand, hacking fiercely at himself before him. The body crumbled like hollow bones. After just a few swings, it shattered into fragments scattered across the floor. Some pieces landed on prayer cushions and rolled a little. Now standing in the main hall of Siml Hall, Yen Sun stood with his axe raised, like some impious man who defied the gods. He raised his eyes to the towering golden statue of Themither, whose surrounding children all stared silently at him. Above, Themither herself remained with her eyes lowered, wearing that ever-compassionate expression. But as Yen Sun gazed up at her golden form, the 3 heads and 6 arms began shifting before his eyes, transforming endlessly, until, in a sudden moment, it felt as if the deity had truly descended into the statue. She came alive. Her arms stretched outward, picking up the scattered pieces of the Yen Sun from the floor. "You are guilty. You are guilty." All 3 heads spoke in unison. Though Yen Sun should not have understood the language, he somehow grasped their meaning. It was a sound that pierced straight into his skull, crushing his brain as though squeezing it through a juicer, ready to extract his pitiful thoughts for her feast. Pain, panic, sorrow, every indescribable emotion flooded Yen Sun's mind all at once. Alongside a splitting headache so intense it could drive a man insane. Ha! Yen Sun lowered his head, wiping away the blood trickling from his nose. Blood may have been streaming from his ears, nose, and eyes. His vision turned red. Above him, Themithor's golden form instantly changed, no longer gentle or benevolent. She opened her mouth wide. And that mouth was located on her chest. Her 6 arms stretched like noodles, reaching toward Yen Sun. Gritting his teeth, Yen Sun finally pulled out a paper figurine and flung it away. In an instant, the paper doll transformed into an exact copy of himself. Themithor appeared momentarily confused. Wiping the blood from his nose, Yen Sun quickly smeared something onto the paper-made double, then slipped out of the Siml Hall's main hall before she could react. "Come back. Come back. Come back." All 3 heads uttered the same words simultaneously. Yen Sun knew his eardrums must have burst by now, but these voices drilled directly into his mind. He looked up at Themithor one last time, then simply hurled his axe at her. Bang! It struck the golden statue squarely. The sound of stone clashing rang out sharply. Seizing the chance, Yen Sun fled the main hall. He looked up at the lanterns above, omnipresent, like watching eyes, and felt as if his mind and body were being torn into infinite shreds, pain so unbearable that death seemed welcome. At last, he caught the faint scent of osmanthus. Then, he lost consciousness completely. Gu Jia suddenly sensed something was wrong and immediately rose from behind the tree. Yen Sun is in danger. Sun Zhao glanced back at the Siml Hall. "Shall we go in together?" This part wasn't shown in the film, the movie only showed Sun Zhao searching fruitlessly outside before jumping to the next day. Of course, entering through the front gate was impossible. Luckily, the walls surrounding Siml Hall weren't high. With mutual assistance, the two managed to climb over into the compound. Inside, only the main hall still held burning candles and oil lamps, every other room lay in complete darkness. Sun Zhao glanced at the osmanthus tree within the courtyard. An overwhelmingly pungent fragrance rushed into his nostrils. The ground was littered with golden osmanthus blossoms. Sun Zhao suddenly felt puzzled. Was there even an osmanthus tree in Siml Hall before? "It's not even the season for osmanthus blooming," Gu Jia said. The Siml Hall wasn't large. Gu Jia glanced at Yen Yu's room and saw that it was completely dark, without a single glimmer of light. At this moment, within the small Siml Hall compound, only the osmanthus tree continuously shedding its petals remained, along with 2 cautious intruders. Gu Jia felt regretful, he wished he had used a tracking charm to follow Yen Sun into the hall earlier. Yet knowing exactly what Yen Yu was, he naturally feared being discovered. If that happened, Yen Sun's storyline might not even complete before triggering punishment mode for the. He originally thought the short distance between Siml Hall and that tree posed no real danger. Yen Yu was terrifying, yes, but in the early stages of the movie, he didn't intend to act yet, so success should have been guaranteed. Sun Zhao turned on his phone flashlight and scanned the rest of Siml Hall. He noticed a shattered water jar tucked in the corner, giving it several long stairs. How did this break? The disappearance of those college students was related to this very spot. As mere overnight guests, they wouldn't remember which items belonged to the Yen family, nor would they notice whether an extra water jar had appeared out of nowhere. In the film, Yen Sun disappeared for the same reason and was eventually found in a small pond. Gu Jia stared at the unnaturally quiet main hall before finally stepping inside. Sun Zhao, well aware of how dangerous the Siml Hall's main hall was, hesitated briefly, then followed him in. Inside the side chamber, Yen Yu watched everything unfold and murmured, "See? I told you. They never came with good intentions. They're here to steal treasures." Little Yen, he lowered his head, gazing pityingly at the unconscious Yen Sun, "What a shame you can't see this. They're all bad people. Outsiders are all liars." The moment Sun Zhao stepped into the main hall of Siml Hall, his eyes immediately shifted toward the golden statue of Themithor behind the offering table. The interior was too dim for him to clearly see the face of the villager's deity. All he could make out were the square boxes beneath her feet, and a hatchet. Sun Zhao nearly thought he'd misseen. But soon, he confirmed it, the object on the offering table was indeed a wood-chopping axe. This is an item. He remembered clearly, it cost 2,000 points in the, advertised as having legendary bonuses. Yet many players had bought it, only to find out the system had lied, it was just an ordinary firewood axe. Yen Sun was just here. Sun Zhao realized instantly, and must have encountered something serious, otherwise, why would he pull out an axe? But perhaps their movements had been too loud, drawing unwanted attention. With a creaking sound, the door to the side chamber slowly swung open. Though Sun Zhao didn't know exactly what Yan Yu was, he knew whatever it wasn't human. Instinctively, he began searching for a place to hide, when suddenly Gu Jia whispered. "Hide behind Themithor's golden statue." Even as he spoke, Gu Jia dropped to his knees, muttering under his breath, "I hope you won't hold this against me." Without waiting for Sun Zhao to react, he crawled quickly behind the offering table, toward the towering golden figure of Themithor. Chapter 71 I live in a pigsty. Sun Zhao was stunned. He watched Gu Jia scramble up behind the golden statue of Mother Goddess like a monkey climbing a tree, then looked again at the solemn image of the goddess within the hall. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and followed. Just as the two of them hid behind the golden statue, someone walked into the hall carrying a lantern. It was Yan Yu. He looked at the prayer mat on the floor, then glanced at the offering table and the statue of the Mother Goddess. Due to the distance and angle, Sun Zhao couldn't clearly see Yan Yu's expression, but he could sense that the man was carefully surveying the place. Strange. Yan Yu murmured to himself, as if deliberately speaking for their ears. I clearly heard a mouse come in. Where did it go? He slowly approached the offering table, gazing at the grand statue of the Mother Goddess inside the hall. Could it have hidden somewhere? Sun Zhao felt his heart pounding. Although he was the protagonist of this horror movie, the script he received ended abruptly, just like when a screenwriter collapses from food poisoning after eating a cheap boxed meal. He could tell that Yan Yu wasn't human, and he roughly understood the secret of Wuxing Village, but the script cut off the moment he fell unconscious, his role officially wrapped there. No one knew the true ending of the film. Well, not exactly no one. Sun Zhao glanced at Gu Jia beside him. This man had spent 200,000 points, surely he knew the truth behind this. There must be a reason Gu Jia chose to hide behind the Mother Goddess. Yan Yu seemed to know they were right there. He first checked the burning incense sticks, then squatted down to refill the oil lamp, before standing silently again, muttering under his breath. No one could make out what he was saying. Sun Zhao dared not utter a word. Only after Yan Yu finished everything did he finally lift the lantern and leave Siml Hall. Seeing this, Sun Zhao let out a deep breath of relief. Just as he reached over to pat Gu Jia and say it was safe to go, he suddenly sensed something was wrong. He looked up. And saw the face of the Mother Goddess, previously indistinct, now bending downward. Three heads smiled at him, appearing extremely satisfied by the foolish prey that had willingly walked into their trap. Even the talisman-covered boxes began violently trembling, as if something inside was trying to break free. Sun Zhao cursed inwardly. With no time to care about Gu Jia, he instinctively threw himself forward, blocking the reaching heads. As the golden statue twisted all its heads around and its arms began moving, Sun Zhao had no choice. He hurled out props to fend off the attacks and sprinted out of Siml Hall. As for Gu Jia, probably just spending his ridiculous wealth. One after another, paper figure decoys were casually tossed out. Unhurried, unconcerned, he calmly stepped out of the hall as well. The osmanthus tree in the courtyard had vanished. The side rooms remained silent and still. Gu Jia finally said to Sun Zhao, let's go back. Yan Sun is safe for now. Yan Sun knew he was dreaming again. The wound on his back throbbed with pain. He was in a dilapidated yard. There was no food. The place was messy and disordered. Occasionally someone passed by, whispering among themselves. Beside him were several pigs. Are you cold? Are you hungry? Does it hurt? Voices seemed to drift into his mind from afar. Yan Sun curled up in a corner. The house was made of small stones, and the door, a patchwork of wooden planks, was only about half a person tall. The top was open, and the air carried a damp, sour stench. On the other side of the room stood a stone trough. After thinking for a while, Yan Sun finally realized where he was. He was in a pigsty. He sat motionless, glancing down at his own hands. He didn't appear very old. The pigs beside him were even sturdier than he was. He tried to contact the system, but discovered he couldn't reach it in this dream. Then came again the familiar scent of osmanthus. The scene before his eyes shifted once more. He seemed to be in a hospital. Seeing only the ceiling and surrounding equipment, he guessed he must have been seriously injured, completely unable to move. Someone appeared beside him. He couldn't turn his head, but he could hear the person ask. You said you discovered strange beliefs in Wuxing Village. And then the people around you died one after another. Eventually, you found that all these events were connected to the Siml Hall in the village. Yan Sun heard himself reply, yes. The person seemed to be taking notes. Do you remember Yan Yu? I do, Yan Sun said. The priest in Siml Hall. Sun Yu. The college student. The person went on listing several more names, then added, Sun Zhao, this is your name? Yes. All right. The voice nodded. Thank you for your cooperation. Yan Sun couldn't tell whether he had just seen Sun Zhao's memories or something else. He wanted to say something, test it out, but found he was unable to speak. Just as he tried to struggle, he jolted awake in bed. Yan Sun looked inexplicably at his own hands, then around the familiar room. Yan Yu had been standing with his back turned, but upon hearing the movement, immediately turned around. "You're awake." Yen Sun said nothing. He glanced out the window, daylight had already come. Then he touched his nose and ears. "Say something. Let me hear your voice." Yan Yu was somewhat puzzled, but spoke anyway. "Yesterday I found you passed out outside. Tell me if your head feels dizzy, I'm worried you might have hit it." Yen Sun wasn't dizzy. His ears didn't hurt. He heard Yan Yu's words clearly, saw everything sharply. As if all the strange events of last night had completely vanished. "Where exactly did you see me yesterday?" Yan Yu walked over and opened the door of the side room, pointing to a spot less than 5 meters away. "Right there. I noticed you hadn't come back, so I was about to go look for you. Never expected you to collapse unconscious in front of Siml Hall." He sounded slightly guilty. "It's my fault too. I shouldn't have let you stay here overnight." Yen Sun remained silent, studying Yan Yu up and down, sensing that this man was acting. After a while, Yan Yu finally steered the conversation back to the topic from the previous night. "Since you've already seen the image of Mother Goddess, you can no longer remain here." He brought up the recently relocated family again, suggesting Yen Sun could temporarily stay with them. "I could also return to the Yen residence," Yen Sun said, but of course, he had no intention of going back. According to the movie's plot, by this point he was already considered a missing person. If the movie's Yen Sun were still alive right now, he suspected Yan Yu had already made up some excuse to keep him hidden somewhere deserted. Sure enough, upon hearing Yen Sun's suggestion of returning to the Yen household, Yan Yu immediately shook his head. "There are too many people there. It's not safe. The moment the image of Mother Goddess appears in your mind, she will notice you. You can only stay where no one is," Yan Yu said. "Forget the existence of Mother Goddess and Siml Hall." Chapter 72, The Farmhand and the Young Mistress. Yen Sun thought to himself, were you seriously turning this into a cultivation novel now? You couldn't even think of certain powerful beings' names in your mind, or their divine consciousness would instantly detect it. Even though Yen Sun knew Yan Yu was bluffing, he still cooperated by putting on an expression of sheer terror. "But I'm scared staying there alone." "Wuxing village is perfectly safe," Yan Yu reassured him. "There's no danger at all." Now that was blatant nonsense, Yen Sun mused. But since Yan Yu had already said it, he had no choice but to play along, feigning complete belief, for the sake of maintaining the storyline where Yen Sun mysteriously disappeared in the film. Yen Sun also wanted to complain, weren't they standing right in Siml Hall right now? Then why wasn't the Siml goddess furious? As he climbed out of bed, he glanced toward the corner of the room, the water vat that had been there was long gone. Noticing his gaze, Yan Yu explained, "I cleared it away this morning." Yen Sun nodded. After washing up, he left Siml Hall together with Yan Yu. It was still early, the roads of Wuxing village were nearly empty. Following the same path as yesterday, Yen Sun soon spotted the house Yan Yu had mentioned, not far from Xiao Xiao's supermarket. Its doors and windows were tightly shut, and the couplets on the wooden door had faded. The owner clearly hadn't returned for a long time. "I already spoke to them," Yan Yu said. "You can stay here temporarily." He retrieved the key hidden beneath a flower pot, unlocked the door, and led Yen Sun inside. The room was sparsely furnished. Yan Yu first located a rag and meticulously cleaned every corner before laying a thin quilt from the cabinet onto the wooden bed. Yen Sun watched him scurry about like a diligent snail spirit from folklore. Once everything was tidied, Yan Yu turned around. "I'll bring you meals during this period." Yen Sun sat on a rickety chair that seemed ready to collapse at any moment. "But there's nothing here. So boring." He made a displeased face. "How long do I have to stay here? I should have never come in the first place." Yan Yu looked slightly troubled. "Not too long. Just until the temple fair begins. By then, the Siml goddess' anger will have subsided, and she won't remember to punish you." "Yeah, right, I'll be long dead by then," Yen Sun thought sarcastically. Still, he had to keep playing along. "I didn't offend her in the first place. Why am I being targeted all of a sudden?" Yan Yu merely raised a finger to his lips and whispered, "Shoo. The will of heaven is unfathomable." "Then bring me my charger and other stuff," Yen Sun demanded. "Otherwise, I might as well just die. My life's worthless anyway." Yan Yu stared at him. Yen Sun half expected him to snap and punch him, but surprisingly, he held back. "Fine," Yan Yu nodded. Then he asked, "Is there anything else you need? Just tell me everything at once." With his downtrodden yet humble demeanor, Yan Yu no longer resembled the terrifying final boss of a horror movie, he looked more like an abused farmhand enduring unfair treatment, while Yen Sun played the role of the unreasonable, pampered young mistress. "I'll bring it all back for you." Wait, he didn't even get mad. Yen Sun was stunned. Had he really never noticed how good-natured this older brother was before? "Then bring me some snacks too," Yen Sun added. "I don't have money. Just tell the owner of Xiao Xiao's supermarket, it'll go on my tab." Seeing that Yen Sun had no further demands, Yan Yu finally took his leave, reminding him one last time not to leave the house under any circumstances, or it might be dangerous. Yen Sun nodded dismissively. No sooner had Yan Yu left than Yen Sun opened his live stream. LOL, just an obedient landlord and his child bride. Ah, our little Yen has a bad temper, his big brother Yen Yu just has to endure it. Doesn't fight back when hit, doesn't talk back when insulted. This is the kind of husband you marry, who agrees, who disagrees. Huh. Are you guys insane? We're in the middle of solving a horror, and you're shipping again. Get wrecked, we've already taken over this chat. It's you mystery-loving people who should leave. Yen Sun, go get treated for your illness. Which eye did you use to see me and Yen Yu as a couple? All 5 eyes. And 6 eyes too. After I passed out last night, did any of you see anything? Yen Sun asked after a pause. Nah, right after you said you were going to the bathroom, the entire stream went black. Probably involves untelevised. Didn't you feel any pain when you woke up? Yen Sun. I'll kill all of you. After closing the live stream, he asked the system, are there censored scenes in the broadcast? Of course. We're a legitimate live stream, the system exclaimed. Yen Sun was silent for a moment. Could you at least act normal? So what I saw yesterday can't be shown on stream. Some beings' true forms won't appear in the live stream, the system replied somewhat more seriously. They exist beyond what other creatures can perceive. That made sense. Yen Sun thought, since that being couldn't be directly confronted, the images he'd seen last night wouldn't show up on the live stream either. And due to Yen Yu's warning, he decided not to mention that entity by name. Pity the paper figure decoy got used up, Yen Sun said. And I left the axe behind too. He suddenly paused as he said this. Wait. He had used the axe last night to smash that entity's statue. Yen Yu couldn't have failed to notice the weapon lying in the hall. Given Yen Yu's level of devotion, having an axe like that appear in the main hall would be a grave offense. He should have come questioning me about it. But Yen Yu hadn't asked, just as he hadn't questioned where Yen Sun had gotten the axe in the first place. Either he's deliberately ignoring it, or someone picked up the axe before he noticed. Yen Sun naturally recalled Gu Jia telling him earlier that he'd come help. Though Yen Sun hadn't seen him before passing out, now he wondered, maybe Gu Jia or Sun Zhao had taken the axe after all. That's good then. Yen Sun muttered to himself. At least I didn't lose my 2,000-point axe. Heh, you didn't lose your 2,000-point axe, the system quipped. But you did lose a 120,000-point paper figure decoy. Though lose meant different things here, Yen Sun still fell silent. Yen Sun, your life is really expensive. No choice, Yen Sun nodded. Some people are just inherently valuable. Look at the plot, maybe I'm actually in a male-centric novel. Everyone who sees me just wants to gift me gear and become my underling. Chapter 73, What was found in Yen Yu's room. When Yen Yu arrived at the Yen household, chaos had already erupted inside. He wouldn't say anything like, drink it while it's hot, though, he didn't go online. The Yen parents instantly wore expressions of relief upon seeing him. Yen Sun hasn't returned all night, Yen Sr. said anxiously. Don't worry, Yen Yu replied with his usual calm demeanor. I already heard about it last night. He glanced toward Sun Zhao in the courtyard. Heard from this young man. I'll help with the search during this time as well. The village is so small, no one can truly go missing. His confidence seemed absolute, and the Yen parents quickly calmed down. They exchanged a look, then Yen Sr. finally nodded at Yen Yu. If that's the case, then all the better. Sigh, that darn kid, where did he run off to? Yen Yu paused and asked, I can assist in the search. But I'll need some personal belongings of Yen Sun's. That would make tracking him easier. The Yen parents immediately agreed, eager to take Yen Yu straight to the room. Then go ahead quickly, Yen Sun's mother urged. All his things are there, nothing missing. Yen Yu nodded, then glanced again at the group of college students in the yard. Thank you all for your efforts. Wan Yun looked at Yen Yu briefly before turning away. Meng Ji gave an awkward smile. No need to thank us, we've been eating and staying here for free. Of course we should help. Sun Yu appeared half asleep and slow to react. Gu Jia wasn't in the courtyard. Sun Zhao watched Yen Yu approach. He grew slightly wary. Last night, did any of you pick up an axe? Yen Yu suddenly asked. Sun Zhao shifted his gaze. No. Yen Yu nodded. Then I must have been mistaken. He studied Sun Zhao. Last night, someone broke into Siml Hall. The intruder's figure looked somewhat like yours. Sun Zhao would never admit it under any circumstances, but fortunately, Yen Yu seemed only to issue a casual warning, showing no real intent to press further. He gave a brief nod to the outsiders before following Yen Sun's parents out of the courtyard. As soon as Yen Yu left, Wan Yun turned to Sun Zhao. Did you go to Siml Hall last night? She realized her wording might be ambiguous and quickly added, I mean, were you inside? Yeah, Sun Zhao confirmed. Almost got caught. There was an axe inside Siml Hall, one bought from the shop. We're doomed then, Wan Yun said. In a few days, we'll hit the scene where the body is discovered in the pond. In the movie, no one knew where Yen Sun had gone until his corpse was found floating in the pond. No villager saw him after he vanished. He probably isn't hiding in Siml Hall, Sun Zhao said. Yan Yu wouldn't hide Yan Sun there, it was too conspicuous. There were plenty of vacant houses in Wuxing village, he likely stashed him somewhere abandoned. With that thought, he looked at Wan Yun and Meng Ji. When you two went to Yan Yu's room yesterday, did you find any clues? Wan Yun and Meng Ji exchanged glances. Let's talk in the room. They wanted to build rapport with Sun Zhao, so they decided to share what they'd found. Sun Zhao glanced at Sun Yu. What about her? Meng Ji thought bitterly, she didn't help us search yesterday, now she wants to reap the benefits. Just as he was about to refuse, Wan Yun said, bring her along. We won't clear this just with the three of us. Meng Ji almost retorted, how does adding Sun Yu make it possible, but he knew arguing over trivialities wasn't worth it, so he merely nodded. Since Sun Yu was included, excluding Gu Jia made little sense, but Meng Ji and Wan Yun still couldn't confirm whether he was a player or an NPC. So Meng Ji cautiously asked, what about Gu Jia? Should we call him too? Sun Zhao shook his head. No need. It's not necessary. Meng Ji and Wan Yun exchanged another glance, their suspicion now fully confirmed. Gu Jia really was an NPC. Wan Yun and Meng Ji shared a room, a natural setup since they were lovers in the movie. After the two from the Yen family retired to their rooms yesterday, Meng Ji began as he sat down, we went to Yan Yu's room. We owe it to Wan Yun, she scouted the location first. Wan Yun nodded. Upon entering the film world and meeting Yan Yu, she had spent her time asking questions, gathering intel, and successfully pinpointed Yan Yu's room. Is there something wrong with his room? We found this in his room. Wan Yun held out her phone to Sun Zhao. Sun Zhao saw a series of letters Wan Yun had photographed, correspondence between parties. The sender's name was unfamiliar, but the letters frequently mentioned Yan Sun. It seemed the senders were Yan Sun's parents. The content mostly revolved around trivial matters, everyday family gossip. Whenever Yan Sun was brought up, the tone was one of mild scolding, describing him as mischievous and hard to manage. A letter appeared about every 6 months. So they've stayed in touch all along, Wan Yun said. That's not surprising, Sun Zhao replied. When we entered the village, Yan Yu made a call to Yan Sun's parents. If they knew about Yan Yu's marriage, it means their connection never broke. But despite all these years, Yan Sun has never returned to Wuxing village. Sun Zhao, seated in the back seat at the time, had sensed the subtle wariness Yan Sun's parents harbored toward Yan Yu. Every time Yan Sun tried to speak or reach out to touch the ornaments on Yan Yu's body, his parents would interrupt with some excuse. Whether it was the sudden breaking or the father's quiet warnings, they all pointed to one thing, the relationship between this family of three and Wuxing village wasn't as close as it appeared. In fact, Yan Sun's parents likely knew there was something hidden about the village, which explained why, even in their distress over Yan Sun's disappearance, they had no intention of searching at night. Do you really think his parents are that worried? Meng Ji asked. They don't seem all that frantic to me. You came because of that streamer, right? Didn't we hear pigs squealing during the live broadcast? We looked around the community and even asked some elders, Meng Ji continued. Everyone says there are no pigs in the village, no pig pens either. That doesn't make sense. Each of their scripts only went up to the point of their own deaths, everything after that remained unknown. Do you think Yan Sun is really missing? Sun Yu suddenly asked. I think he's been hidden away, Sun Zhao said. Finding him won't help, Wan Yun replied. According to the script, he has to be found dead in a pond. She paused abruptly. What is it? Meng Ji, used to reading her cues, asked immediately. In the movie, a villager fishing in the pond discovers Yan Sun's body, Wan Yun hesitated. Yan Sun's parents are so overcome with grief they faint, and with the temple fair approaching, they fear offending Ci Mun Yang Yang, so the funeral is rushed. But in the script, Yan Yu remains completely calm, Wan Yun said. At the time, she hadn't thought much of it, anyone could tell Yan Yu wasn't human, and since it was their first meeting, there was no reason for him to grieve. But after 2 days of experiencing the story firsthand, and now seeing these exchanged letters, Wan Yun began to feel something was off. If Yan Sun really died like this, Yan Yu wouldn't just react this calmly. Chapter 74, Still Gonna Run Up Your Cousin's Tab. Sun Zhao, though the protagonist, was merely an ordinary junior college student in the script. Wuxing village had many rules, Yan Yu was particularly sinister, and on top of that stood Siml Hall, everywhere exuded something unnatural. He remembered one thing, before even realizing Yan Yu's presence, Gu Jia would rather hide behind the statue of Mother Siml than face Yan Yu directly. Didn't that prove that within this scenario, Yan Yu was an even greater threat than Mother Siml herself? Sun Yu had been somewhat out of the loop. Her role in the script was minimal, like Gu Jia, she existed only as filler, a disposable extra. Seeing the others so deeply engrossed in discussion, she couldn't help but speak up. Isn't anyone curious about who Yan Yu's bride is? There aren't any eligible women in the village, she said slowly. And as for people from outside, judging by how everyone out there seems to hate this place. When they first arrived, it was outside the village. Everyone from the county made disgusted expressions at the mention of Wuxing village, calling it no place for normal people. When they heard these people were going there for hiking adventures, their expressions turned even more pitying, urging them to turn back immediately. Of course Sun Yu and the others wanted to leave too, but the plot forced them to play the reckless fools who ignored warnings. I doubt anyone from outside would willingly send their daughter into such a place, Sun Yu said. Sun Zhao added, that guy probably can't even leave Wuxing village. In the car, he mentioned several times that he'd never left this village. He holds a special status here. Even after marriage, I don't think he'll be allowed to leave. Which meant nobody would want to marry their daughter into such suffering. Even the villagers themselves had fled in large numbers, there were almost no young adults left in the village. By the way, you joined the folk customs group, did you ever hear of a term called woken? Wan Ren asked. Sun Zhao shook his head. Although his script also hinted at investigating this term to trace the roots of the local belief system, he'd found nothing. Together with the cult of Mother Siml, it seemed like nothing more than an isolated village's unique religious tradition, or more accurately, most likely just made-up nonsense from the movie. Well, it's not like there are no young people at all in the village, Sun Yu said. I noticed there's a convenience store called Xiao Xiao Supermarket. The owner looks no older than 30. Wuxing village wasn't very big. They had already passed by the Xiao Xiao Supermarket earlier in the morning while searching for clues. Under the shopkeeper's smiling yet clearly judgmental gaze, you're really buying nothing? So stingy, they each bought some snacks to avoid awkwardness. When I asked the boss if business was good, Wan Ren said, he said it gets by. There aren't decent jobs outside anyway. Might as well return to the village, food can be grown ourselves, and we don't need much else. In the movie, they were just a group of fearless, curious college students who came to stir up trouble after seeing news about a streamer fleeing the village and quitting the internet. So naturally, they asked questions about everything. And it was through these inquiries and wandering that they gradually vanished. In the main hall of Siml Temple, Sun Zhao added a clue, under the golden statue of Mother Siml, there are several wooden boxes. They're sealed with talismans, like they're containing something inside. Siml Hall wasn't open for casual visits. That was all the information Sun Zhao could get. Seeing that the discussion had ended, Sun Zhao stood up. I'll head out first. I'll search around nearby again for Yan Sun. Yan Yu followed Yan's parents through the old residence. They walked nervously. Of course he knew what they feared. Arriving at the door of the room where Yan Sun was temporarily staying, Yan Sun's father turned. Everything's here. Yan Yu nodded. He dropped his polite facade and simply pushed open the door to walk inside. Woken, Yan Sun's father finally spoke. Your wedding. It will proceed as scheduled. A slight smile curled Yan Yu's lips. After all, isn't that why you returned to Wuxing village? The temple fair will begin soon. And don't wander around at night. It sounded like kind advice, but also like a warning. Under the watchful eyes of Yan's parents, he pushed open Yan Sun's door and stepped in. Yan Sun's room contained few belongings. What annoyed Yan Yu most was the makeshift bedding laid out on the floor. He strode over and kicked it aside with his foot, then began rummaging through Yan Sun's luggage. The items were simple, aside from the chargers he'd mentioned, the suitcase also held a laptop. Yan Yu glanced around, then packed everything he thought Yan Sun might need into a backpack. He also pulled out some snacks from the suitcase and stuffed them in as well. When he left Yan Sun's room, Yan's parents were still lingering outside. Finally, Yan Sun's mother spoke up, is Yan Sun still alive? Yan Yu wore an expression of surprise, as if he didn't understand why she'd even ask. He's certainly alive. He turned to her. It's just not safe here, I've moved him somewhere else. You don't need to worry. He glanced toward the courtyard. Those outsiders can't be trusted. So under no circumstances should you mention this to them. Just keep searching like normal these past few days. They looked half convinced, but nodded anyway, saying they understood. Only then did Yan Yu leave the Yan residence with his backpack slung over one shoulder. At the gate of the old Yan family compound, he saw Gu Jia crouched by the entrance. Yan Yu acted as though he didn't see him and prepared to walk past. Gu Jia knew everything, he naturally understood what Yan Yu was plotting. He stood up, about to ask whether Yan Yu really intended to kill Yan Sun, when the so-called divine attendant of Wuxing village abruptly turned his head. You rats, if you keep sneaking around planning more mischief. I'm sure the whole village would be happy to start eradicating vermin. Foreigners caught trespassing in Siml Hall at night, Yan Yu smiled slightly. That's a death sentence. Gu Jia choked on his words, ready to shout back whether there was any law at all in this damned village, then remembered that in Wuxing village, everyone was essentially above the law. To them, any outsider caught breaking into Siml Hall truly would face execution. Yan Sun had left his temporary hideout and decided to take a stroll down to Xiao Xiao Supermarket. When he arrived, the shopkeeper was still seated behind the counter, intently studying a lottery ticket. Seeing Yan Sun walk in, he merely looked up. Got money this time? Still on Yan Yu's tab, Yan Sun replied, then wandered into the aisles, picking up some toiletries, snacks, and drinks. The shopkeeper waved dismissively, as if signaling he'd already noted it down. Yan Sun didn't leave after grabbing his things. Instead, he leaned against the counter and asked, "What's your name?" "How should I call you?" "Me." The man pointed at himself. "My name doesn't matter. Just call me boss." He tossed the lottery ticket aside. "Go on, what do you want to ask? Hearing this, Yen Sun said, my cousin told me the temple fair here is really lively. He half-propped himself on the counter, watching the man. But there aren't even many people in Wusheng village. How can it possibly get lively? The boss started gnawing on his toothpick again. Don't you worry about that. Once the temple fair starts, it'll be bustling. As if remembering something, he added, heard your parents are doing pretty well in business outside. Then how come you're broke, always running tabs on your cousin? Chapter 75, Inside the Wooden Box. The origins of Yen Sun's parents were never clearly explained in the movie. It was only mentioned that they had moved out of the village before Yen Sun was born. Hearing what the shop owner said, Yen Sun began to recall. The Yen family ran a small processing plant in the city, nothing extravagant, but comfortably well off enough that it shaped the movie version of Yen Sun into a somewhat spoiled and entitled character. Unsure of what the shop owner really meant, Yen Sun could only reply, he's fine with it. Your cousin is indeed fine with it, the owner said through a toothpick clenched between his teeth, then lowered his head again to study the lottery numbers printed on the newspaper before him. The paper listed the winning numbers for each draw. After watching for a moment, Yen Sun asked, do you go out every time to buy this newspaper? No, I stole it, the owner snapped irritably. He looked up at Yen Sun. You think I'd actually go out and buy it? You think someone just brings it to me? Yen Sun took a sip from his sparkling water can. Seems inconvenient to leave this place. There's no car parked in your yard, did you expect someone to drop by? I have to go out to restock, the owner said. Otherwise, who'd deliver goods all the way to this remote mountain hollow? Perhaps because Wusheng village truly was that dull, with nothing but old folk sunbathing under trees and few young people around, and nearly no customers coming into the store, the owner, though appearing impatient, still answered every question he was asked. And so Yen Sun took the opportunity to push his luck. Making up an excuse, he casually walked behind the counter and sat down on the owner's little stool. Leaning forward slightly, he asked innocently, have you ever seen Yen Yu's fiancée? I've never met her, he added quickly. Haven't seen her at all. I asked my parents, and they said they didn't know either, Yen Sun recalled. I didn't even know I had a cousin until now. Never heard of Wusheng village before today. I was planning to spend the summer playing games at home, he said, acting exactly like a teenager from the movie might, and suddenly my family says, we must return, your distant cousin is getting married. And the whole trip's been so secretive. The shop owner listened and said, I've never seen your cousin's fiancée either. Nobody has. Then, grinning slyly, he added, never saw him talking to any girl, never saw him on a date with anyone. Might just be lying to get you all here. To collect gift money, probably. Yen Sun. Though he already knew that Yen Yu's fiancée was most likely not human, and certainly suspicious, the shop owner's words still left him quiet for a moment. Can't be, Yen Sun finally said. He doesn't seem like the kind of person who'd care that much about money. Who knows? The owner kept grinning. Some people are really good at pretending. I think your cousin is excellent at it. Talking behind my back while I'm gone. Yen Sun lifted his head at the familiar voice and saw Yen Yu standing at the entrance of Xiao Xiao grocery store, a familiar backpack in hand. Apparently, he had already retrieved Yen Sun's belongings from the Yen household. Yen Sun immediately jumped up from behind the counter and hurried out of the store. So fast. Not that fast, Yen Yu said, handing over the backpack. He glanced toward the grocery store. Now you're gossiping about me when I'm not around. Just asking around, Yen Sun said, taking the backpack and quickly checking inside. Sure enough, it contained the charger and electronic devices Yen Yu had packed for him. Then he looked back at Yen Yu. Just wanted to ask the owner about my cousin's fiancée, that's all. So curious? Yen Yu asked. He nodded politely to the shop owner, then led Yen Sun back toward their temporary lodging. Once they reached the room not far from the supermarket, Yen Yu finally spoke. Let's go inside first. The room looked exactly as it had when Yen Sun left. He plopped himself down onto the bed Yen Yu had made earlier, arms laden with snacks and drinks he'd swiped from the store. He pulled out an ice pop and tossed it to Yen Yu. Help yourself. As if he hadn't just spent Yen Yu's money. Yen Yu caught it. Thanks. He unwrapped the ice pop and took a bite. He didn't seem used to eating such snacks. The frozen treat cracked loudly as he bit straight through it, shattered into pieces within seconds, and swallowed it all down quickly. Then he nodded at Yen Sun. Delicious. Yen Sun almost asked if his head hurt, then remembered the person in front of him wasn't human at all. It's not that I don't want to tell you about my fiancée, Yen Yu said. It's just that the village has its own special rules. You'll know on the wedding day, he added patiently, saying exactly the kind of pointless line Yen Sun had expected. If you don't want to talk about it, that's fine, Yen Sun said. I won't force you. Yen Yu looked at him with a conflicted expression. You can ask me another question instead. I'll answer anything I'm able to. Seeing this, Yen Sun immediately asked, what's inside those small boxes at Siml Hall? Yen Yu hadn't expected that question. His face showed surprise, but perhaps it wasn't a secret after all, so he spoke up. They're just abandoned children, ones no one wanted. Even though Yen Sun had already suspected as much, he still found it unbelievable. When he'd been at Siml Hall, seeing the children beside the golden statue of Mother Ci and the mischievous little ghosts running around at night, he truly had suspected those wooden boxes. He knew of curses like this, seemingly ordinary wooden boxes that actually contained the remains of dead children, placed inside the homes of enemies. In cursed households, women and children would die one after another in accidents. He'd also heard such curses could only be lifted within temples or shrines. When he first entered Siml Hall and saw row upon row of neatly arranged wooden boxes, along with those children gathered around the golden statue, his first thought had been this very curse. Especially last night, when the little ghosts caused such chaos in the courtyard, he'd become even more certain of his suspicions. Now, hearing Yen Yu's answer, he felt a quiet sense of confirmation. Though that was what he thought inwardly, on the outside he forced an expression of utter horror. So that's... He seemed about to say how frightening it was, then hesitated, worried about offending something, and simply swallowed the words. No wonder I heard so many sounds of children playing last night. Seeing that Yen Sun appeared genuinely frightened, Yen Yu could only speak softly. Those children mean no harm, they're just a bit playful. Mother Ci will dissolve their resentment, he added after a pause. They were pitiful souls, discarded right after birth. They can't go out during the day, so they can only play around at night. Everyone in Wuxing village knows this, Yen Yu said, walking over and sitting beside Yen Sun. He reached out and gently patted Yen Sun's shoulder. That's exactly why I told you all not to go out at night. If you accidentally saw these playing children, you might get scared. Chapter 76, A Good Master. Yen Yu's words sounded quite sincere, but Yen Sun knew he could believe at most only half of them. The item in the wooden box was real, no doubt about that. Yet how it ended up at Siml Hall was an entirely different story. You can't see them during the day, Yen Yu added. And even if you hear something at night, you can just ignore it. Since Yen Yu had many tasks to attend to, he couldn't stay with Yen Sun forever. After rambling on for a while with various warnings, he finally left. He especially emphasized one thing, Yen Sun must avoid anyone he recognized. It wouldn't be for long, just until after the temple fair ended. Just stay in your room, Yen Yu said. If you're merely passing by, they won't see you. He stood at the doorway, lingering as if reluctant to leave. Only when Yen Sun impatiently waved his hand did he finally walk away. The moment Yen Yu disappeared, Yen Sun spotted Sun Zhao and the others from behind the window. They seemed to be searching for him, calling his name aloud. According to the plot, there was no way he could show himself now. He sent a message to Gu Jia, telling him not to worry, that he was still alive. Half an hour later, the guy replied with just a single mm. As the movie's protagonist, Yen Sun absolutely couldn't contact Sun Zhao directly, otherwise, the storyline would likely go OOC. Without a script, who knew when the plot might suddenly shift focus onto that character? Gu Jia had previously told him his role was minor, and since he was naturally reclusive and didn't like hanging around the main cast, most of his time fell outside the camera's view. Contacting him freely wouldn't cause issues. Yen Sun. Sun Zhao called out his name again. Beside him, Meng Ji and Ruan Yin kept shouting too. How could he suddenly vanish? Sun Zhao asked rhetorically, feigning confusion. Meng Ji also looked very anxious. He turned to Sun Zhao. Could it be he found Wuxing village too boring and just slipped away on his own? Possible, Sun Zhao mused. He did say before that the village wasn't fun. Yen Sun, silently observing from afar, thought. It felt embarrassingly awkward watching familiar people perform. No way, Ruan Yin exclaimed dramatically. Wuxing village is still far from the outside world. How would he even leave? I overheard Yen Yu talking with his family earlier, he didn't take any luggage with him. That's strange, Sun Zhao said. From last night till now, he hasn't shown up once. Just then, he noticed the Smile convenience store nearby. Let's go ask inside. With that, they walked into the shop. Yen Sun knew their scripted scene had concluded. He returned to bed, lying down and pondering the unfolding events. How many dreams have I had while asleep? Yen Sun muttered to himself. First I was in an office meeting, then I was standing at the entrance of Siml Hall. A few days ago, I was lying in a pig pen. In the real world, he'd chalk it up to dream randomness, but this was a game mode. Every detail must be a clue. With that thought, he pulled out the screenshot he'd saved, the movie review score and plot summary for Wuxing Village, and began studying them closely. His gaze paused briefly on a particular sentence. What do you think makes a film qualify as a trash movie? Yen Sun suddenly asked the system. Trash. The system hesitated before replying. This is a terrible horror thriller, Yen Sun said meaningfully. The system still didn't grasp what he meant. But Yen Sun didn't elaborate further. He hadn't intended to explain himself anyway. What if someone is lurking in my live stream, planning to pass information? Yen Sun said casually. The system was about to respond that chat messages couldn't reveal plot clues, nor could viewers spy on other streams to give current streamers hints, when it suddenly realized Yen Sun might not be referring to other players at all. He was warning against something else. I'm gonna make a scene. What can't our premium VIP users see? Who? How could our stream possibly have an insider? Heh. Just faking it. Probably found nothing, pretending he uncovered clues and secrets, trying to scam donations. Donation bro, your fan level gives you away, smiley face. Don't deny it so hard, donate more. Not a fan here, sent 50 candy canes. Not a fan here. You guys are spreading rumors. Didn't you see I'm top D tier? I'm definitely not some fan. Yen Sun glanced at the comments. Alright, thank you for the donation, Mr. Hater. Don't bother denying it, you're not fooling anyone. I'm not a fan, I've tipped this much already. And you still won't say something nice? Yen Sun ignored him. Who can go check Sun Zhao's livestream? Are they already at Xiao Xiao convenience store? The chat in the livestream couldn't reveal any clues that would help players clear the game. For instance, Sun Zhao couldn't ask viewers where Yen Sun was, as that involved the truth behind his disappearance, but since Sun Zhao himself wasn't missing, it was fine for Yen Sun to ask. Reporting, Master. They did enter Xiao Xiao convenience store, asking if anyone saw you. The shop owner said he hasn't seen him. That the shop owner would say such a thing didn't surprise Yen Sun in the least. Since Yen Yu had placed his hiding spot right next to the store, he must have been certain the owner wouldn't leak any information to Sun Zhao and the others. He glanced at the comments again. Don't call me Master. Yes, Master. Understood, Master. Yen Sun. When Sun Zhao and the others entered Xiao Xiao convenience store, the first person they saw was the shop owner sitting behind the counter. Look around, take whatever you want, the owner said without looking up. Hello, have you seen Yen Sun recently? Sun Zhao asked, pulling out a photo of Yen Sun that he'd gotten from Yen Sun's parents. The owner lifted his head and stared at the phone screen for a moment. Yeah, I've seen him. When? Meng Ji immediately asked. Yesterday, the owner replied. He came with his cousin. Then he lowered his head again, studying his lottery ticket. Why do you care? Sun Zhao already suspected he wouldn't get useful information by asking. He went missing last night. We're looking for him. Huh, that's strange, the owner said. Wuxing village isn't that big, how could someone just vanish out of nowhere? Could it be that? That what? He was taken away by something, to be a bride, the owner said, seemingly finding the idea amusing. He tore open a pack of gum from the counter and popped a piece into his mouth. We've got legends like that here. People who disappear. Snatched by mountain demons to become their wives. Sun Zhao didn't laugh. If he really was taken to be a wife. If he was taken to be a wife, the owner said, chewing his gum, then suddenly reached out and slapped the counter with a sharp paw. Then just like that, gone. If something like that took him away, do you really think he'd still be alive? Chapter 77 His birthday. He must have seen Yen Sun, Sun Zhao thought. He grabbed some items in the supermarket, and near the daily necessities section, he noticed a small door. It seemed the shop owner actually lived inside the store. He placed the pile of goods on the counter. Check out. Cash only, the owner said without looking up. Did you see a streamer before? Sun Zhao asked again, this time about his brother. I came here because I watched his live stream. He pulled out cash from his pocket. Having watched the stream, he naturally knew electronic payments weren't common in Wuxing village, so he'd brought plenty of cash. Ah. The owner took the money and gave back change. Yeah, there was someone like that. Crazy guy, wandering around the village aimlessly. I've been watching the stream too, Sun Zhao said. Someone managed to get a voice connection during the lottery draw. I heard that person secretly connected through voice chat from a pig pen, with pig noises in the background. He probed the owner carefully, are there pig pens in your village? If not, I'd suspect that guy was a scammer. Pig pen. The owner gave him a confused look. What pig pen? Wuxing village hasn't raised pigs for at least 20 years. All the old pig pens were torn down. He was probably scammed, the owner clicked his tongue. Tricked into coming here. This place isn't worth visiting at all. Why tear down the pig pens, though? Wan Yun stepped forward to ask. I heard raising pigs is pretty profitable. There was an outbreak before, many pigs died, the owner chewed gum as he waved dismissively. Most villagers are old now. They found it troublesome and just stopped raising pigs altogether. If you're not buying anything, get out. Don't block my business. But what business was there here? Wan Yun thought to herself. Still, she understood this was the owner's way of telling them to leave, so she could only follow Sun Zhao and the others out of Xiao Xiao supermarket. The boss is suspicious, Meng Ji said. Probably working with Yen Yu, Wan Yun spoke up. She turned to Sun Zhao. What now? There's a mismatch between the clue from the live stream and what we found in the village, Sun Zhao mused. He kept thinking about the pig sounds the caller in his brother's live stream had heard. Yet they'd searched the entire village and hadn't found a single pig pen. Either those sounds weren't actually pigs, Sun Zhao speculated, or someone secretly raising pigs at home, and no one else knows about it. Sun Yu wasn't talkative. Like Gu Jia in the movie, she was nearly invisible, easily overlooked. Just now, my guardian spirit said Yan Sun should be nearby, she said softly. Sun Zhao paused, then looked at her. You've bonded with them? Sun Yu nodded. What the guardian said was mostly true. Sun Zhao glanced at Wan Yun and Meng Ji, they both nodded slightly. So it was confirmed, Sun Yu had indeed formed a pact with those entities. You two aren't teammates? Sun Zhao asked instinctively. Of course not, Meng Ji replied. Sun Yu wondered, was it really that dangerous? Her thoughts, of course, were immediately known to her guardian spirit, who merely chuckled lightly and said they were all fools, not worth worrying about. In fact, the guardian even revealed a piece of information to Sun Yu. If you're afraid, go find Nyang Siml. Don't tell your teammates. This is our secret. Sun Yu, of course, wouldn't tell anyone. With only a few days left until the temple fair, she planned to visit Ci Mu Hall alone tonight to investigate. Yan Sun watched from the window as Sun Zhao and the others circled the house several times, even approaching the window itself. He tapped the glass a few times. Meng Ji pressed his face right against the pane, yet they still saw nothing. Yan Sun wasn't surprised. When Yan Yu told him to hide here, he'd likely cast some kind of invisibility spell. Watching the group gradually walk away, Yan Sun sent a message to his informant, Gu Jia. Yan Sun, when's your birthday? Gu Jia, March 1st. Yan Sun, ask the others' birthdays for me. Less than a second later, Gu Jia's reply arrived. Gu Jia, also March 1st. Yan Sun stared at the message. There was no way Gu Jia could have collected everyone's birthdays in under a second. The only reason he could reply so fast was one thing. It was a crucial clue in their script. So all of us share the same birthday, March 1st, Yan Sun murmured. In the movie, Yan Sun's birthday was also March 1st. He didn't continue to ask about Yan Yu's birthday. If he kept probing like this, the system might easily detect that he was indirectly seeking clues. That evening, when Yan Yu brought over food, Yan Sun casually asked, when's your birthday? December 1st. Yan Yu placed the meal box on the table and began unpacking the dishes. Why suddenly interested in my birthday? Just wondering. Yan Sun said. He sat at the dining table, watching as Yan Yu moved back and forth, taking the food out of the container and arranging it in front of him. There was only one set of chopsticks and bowl, clearly, the meal had been prepared solely for Yan Sun. Yan Sun looked down at the food, then up at Yan Yu. You're not eating. It's almost time for the rituals. I'll be fasting these few days, Yan Yu explained. He simply sat across from Yan Sun, watching him. Try it. Is it to your liking? Yan Sun wasn't afraid Yan Yu had poisoned the food. What he feared was that he shouldn't be eating it at all. But Yan Yu watched him too closely. After hesitating again and again, Yan Sun finally picked at a dish of greens, slowly chewing a few bites. It's fine. Good. Upon hearing this, Yan Yu visibly relaxed. Yan Sun pondered his words for a moment, then said uncertainly, did you make this yourself? Yes. Yan Yu replied. Otherwise, it would raise suspicion. Thoughtful of you. Yan Sun said insincerely. He lowered his head, poking at the food Yan Yu had brought, hastily eating a few more mouthfuls until his stomach was full before setting down his chopsticks. Seeing he was done, the ever-dutiful Yan Yu began cleaning the table. The nights have been getting darker earlier these days, Yan Yu remarked while tidying up. Yan Sun glanced out the window. It wasn't even 6 yet the sky outside was already dimming. Yet it was still high summer, the sun shouldn't be setting this early, not by location or season. The closer we get to the temple fair, the more restless those children become. These days, darkness will come earlier and earlier each night. By now, Yan Yu had finished cleaning. From the backpack he'd brought, he took out some clean clothes for Yan Sun. You can bathe later and rest early. If anything knocks on your window or pounds on your door tonight, don't respond under any circumstances. Yan Sun sat on the stool, watching Yan Yu in his long robe bustling about. Will you get busier these next few days too? There will be more and more to do, Yan Yu said, picking up the food container. If I can't make it to deliver meals, go buy something from Xiao Xiao supermarket. So you'll be staying there at night? Yan Sun asked. The place he meant, of course, was the golden-topped building. Yan Yu nodded. He turned to glance once more at the darkening sky outside. It's getting late. I should go. Don't step outside tonight, no matter what. Chapter 78, In this world, only mothers are good. Yan Sun stood by the window. After confirming that Yan Yu had already left, just as he was about to head to the Yan residence in search of clues, the familiar movie scene flashed before him again. Yan Sun watched his cousin's figure gradually recede beyond the window, then plopped himself down on the edge of the bed with a mumble. Come to suffer in this village, he said, slapping onto the bed with a loud thud. Those scaring people isn't bad either. Yan Sun chuckled, clearly amused by how entertaining it had been earlier to hide inside the house and watch Sun Zhao and others anxiously searching for him. Ah well, maybe I'll tell Sun Zhao tomorrow that I'm still alive, save them the worry. With that, he bent over and hugged a pillow close. He originally wanted to play on his phone, but as he scrolled, he suddenly found his eyes too heavy to keep open. In no time, he collapsed face down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. His head buried into the pillow, only the tips of his ears visible, he slept there abruptly, unnaturally still. The scene shifted. The camera focused on the wall clock in the room. To show the passage of time, the clock quickly spun from 6 p.m. to 11 p.m. Then the lens turned toward the floor, where a black shadow slowly gathered itself into a humanoid shape. It stood beside Yen Sun's bed, silently staring at his back, unmoving for an eternity. Only when dawn approached did the shadow finally fade quietly from the room. Yen Sun didn't wake until full daylight, yawning as he lifted himself up from the bed, completely unaware of the terrifying events of the previous night. Having watched the entire sequence, Yen Sun said flatly. Was I really just asleep, or drugged? He couldn't help but complain. Once more, the prompt for scene reenactment began to sound. Yen Sun could only mimic what he'd seen, performed the little act by the window, sat on the bed edge babbling all the scripted lines, then tossed his phone aside and dropped face first onto the bed, burying his head in the pillow to simulate falling asleep. A few minutes passed. Suddenly, Yen Sun sprang up like a carp leaping from water. After all, in the film, between 6 p.m. and 11 p.m., the screen remained solely on the clock. As long as he returned before 11 p.m. and resumed his original position, everything would be fine. What if you don't make it back in time? The system voiced its anxiety, feeling Yen Sun was being far too reckless. This is simple. Yen Sun reached into his bag space and pulled out Goe Yuchong. Perhaps due to some returned soul fragments, Goe Yuchong now looked more human than when first discovered in the wardrobe, though still hovering between life and death. Yen Sun laid the corpse onto his own bed, then carefully arranged it into the exact pose from the movie, face buried in the pillow, pretending to sleep. There. Done. Yen Sun wiped imaginary sweat from his brow, looking immensely satisfied with his handiwork. System. It genuinely started questioning whether Yen Sun's mental state was still intact. Which normal person could casually arrange a dead body around so freely? Yen Sun even covered the prone Goe Yuchong with a blanket. Okay, good. Let's go. Yen Sun remembered passing by the banyan tree when he arrived at the house that morning. Yet after walking along the same path for half an hour, he still hadn't found that village banyan tree. The road looked so familiar, he had walked it 3 times already. The houses lining the sides kept changing, and by the third lap, they began repeating identical couplets. Even more unsettling, the trees flanking the path gradually turned into swamp cypresses. He could hear footsteps behind him. Yen Sun. Yen Sun. Wait for us. The voices were familiar, Sun Zhao, Wan Yun, and the others. The voices came closer, then drifted away, as if these people were circling around him, running to and fro. He didn't turn back. Anyone who'd ever read a horror novel knew turning around at a moment like this meant certain death. Yen Sun pressed forward quickly. But perhaps as Yen Yu had said, Wuxing village at night was especially dangerous. Soon, at the end of the otherwise flat path, appeared an old woman leaning on a cane. She was elderly, hunched over, limping as she walked. In her hands, she carried a basket covered with a flowery cloth. At first sighting, she was clearly 10 meters away from Yen Sun, but in the blink of an eye, the distance between them shrank to just 5 meters. Tonight, the clouds didn't block the moonlight. When only 5 meters separated them, Yen Sun could now clearly see the old woman's face. She was so old that her eyelids nearly drooped to the corners of her eyes, most of her teeth long gone, her mouth completely sunken in, her chin jutting forward slightly, as if someone had grabbed both her head and jaw and squeezed them together. Yen Sun didn't blink. She stood just 5 meters away from him. Yen Sun, are you hungry? This is the old woman who sells meat in the village. Go buy some meat to eat. When the voice sounded, Yen Sun's stomach abruptly surged with hunger, a sensation far stronger than the shaky weakness of low blood sugar, 100 times more intense. In an instant, it felt as though all reason vanished, nothing mattered except shoving meat into his mouth. The old woman moved slowly. As if hearing those voices, she waved at Yen Sun. Child, there's food here. Come quickly. Yen Sun ignored them and kept walking forward. But clearly, the old woman wasn't about to let him go. Just as he was about to pass by, she suddenly lifted the floral cloth covering her basket. Inside were bowls upon bowls of steamed meat, their color and scent overwhelmingly appetizing. Have some. It's very cheap. The old woman opened her mouth. She smiled, her mouth entirely toothless, appearing as nothing but a dark void. Eat something. Have some, have some, have some. Those voices began shouting too. Quick, eat something. Then, Yen Sun felt countless hands grabbing his body, hands he couldn't see, yet they tightly restrained his arms and legs. He watched helplessly as the old woman drew closer, ready to force those bowls of meat into his mouth. In this world, only mothers are good. Yen Sun finally activated the skill. Immediately, both the old woman and the voices froze in place. Mother? Mother. The voices now clamored around his ears. Even the old woman, who had been moments away from stuffing meat down Yen Sun's throat, suddenly became tearful. Mama. The warm, touching scene lasted less than 30 seconds before the old woman abruptly turned into a blade of grass. Then, 4 or 5 more blades sprouted from the ground where she once stood. The basket she'd been carrying dropped heavily onto the ground. The meat tumbled out of the bowls, instantly causing the earth to corrode, bubbling and emitting white smoke. "Thanks, but I've been eating vegetarian lately." "No meat for me," said Yen Sun as he bent down, scooped up the blades of grass, swung his arm, and flung them far into the distance. And once the old woman and the mysterious voices disappeared entirely, the banyan tree he'd been unable to find until now finally appeared right before Yen Sun's eyes. He checked the time on his phone. 4 hours still remained until 11 p.m. Chapter 79, Marriage Document. Along the way, Yen Sun didn't see a single person. Even the mischievous ghosts that had caused trouble earlier didn't appear. The entire Wuxing village remained silent as he stood before the Yen family's main gate, as if the whole place had fallen into a deep slumber. Yen Sun glanced at the height of the surrounding wall, then stepped back several meters, took a quick run up, grabbed the edge of the wall with his hands, and vaulted over it in one smooth motion. Although his landing made some noise, no one was outside the Yen residence at this hour, so naturally, nobody noticed. He moved through the corridors and quickly arrived at the place where he'd temporarily stayed. His purpose was clear, he was heading straight for his parents' room. But just as he passed by his own room, the door suddenly swung open. He turned and saw Sun Zhao. "No role for you tonight?" Yen Sun asked. Sun Zhao nodded. Indeed, Sun Zhao wasn't supposed to appear tonight. Yet he'd sensed Yen Sun would come, so he had been waiting inside the room all along. Yen Sun thought for a moment. "Then cover for me." With that, he signaled Sun Zhao to stay put, then proceeded toward his parents' room. The lights in his parents' room were already off. As he drew closer, Yen Sun could hear them whispering softly, they hadn't fallen asleep yet. Could it be he's hidden him away? What else could it be? It's my fault. Ah, forget it. It's his fate. By the way, how's Xiaomin doing? He's fine. Keeps complaining he wants to come out and play too. Xiaomin was Yen Sun's cousin, only 1 year younger than him. He was close to the Yen family and on good terms with Yen Sun. He can't come, Yen Sun's father said firmly. If only. I wish Yen Sun would come too. After raising him all this time, there's some attachment. Crouched outside the door, Yen Sun raised an eyebrow. Judging from this conversation, it seemed the relationship between the movie's version of himself and this couple wasn't as distant as it appeared. Anyway, let's sleep, said Yen Sun's father. He's already here anyway. No point talking more about it now. After the wedding is over, we'll go back. After that, the room fell silent again. Yen Sun lingered by the door a while longer, until he heard the sound of snoring. Only then did he slowly push open the door and step inside. On the bed, his parents were fast asleep. Yen Sun cast a glance at the suitcase tucked in the corner of the room, walked over, and prepared to drag it away. Carrying the suitcase, he had just crossed the threshold when suddenly, his mother stirred awake. Seeing a blurry figure standing at the doorway, she nearly leapt out of bed in fright. Mom, don't be afraid. It's me. Yen Sun spoke. In the unlit room, his features were indistinct, but his mother should have recognized his voice. Yet instead of calming down, she looked even more terrified and immediately started nudging her husband beside her. Yen Sun continued, I'm leaving now. Yen Yu is waiting for me. With that, he closed the door behind him, then ran swiftly toward his own room. Sun Zhao had been waiting. The moment Yen Sun arrived, he immediately took the suitcase from him. Hide. Yen Sun whispered. Sun Zhao looked at the suitcase in his hands. He'd already heard movement nearby, and glancing back at Yen Sun's bed, after a brief hesitation, he simply shoved the suitcase beneath the quilt. A short while later, knocking came from his parents' direction. Sun Zhao went to open the door. He saw the alarmed expressions of Yen Sun's parents and rubbed his eyes sleepily. What happened? They stammered, trying to peer past him into the dark room, but with no light, they couldn't see a thing. I thought I just saw Yen Sun, said the mother. Did you hear anything? Sun Zhao wore a perfectly timed look of confusion. No. Are you sure you're not mistaken? He added after a pause, wait, I'll get dressed. Let me come help you look. He began closing the door, mimicking someone who was about to get changed and search the grounds with the Yen parents for their mysteriously returned son. But Yen Sun's father immediately pressed a hand against the door to stop him. Never mind, he said. It's not safe at night. If you didn't hear anything, then we must have been mistaken. The two exchanged glances. At the mention of going outside in the middle of the night, they both instantly gave up the idea of searching further. He looked at Sun Zhao. You go back to sleep. Thanks for helping us look for Yen Sun today. Sun Zhao exchanged a few more words with the Yen parents before finally sending them off. Only after he saw them retreat into their room did he shut his own door, then turned to Yen Sun, who had been hiding behind it. Where were you hiding just now? At the Xiao Xiao grocery store, Yen Sun said. He walked over, picked up the suitcase from the bed, and placed it on the ground, preparing to open it, only to find it had a password lock. He tried his birthday, 0301. The lock clicked open. Inside the top compartment were some local specialties, exactly as his mother had mentioned, gifts they'd brought for people in the village. Yet it had already been 2 days since their arrival, and these items still hadn't been delivered. When he moved aside the specialties, he discovered a quilt wrapped in a green cover stuffed tightly at the bottom of the suitcase. No wonder the case had felt so heavy. Sun Zhao came closer. It's not even cold out. Why bring such a thick quilt? He ran a hand over the green quilt buried inside the suitcase. By today's standards, the design of the cover looked somewhat outdated. The green satin surface was embroidered with mandarin ducks and other patterns, smooth to the touch, made of fine material, clearly not cheap. Yan Sun yanked the green quilt out of the suitcase and tossed it onto the bed. Clearly meant for 2 people, the quilt was both thick and heavy. No wonder he'd previously thought the suitcase felt far too weighty for just summer clothes. Inside a hidden compartment of the suitcase were photos of Yan Sun, single portraits spanning from childhood to recent times. Beneath those photos lay a marriage document. One of the names listed was Yan Sun's. The other was written in unrecognizable characters. Kneeling beside Yan Sun, Sun Zhao peered into the suitcase alongside him. The moment he saw the marriage document, he turned and stared at Yan Sun in disbelief. Chat messages from Sun Zhao's live stream exploded anew. What are you staring at? Is she your wife or something? Heh, doesn't matter how much you look, Xiao Yan's already happily married. Yan Sun studied the marriage document quietly. At the bottom were clearly written the date and location. According to the record, this contract had been established 1 year before Yan Sun was born. It stated that if the entity represented by those strange characters would bless the family with health and prosperity in business, then in return, regardless of gender, the child named Yan Sun would be wed to this mysterious being as stipulated in the marriage contract. Yan Sun held the document for a long moment. So from the very beginning. I was only brought here as an offering. Chapter 80, Not Human at All. No wonder Yan Sun had gone missing. Though his parents appeared anxious, in reality, they only talked without taking any real action. Even before Yan Sun was born, his name and fate had already been decided. Whether male or female, this child would be named Yan Sun, and would inevitably be married off to the mysterious entity named in the marriage contract. As for that mysterious being, Yan Sun felt he could figure it out even with just his toes. I've heard about it before. Yan Sun glanced at the green quilt he tossed onto the bed. During ghost marriages, some places use green quilts. From the moment the movie began until now, the groom destined for Yan Yu had remained shrouded in mystery, never appearing in the village. Yan Sun's parents never explained, only saying their distant cousin was getting married and needed to bring Yan Sun back for the ceremony. Not even the owner of Xiao Xiao store knew anything. Yan Yu had only vaguely mentioned that his intended spouse didn't live in the village, so much so that no one even knew for sure if Yan Yu was really his cousin. Sun Zhao stood beside him, staring at the marriage contract, his face turning pale and then greenish. After a while, he brought up what Wan Yun and the others had found inside Yan Yu's room. More like feeding reports than letters, Yan Sun scoffed. He hissed sneeze and stood up. I'm going to take another look inside Yan Yu's room. He looked at Sun Zhao. You coming? Sun Zhao nodded. Yan Yu's room wasn't far from where they were staying, just a few covered corridors away. Yan Sun and Sun Zhao pushed open the door and stepped inside. The furnishings were much like the rest of the Yan household. Though this was supposedly Yan Yu's daily residence, there was hardly any sense of lived-in warmth. Soon, they found the batch of letters previously discovered by Wan Yun and Meng Ji. Yan Sun skimmed through them. Aside from mundane small talk, the bulk of the letters detailed Yan Sun's every move. They repeatedly complained that Yan Sun had been spoiled, had a bad temper, clearly attempting to persuade this mysterious figure to reconsider his original intentions. But how could an offering promised to a deity be withdrawn so easily? It was unclear what Yan Yu had written back, but judging from the letters, the Yan parents became increasingly cautious. One letter even mentioned Yan Sun's recent graduation, including a group photo from the ceremony. Perhaps Yan Yu's replies reassured the Yan parents. After that, their letters grew less guarded. What do you think he wrote back? Yan Sun asked, holding up a sheet of paper. The people of Wuxing village trust him so completely. Sun Zhao sneered. They probably regard him as something precious. Maybe Yan Yu claimed he had successfully descended and wouldn't let Yan Sun die. Maybe he convinced the Yan family that he was a good person serving under Mother Mercy. In any case, through smooth talking and deception, he gradually dismantled the Yan family's doubts. Putting down the letter, Yan Sun and Sun Zhao continued searching the room for clues. Sun Zhao discovered a drawing hidden within a cabinet's secret compartment. It was a crude stick figure sketch, yet even so, the image sent chills down the spine. 3 or 4 stick figures had steel wires piercing through their heads, suspended midair. Beneath them lay countless wooden boxes. Black dots symbolizing blood dripped down from the stick figures, falling steadily onto the wooden boxes below. The sight of those head-impaled figures hanging in the air reminded Sun Zhao vaguely of sun-dried wood frogs. A sudden wave of nausea hit him, and in the end, he passed the drawing to Yan Sun without another glance. One look was enough for Yan Sun to recognize the wooden boxes. They were exactly the kind stored inside Siml Hall. He remembered Yan Yu once telling him these boxes contained abandoned children. Afraid their resentment might fester, Mother Mercy kept them close, praying night after night for their liberation from this world. Except me, I was found in the pond. Everyone else disappeared one after another. My birthday is March 1st. Yen Sun looked at Sun Zhao. Your birthdays must all fall around that date too. But the question was, how could the people of Wuxing village possibly arrange for so many people with the same birthday to appear in the village so precisely? Yen Sun glanced again at the crude drawing, then said to Sun Zhao, only Yen Yu's birthday is December 1st. He was originally summoned, a non-human entity, Sun Zhao said quietly. Yen Sun didn't reply. He placed the drawing back exactly where it had been, then stood up. There was less than an hour left until 11 p.m., he needed to return. Sun Yu slipped out of the Yen residence in the middle of the night and made her way to Siml Hall. First, she released her small scouting orb, confirming that there was no light anywhere within Siml Hall. Only then did she climb over the wall and enter. Only the main hall of Siml Hall still had a faint glow. Yet the closer Sun Yu got to Siml Hall, the tenser she felt, as if countless invisible eyes were staring at her. She instinctively glanced at the rooms on both sides, silent and still, completely quiet, as if Yen Sun's cousin, that man whose smile never reached his eyes, had already fallen asleep. With steps as light as possible, she entered Siml Hall. Her disappearance would happen within the next few days. When she woke up, she'd be hanging from a rope, the ritual and festival beginning together, and they, the outsiders, would be bled dry as offerings to Mother Siml. She remembered only being hung from steel wires with Meng Ji and the others, their arms nearly sliced open, a metal wire about to pierce through their eyes, when vaguely, she saw the golden statue of Mother Siml being carried out, shedding tears. And that protective phrase she kept close made her suspect something was terribly wrong. That's why she decided to use whatever little time she had left to investigate Siml Hall. But the moment her foot stepped inside, the wooden boxes placed beside Mother Siml suddenly began to tremble violently. Then, the talismans on the boxes seemed to lose their power all at once. The lid sprang open. Tiny hands reached out from the boxes. Those hands were bluish-black, clearly not human no matter how you looked at them. Sun Yu's hair stood on end, and just then, she heard the sound of a door opening behind her. No good. Yen Yu was coming out. Before her, the horrifying little hands from the wooden boxes, and the mysterious, multi-armed figure of Mother Siml. Behind her, Yen Yu, who appeared human at first glance. But her faith in the protection gave her an instant resolve. She immediately kowtowed toward Mother Siml, silently pleading, Mother Siml, help me. Then quickly crawled beneath the offering table behind the prayer mat. She had just tucked herself under, pulling the cloth cover into place. When through a gap she saw someone enter the hall carrying a lantern. The footsteps were unhurried, stopping less than half a meter away. How come there's another little mouse in Siml Hall? Yen Yu's voice still carried a smile, but beneath the table, Sun Yu trembled uncontrollably. Anyone who wasn't blind could see it, Yen Yu in this game was definitely not human. Chapter 81 Arranged Marriage. Perhaps certain that Sun Yu couldn't possibly escape from the Hall of Compassionate Mother, Yen Yu was in no hurry. He even crouched down to refill the oil lamp on the floor. After circling around the hall, he finally returned to the offering table. Then, casually, he lifted the cloth beneath the table. But there was nothing underneath. The confined space truly contained not a single player. Yen Yu looked up with slight confusion at the golden statue of the Compassionate Mother, then glanced at those obedient wooden boxes before saying, if you're so determined to protect them, at least keep these little mice in line. With that, he simply left the main hall. Sun Yu, hiding beneath the offering table, trembled violently. The moment Yen Yu lifted the cloth, she felt as though she had caught a glimpse of that thing's true form. Her mind went completely blank in an instant, unable to think of anything at all. Only when a warm force covered her did she slowly regain awareness. Then she realized that Yen Yu and her vision had reverted back to his familiar appearance. He seemed to have noticed nothing. Hadn't seen her at all beneath the offering table. Then Sun Yu heard Yen Yu's words, the veiled meaning suggesting that the Compassionate Mother was protecting them, the outsiders. Sun Yu was both shocked and doubtful. From beginning to end, this mysterious faith of Wuxing village had seemed nearly like a cult to her. How could that be? Yet the faint warmth behind her didn't feel false. Especially that protective warning earlier, it made her begin questioning her previous assumptions. Crouching beneath the table, Sun Yu waited until she heard Yen Yu's footsteps fade into the distance before crawling out. When she looked back at the golden statue of the Compassionate Mother, the fear she once felt was gone. Though still puzzled deep inside, she respectfully knelt on the prayer mat and kowtowed in gratitude. Yen Su returned home. He glanced at the time, less than half an hour until 11 p.m. Gue Yuchong's body lay motionless on the bed, unchanged. He looked down at Gue Yuchong, thoroughly checked him over, making sure every limb was intact, then stuffed him into his backpack space. Then, just as he'd seen in movies, he lay face down on the pillow and began pretending to sleep. Time passed second by second. Yen Su closed his eyes, unaware of what time it had become. He wanted to wait for that shadowy figure to appear, but after lying there a while, drowsiness crept in. Slowly, the Yen Su lying on the bed fell back into a dream. Yen Su sat in an office. Beside him was a cup of coffee. Before him were headache-inducing spreadsheets. Sticky notes of various colors plastered the computer screen, marking deadlines for different tasks, some highlighted in distinct colors to indicate their priority. But there were too many markers, making it impossible to tell which task was truly urgent. "Hey, don't you still have vacation days left?" Someone patted Yen Su on the shoulder. He turned to see a stranger. "Just take some time off. You can never finish all the work." Yen Su heard himself say, "Boss, By the way, there's been an anonymous email about your work attitude. Come to my office." In moments, the scene shifted to the office again. Yen Su sat across from someone whose face he couldn't make out. "Have you been feeling very tired lately?" the person asked. "They say you've been dozing off at your desk often." Yen Su had no idea whether the version of himself in the dream was tired or not, but just as he tried to speak, he yawned. When he finished, wanting to explain, he yawned again. That settled it. Without Yen Su needing to say anything more, the indistinct figure raised a hand. "All right, I understand. They say you've been hanging around the break room a lot lately. Drinking so much coffee, yet still yawning non-stop. The boss told Yen Su, the company realizes you haven't taken a proper break in a long time, so we've decided to grant you a leave of absence for a while. Don't overthink it." The boss stood up, walked beside Yen Su, and patted his shoulder. "It's just a vacation, you still have that 1 week of unused annual leave, right? Perfect chance to rest." Yen Su heard himself reply, "Understood, boss." The boss waved his hand, signaling Yen Su could leave. As soon as Yen Su stepped out of the office, he instinctively headed toward the break room. Seeing him approach, 2 colleagues who had been chatting abruptly stopped talking, glanced at him, then quickly hurried away. Yen Su stood there, reaching to open the refrigerator. In the dream, it seemed he had left some food inside temporarily. But when 2 other colleagues came in and saw him, they looked as if they'd spotted something unlucky. They exchanged glances and then left the office laughing. "Ugh, so. Yeah, why doesn't he just leave already? I mean, can the company do a better background check when hiring? Stop bringing in every random nobody." In the dream, Yen Su burned with rage. He slammed the fridge shut and stormed out of the break room, glaring at the 2. "What did you say? What were you saying about me behind my back?" The 2 jumped in fright, their faces paling. "You must have misheard. We didn't say anything." "Yeah, absolutely nothing. Are you crazy or what?" Perhaps the commotion was too loud, the team leader also stepped out of his office. He glanced around the break room, then finally spoke to Yen Su. "Fine, take your leave now. Just stay away from the office for a while. Take some time to relax first. Your access card permissions will be deactivated soon. We'll notify you on Ding Talk when it's time to come back." The boss said to Yen Su, "Rest well." He even moved forward, about to pat Yen Su on the shoulder in comfort. But Yen Su abruptly shrugged off his arm and tore off his ID badge, throwing it onto the floor. "I quit." The indistinct faces of the surrounding coworkers began chattering again. The boss grew angry too. "What are you doing?" Yen Su stared at the badge lying on the carpet, then lifted his head, looking at the faceless colleagues who kept babbling mindlessly. He turned and walked out of the company. Yen Su woke up gasping for air. When he opened his eyes, sunlight flooded the room. His face had been completely buried in a pillow, that was why he'd nearly suffocated. Yen Yu appeared in the room carrying his familiar food container. Seeing Yen Su awake, he called out, "Perfect timing, you're up. You can get cleaned up and eat." Yen Su rubbed his head and glanced at the wall clock in the corner of the room. It was 9 a.m. He must have slept for a long time. He got out of bed, finished washing up, and sat down on the chair. Yen Yu, now wearing different clothes, sat across from him. Seeing that Yen Su was still drowsy, he didn't rush, simply sitting there quietly, waiting. After a few minutes, Yen Su slowly picked up his chopsticks and took a bite of the steamed bun Yen Yu had brought. "Where'd you buy this?" he asked. He didn't recall there being any place selling buns in Wuxing village. "Do you like it?" Yen Yu asked. Yen Su swallowed the bite in his mouth, muttering, "It's okay." "As long as you like it," Yen Yu said happily, though he didn't reveal where the bun actually came from. "I had a dream last night," Yen Su said, head lowered, using his chopsticks to pick at the side dishes. "What kind of dream?" Yen Yu asked curiously. "A nightmare," Yen Su replied. He looked up and gave Yen Yu a small smile. "Dreamed I was forced into an arranged marriage." "Can you believe it? How ridiculous is that? Arranged marriage." He told Yen Yu, "I hate nothing more than someone forcing me to do something." Chapter 82, Xiao Xiao Convenience Store. Yen Yu sat motionless across from him, as if Yen Su had cast some petrification spell. After a long silence, he finally managed a faint smile. Dreams like that are indeed unpleasant. He didn't press further, as though afraid Yen Su might say something else he wouldn't like. Since Yen Yu still had the sacrificial rituals to oversee, he couldn't stay for long. Once Yen Su finished eating, Yen Yu packed the bowls and chopsticks into the food container and carried it all away, giving a few final instructions before leaving, urging Yen Su to keep quiet and be cautious during this time. Yen Su sat there, waving listlessly as Yen Yu departed. The moment Yen Yu was gone, Yen Su pushed open the door and headed straight for Xiao Xiao convenience store. The shop owner was still seated behind the counter, deeply engrossed in studying lottery tickets. Yen Su walked over and leaned on the counter. I want to go wander outside the village. The owner glanced up. Go by yourself. Don't expect me to take you. Yen Su didn't care. He reached into the freezer near the store's entrance and grabbed an ice lolly. Put it on Yen Yu's tab. The owner waved dismissively, indicating he understood. Yen Su casually tore open the wrapper and tossed it into a cardboard box nearby, used as a makeshift trash can. With the ice lolly sticking out of his mouth, he began wandering idly around the convenience store. He browsed the snack section for a while, then drifted toward the daily necessities area, eventually turning to the owner and asking, "Do you even get any real customers here? The shampoo bottles are covered in dust." He held up his fingertip to show the thick layer of grime, proving his point. From where the owner sat, he couldn't possibly see the dirt on Yen Su's finger. Don't start trouble. There's always someone who comes to buy things. Yen Su wandered some more, and noticed behind the shelf selling household items there was a small wooden door. Do you actually live in the store? Where else would I live? The owner didn't look up, still absorbed in his lottery paper. I don't have spare money to buy a house or land. The door was locked. Yen Su studied it briefly before returning to the counter, then casually plopped down beside the owner, crunching his ice lolly and speaking with muffled words. How'd you end up coming back here to run this little shop anyway? You've got zero business. Aren't you my business? The owner shot back. He flipped to another page of the newspaper. It'll get lively in a few days. Villagers come by occasionally to buy things. Then he eyed Yen Su. Why do you care? Trying to steal my livelihood? Planning to start a business in Wuxing village? I'm just bored, Yen Su said boldly. He crunched the ice lolly down to the wooden stick, inspected it for a moment, then held it out again. Another one. He handed the stick to the owner. Get it yourself. The owner grimaced at the stick, clearly annoyed. I'm leaving it here. Yen Su placed the stick in a corner of the counter. So you can't say I didn't return it. The owner nodded absently, already back to his lottery paper. Yen Su grabbed another ice lolly from the freezer, tore off the wrapper, and returned to sit beside the owner. You don't have summer homework? The owner finally asked. Shouldn't you be going home to write it? No, Yen Su said, biting into the peach-flavored ice. What were you doing in the city before? What do you think? The owner muttered that Yen Su was annoying, but perhaps Wuxing village was truly too dull. He still allowed Yen Su to sit beside him and bother him. Just working. Going to work, coming home, eating, sleeping. He pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, not bothering to hide it even with Yen Su around, lit one up, and took a drag. Little brat, he said. Adult life is tough. Always overtime. He held the cigarette between his fingers. No time to rest. But if they let you rest, they'll fire you. Better to be back here. He clamped the cigarette between his lips, tapped his foot, and looked down at his newspaper again. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something. He glanced toward the store entrance. Hey, hide for a sec. Otherwise I'll have a hard time explaining. Before Yen Su could ask what exactly needed explaining, he heard footsteps approaching. According to the plot, he really shouldn't be seen right now. He quickly scanned the area, pushed his chair aside, and crouched behind the counter. The owner swiftly flung his jacket, hanging on the back of the chair, over Yen Su, covering him completely. The moment the jacket settled over Yen Su, footsteps and voices, Meng Ji and others, entered the store. Given that Wuxing village wasn't large, and with Yen Yu keeping watch at the benevolent mother hall during the day, they dared not break in recklessly. Instead, they roamed around searching for clues, eventually circling back to Xiao Xiao convenience store. This time, it was still Wan Yun and Meng Ji who arrived. They first bought a few items, then started casual conversation, trying to subtly probe how the shop owner usually went out to restock inventory. Probably trying to figure out where he parked his delivery vehicle. Yen Su crouched behind the counter. The space was narrow and cramped. Every time the shop owner tapped his leg, his knee bumped against Yen Su's shoulder. What do you keep asking for? The owner muttered around his cigarette, annoyed. Trying to snoop on my supply route? Meng Ji said a few polite things, while Wan Yun casually examined items in the store. Boss, you still haven't seen Yen Su? Wan Yun asked again. No, the owner snapped firmly. Get lost. Don't interrupt my business. Xiao Xiao convenience store wasn't large. No matter how thoroughly one browsed, it wouldn't take more than 15 minutes to see everything. After realizing they couldn't extract any useful information from the owner, Wan Yun and Meng Ji had no choice but to leave. Just as Yen Su was about to push aside the jacket covering him and take a breath, the owner quickly pressed down on his head again, signaling him to stay crouched behind the counter. Sure enough, someone else entered Xiao Xiao convenience store. This voice, however, was unfamiliar. The sacrificial ritual is almost starting, yet the village still feels so empty. The speaker sounded relatively young, and from the tone, seemed to be a local villager. Not back yet, the owner replied, taking another drag of his cigarette. Still got a few days. So Yen Yu is getting married this time too. The man gave a vague chuckle. That's pretty cold-hearted. This time, the owner didn't respond, silently continuing to smoke. When did you open this store? The man asked instead. Never thought you'd come back to Wuxing village. Just these past couple of years, the owner finally spoke. Life outside was tough. Better to come home and settle down. The man murmured a few acknowledgements, bought some daily necessities at the counter, then left the store. Yen Su waited until the footsteps faded before pulling off the jacket and sitting back on the chair he had pushed aside earlier. He still held the peach-flavored ice lolly in his hand. The weather was hot, and much of it had already melted. The sugary liquid dripped down his fingers and ran all the way up his arm. Yen Su glanced at it, then turned to the owner. Paper. You think I'm your damn servant, the owner grumbled, but still reached behind the counter, pulled out a pack of napkins, yanked out a few, and shoved them toward Yen Su. His cigarette was nearly finished. He casually crushed it out in the ashtray. After wiping his hands clean, Yen Su still felt sticky and uncomfortable. He stepped out from behind the counter and grabbed a bottle of mineral water. Same as usual. Get lost, the owner said. Yen Su waved and walked off. After a few steps, he suddenly turned back, looking at the owner. And called his name. The owner looked up at him. Leaving now, Yen Su said, then turned again and headed toward the small house where he was temporarily staying. He had only spoken the name he'd seen on the employee badge in his dream. Chapter 83, Men's Words Can't Be Trusted. Shortly after Yen Sun returned to his temporary hiding place, Gu Jia and Sun Yu also arrived at Xiao supermarket. From Yen Sun's perspective, he could only see the two of them enter, buy some things, and quickly leave. Before departing, Gu Jia glanced in his direction once more. He guessed Gu Jia probably knew his whereabouts. Sitting on the chair, Yen Sun held the mineral water he had taken from Xiao supermarket. After taking a few sips, he spoke to the system. If I figure out the entire movie plot and the truth, can I leave this early? You figured it out. The system couldn't believe it. Not exactly, Yen Sun gestured vaguely. About 40%. The rest will probably depend on what happens during the sacrificial ritual and temple festival. Due to character constraints, he couldn't appear in Wuxing village during the time he was supposed to be missing. On top of that, with Yen Yu constantly watching him, his progress in gathering clues was painfully slow. He remembered clearly, tomorrow, others would find his body floating on the surface of the village pond. Originally, he'd already planned for Gue Yuchong to take his place temporarily, using a disposable silicone mask purchased from the for 5,000 points. It wasn't cheap, but necessary to pass through this segment of the. He definitely didn't want to die so carelessly in this. But I feel. Yen Sun said again to the system, it won't be that simple. Most likely, the person lying there tomorrow isn't even the real Yen Sun. Based on his observations of Yen Yu over these past few days, and the peculiar content of their marriage contract. Yen Sun suspected the corpse in the pond probably wasn't genuine. As for what it actually was, well, given how many tricks Yen Yu had up his sleeve, creating a decoy shouldn't be difficult at all. The movie followed Sun Zhao's perspective. From Sun Zhao's point of view, and everyone else's, Yen Sun was dead, drowned in the pond tomorrow. But beyond the camera lens, outside the film's narrative, Yen Sun was most likely being sent off to become the bride after the temple festival ended. Let's wait and see. Yen Sun sat by the window, gazing toward Xiao supermarket. Once the temple festival ends, this will be nearly over. Watching Yen Sun sit there looking so confident, the system asked suspiciously, be honest with me, how many clues have you actually gathered? Weren't you with me the whole time? Yen Sun countered. Just what you saw. The system racked its memory thoroughly, yet still couldn't detect anything particularly significant Yen Sun had uncovered, except learning the origin of those wooden boxes inside Siml Hall and figuring out what Yen family's parents were scheming. Beyond that, nothing stood out even though it had followed Yen Sun every step. Did you secretly buy the script behind my back? The system wondered aloud. If I had that kind of money, I'd upgrade you first, Yen Sun sneered coldly, not wasted on buying scripts. At noon, Yen Yu arrived right on schedule with lunch. This time, he'd changed into another set of clothes, which earned an extra glance from Yen Sun. Yen Sun noticed he awkwardly tugged at his sleeves a few times. What? Nothing, Yen Sun muttered. Just think you really like dressing up. Yen Yu looked at him a moment longer before replying, there are rehearsals before the sacrifice, so. Yen Sun waved his hand impatiently. Yeah, the ritual is important, got it. He sat down, eyeing the food Yen Yu brought today. Probably due to the upcoming ritual, the dishes were noticeably blander than usual. After a few bites, Yen Sun put his chopsticks down. Not to your taste? Yen Yu asked immediately. Boring, Yen Sun said. He didn't want to deal with Yen Yu anymore, so he shuffled over to the bed in his slippers and flopped down. I want to go home. After the ritual, you can. I said I want to go back to my own home, Yen Sun interrupted, hugging a pillow and flipping through his phone irritably. There's nothing here. So boring. How can you stay here for so long? Holding the pillow, he turned his head slightly to look at Yen Yu behind him. Yen Yu remained seated at the table, the food box beside him. He seemed to consider Yen Sun's words carefully before saying, "Why can't I stay here?" His expression was genuinely puzzled, unable to understand why Yen Sun would ask such a question. I just stay here. Yen Yu paused, thinking. I'm used to it. So you've never left Wuxing village? Never stepped outside the village even once? Yen Sun pressed. Yen Yu thought for a moment, then finally shook his head. Yen Sun couldn't tell whether he was lying. Could it be that Yen Yu was some native-born old monster sprouting straight from the soil of Wuxing village? Yen Yu slowly stood up within Yen Sun's line of sight, then walked over to the edge of the bed, looking down at Yen Sun who was lying on the pillow playing with his phone. I'm not like you. It sounded like he was answering Yen Sun's earlier unspoken question about whether he ever felt bored. I've never been outside. I've never seen the world beyond the village, so naturally I don't understand what you mean when you say Wuxing village is boring. Yen Sun stayed silent, his face still pressed against the pillow. But inside his head, he was muttering to the system. Did he attend some kind of talent show training camp? Yen Sun wondered. This sob story act is almost moving me. If he didn't already know that Yen Yu wasn't human, listening to him talk like this might actually make him believe Yen Yu was just a left-behind youth trapped in the village by real-life circumstances. I see some men are just born with liars' tongues, the system chimed in sarcastically. The chat in Yen Sun's live stream was also buzzing. Yes. That's the spirit. See through these men and coldly reject them. Ooh, knowing you won't be fooled by men's sweet talk makes mama feel so relieved, smiley face. Man. Open your eyes. Who do you think you're dealing with? Our cold and ruthless general manager Yen. Men's lies can't be trusted, these non-human things' lies are even less trustworthy. Yen Sun, still sprawled on the pillow, suppressed the urge to roll his eyes. Then take me out for a walk, Yen Sun said again, deliberately making things difficult for Yen Yu. You don't feel bored, but I do. This place is so small, I can finish walking around it in just a few steps. And I can't even talk to anyone else, Yen Sun continued, growing more annoyed. I should have never come here. No, Yen Yu replied flatly. He stood there, looking down at the sulking Yen Sun. That one thing, I can't allow it. Yen Sun glared at him, clearly furious. Yen Yu stared back for a while, then eventually softened his stance. He crouched down, one hand gripping the edge of the bed, meeting Yen Sun's gaze eye to eye. Wherever you want to go, if it's not too far, I can take you for a walk. Chapter 84, The Angel Investor. Yen Sun wanted to go see the concrete house on Shueishan Road. He said it so straightforwardly to Yen Yu, carefully observing the other's reaction. Yen Yu thought for a moment. Alright. Alright. Now it was Yen Sun who couldn't believe it. He remembered after they had passed the concrete house, they had driven a little longer before reaching Wuxing village. How come now Yen Yu made it sound so simple? If you want to go, I'll take you there, Yen Yu said, standing up. Wait a moment. Yen Sun climbed out of bed, watching Yen Yu leave, then watching him return. I borrowed the boss's car, Yen Yu said. Since the boss could leave to restock goods, of course he had a vehicle. It was just unclear where it was usually parked. Yen Sun looked at the minivan. In the end, he sat in the front passenger seat and gave Yen Yu beside him a suspicious glance. Do you even have a driver's license? Yen Yu paused briefly. I do. That pause felt highly questionable, Yen Sun thought. He fastened his seatbelt. Beside him, Yen Yu started driving. At this hour, no one else walked along Wuxing village's road, as if the enclosed village contained only the two of them now. They followed that single road, the only path leading into Wuxing village, and headed outward. To his surprise, Yen Yu drove with unexpected smoothness. Sitting in the front passenger seat, Yen Sun stared ahead at the stretch of concrete pavement. Music began playing from the car radio, a folk tune Yen Sun didn't recognize, singing in drawn-out, unintelligible tones. He leaned against the window, listening intently. What are the lyrics saying? He asked the driver, Yen Yu. It says someone is working far from home, hoping Holy Mother will protect them, Yen Yu replied without looking at Yen Sun. There was only one way out of Wuxing village, a flat but narrow concrete road flanked on both sides by cypress trees. The two of them sat inside the old, drafty minivan, listening to the mournful rural ballad, heading toward that concrete house. This road, if you keep going straight, takes you out of Wuxing village, Yen Sun said. Have you never thought about leaving? Yen Yu continued driving. I can't leave. After that, neither spoke again until they saw the familiar concrete house. Then, Yen Yu pulled the car over to the side. Yen Sun opened the door and stepped out. First, he examined the small concrete house for a few moments before pushing open its half-closed door. Inside, the walls had once been painted white, but after so many years, the white paint had grown moldy and flaky, covered everywhere with spiderwebs. The concrete house contained a bed, cabinets, some household clutter, and in a corner stood a thermos flask. Yet every surface bore a thick layer of dust. How long has nobody lived here? Yen Sun turned back to ask Yen Yu, who stood behind him but hadn't entered. Dunno, Yen Yu said. Maybe several years. He spoke calmly, as if the person on the phone earlier, urging them to find the method to enter the village, hadn't been him at all. As if understanding Yen Sun's unspoken doubt, Yen Yu added, it's just been too long since anyone returned to Wuxing village. I forgot the old man was already gone. That explained why, when they'd struggled so long to locate the concrete house, they'd coincidentally received that call from old Yen Yu. Standing before this abandoned concrete house, Yen Sun finally closed the door and said to Yen Yu, let's head back. I'm tired. Yen Yu followed him. The two returned to the minivan, and Yen Sun rolled down the window for fresh air. Drive forward a bit more, Yen Sun said. Yen Yu didn't answer immediately. He remained seated in the driver's seat, telling Yen Sun, it's getting late. We should return. Yen Sun turned to look at him. Yen Yu smiled faintly. Shall we go back, okay? Yen Sun understood, he simply couldn't drive any further. It seemed that the farthest Yen Yu could leave Wuxing village was exactly to this concrete house, and no farther. Now knowing the outer limit of Yen Yu's movement, Yen Sun felt his objective had been met. He silently agreed to Yen Yu's suggestion to return to the village. Back in Wuxing village, Yen Yu went to return the car first. The boss yawned as he looked at the two of them. Just park it by the roadside. He looked at Yen Sun. What now, Missy? Why still wearing that unhappy face? Didn't your cousin take you out for a spin? I'm Master Yen, not Missy, Yen Sun protested. He took 2 bottles of water from the fridge and handed one to Yen Yu. My treat. Using your cousin's money to treat him, the boss remarked from behind. You're quite something. Yen Yu lowered his eyes and accepted the water offered to him. I've got things to do, he said to Yen Sun. You go back first. Yen Sun waved his hand. Go ahead. Only after Yen Yu left did Yen Sun start wandering around the boss's supermarket again, lingering in the daily necessities section for quite a while, as if he were about to buy shampoo. Are you done yet? The boss sounded impatient. Yen Sun walked up to the counter holding the shampoo. Giving you business and still so annoyed, same old you. I swear, if you keep hanging around like this, Yen Yu's gonna have to work for me to pay off your tab. The boss glanced at him and waved. Alright, noted. Get going already. Sun Yu noticed Gu Jia's silence. Ever since returning from the supermarket, the other had been unusually quiet. Although this person was often like this, she could still sense her fake cousin's unease. You're scared? She asked. No, Gu Jia replied. Tomorrow we'll see Yen Sun in the pond. Sun Yu understood what Gu Jia meant. According to the plot, tomorrow they really would find Yen Sun, long missing, in the pond, and only then would the group of college students fall into panic, because anyone could tell Yen Sun hadn't drowned by accident. When players encountered such guaranteed death scenarios in the movie, they had to figure out how to survive without derailing the storyline. Simply put, you couldn't let the movie's plot go off script or break the main thread, but you also couldn't just wait around to die. For now, Sun Yu couldn't think of any way Yen Sun might escape. Gu Jia, on the other hand, still had paper figure substitutes. He'd cautiously messaged Yen Sun to test the waters. Unexpectedly, the other actually replied. Yen Sun, nah bro, if you give me another paper figure substitute, I'm gonna end up selling myself to pay you back. Yen Sun, I've got my own method. Gu Jia really couldn't imagine what method Yen Sun could possibly have. After tonight ends, the temporary peace in this will vanish too, Sun Yu said. In the movie, Yen Sun's death was the catalyst that shattered Wuxing village's superficial tranquility. After that came one disappearance after another among their group of college students, Sun Zhao being the last. Overthinking won't help, Sun Yu said. She stood up. For this kind of, just surviving and getting out is enough. After Sun Yu left, Gu Jia sat in the room for a while longer, but in the end, couldn't resist sending Yen Sun another message. Gu Jia, don't worry about paying me back. The paper figure substitute is hidden behind the shampoo bottles in the daily necessities section of Xiao Xiao's supermarket. Go get it. Yen Sun. Yen Sun, what if someone steals it? Gu Jia thought for a moment before replying. Gu Jia, no one will steal it. Yen Sun held the shampoo in one hand, and in his pocket, carried the paper figure substitute Gu Jia had hidden. Hee, Yen Sun, your life's really looking up now. The system started being sarcastic. Actually getting pampered by some rich guy. Could you keep your thoughts a little healthier and more harmonious? Yen Sun asked. He's my angel investor. Don't turn our angel investor-entrepreneur relationship into something out of gutter literature. Chapter 85, Yen Sun logs off. Yen Sun hadn't planned to use a paper figure as a stand-in. Instead, he found himself a real substitute. That night, Yen Sun didn't stay in the room. He left the shabby house and placed Gue Yuchong, who was now shaped like him, on the bed. Because it hadn't been damaged, the single-use mask was still functional. Do you think they'll notice I've gotten shorter? Yen Sun asked the system, looking at his Gue Yuchong-shaped self lying on the bed. They might think your legs are broken, the system replied dryly. Tonight marked Yen Sun's final act. A familiar scene played in his mind. Yen Sun lies in bed at night, completely unaware of the danger approaching. It's around 1 in the morning. A dark shadow on the ground slowly takes human form. It stands silently by the bedside, staring at Yen Sun. It watches for a long time, then snaps Yen Sun's neck. Dragging the corpse, it walks a few steps before noticing the feet scraping against the rough ground. So the shadow crouches down and puts shoes on Yen Sun. But halfway through, one shoe falls off. This time, the shadow doesn't notice. It simply tosses Yen Sun's body into the pond. Only upon returning does it see the shoe lying on the ground. The shadow stares at it briefly, then kicks it into the nearby bushes. The next day, screams erupt when Yen Sun's body is discovered in the pond. The memory playback stops there. All of Yen Sun's scenes end tonight. After setting everything up, Yen Sun left the house. He hid beneath a tree in Wuxing village, waiting as time crept forward, until 1 in the morning, the time when the shadow should appear, before he slowly made his way toward Xiao Xiao supermarket. Xiao Xiao supermarket was, of course, deserted at night. Pitch dark. Only a simple lock hung on the glass door, there wasn't even a rolling shutter. Probably because no one in Wuxing village would bother stealing from Xiao Xiao supermarket anyway. Yen Sun unlocked it with ease and stepped inside the empty supermarket. He walked straight to the small door said to lead to the owner's residence, unlocking that one just as easily. "You're so skilled at this, it makes me wonder what your previous job was," the system couldn't help but comment. "Are you going through rebellion phase lately?" "So talkative every day," Yen Sun said. He pushed open the door. Behind it was indeed the temporary living space of the supermarket owner, bed, wardrobe, everything present. This current Xiao Xiao supermarket had been expanded from its original structure. Yen Sun looked at the familiar bricks and tiles, the corner where the wall could never be properly cleaned, and the stone trough still embedded in the floor that hadn't been torn out. Every detail from his dream had found its place. Yen Sun gazed around the room, then quietly closed the door behind him, leaving the supermarket just as silently as he'd entered. The owner was still in his room, no point in walking straight into death. Yen Sun also worried about other players advancing their own storylines within the, so he could only sit cross-legged among the countless waist-high weeds scattered across Wuxing village. On a summer night in Wuxing village, there were no mosquitoes or insects. Sitting in the grass, Yen Sun felt nothing except a slight chill, but otherwise remained comfortable. Not long after, a hand tapped his shoulder. He didn't turn around, yet the small hands kept persisting. Seeing that Yen Sun truly had no intention of responding, the children simply came around to face him. The little ghosts had ashen black faces, but their appearances were clearly those of children. "Big brother, let's play." The little ghosts grinned. Yen Sun reached into his pocket and pulled out prepared candies and snacks, handing them over. The little ghosts stared curiously at him. There he sat, cross-legged among the grass, surrounded by tiny hands fumbling to unwrap candy wrappers. One ghost was too small to grab any sweets amid the others. Noticing this, Yen Sun reached into his pocket again and gave her a lollipop. She took it, eyed him warily several times, then happily began peeling the wrapper. When she smiled, her mouth revealed no teeth. The other little ghosts each had their own peculiarities too. Yen Sun leaned back on his hands, tilting his head to look up at the night sky above Wuxing village. Heavy clouds blanketed the sky, nearly blocking all moonlight. After sitting for a while, Yen Sun simply fell backward and lay flat among the grass. The little ghosts didn't mind. They continued enjoying the snacks he'd brought, laughing cheerfully. Yen Sun closed his eyes. For a moment, he thought he smelled the fragrance of osmanthus. He didn't open his eyes. He felt someone sit down beside him. Yen Sun kept his eyes shut. As long as he didn't look, it wouldn't count as breaking the movie's plot. After all, this scene wasn't captured by the camera. Cold fingers brushed his forehead, then traced down his cheek, gently pinching his earlobe. Yen Sun thought it was a mosquito and couldn't be bothered to open his eyes. The little ghosts quickly finished the snacks and gathered around again, wanting more. "No," Yen Sun said. "That's all there is." The little ghosts were annoyed, chattering as if about to say something, but just then, somewhere in Wuxing village, someone started playing that rustic folk song he had only just heard today inside the minivan, wailing and whining. The little ghosts fell silent, whether soothed by the sound or simply gone off to play elsewhere. Yen Sun continued lying in the grass. He could still feel someone watching him. Perhaps out of sheer boredom, that presence stretched out its fingers again. For a while, it poked at Yen Sun's brow, then touched his eyelashes, and finally pressed lightly against his lips with an index finger. "Enough," Yen Sun said. The figure didn't reply, but obediently pulled back its hand. It made not a single sound, aside from the faint fragrance of osmanthus, it seemed to vanish completely. Yen Sun remained lying in the grass. Perhaps from prolonged tension, he drifted into sleep. When he awoke again, it was to screams. Apparently, someone had discovered his corpse. Rubbing his head, Yen Sun sat up from the grass. A white robe lay over his body, one glance told him it belonged to someone else. Player Yen Sun's movie performance has been completed. It was still somewhat cold in the early morning, so Yen Sun casually draped the robe over himself. I'll need to find a chance to retrieve Gue Yuchong's body, Yen Sun said to the system while sitting in the grass. Not long after, he heard the wailing cries of his parents. The patch of grass where he sat was some distance from the pond. He could vaguely see people gathered at the edge, pulling something out from the water. Yen Yu stood on the outskirts, head bowed as he comforted Yen Sun's grieving parents. Sure enough, he was wearing new clothes again. Sun Zhao and the others stared at the Yen Sun on the ground, as if unable to believe Yen Sun had really died. Sun Zhao even crouched down, instinctively feeling Yen Sun's wrist. He had originally assumed it would be a prop, but found the sensation cold and real. Not a prop, this was truly a corpse. Chapter 86 Who is the good person? Yen Sun sat in the grass, watching Yan's parents circling the pond wailing and sobbing. Their grief might have been genuine, but they should have known this outcome the moment they brought Yen Sun back. He sat there for a while, observing Sun Zhao crouching down to examine the body carefully, as if trying to determine whether this Yen Sun was truly dead or merely using some prop. Do you think Sun Zhao can figure it out? The system asked. As long as he doesn't go mad and suddenly start measuring height, he won't find out, Yen Sun said. He believed Sun Zhao probably wouldn't notice this Yen Sun was a few centimeters shorter, yet soon enough, Yen Sun saw Sun Zhao begin scrutinizing the body on the ground, up and down, looking somewhat uncertain before gesturing to compare the corpse's height. Yen Sun. Of course, even if Sun Zhao did notice, he wouldn't say anything. After finishing his gesture, Sun Zhao simply offered condolences to Yan's parents. The remaining players had mixed emotions. Meng Ji and others weren't particularly close to Yen Sun. They could tell the corpse wasn't a dummy, so naturally, they momentarily speculated that Yen Sun might have genuinely fallen victim to plot-induced death. However, Meng Ji and Ruan Yun were veteran players who barely knew Yen Sun at all, so they only inwardly lamented the dungeon's danger. Sun, you couldn't treat someone else's death so indifferently. She seemed deeply shaken, as if she believed herself to be the next player to die. Eventually, Gu Jia beside her patted her shoulder lightly to comfort her. Gu Jia knew Yen Sun had taken the paper figure decoy, there was no way Yen Sun could truly die at this moment. Although the thing lying here didn't quite look like a paper figure substitute, Yen Sun had mentioned having a solution in their message yesterday. Gu Jia guessed this must likely be part of Yen Sun's plan. For now, everyone around the pond held different thoughts. Villagers began gathering too. Compared to the past few days when Wuxing village was nearly populated entirely by elderly people, today the village saw many more young faces, seeming as though they had specifically arrived for the temple fair. Some didn't recognize Yan's couple, but seeing Yen Yu comforting them and hearing how Yen Yu addressed them, they figured these two must be the distant relatives from Yen Yu's family that the villagers talked about. The older villagers went over to console Yan's parents. The younger ones merely stood aside and watched. Until the sun gradually rose higher, Yen Yu finally said, "Let's take Yen Sun back first." At his words, the onlookers immediately dispersed, seemingly worried about being assigned this task. Yen Yu glanced at them, then casually pointed at one person. "Go get an old bedsheet from your house." A while later, the boss of Xiao Xiao convenience store approached. Upon seeing Yen Sun's body on the ground, he showed great surprise. Hearing Yen Yu's words, he volunteered, "I've got one at my store. I'll go fetch it." Soon, the owner returned with a new bedsheet. It was spread onto the ground. Next came the matter of lifting Yen Sun's body onto it. Yen Yu didn't move, he knew perfectly well this wasn't Yen Sun lying there, so he had no intention of helping. He looked around, people nearby quickly averted their eyes. Yan's parents, exhausted from crying, had no strength left. In the end, Sun Zhao and Gu Jia stepped forward. One grabbed the wrists, the other the ankles, and together they placed Yen Sun's body onto the bedsheet. "Put him in Yan's home for now," Yen Yu declared. He lowered his head. "We'll deal with it properly after the ritual is finished." Upon arriving at Yan's residence, the question of where to place the body arose again. Finally, Yen Yu made the decision, put him in the room where Yen Sun had temporarily stayed. I think we should call the police," Sun Yu spoke up. This line also came straight from the movie script. Yen Yu glanced at her. Indeed. Sun Yu immediately pulled out her phone, ready to dial, but for some reason, not even emergency calls could go through. Anxiously, she turned to the others. "Then what if we drive out to report it?" "The villagers told me the roads outside are blocked," Yen Yu replied. "We probably can't leave for now." Sun Yu looked at the others. "Then what do we do? This whole thing is too suspicious. He clearly doesn't look like he drowned by accident. How could it be such a coincidence? He'd only been missing for a few days, and now." She didn't finish her sentence, because Yan's parents' wails grew louder. Even though she knew all this was just movie, and every word she spoke followed the film script, Sun Yu still felt a dull ache deep inside. Ruan Yun seemed to notice her unease. In the movie, it was her turn to speak now. "When will the road out of the village be repaired?" "Maybe in about a week," Yen Yu said. He glanced down at Yen Sun lying on the bed. "Everyone, let's leave this place for now." Yan's parents refused to leave, but Yen Yu didn't press them. He had other matters to attend to, so after offering a few comforting words, he left the Yen household. As soon as Yen Yu was gone, Sun Zhao and the others realized their time inside the wasn't much left. Yen Sun's death was only the beginning. Soon, the players among them would start vanishing one after another. Until they were strung up on wire, turned into human skewers. Gu Jia, knowing the full plot and having the paper figure decoy, remained completely calm. The remaining players began exchanging the information they'd gathered. Meng Ji suddenly brought up the dream he'd had, himself as a pitiful office worker. You had a dream too? Sun Yu asked. Wan Yun and Meng Ji were teammates. They exchanged a glance, then looked toward Gu Jia and Sun Zhao. When these two also nodded, they finally confirmed one thing. All the players staying in Wuxing village must have had dreams, though the details varied from person to person, the overall content was largely similar. Sometimes they were working in an office, sometimes they were students at school, other times, they relived fragments from childhood memories. Sun Zhao shared some of the clues he'd found as well. Gu Jia listened half-heartedly. His gaze involuntarily drifted back toward the room where Yen Sun lay, wondering where the real Yen Sun could be. Sun Zhao noticed his glance. He, too, had sensed something off about Yen Sun's body, the height didn't match. That night, I went to Siml Hall alone. Eventually, Sun Yu decided to share what she'd seen inside Siml Hall. You're saying you hid under the offering table, and Yen Yu didn't see you? Sun Zhao repeated her statement. Sun Yu nodded. Hearing that, Sun Zhao couldn't help but look at Gu Jia again. He remembered that night, just before he and Gu Jia were nearly discovered by Yen Yu, Gu Jia had chosen to hide behind the statue of Simon Yang. Gu Jia knew the entire script, held all the truth. Could it be? Was Simon Yang actually a good person in this? Chapter 87, The Ritual Begins. Yen Sun returned to that house again. Now, all he had to do was wait for the right moment to reclaim Gue Yuchong's body, then he could seize an opportunity to leave the. He decided to act after the village festival and sacrificial ceremony began. Inside the room were the food and water he'd taken earlier from the convenience store, enough to sustain him for a couple of days, so survival wasn't an immediate concern. With Yen Sun's death, the movie's plot began accelerating dramatically. As news spread of missing college students who'd come for tourism, unrest stirred throughout the village. At the very least, anyone passing by homes now walked with hurried steps. Yen Sun remained silent, quietly waiting for the festival to begin. When Meng Ji and the others woke up, they found themselves no longer in the Yen household's room. He saw Gu Jia with his hands and feet bound, along with Sun Yu and Wan Yun. Tomorrow was the day the festival would begin. Meng Ji wriggled across the floor and nudged Wan Yun a few times with his shoulder. What now? Do we have any leads? Over the past 2 days, they'd continued searching the village for clues. Finally, from empty homes and fragments of villagers' conversations, they managed to piece together the secret of Wuxing village. Perhaps because they believed the outsiders couldn't escape anyway, the villagers spoke more freely. Children born weak or incomplete are placed in wooden boxes after death and kept beside Nyang, the merciful mother, to be raised. When the time is right, blood is used as an offering to resurrect them, restoring their souls completely. An old man had said this, smiling at Meng Ji and Wan Yun as if telling a ghost story from an old folktale. But the two, knowing what awaited them, understood this was no mere legend. So, you're bringing those children back to life? Meng Ji recalled asking. The old man gave him a strange look. Of course not. They're just medical residue, the dregs. Then he stopped talking and went back to smoking his hand-rolled cigarette. A chill crept into Meng Ji's heart. He and Wan Yun later went to Xiao Xiao's store to inquire further about the origin of this tale. The shop owner laughed when he heard it. You've been listening to their nonsense. Superstitious feudal garbage. He took a drag from his cigarette and scoffed. How can the dead come back to life? Let alone those rotten old things that died who knows how long ago. Old things? Puzzled by this phrase, Meng Ji and the others sought out Sun Zhao to discuss it. Sun Zhao then brought up the rumor Yen Sun's father had mentioned when they first arrived in Wuxing village. And the village's doctrine of reincarnation. Hearing this made Meng Ji and the others feel even more unsettled. With Sun Zhao's reminder, they now noticed something else. Some elderly villagers and even younger ones wore odd little trinkets as jewelry. Just thinking about what those might be made them increasingly nauseous. What else can we do? Wan Yun said, rolling her eyes. The system says it's incomplete. If only they could decrypt the entire plot ahead of time, they could simply exit leaving the rest of the storyline to play out among NPCs. Yet when they presented all their deductions and reconstructions to the system responded that the answer remained incomplete, not the full truth. Gu Jia sat cross-legged in a corner, head lowered, long bangs hiding his face. We could escape, he suddenly said. Wan Yun glanced at him. What do you mean? When we're hanging on the wires, Gu Jia said slowly, we can fight back. We just need to kill these villagers. Then we can leave. Sun Yu sat nearby, not far from Gu Jia. In her script, after being hung up, she saw the merciful mother weeping. What happened afterward wasn't written. She didn't know whether it was because they died, or some other reason. Meng Ji and Wan Yun's scripts only covered until their disappearance, followed by being tied together as ingredients in a ritual. At Gu Jia's words, Wan Yun hesitated. Would that even work? They still didn't know exactly how many people would show up on the day of the ritual, but over the past few days, villagers had been trickling back into Wusheng. There would surely be no shortage of people that day. The villagers themselves were secondary. What troubled Wan Yun and the others most were Yan Yu and the Merciful Mother. Even though Sun Yu claimed she'd been protected by the Merciful Mother inside Siml Hall, Wan Yun and the others still found it hard to believe this deity was truly benevolent. As for Yan Yu, there was no need to elaborate. That eerie, ghostly aura marked him clearly as no ordinary person. Still, after weighing their options, resisting was their only alternative to certain death. In the end, Wan Yun gritted her teeth. Fine. We'll take the risk. These players had abilities and items to some extent. Were they really afraid they couldn't fight their way out with blood and violence? Yen Sun found that the snail boy was still quietly bringing him meals. He didn't know exactly when the boy came. Whenever Yen Sun woke up, the familiar food box was already placed on the table, containing the usual food as always. Yen Yu himself hadn't shown up these past few days. Perhaps it was because the sacrificial ceremony and temple fair were approaching. This important figure in the village simply couldn't spare the time. After the ritual concluded, Wusheng Village's temple fair would officially begin. The once quiet village paths, nearly deserted before, had now started hanging all kinds of lanterns, bustling with excitement. People on the road, regardless of age or gender, all wore masks. The masks varied in appearance. One wept, another grinned widely. Yen Sun took the opportunity to acquire a mask for himself and blended into the crowd. When he returned to that familiar banyan tree, everything around had transformed. Countless lanterns hung high in the air. Once night fell, the only light in Wusheng Village came from these vivid red lanterns. People dressed differently, yet wore strikingly similar masks. Under the candlelight, they resembled paper effigies come to life. While making his way through, Yen Sun accidentally bumped into several people and felt their bodies unnaturally light, as if weightless. The closer he drew toward Siml Hall, the denser the crowd became. By the time he reached the street where Siml Hall stood, he saw a tall platform erected across the road. On top of the platform were 4 people hanging in the air. Yen Sun recognized them at a glance, exactly Gu Jia and the others. Perhaps worried they might die prematurely, none of the 4 were bound with wire this time, merely suspended by coarse ropes. Yen Sun tried searching for Sun Zhao among the crowd. He didn't know the movie's plot, but guessed that after witnessing the consecutive disappearances of the 4, Sun Zhao must have already hidden himself away somewhere, and right now, likely wearing a mask just like Yen Sun, concealed within the throng. Hasn't the ritual begun yet? Yen Sun asked quietly in the crowd. Not yet, someone answered. Perhaps hearing a young voice, he didn't pay much attention and merely said, "Didn't your elders tell you?" Yen Sun didn't wait for him to finish, he pushed back out of the crowd. Seeing that the 4 weren't dead yet, reclaiming Gue Yuchong's body remained his priority. Once he reached the Yen household and retrieved Gue Yuchong's dormant body lying obediently there. Yen Sun suddenly heard the sound of gongs and drums growing louder. Realizing the ritual was about to begin, he quickly fled the Yen residence and rushed toward Siml Hall. On the platform, Yen Yu stood in a long robe that nearly dragged along the ground, wide sleeves draped over his arms, adorned with layer upon layer of strange jewelry. His face wore a flat, paper-like mask that obscured his eyes and brows. Strange, indecipherable script covered the surface of the mask. He stood motionless, with the 4 hanged figures behind him. The owner of Xiao Xiao store stood silently within the crowd, watching everything unfold. Yen Sun sprinted the entire way, finally arriving back at Siml Hall just before the ritual commenced. Behind Yen Yu, masked figures stepped onto the platform. They began wrapping iron wire around Wan Yun and the others' wrists, preparing to hang them once more. Chapter 88 A seemingly reasonable ending. The sudden incident erupted. Wan Yun, who had been bound, abruptly broke free from the ropes, her strength unnaturally great, as she shoved the masked figure off the platform in an instant. Chaos broke out in a flash. With swift movements, Wan Yun used her tools to cut through the ropes binding Sun Yu and the others. Gu Jia yanked a wire tight, holding back the surging villagers. Yen Yu watched them. He raised his hand slightly. The jewelry on his body instantly emitted swirling black smoke, and then countless tendrils of dark mist rose from the villagers themselves. These shadowy strands, dense as solid matter, instantly ensnared Wan Yun and the rest. "Begin," Yen Yu said. At that moment, the masked figures they had previously driven back now advanced again, tightly wrapping iron wire around them once more. Yen Sun stood beneath the platform, watching it all unfold. It wasn't until the 4 were hoisted up by the wires, and the golden effigy of the Merciful Mother, the same one paraded annually through the village, was carried out into the open. Suddenly, Sun Zhao spoke from within the crowd. "Haven't you realized yet? He's just a false god." He stopped pretending entirely, tearing off his mask and pointing straight at Yen Yu. "He doesn't even exist. The last of the Yen family moved out of Wusheng Village 20 years ago. Where is this Yen Yu coming from? He's nothing but a wandering ghost. A lost spirit who stole the Merciful Mother's incense offerings and deceived every single one of you. If you don't believe me, look." The merciful mother is weeping right now. As Sun Zhao spoke, the villagers turned like puppets toward the golden statue being carried past. And indeed, golden tears streamed continuously down the statue's cheeks, as if proving every word he said was true. Meanwhile, the four captives seized the moment while Sun Zhao spoke and the villagers faltered, using their tools to swiftly cut through the wires binding them. Then they leapt down from the platform. Yan Yu remained unfazed. He glanced at the chaos unfolding before him. Spreading demonic lies, he said coldly. No sooner had the words left his lips than the villagers began moving again. Wan Yun drew her large blade, Sun Yu and the others readied their weapons. But when they actually struck, they discovered something horrifying. The villagers' bodies felt like paper. They tore apart with ease. Once cut, they collapsed instantly to the ground, crumbling into piles of scrap paper. Yan Sun still hadn't removed his mask. Throw me the axe, he shouted toward Sun Zhao and Gu Jia in the crowd. The axe came flying from the other side. Yan Sun caught it and swung at the villagers nearby. Their bodies were just as flimsy as paper figurines. Yan Sun sighed inwardly. He lifted his gaze to Yan Yu standing atop the high platform. At that moment, Yan Yu removed his mask, covered in incomprehensible symbols, and stared directly at Yan Sun. Come back, he said. Yan Sun would never return. Head to the concrete house, he told Sun Zhao, who had just reached his side. He can't leave that place. The car is in the Yan family courtyard. Sun Zhao nodded. Just as he was about to ask what they should do next, Yan Sun shoved him hard. Go. Yan Sun shouted. Once you leave, I can exit thee. Understanding dawned on Sun Zhao, he realized Yan Sun already knew the truth about thee. Without another word, he slashed down several paper villagers and led the four toward the Yan residence. Gu Jia glanced back at Yan Sun one final time, then followed after Sun Zhao. After passing on those instructions, Yan Sun turned and ran toward the house where he'd stayed. By now, the ritual had completely collapsed. Yan Yu stood on the platform, watching the direction Yan Sun fled, as well as the location of the 5 fleeing figures. You go after those 5, Yan Yu ordered. Then he jumped down from the platform and walked steadily in the direction Yan Sun had taken. Damn! Self-sacrifice? Since when did you become such a noble bastard? The system grumbled incessantly inside Yan Sun's head. I sent you into this to cling on to the big guy's coattails and soar, not for you to end up babysitting him. You don't understand a damn thing, Yan Sun muttered while running. I'm doing this to claim the settlement reward all for myself. Just as Yan Sun reached the house where he'd been staying, he saw the Xiao Xiao store owner standing at the entrance. Smoking a cigarette, the man held a cleaver in one hand. Killed me once. Want to try again? Yan Sun challenged. The store owner stared at him. If you just died quietly the first time, it would have ended with a single death. Yan Sun didn't care. He raised the axe and charged. The store owner sneered, thinking Yan Sun impossibly naive, but the next second, he transformed into a blade of grass. Yan Sun bent down and picked up the grass. But the blade trembled violently in his palm, as if it were that one rebellious child refusing to give up. Yan Sun stepped on the blade of grass, raised the axe, and split it in two. Bye-bye, by Kansas. He squatted down and fiddled with the severed weed for a moment. Earlier, I was thinking, why is it that except for you, all of us were born on March 1st? Yan Sun turned his head and looked at Yan Yu, who had somehow appeared behind him without a sound. Why? Yan Yu asked. He remained strangely calm, as if everything were just as it always had been. He was still Yan Sun's so-called distant cousin, not some sudden false god risen from nowhere. I first thought maybe it was part of the Wuxing village ritual, Yan Sun said, kicking the broken grass aside as he turned to face Yan Yu. After all, that's how movies usually go. To complete some bizarre ritual, they need several people born on the exact same day. But it shouldn't be this coincidental. I have a connection to Wuxing village. Sun Zhao entered mysteriously, and those 4 college students just wandered in by accident. Yan Sun spoke all this deliberately, for the main system's ears. He needed to voice the truth he'd uncovered in order to solve the mystery of Wuxing village and clear the mission. How could it be such a perfect coincidence? None of us planned it, yet we're all born on March 1st. In his dreams, Yan Sun had seen the name on an ID badge, but half of it was obscured, leaving only one character visible, Bai. On the movie rating and review page he purchased, the main plot of the film was listed, along with 3 crucial short comments. Setting aside the last 2 reviews that mentioned plot twists, Yan Sun believed the most important clue lay in the first one. User AAA, rating, 2 stars. Director, you should just start a crowdfunding campaign if you're broke. First time I've ever laughed from frustration in a cinema. Please, for the love of God, stop torturing us. In Wuxing village, I had 3 distinct dreams, each set in a different scene. One was of my childhood, I saw the merciful mother hall, and parts of my memories in the pig pen. One was of me at work, I overheard coworkers talking about Wuxing village in the break room, discussing its mysterious beliefs. One felt like I was hospitalized, someone kept asking me questions about Wuxing village, and in the end, they asked, are you Sun Zhao? It was after having these 3 dreams that Yen Sun pulled out the screenshot of the movie rating page again and studied it once more. What do you mean? The system didn't understand. A horror film turning into a terrible movie isn't due to lack of thrills or scares. It's because, in trying to rationalize that ghosts don't exist, it slaps on a seemingly reasonable ending. Chapter 89 Leaving The first short comment seems purely emotional, but it does reveal a key piece of information. The reviewer watched this movie in a cinema. Yen Sun stood before the dilapidated house, an axe in hand, looking just like the hidden B.OSS from some horror film. In that dream, someone asked me if I was Sun Zhao. I said yes. The dream consisted of 3 parts: childhood, working life, and that place resembling a hospital. At first, he thought the hospital scene came after everything ended, a vision belonging to Sun Zhao, the surviving personality. Now he realized it was completely different. I once saw a movie. Yen Sun paused, thinking. At the end of a horror film, the director reveals the truth: everything was just the protagonist's delusion. He had schizophrenia. He pointed at himself. We were all born on March 1st because Baikan was born on March 1st. Holding the axe, he advanced toward Yen Sun. You're something, that young Baikan wished would appear. Swinging the axe, he leaped forward and brought it down upon Yen Yu, who stood motionless. But the moment the blade struck, everything shifted. The ground beneath them cracked open with a sudden fissure. In the blink of an eye, he was back in the white room from his dreams. His hands and feet were bound, chains locked around his ankles, seated in a chair. Blinding light made it impossible to see the face across from him. It stung, so he turned his head slightly away. Someone sat opposite, asking, "Are you Sun Zhao?" "I'm Yen Sun." The person recording paused, staring at him. "Yen Sun." Across the table, silence followed, as if deep in thought. Yen Sun looked down at his own body. It clearly wasn't his. His current identity was real-world Baikan, the owner of Xiao Xiao Supermarket, the original host personality that formed all the characters in the film. During the ritual, he didn't take action. "Did I kill the others in Wuxing village?" Yen Sun asked. The one taking notes hesitated for a moment, eyes fixed on Yen Sun. "You know." "I guessed," Yen Sun replied. "When I was caught, didn't I say I was killing monsters? Back when they slaughtered the paper-made villagers in Wuxing village. Baikan was also outside, killing the villagers who had been possessed." "You claimed that Simon Yang descended, and they were all possessed," the man said. "They say you have multiple personalities, that you're schizophrenic, that several personalities inside your mind are constantly fighting each other." He continued, "But I don't believe it. This is just your excuse to avoid responsibility." "Does Yen Yu live in Siml Hall?" Yen Sun suddenly asked. "Who's Yen Yu?" the man across replied. "There's no such person named Yen Yu in Wuxing village. Isn't he another one of the personalities split from you?" "No," Yen Sun thought. Yen Yu wasn't a personality split from the shop owner, he was a savior the owner longed to exist, the ideal version of himself. He wished for the people of Wuxing village to worship him, trust him, adore him as they did Simon Yang. That's why they called Yen Yu Baikan. His own name. In the shop owner's world, this person held absolute authority in Wuxing village. Yen Sun remembered the children inside those wooden boxes, all had physical defects to varying degrees. What was wrong with him? Yen Sun said, glancing down at his body, only to be interrupted. No need to look. That thing was surgically removed long ago. He had an extra arm growing from his back. So the people of Wuxing village, upon discovering this, banished Baikan, the ill-omened one, to live in a pigsty, until years later, when Baikan grew up, went to work in the city, and heard rumors about Wuxing village. He remembered, in the dream, after his boss told him to rest, he overheard his co-workers whispering. Now that he thought about it, maybe they really hadn't been mocking Baikan behind his back. Then came his return to Wuxing village. Opening the supermarket must have actually happened in reality. The crumbling cement house matched his real memories. Wuxing village was already abandoned, hardly anyone left. And then, the massacre. Baikan was arrested. Just like in every multiple personality movie, he claimed he was merely killing the monsters possessing the villagers. To be honest, I don't believe any of what you've said, the man spoke again. The records show that Simon Yang in Wuxing village was merely a folk belief praying for household safety. There were no wooden boxes, no 3 heads and 6 arms, and certainly none of those terrifying traditions you mentioned. All of this is something you made up. His voice was hidden behind the blinding light. It's just another tactic to excuse yourself. There was a family with the surname Yan in Wuxing village, but they moved away 20 years ago. The couple were dinks, they never had children. Yen Sun, Sun Zhao, Wan Ren Mi. He repeated each name one by one. Sun Zhao and Sun Yu were your student council friends from university. Meng Ji and Wan Yun, one was your junior in the same department, the other was his girlfriend. Gu Jia was your colleague from your first job. There's no such person as Yen Sun, and of course, no such person as Yen Yu either. The story you fabricated is impressive, but its credibility is extremely low. With those words, the room door opened, and someone led Yen Sun away to a separate chamber. They can't be killed. They can never all be killed. Sun Zhao and the others desperately drove toward the cement house Yen Sun had described. But the villagers seemed to regenerate endlessly, appearing everywhere along the road. Even if Sun Zhao used his abilities and Gu Jia deployed his tools, it was futile. These villagers truly wanted to exterminate them to the last man. The concrete road ahead stretched on forever, with identical dawn redwoods repeating in an endless loop. Sun Yu sat in the back seat. Looking back at the swarm of zombie-like villagers surging behind them, she finally turned to her guardian for help. Please, witch. Help me. Sun Yu prayed inwardly. A soft laugh echoed. Then, a hand gently stroked her head, and her mind went completely blank. Something had descended. Sun Zhao suddenly felt dizzy. He reached out, and found blood gushing from his nostrils. He could feel it, something terrifying beyond imagination had suddenly appeared above Wuxing village. Then, from the back seat, Sun Yu began to laugh. How lively, she said. But the voice was no longer Sun Yu's own. Gu Jia and Ruan Yun beside her felt unbearable agony, just like Sun Zhao, blood streamed from their noses, their heads pounding as if about to explode. But luckily, Sun Yu soon left the car. Then, night fell, and the villagers collapsed one by one. Sun Yu opened the car door, only to lose consciousness the next second, collapsing onto the back seat where Ruan Yun caught her. And there, not far ahead, stood the long-absent cement house. Sun Zhao wiped the blood from his nose and slammed the accelerator. The car surged past the boundary of the cement house. Movie Wuxing Village has ended. Players are requested to leave the Chapter 90, Movie Ending and Post-Credits Scene. As soon as Yen Sun lay down on the bed, he found himself standing once again before that dilapidated little house. He still held the axe in his hand. Yen Yu's figure in front of him flickered unsteadily, like a glitching transmission in a movie, flickering in and out, vanishing one moment and growing more solid the next. Something was wrong. Yen Sun suddenly realized. According to the content, after he revealed the truth of the Wuxing village scenario, although in the movie he would continue being investigated, the player's mission should already have ended. There was no reason for him to return to this haunted world. Yet shortly after, Yen Yu's flickering form slowly solidified into a stable presence before his eyes. He looked at Yen Sun. They've all left. Yen Sun. He glanced at the completion and decryption rates of the, both clearly showed 100%, yet he hadn't left the at all. A sudden realization struck Yen Sun. The owner of Xiao Xiao convenience store, might have truly summoned a creature from another dimension into his world. Meanwhile, as the movie ended, the final scenes finally appeared in Yen Sun's mind. After Sun Zhao and the others killed the villagers of Wuxing village and successfully escaped. A blink, and then the screen reopened to reveal the white room Yen Sun had just visited. A voice asked, "Still want to argue?" Baiken looked bewildered, unsure why he was in the white room. He explained frantically that he had gone to Wuxing village and encountered an extremely terrifying sacrificial scene, how he and the others barely managed to kill the villagers possessed by the evil deity and barely escaped Wuxing village. At this point, Baiken looked confusedly at the shackles on his wrists and ankles, unable to comprehend why he was here. The camera cut to the investigator flipping through a file in his hands. Inside the documents were photos of the owner of Xiao Xiao convenience store. His name was Baiken, born March 1 st year, raised in Wuxing village. Due to an extra hand growing on his back, an obvious deformity, he had been ostracized by the villagers. Wuxing village worshipped a local deity called Mother Siml, said to bless children with healthy growth. Every child was brought to the temple of Mother Siml after their first month for blessing. Those who died young were placed inside wooden boxes, in hopes that Mother Siml would help them leave this world peacefully. Baiken grew up normally, meeting people like Sun Zhao along the way. At age 28, he left his company and returned to Wuxing village to open a convenience store. The store was built atop the pigsty where he used to live as a child. Everything about Baiken seemed normal, until the year Wuxing village held its temple fair again. By the time people noticed, every villager except Baiken had been slaughtered. When arrested, Baiken insisted he had merely been exorcising demons. He wasn't Baiken. He was Sun Zhao, the college student who came to Wuxing village to investigate after his brother disappeared. Baiken was locked away. Some suspected he was faking insanity, others claimed he had already been mentally unstable since leaving his company, always convinced people were secretly talking behind his back even during ordinary conversations. Further investigation revealed Baiken had split into 7 main personalities. Yen Sun, Sun Zhao, Meng Ji, Ruan Yun, Sun Yu, Gu Jia, and Yen Yu. Though some argued Yen Yu might not be one of his split personalities, but rather someone real he'd actually encountered, yet records confirmed no person named Yen Yu had ever existed in Wuxing village, rendering that theory invalid. The streamer wasn't among them either, that part happened in reality. Although Baiken used a voice changer, investigators ultimately confirmed it was indeed him contacting the streamer. It was just unfortunate that Wuxing village was completely unknown to the outside world, so the streamer never actually went there to explore. But according to Baiken's own account, he was Sun Zhao, a third-year university student who came to investigate Wuxing village after his brother vanished while probing its secrets. In the film's finale, Baiken sat imprisoned, lifting his head to gaze outside, as the ending theme began to play. Yet, after the credits rolled, a post-credits scene appeared. Following the Wuxing village massacre, another group arrived to explore the abandoned village. They quickly reached the gates of the temple of Mother Siml, having all heard the story of by Kansas. They believed the ghost rumors were fake. Laughing and joking at the temple entrance, bragging about their adventure, the large door slowly creaked open. Standing before them, holding a lantern, was Yen Yu, who smiled faintly. Then the screen went black. The post-credit scene ended. Having watched the full movie as a viewer, Yen Sun thought the 3.7 rating was thoroughly deserved. The director, on one hand adjusting the folk horror story into a delusion of split personalities at the last moment for the sake of theatrical release, and on the other hand unwilling to fully commit to that interpretation, decided to add an open-ended touch of horror in the post-credit scene. Anyone who watched the movie trailer expecting a thrilling folk horror experience with spine-chilling scenes would end up furious upon realizing it was all a fantasy born from dissociative identity disorder, like expecting a terrifying ghost tale only to discover in the end you've been watching, approaching science. Yen Sun looked at Yen Yu standing beside him. He now understood. This was the real monster that had emerged within by Kan's fabricated story, a mysterious being his mind had conjured, omnipotent in imagination, capable even of overpowering Mother Siml herself. I'm leaving, Yen Sun said. Yen Yu looked at him. Is Wuxing village really that boring? It felt like a repeat of their conversation from a few days ago, yet Yen Sun knew, this time, Yen Yu truly didn't want him to go. He almost suspected he'd maxed out Yen Yu's affection meter. Do you hate Wuxing village, or do you hate me? Yen Yu asked again. A deadly question, Yen Sun thought. I hate neither. Just as a faint smile began to appear on Yen Yu's face, he heard Yen Sun continue, but I don't like either. Yen Yu stared at him. Then who do you like? Of course I like my husband. The moment Yen Sun finished speaking, he immediately activated his absurd skill, you should know who my husband is, you'd envy my fate too. Yen Yu seemed completely unprepared for such a response. He was instantly both shocked and enraged, about to demand who Yen Sun's husband was, how come he never knew Yen Sun was married, when something suddenly appeared in the world. Black strands of hair seemed to materialize from nowhere, abruptly coiling around Yen Yu's wrists. Immediately after using his skill, Yen Sun leapt several steps backward. Even so, the black strands still wrapped around his own body. Unlike the murderous force trying to strangle Yen Yu, the threads around Yen Sun were filled with sorrow and grief. What are you crying for? You'll scare away all your good fortune. Yen Sun snapped fiercely, then ordered the strands to quickly bind Yen Yu and prevent him from moving. The grip around Yen Sun was so gentle, but as they lunged toward Yen Yu, they clearly intended to tear him apart. They wound around Yen Yu until his body resembled nothing more than a tangled yarn ball. But soon, a creaking sound came from within the yarn ball, followed by a skeletal frame bursting out from the shredded mass. His beautiful appearance, his carefully styled hair, all gone. All that remained was a moving skeleton. The skeleton shot Yen Sun a glance, then seemed to go berserk. Countless more skeletons erupted from the ground, aiming to shred those damned tendrils to pieces. In an instant, the entire ground of Wuxing village trembled violently. Yen Sun nearly lost his footing, axe in hand, but just then, the prompt that had never appeared before finally rang out. Movie, Wuxing village, has ended. Please exit the... Chapter 91, The Viewing Ceremony. When Yen Sun finally regained awareness, he found himself seated in a vast, empty cinema. Besides him, Sun Zhao and the others were already present. Seeing Yen Sun appear, they collectively breathed a sigh of relief. What happened to her? Yen Sun glanced at Sun Yu, who was unconscious in her seat. Her guardian descended, her body couldn't handle it, so she passed out temporarily. Wan Yun, sitting beside Sun Yu, explained. As soon as Yen Sun arrived, a large line of text finally appeared on the screen. The movie is about to begin. This ritual happens after every film, Sun Zhao said, noticing the confusion on Yen Sun's face. Yen Sun, Sun Zhao, and Gu Jia sat together in another row. Want some popcorn? Gu Jia asked. Ignoring Sun Zhao right beside him, he turned sideways, preparing to pass the popcorn over to Yen Sun. Yen Sun remained silent for a few seconds. He looked at the popcorn, then back at Gu Jia, whose bangs still obscured his eyes. Where did you even get this from? I didn't see any snack stand. It's from the shop, Sun Zhao replied. The movie's starting. Be quiet. Gu Jia glanced at Sun Zhao, then quietly settled back into his seat, holding the popcorn. The film slowly began under everyone's gaze, and its main character was Sun Zhao. At the beginning, Sun Zhao stood by the roadside, a backpack slung over his shoulders, anxiously scanning his surroundings. Eventually, a car approached. Only the headlights illuminated the scene. The couple driving had stiff expressions, unnaturally so, as if they weren't alive. Still, they stopped. Sun Zhao tapped on the door, explained his situation, and the kind couple allowed him inside. Then, on screen, Yen Sun appeared in the back seat. He looked no older than 20. The version of Yen Sun in the film slightly younger than reality, perhaps to match the character's supposed age. Soon after, Yen Yu arrived, and Sun Zhao explained why he had come to Wuxing village. Then came a flashback, Sun Zhao's mother speaking to him about his older brother, the moment that ultimately drove Sun Zhao to investigate Wuxing village. Yan Sun leaned on one hand, looking up at the screen. The early horror atmosphere was well captured. Aside from his own storyline, Meng Ji and the others encountered strange incidents at the Yan residence that night. But a film under 2 hours couldn't include everything. The perspective remained fixed on Sun Zhao. Though he knew more of the plot than most, the fixed viewpoint limited moments of free movement. And as for Yan Sun, after disappearing from the Yan household that night, there was no explanation of where he went until his corpse was discovered in the pond. Where were you hiding, then? Wan Yun, seated in front, turned around to ask. We searched everywhere but couldn't find you. In the house next to Xiao Xiao grocery store, Yan Sun answered. He pointed at a low, tiled roof house appearing on screen. That one. That's strange, we checked that place too, but the room was completely empty. Probably something Yan Yu arranged, Sun Zhao said. Though Wan Yun and the others had left they still only vaguely understood the truth. Even now, seated in the theater, they perceived the film as a mysterious ritual event that truly occurred in Wuxing village. When the scene reached the moment they were all bound to the sacrificial altar, Meng Ji still seemed confused. I remember my script only mentioned us being tied up, sentenced to death. Shortly after, the screen showed them desperately fighting back against villagers commanded by Yan Yu. Then only scenes of their frantic escape remained. Meng Ji watched silently. Looks like the movie's almost over. Before he could finish, the screen flashed with a blink and you'll miss it shot, a sudden shift to Baikan lying in a hospital. Someone waved a hand in front of him, asking how much he remembered. Then asked about certain names. Finally, he said, I am Sun Zhao. Now Meng Ji sensed something wrong. They had all left together with Sun Zhao, why was Sun Zhao lying in a hospital again? Then the camera switched to a top-down view of the hospital bed. The person on the bed was none other than the owner of Xiao Xiao grocery store. Meng Ji pointed at the screen, speechless. Sun Zhao stared for a while. So, he's the real core personality, he asked Yan Sun. Yes, Yan Sun said, still leaning on his hand, watching the unfolding images on screen. Then came several rapidly flashing gray shots, images they had all seen in their dreams, scenes from childhood, from after starting work, and from inside the hospital. These memories were hints every player had received within the dream during the film shifted again to a room where investigators working on the Wuxing village case were holding a meeting. A movable screen displayed photographs and Baikan's personal history. The final image shown was of the ruined Siml hall. Through their investigation, they discovered that Baikan, the owner of Xiao Xiao grocery store, had split into multiple personalities. And according to his own account, the original store owner was already dead, the remaining personality now called himself Sun Zhao. That connection just then. Yan Sun watched the scene unfold on screen, pausing in thought. It must have been a clue. There were no pigsties in Wuxing village, yet during the live stream connection we clearly heard pig noises. Anyone who opened the door to Xiao Xiao grocery store would realize it was built directly over the remains of an old pigsty. The 3 dream clues had been nearly identical for each of them. In Wuxing village, apart from us and Yan Yu, the only young person was the grocery store owner. He never revealed his name, that was another deliberately hidden clue. Yan Sun continued his reasoning. Everyone's birthday is March 1st. Meng Ji felt slightly dizzy. So we're all fragments of Baikan's fractured personalities, killing each other within his consciousness. What about Yan Yu? Is he one too? He looked around as he spoke, but there were only a few of them in the cinema. Yan Yu wasn't here. No, Yan Sun said after a pause. He isn't. He's a ghost, truly summoned by Baikan's imagination. Yet in the movie, everyone still concluded that Yan Yu was also one of Baikan's fragmented personalities, one more special, better at hiding, so thoroughly buried that even after Baikan's arrest, this personality never surfaced. If only they'd foreshadowed it a bit more, Wan Yun couldn't help but comment, watching the scene. They just slap it on our faces, actually, it's all fake, personality disorder. Maybe this is a version altered specifically for public screening. The film quickly approached its end. The ending theme began to play, followed by a post-credits scene. Another group of young people arrived at Wuxing village, laughing and joking, eventually heading toward the legendary Siml hall. At first, they were still giggling, egging each other on to take a peek inside, when suddenly, the gates of Siml hall swung open. Standing before it was Yan Yu, lantern in hand. He opened his mouth, staring straight at the screen as if saying something. Then the image cut to black. The movie ended. The theater lights turned on. Meng Ji instinctively turned to look at Yan Sun. If he hadn't misread it, the 2 words Yan Yu had just spoken on screen clearly looked like Yan Sun. Chapter 92 Video Call Invitation. Before the cinema closed, everyone had exchanged contact information. Yan Sun was about to return the paper figure substitute to Gu Jia. No need, Gu Jia said. I don't have much. Yan Sun. It's true, not much at all. As if worried Yan Sun wouldn't believe him, Gu Jia emphasized it again. After thinking for a moment, he just showed Yan Sun his balance directly. Yan Sun. Did you rob the system? No, Gu Jia thought for a second. Converted from previous assets. Sun Zhao also came over and added Yan Sun's contact. If there are any dungeons later, feel free to invite me to team up. Same here, Gu Jia chimed in. Sun Yu, having woken up, accepted Ruan Yun's invitation and joined their guild. Upon learning Sun Yu's age, Ruan Yun fell silent for a moment. She originally thought Sun Yu was just slightly naive, but now realized she was genuinely young, only a first-year high school student this year. How the hell did such a little kid end up in this damn game? She immediately decided to protect this flower of the motherland. But Sun Yu didn't mind at all. Happily, she joined Ruan Yun and Meng Ji's guild, exchanged contacts with Yan Sun and the others, then waved goodbye and left. Once everyone had exited the cinema, its main gate closed permanently. Yan Sun returned to his villa. Seems like it expanded a bit. When Yan Sun entered, he noticed the villa suddenly had a basement added. What? Is the system broken or something? Instead of fixing the issues upstairs, it gave him a basement first. Upon leaving the system had already delivered the settlement. Task, Movie Dungeon, Village Without Birth. Performance Evaluation, Pass. Dungeon Exploration Rate, 100%. Player Yan Sun's rating, S, Mission Perfectly Completed. Rewards, Axe Enhancement Potion, 80,000. Under the 80,000 was a line of small text explaining that because Yan Sun was the only player who discovered the dungeon's hidden truth before exiting, additional were rewarded. Yan Sun took out his axe. This chopping axe, which Aunt Zhang used for splitting firewood, had become chipped and damaged at the blade after Yan Sun's intense battle inside the. He pulled out the enhancement potion rewarded by the system and dripped it onto the axe. A flash of golden light, and the axe transformed into a slightly newer looking axe. Yan Sun. System. Are you messing with me? Unwilling to accept it, he checked the axe's level again. Not even the level changed, only an extra note appeared behind it. Item, Chopping Axe. Yan Sun could only set the axe aside and turn to check his previous skills. Skill, you should know who my husband is, then you'd also think I'm lucky. Husband count, 1. True identity. Husband level. Husband status, laughing. Yan Sun had no idea what Gue Yuchong was laughing about, but what baffled him even more was that beneath Gue Yuchong, another panel had appeared. Husband count, 1. True identity. Husband level. Husband status, I'm really not a skeleton, I'm really not a skeleton. Huh. Where did he come from? Yan Sun was puzzled. He clearly remembered he hadn't spoken the keyword to Yan Yu, nor had the system given him a dice roll. How did Yan Yu show up uninvited? And since he's here anyway, why is the count still 1? Reporting to host. The system chimed in beside him. Because he came on his own, he's considered an extra member outside the quota. Thus, the system still determines your husband count as 1. Yan Sun was half convinced, half suspicious. He felt the system was lying to him, but couldn't catch it in a loophole just yet, so he let it go, for now. Host, quickly take out Gue Yuchong and check, the system urged. Another soul fragment has been added. He should look even more human now. Hearing this, Yan Sun reached into his backpack space and pulled out Gue Yuchong. He was still wearing Yan Sun's pajamas, and the mask on his face had lost its effect, revealing his true appearance. Yan Sun looked down for a moment, then reached out and poked Gue Yuchong's cheek. Looks like he's not so monstrous anymore. He examined this Gue Yuchong carefully for a few more seconds, suddenly noticing that his hair seemed slightly longer, and his features had changed subtly too. If he had to say it, the change was from a boy slowly turning into a young man, somehow resembling the Gue Yuchong from Mimi building now. A chill ran through Yan Sun, and he quickly covered Gue Yuchong's face with a pillow. Host. Don't do that. The system started shouting in Yan Sun's head again, and after a moment even materialized inside the space as a plush dinosaur. With some difficulty, it used its head to push the pillow aside. Covering him like that is genuinely terrifying. Yan Sun grabbed the plush dinosaur by its tail and lifted it up. I've been wanting to ask, you keep changing your form. Why? The plush dinosaur's green face turned slightly red. I heard this form is popular lately. With that, it wriggled free from Yan Sun's grip and bounced onto his shoulder, cheerfully adding, the more dungeons you clear, the more energy I accumulate. I'll be able to take on more forms, and later on, I might even appear inside dungeons. Yan Sun couldn't be bothered to care about its empty promises, leaving the green plush dinosaur perched on his shoulder as he was. He opened the newly added basement of the villa. Inside, he found rows of shelves lined with stored dried food and emergency rations. So thoughtful. Yan Sun muttered as he walked down the stairs and flipped through a few items. Just as he thought the main system had actually done something decent, he realized everything was expired. Yan Sun, I think your main system really has issues. The dinosaur hopped over to the emergency supplies, ramming around left and right before waving its tiny arms at Yan Sun. Maybe it just moved all this stuff from somewhere else. Yan Sun squatted down and checked each item one by one. Aside from a few candies and chocolates still within their expiry dates, everything else was at least 2 years past expiration. He didn't dare eat anything from the basement, he feared the main system might have poisoned it. So after briefly opening and inspecting the contents, he returned to the upper level of the villa. Then a video call request popped up in his vision. The applicant was Li Wu, the vice president of the Retrospection Guild. The other party hoped to initiate a video call with him. Chapter 93, Medicinal Overdose on Elderly People. As soon as Yen Su answered the call, he noticed that Li Wu on the other end was in a terrible state, his clothes were torn, and his body bore numerous wounds. Only after seeing Yen Su pick up did Li Wu finally let out a sigh of relief, then quickly explained the purpose of his call. You're saying, there's a where many of your guild members have already died? Yen Su asked. Yes. Li Wu appeared to be in the guild's meeting room. Seemingly embarrassed by suddenly asking Yen Su for help, an unusual flicker of awkwardness crossed his otherwise expressionless face. From the moment this began until now, 7 people from our guild have disappeared inside. They weren't ordinary players, Li Wu said, sending Yen Su a document. This is an S-rank our guild discovered. It was a reward given to us after the guild leader cleared another. The document Li Wu sent quickly appeared before Yen Su. Task, adopt a human cat. Welcome to Jonathan Corporation. You may now claim your human cat. The time limit for the task is 7 days. At first, it was our elite team who entered, Li Wu said. But when the 7 days ended, they didn't exit the 6 died. 1 remains alive, but we can't reach him. Perhaps noticing that Yen Su had been staring at the document too long, Li Wu gave an apologetic look. This is all the information we have. Yen Su glanced at the thin sheet of paper. Calling it a document wasn't quite accurate, it was a photocopy of a small note. Clearly, the original note itself had been the clue the guild leader obtained upon completing the previous. Yen Su had only cleared 2 so far. He didn't think he was important enough for the vice leader of a major in-game guild to personally recruit him. He voiced his confusion directly. I know Sun Zhao. He's the one who mentioned you, Li Wu replied. I originally invited him. He recommended you instead. Yen Su hadn't expected Sun Zhao and Li Wu to know each other, but considering how obviously experienced Sun Zhao was, it wasn't surprising. He told me about the Wuxing village, Li Wu continued. Coincidentally, Mimi building is also puzzle-focused. Although there's very little information about the human cat, both the guild leader and I believe it's likely another puzzle-based as well. At this point, Li Wu looked straight at Yen Su. That's why the guild leader and I recommended you. Yen Su had initially considered making an excuse to refuse, he was still busy gathering soul fragments for Gue Yuchong, but then the plush dinosaur bumped his shoulder and whispered into his ear, there are so many fragments here. Its voice was soft, on the other end, Li Wu could only see Yen Su getting nudged by the plush dinosaur. Then, he watched as Yen Su said to him, let me think about it. I'll get back to you later. Li Wu knew this wasn't something he could force. He carefully repeated all the conditions offered by Husu, and finally revealed the ultimate bargaining chip. The guild leader has a prop that allows forced exit from any. This time, the guild leader himself will enter the. While browsing forums, Yen Su had heard the name of Husu's guild leader more than once. Unfortunately, aside from a few high-ranking members, almost no players had ever seen the leader in person. Some suspected he was already dead, the guild just refused to announce it, struggling to maintain appearances. After all, judging by how long Husu had been around, wouldn't the guild leader be pushing 80 years old by now? Just imagining a white-haired old man leaning on a cane, trembling as he ventured into dungeons alongside them, filled Yen Su with a deep sense of guilt, as if exploiting the elderly. Still, maybe don't trouble the elder too much, Yen Su hinted subtly. Li Wu. He wasn't entirely sure what Yen Su meant. After politely bidding farewell, Li Wu sent over the list of items and props Husu was willing to provide, along with the rewards promised upon task completion. Yen Su leaned back on the sofa, staring at the list Li Wu had sent. Beside him lay Gue Yuchong, still lifeless. The little dinosaur jumped repeatedly on Gue Yuchong's chest, trying desperately to catch Yen Su's attention. Yen Su glanced sideways. Even if you keep doing CPR on him, he won't come back to life. Host. Listen to me. The dinosaur waved its short arms frantically. I wanted to tell you earlier, most of Gue Yuchong's soul fragments have arrived in a we can't access. That requires a specific key to unlock. Never thought it would just fall into our laps like this, the system said, clearly thrilled, bouncing around on Gue Yuchong's chest again. Yen Su watched in alarm, thinking the system was even more disrespectful toward the dead than he was, he hadn't dared to jump on someone's body like that. And it's a really, really big soul fragment, the plush dinosaur struggled to gesture with its tiny front limbs. Yen Su wasn't moved by the mention of the soul fragment. What truly caught his attention was the item list and compensation Li Wu had offered. Husu Guild not only covered all players' consumable losses but also provided each participant with a paper doll avatar as a life insurance, promising additional rewards on top of VS own loot if they successfully exited. Yen Su read it over and over before deciding to head to the forum for more intelligence. As expected, the hottest gossip section's first post was about Husu Guild's current mission. Rational discussion, did Husu Guild finally bite off more than they can chew? Poster here, I'm a professional bystander. Heard a while ago their guild leader got access to an S+ and assembled many top-tier members to enter. Unfortunately, not a single one came out. Now I hear they're bringing in outside help, and the guild leader himself is personally leading the team. But honestly, I still think the chance of failure is huge. You're kidding, right? The guild leader leading in person? With his old bones, who exactly is he gonna lead? Is he rolling into in a wheelchair? Let me be real, OP, you're probably from Husu trying to prove to us bystanders that the guild leader isn't dead. But no one's ever seen him inside any. You're clearly planting disinformation. A source with connections has arrived. I got my hands on the rewards Husu is offering outsiders. Forget everything else, I'm seriously jealous of that paper doll per player. Heh, you're drooling over one paper doll. Wait till you see how many little yen streamer got, 2 just from one, mind blown. Who's little yen streamer? Ding ding ding, it's none other than our new rising star, little yen. Cleared to flawless with S rank scores, and his next stream gift will hit 240,000. Link to clips below, click straight through. Chapter 94 Who has a sister-in-law? Yen Sun felt his vision go black when he saw this post. What made him even more dizzy was clicking the link and being redirected to the forum subboard. Bored, how can you not eat such delicious food? Thread, 240,000 points of love, don't miss it, everyone. Come take a bite. Please come ship my couple ASAP. With one snap, brother the gloomy NEET just sent away his 240,000 point gift, I didn't even spend 2,000 points that freely. WTF, it's probably another small streamer's marketing stunt trying to trick people into donating again. I see right through your schemes. No offense, but lately some guilds have been overdoing their promotions. We at the cafeteria aren't gonna swallow everything you throw at us. Ooh, no please, they're really adorable. Please come watch the clips I edited. I'm not a paid shill. But OP, we're not rooting for the same pairing. I think the fake cousin is tastier. Who gets it? The fake cousin acts so fake nice to everyone, cold smile everywhere, yet shows just a sliver of sincerity only to you. Yen Sun, I hate that you're such a wooden block who doesn't understand anything. Enemy ships get lost, this is our 240,000 point thread. Yen Sun slammed the forum shut. He immediately replied to Li Wu, confirming he accepted the invitation and could enter the instance. However, there was a mandatory prerequisite, he needed at least 3 clearances with an A+ or higher rating, including 1 S rank evaluation. So I still need to run another instance? Yen Sun asked. I can recommend one, Li Wu said after a moment of thought. Lots of new players in the guild have cleared it. The overall difficulty is low, perfect for grinding points. Given your skill, getting an A+ is guaranteed. What's the name? Who has a sister-in-law? Yen Sun stared at Li Wu, suspecting he had misheard. On the video call, Li Wu looked slightly embarrassed. Yeah, that's really the name of the instance. It's sort of a fun-themed one, great for boosting ratings. There are plenty of threads about it on the forum. The only downside, Li Wu added thoughtfully, is that the mission duration is a bit long. But since the difficulty is low, it's bearable. We haven't gathered the full team for the Underpeople Cat instance yet. You can go ahead and run this one first. Yen Sun ended the call with Li Wu. The dinosaur hopped back onto Yen Sun's knees. This instance is doable, the dinosaur waved its front limbs eagerly. There's also a soul fragment of Gue Yuchong here. Wait, just how many fragments did Gue Yuchong's soul split into? Yen Sun frowned. Why is he literally everywhere? The dinosaur raised its front limbs in front of Yen Sun, struggling comically to count its claws. 1, 2. You're not fooling anyone, Yen Sun deadpanned. Stop pretending. And no, it's not cute either. Heh, whatever, I'm telling you, it's a lot. The dinosaur dropped the act and bounced from Yen Sun's knee straight onto his shoulder. Li Wu wasn't lying, the instance really isn't hard. Right, sure, I don't believe you, Yen Sun muttered. He'd already been burned once. Last time, that Mimi Tower instance was also supposed to be not difficult. Who could have predicted something forcibly squeezed in, not only killing Gue Yuchong but also cranking the instance difficulty up by several tiers? Yen Sun plucked the dinosaur off his shoulder and placed it on Gue Yuchong's chest. Watch him. Don't let him suddenly sit up alive. The dinosaur plopped down heavily on Gue Yuchong's chest, its plush face now wearing a look of mild distress. It glared greenly at Gue Yuchong. Sigh. You really? It trailed off, because it suddenly sensed the main system calling it. Back in his room, Yen Sun opened the forum and began searching for information about the instance. As Li Wu had said, it was a well-known grinding spot among players. Aside from lasting a full month, it practically had no downsides. Though, depending on perspective, the long duration could also be seen as a benefit. After all, once inside, you could relax peacefully for a whole month without worrying about being teleported into some deadly nightmare instance. But if you keep choosing low difficulty instances, your mandatory instance will turn into hell mode, Yen Sun read from a forum guide. Every player would eventually face a mandatory instance, one that couldn't be escaped with any item, nor customized in type or difficulty. So when choosing instances, newcomers are advised to balance work and rest. According to the guide, one rookie had picked 5 low-difficulty instances in a row, then on the 6th try, the system delivered a no-survival gift package, with difficulty nearing SS+. The player hadn't even opened their eyes upon entry before they were already driven insane. The live stream ended just 3 minutes after going live, terminated due to the streamer's death. Others strike a balance between rest and challenge. What about me? Yen Sun grumbled, born to suffer. No fear of hardship, wherever it is, that's exactly where I go. The post also detailed the NPCs and character settings of this, who has a sister-in-law, instance. The premise was simple, you and the other NPCs are members of a boy group. But one day, a Weibo account suddenly posts that it knows one member has a sister-in-law. As the player, your goal is twofold, clear your own name while identifying who actually has a sister-in-law. Of course, the game offers opportunities to reset. Just like a visual novel, if you make the wrong choice, as long as you've saved progress, you have up to 10 chances to correct mistakes. Surely no one could fail such a simple instance. I'm genuinely curious why the game even includes something this easy. By the way, as long as your death count stays under 6, you'll earn an A rank or higher. Forum replies echoed the sentiment. The instance was surprisingly simple. Although the person with the sister-in-law changed each time, and the plot had slight variations, overall difficulty remained low. Someone even posted a detailed analysis of the personalities of the remaining 4 members and the manager, trying to ensure everyone could pass with at least an A rank. So it's really that normal? Yen Sun messaged several people he knew. Sun Zhao, I've done this one. You can grind points here no problem. Did Li Wu tell you about the Underpeople Cat instance yet? Gu Jia, simple. Meng Ji, just a grinding instance. No real challenge. Shenrui, boss. I just finished it. It's really just like the forum said, super simple. Let me tell you, the one with the sister-in-law is your captain. 3 days later, Yen Sun entered the who has a sister-in-law instance. The moment he entered, he realized he couldn't open his system space or inventory. Looking into the mirror, he saw himself dressed casually in the lounge room. His pudding-style hair had been rebleached into Siamese cat coloring, face lightly made up, as if waiting backstage for a performance. He was alone in the lounge. People passed through the hallway outside, seemed like they were behind the scenes of some show. Just then, the door creaked open. A young man wearing a hooded sweatshirt and a lanyard walked in. He moved quickly. Yen Sun glimpsed him in the mirror, still trying to figure out who he was, when the man already stood behind him. Wearing a mask, head down with the hoodie obscuring his face, he placed a hand on Yen Sun's shoulder, acting extremely familiar. Yen Sun. He called Yen Sun by name, as though they were close. Yen Sun started to turn around, but the man grabbed his chin and slit his throat with a blade in an instant. I hate you. Blood gushed out, splattering across the mirror. Yen Sun couldn't see his face clearly, only remembered the baseball cap and gray hoodie. Player Yen Sun has died. Please select a save point. Chapter 95 Plastic Teammates. What the hell? Is the system broken? After reviving, Yen Sun found himself back in this backstage lounge, his hairstyle and makeup identical to before. When I was searching on the forum, I never read anything about getting assassinated right after entering the... He clearly remembered that other players usually spawned inside a shuttle van, a dormitory, or at some variety show recording, never immediately killed. Then, either their manager or someone else would casually bring up the topic of, who has a sister-in-law. But now... Yen Sun touched his neck. Though there wasn't much pain, the memory of dying minutes ago felt chillingly real. Knock knock knock. Someone knocked on the door again. Yen Sun turned alertly. Who is it? I'm a staff member from tonight's tea chat. May I come in? Guessing this must be the variety show he was supposed to record, Yen Sun quickly straightened his clothes in the mirror. Yes, please come in. A tall, slim intern wearing glasses walked in. He had a pair of thick black-rimmed glasses covering half his face, dressed in a gray hoodie. Seeing Yen Sun, he hastily greeted him. When Yen Sun spotted that familiar gray hoodie, he nearly jumped off the chair. Hello, Mr. Yen. Just call me Xiao Lu, the intern said nervously, keeping some distance. After greeting, he immediately handed Yen Sun the script. Xiao Lu quickly explained the program format. Tonight's tea chat was a casual talk show where guests chatted over tea. The leader of Yen Sun's group, Ning Xianian, was a regular guest. Besides the regulars, each episode invited one mystery guest, one-on-one, either a close friend of the host, or sometimes a well-known rival in the industry. This time, Yen Sun was that mystery guest. He'd appear as Ning Xianian's rumored close friend, aiming to dispel the rumors about their plastic brotherhood within the group. As Xiao Lu appeared, bits of basic information about the group surfaced in Yen Sun's mind. He and Ning Xianian weren't just unfamiliar, they were barely one step above total strangers. In the 3 years since the group formed, they hadn't even added each other as friends. Any communication happened only through the group chat. It wasn't that Yen Sun refused to add Ning, rather, the game's setting made their relationship deliberately shallow, awkward, and distant. They only added each other as friends after confirming their joint appearance on the show, and Ning had already set Yen Sun to chat only. Ning Xianian, I'm Ning Xianian. Yen Sun, I'm Yen Sun. Ning Xianian, remember to memorize my Baidu Bai key entry, my birthday, and preferences. Yen Sun, you memorize mine too. Ning Xianian, I will. Just remember to delete our chat history before the show. Yen Sun, okay. Mr. Yen, would you like to change into your pajamas now? Xiao Lu asked nervously, pushing his glasses up. Yen Sun glanced at him. Do you have very bad myopia? A bit. Xiao Lu didn't understand why Yen Sun asked but answered honestly. Can you take off your glasses for a second? Yen Sun suddenly said. Though confused, Xiao Lu obeyed and removed them. But his bangs were too long, his features remained unclear. Yen Sun could only recall that the person who stabbed him had sharp facial contours, even more shadowed and gloomy under the hat. Yen Sun stared so intently that Xiao Lu grew nervous, head lowered. Mr. Yen, can I put my glasses back on? Of course. Yen Sun smiled apologetically. You just looked familiar. Sorry. Xiao Lu waved his hand quickly, signaling it was fine. He reminded Yen Sun that the production team had prepared pajamas in the changing room in the corner. Yen Sun could change first and come out later, then hurriedly left the lounge. Inside the changing room hung an ordinary beige silk pajama set. After changing into the pajamas and slippers, Yen Sun opened the lounge door. Just then, an assistant finally rushed in with coffee, visibly relieved upon seeing Yen Sun. I got it. Bro Yen, here's your coffee. Yen Sun frowned at the assistant's gray hoodie and ID badge. Was gray hoodie really that popular in this world? The assistant was about the same height as Yen Sun, but due to habitual slouching, appeared shorter than he actually was. I had to run so far to get it, he said, handing the coffee to Yen Sun. Yen Sun instinctively reached out and took it. Just then, someone else emerged from another adjacent lounge. He was wearing dark blue pajamas similar in style to Yen Sun's. Seeing Yen Sun and the panting assistant, he couldn't help but say, you made him run errands for you again? Not at all. I went willingly, the assistant quickly interjected. Ning Xianian didn't understand. He looked at assistant Xiao Zheng, finally settling on an expression that said, if it makes you happy. Yen Sun took a sip of coffee. He didn't speak. He simply studied Ning Xianian up and down. After all, Shen Rui had mentioned it, this was the one with a sister-in-law in the team. What are you looking at? Ning Xianian asked. He really couldn't stand how Yen Sun kept making Xiao Zheng run around. He knew that cafe was a full-hour round trip from here, always crowded with long lines. He wanted to ask Yen Sun, were you born a prince or a princess, that you must have coffee from that specific place? Yet Xiao Zheng always came back cheerful. Whenever Yen Sun said he wanted to taste something, the assistant would rush off without hesitation, making Ning feel like he was pointlessly meddling. Nothing much, Yen Sun replied slowly, then handed the coffee to Xiao Zheng. Xiao Zheng accepted it and obediently held it in his hands, making Ning, standing nearby, feel even more exasperated at his lack of backbone. I'm just taking a good look at your face, memorizing what you look like, Yen Sun said. Wouldn't want to forget my teammate's appearance during the show. Might mistake someone else for you, that'd be troublesome. Chapter 96, Dude, you're overacting. Of course, Ning Xianian knew that Yen Sun was throwing shade at him. He thought his manager had lost his mind, just to dispel rumors about going solo or the group having fake chemistry, there was no need to bring Yen Sun onto this show. He and Yen Sun were genuinely not close at all. Fortunately, the recording was about to start. As a regular guest, Ning Xianian needed to appear first, while Yen Sun would come out later during the mystery guest segment. As soon as Ning Xianian left, Xiao Lu immediately relaxed. You're scared of him? Yen Sun asked. Xiao Lu instantly tensed up. No, not at all. It's just, my first time seeing so many celebrities. He looked at Yen Sun, slightly embarrassed. Teacher Yen, I've been supporting your group since you debuted. Yen Sun became interested and started chatting with Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu seemed like a recent graduate doing an internship, he gradually opened up and talked more. He showed Yen Sun his collection of albums, photos from concerts he'd attended, various merchandise, plushies, and other memorabilia bought for home. Yen Sun looked at one photo in particular. Is this my poster? Besides the one stuck on the wall, underneath it were rows of Yen Sun's trading cards and various small souvenirs. Yes. Xiao Lu said excitedly. I set up this formation for your birthday. Formation. What did that even mean? Yen Sun's head filled with question marks, but he didn't dare ask, he'd sound clueless about what being an idol actually involved. He simply smiled. Wow, impressive. Praised like that, Xiao Lu blushed shyly. Not really. There are fans who go even further than me. Engrossed in talking, he accidentally let something slip. I saw someone saying in the fan group chat that some of you have girlfriends. Honestly, I don't know anything about that. Then he suddenly realized what he'd said, covered his mouth instantly, wore an expression of utter panic, and quickly apologized to Yen Sun, insisting he hadn't meant any of it and knew nothing. It had come anyway, Yen Sun thought. He wasn't angry, but the doorway of the lounge wasn't the right place for such talk. Knowing he'd misspoken, Xiaolu dared say no more, only kept apologizing frantically. Yen Sun waved dismissively. It's fine. Don't be so nervous. Just then, someone called Xiaolu away. After he left, Yen Sun turned to his assistant beside him. Did you hear what he just said? Pfft, all made up nonsense, Xiao Jing scoffed. Yen Sun showed interest. Tell me more. Xiao Jing glanced around, then opened the lounge door. Yen Sun followed him inside. Not much to it, really. Xiao Jing pulled out his phone and showed Yen Sun the Weibo post. Bai Gu is already handling it. Bai Gu was the group's manager. Yen Sun glanced at the Weibo content. Mysterious girlfriend update v, a top idol group pretending to be single men. Actually has girlfriends, smiley face, and more than just one. These kinds of baseless, unnamed rumors happen all the time, Xiao Jing said, putting his phone away. Bai Gu said he'll take care of it. You guys shouldn't worry. Yen Sun thought to himself, how can I not worry? Whether I clear this depends entirely on finding out who exactly has a girlfriend. Do the others know about this? Yen Sun asked. They probably do. Xiao Jing hesitated slightly. It's been going on for a few days now. Everyone must have heard something by now. He looked at Yen Sun. Yen Gu, you really don't have a girlfriend, right? No, Yen Sun replied firmly. I don't. Good, Xiao Jing patted his chest in relief. Bai Gu told me to quietly test each of you without letting you find out. Like I have that kind of skill. Yen Sun looked at Xiao Jing, whose hand still held the coffee cup he'd handed over earlier. Put out your hand, Yen Sun said. Confused, Xiao Jing obeyed and extended his hand. Yen Sun studied it carefully. Unlike its habitually hunched owner, Xiao Zhang's hands were long, clean, and elegant, his knuckles distinct, every fingernail neatly trimmed. Yen Sun reached out, took Xiao Zhang's hand, and placed it gently on his shoulder. Why Yen Gu? Xiao Jing stammered, baffled by what Yen Sun was doing. Nothing much, Yen Sun said. My shoulders are sore. Help me knead them a bit. Hearing that, Xiao Jing immediately relaxed. He set down the coffee, had Yen Sun sit in a chair, then stood behind him and began massaging his shoulders. Yen Sun was only wearing a thin silk nightgown, and as Xiao Jing pressed down on his shoulders, he could clearly feel the strength and warmth of the other's palms. But Yen Sun glanced at Xiao Jing in the mirror. The grey-clad man had grabbed his shoulder and lifted his chin too quickly. All Yen Sun remembered was that the man's hands felt as cold as if they'd been soaked in ice water. Yet Xiao Zhang's palms were quite warm. Could it not be Xiao Zhang after all? Yen Sun pondered. He had actually thought the original owner had oppressed Xiao Jing too much, finally driving the seemingly mild-mannered assistant to snap. Enough kneading, Yen Sun waved dismissively. He wasn't used to being waited on. But to his surprise, the moment he said that, Xiao Jing immediately looked worried. Are you feeling unwell? Yen Sun. In that instant, Yen Sun felt like some pampered imperial concubine, while Xiao Jing resembled a timid little eunuch tending carefully to him. Fortunately, it was finally time for Yen Sun's entrance. Yen Sun and Xiao Jing left the lounge together. Then Yen Sun saw the other mystery guests lined up, each one masked. He was handed a crescent moon mask and a wig to conceal his identity. Then, together with the others, he made his appearance. 6 sleeping mats were laid out across the studio floor of tonight's tea chat. All regular guests sat cross-legged on their bedding, dressed in pajamas. It felt just like a graduation trip, everyone staying in the same room, surrounded by snacks and treats provided by sponsors. When Yen Sun entered, he saw Ning Xiannian open a yogurt cup and take a sip. Today's tea chat topic is my friend's unknown secrets. Yen Sun, wow. He couldn't help but glance at Ning Xiannian. Now all the mystery guests are wearing masks, the host continued. These mystery guests are each close friends of our regulars, you must be able to guess who they are just by looking at their hands, right? She specifically called on Ning Xiannian. Let's start with Xin Yan. This was part of the pre-arranged script, intended to dispel rumors about discord within the group. Ning Xiannian already knew exactly what sleepwear Yen Sun would wear, which mask he'd have, yet he still pretended to examine everyone. Only when he stood beside Yen Sun did he bend down to study his hands. It's you, Yen Sun, Ning Xiannian stated confidently. So sure it's your teammate Yen Sun. Maybe it's someone else, the host teased. Xin Yan, sure you don't want to check the others? No need. Ning Xiannian reached out and firmly grasped Yen Sun's wrist. Yen Sun has a faint scar on his finger. He pointed at the barely 2 mm long mark on Yen Sun's ring finger, explaining to the camera, right here. Oh. It's really there, the host exclaimed dramatically. Ning Xiannian smiled slightly. He looked at Yen Sun, then lifted off the crescent mask and removed the wig. Xiao Yan, he said, pulling Yen Sun into a hug. Thank you for coming. Yen Sun nearly froze on the spot. If it weren't for the ongoing variety show recording, he would have patted Ning Xiannian on the shoulder and said, Dude, you're overacting. Chapter 97, Born Single. Ning Xiannian hugged him briefly before letting go, probably worried that Yan Sun might blow their cover. I came as soon as the production team contacted me, Yan Sun said insincerely to Ning Xiannian. According to the pre-written script, he was supposed to add lines like, how could I miss an important occasion for my bro, or, no big deal, I'd rearrange my schedule just to support a brother. But Yan Sun had objected to the script right away. Their relationship was clearly fake. After 3 years as a duo, they hadn't even added each other on WeChat privately, and barely interacted offstage. Suddenly acting overly close would be way too out of character. The company found his argument reasonable, and eventually, the decision was left to their manager, who told them to handle it naturally. They could break the ice, they could play friendly, but absolutely no over-the-top, cringy performances. Ning Xiannian must have received similar instructions. When he heard Yan Sun's remark, he merely smiled, saying nothing more. Yan Sun followed Ning Xiannian and sat down on the floor mat set up by the production team. Then several guests were revealed one after another, nearly all showing off some unique talent, but there was also someone who accidentally mistook another person's identity. Yan Sun was convinced it was staged, purely for generating buzz later. Once everyone was seated on the mats, the studio lights suddenly dimmed. Only the white candles beside each mat and a few near the host remained lit. The background music shifted fittingly into eerie horror tones. The livelier regular guests already clung to their friends, pretending to shiver in fear. Whoa! Why did the lights go out all of a sudden? The host finally spoke slowly, matching the suspenseful music. Tonight's theme is, secrets your best friend doesn't know. Each of you holds a secret, even your closest friend would never suspect. She held up the cardboard box beside her. This contains every secret hidden by everyone here tonight. You may try to guess whose secret belongs to whom. Yan Sun only knew that before the challenge began, each person had placed their secret inside this box. He had no idea what secret the original owner he was impersonating had submitted, nor did he know Ning Xiannian's. Could it possibly be about having a sister-in-law? Yan Sun glanced sideways at Ning Xiannian. To his surprise, Ning Xiannian's hand rested casually on his shoulder. Yan Sun. Ning Xiannian looked at him. With only faint candlelight around them, Yan Sun pondered the intention behind the gesture, and quickly realized it was meant to showcase their bromance. So he leaned slightly against Ning Xiannian's shoulder and whispered softly, what's your secret? Give me a hint. Ning Xiannian seemed slightly taken aback by how well Yan Sun was playing along. His hand didn't leave Yan Sun's shoulder as he paused thoughtfully. Aren't we best friends? You should be able to guess it. Meanwhile, nearly every guest was whispering with their neighbors. Finally, the host pulled out the first letter. My secret is, I came back from the dead, but no one knows. The moment these words were read, the temperature in the studio seemed to drop. Yan Sun couldn't help but wonder if this was his own secret. After all, not long ago, he had literally come back from death. Ning Xiannian's hand remained on Yan Sun's shoulder. Come back from the dead. He wore an expression of disbelief, as if skeptical such a fantastical thing could happen. But immediately, one of the guests called out, wait, could someone have recently been injured? All eyes turned to a particular guest who'd fallen from a wire rig just a week earlier. Not me, the guest waved frantically. Coming back from the dead. That's way too dramatic. I'm afraid the production team will sue me for spreading rumors. Laughter erupted across the studio. Yan Sun joined in with a polite smile, though deep down, uncertainty lingered. Could this actually be his secret? The second one is also explosive, the host said, drawing another letter from the box. My secret is, I'm secretly dating someone. Whoa. Gasps exploded throughout the studio. Among so many celebrities present, aside from a few married ones, the rest were officially single. Is this truth or dare? Someone joked. You're not going to reveal whose secret is whose at the end, are you? Ning Xiannian feigned shock convincingly. Yet, glances around the room subtly drifted toward Ning Xiannian and Yan Sun, sitting side by side. Everyone was aware of the recent sister-in-law rumor surrounding this duo. Right, the host smiled. But don't worry. The production team won't reveal who wrote which note, she said, her gaze lingering over the group. And to ensure confidentiality, all notes are printed in the same font. A brief pause. Otherwise, how could we expect anyone to write truly explosive secrets? But even so. The remaining secrets turned out to be trivial, nothing more than someone admitting they once had a crush during school, or other boring confessions that, even if exposed, wouldn't matter because no one really cared about the person behind them. By the time the recording wrapped up, cameras turned off. Someone half-jokingly, half-probingly asked, the rule is you can't lie on the show, right? So, someone here actually came back from the dead. Am I not just hearing a ghost story right now? Ning Xiannian was also a regular guest, just like him. Could be true, he mused. Lately, a lot of celebrities have been rumored to be reincarnated. If reincarnation's real, then coming back from death might be too. Right, Yan Sun? He glanced at Yan Sun standing beside him. From start to finish, the two had barely separated. Ning Xiannian's arm hadn't left his shoulder once. Never thought your duo was this close, another guest remarked. He knew Ning Xiannian fairly well and seemed surprised by their intimacy. I actually believed the rumors before. Rumors are naturally unreliable, Ning Xianian replied smoothly. After all, they also say Yen Sun's a playboy. He turned to look at Yen Sun. But Yen Sun has never even been in a relationship. The guest across from them froze slightly, suddenly unsure whether these two were genuinely close, or just putting on an act. To him, that remark sounded suspiciously passive-aggressive. Of course I've never been in a relationship, Yen Sun declared proudly. We're both born single, after all, the whole duo. He looked at Ning Xianian. Right? Chapter 98, Rumor Couple. Ning Xian smiled, but didn't respond. Guilty conscience of a thief, Yen Sun thought. He was now more convinced than ever that Ning Xian was the prime suspect. Seeing that Ning Xian remained silent, Yen Sun himself chose not to continue either, which left several regular cast members who were close to Ning Xian breaking into cold sweat. Truthfully, no one really believed they were all lifelong singles. But no one expected that once off camera, Yen Sun and Ning Xian wouldn't even bother pretending anymore, on the verge of ripping into each other right then and there. In the end, only a senior member stepped in to smooth things over, quickly shifting the topic. When they returned backstage, Ning Xian didn't go back to his usual dressing room. Instead, he took advantage of Yen Sun opening the door and squeezed inside. Yen Sun pressed a hand against Ning Xian's shoulder, blocking him from entering. You need something? Let go, Ning Xian said, his gaze lingering briefly on the hand pinning his shoulder. This is backstage. But with so many people around, it only took one loose-lipped staff member to catch them like this. By tomorrow morning, the two of them would already be featured in some unknown leak post by a marketing account. Yen Sun gave Ning Xian an up-and-down glance. Who are you threatening? Whether remembering that Yen Sun was someone who responded to gentleness but hated force, or simply because they were still backstage, Ning Xian eventually softened his tone. Can I come in, please? Please, I'm begging you. Yen Sun immediately snatched his hand back as if he'd touched a live wire, except unlike a live wire, Ning Xian's words weren't lethal. They were just unpleasant. So much disgust. Ning Xian frowned as Yen Sun recoiled like he'd been shocked. Did he really seem that terrifying? Yen Sun stepped aside slightly, letting Ning Xian enter, otherwise he'd keep embarrassing himself standing out there. Zheng Xiao, the assistant, stared wide-eyed at their interaction. A moment later, slow to react, he finally stood up from his chair and prepared to get Yen Sun's post-show clothes. Ning Xian stood behind the door with arms crossed, utterly baffled at how obedient Zheng Xiao could be. Honestly, assistant salaries at the company were ordinary. Ning Xian knew full well that many assistants outwardly appeared submissive while secretly doing whatever they wanted, feeding false reports, taking bribes, deceiving their superiors. At first, he assumed Zheng Xiao fawned over Yen Sun for similar benefits. But later, he realized something was off. Zheng Xiao neither contacted fans nor secretly pocketed kickbacks or perks, and even within the company, he was excessively well-behaved. He just genuinely loved serving others. Had he lived in feudal times, he might have risen to become head eunuch. Oh, no, wait. Ning Xian thought cruelly, he wasn't clever enough for that. More likely, at best, he'd be just another obedient little eunuch. How could I possibly dislike you? Yen Sun said, taking the clothes handed over by Zheng Xiao and stepping into the small changing room to remove his pajamas. He responded to Ning Xian from a distance. You're the group's face, aren't you? How could I ever dislike you? Liar, Ning Xian thought. He stood behind the door, watching as Yen Sun casually draped his pajama top over the changing room doorframe. A moment later, the pajama pants came flying out too. Zheng Xiao hurried forward, gathering up Yen Sun's clothes. Watching this, Ning Xian grew increasingly irritated. He's not crippled, Ning Xian spoke up. Can't he clean up after himself? Right then, Yen Sun happened to push open the changing room door and step out. At first, he didn't understand why Ning Xian had started picking faults again. But then he saw Zheng Xiao, flustered and hesitant, still clutching the clothes in his hands. Even Yen Sun was rendered speechless for a few seconds. Thanks, I'll take care of it myself, Yen Sun said, reaching to take the pajamas from Zheng Xiao. But Zheng Xiao, probably flustered, held on tight, and Yen Sun couldn't pull them away easily. Yen Sun looked sharply at Zheng Xiao. Zheng Xiao quickly shook his head. It's fine. I'm your personal assistant anyway. He murmured softly, then turned apologetically toward Ning Xian, who seemed to be arguing on his behalf. Bro Ning, I really want to do this. In that instant, Ning Xian felt like he could transform into the Queen Mother of the West herself and slash a river across the heavens to permanently separate Yen Sun and Zheng Xiao. He even mentally empathized with those poor friends online who complained about their love-blind girlfriends, furious at Zheng Xiao's lack of self-respect, suspicious that Yen Sun must be using some kind of spell, or even wondering whether Zheng Xiao had misappropriated a large sum of public funds and thus dared not disobey Yen Sun, following every order without even being asked, exhibiting extreme initiative. Yen Sun saw that Xiao Zheng absolutely refused to let go of his pajamas, so he assumed Zheng was just the kind of life assistant who took their duties very seriously. He'd never been a celebrity before, so he could only roughly guess that a life assistant's job was to look after an artist's daily needs. Seeing how nervous Sheng was, Yen Sun simply thought he was just being overly conscientious. He probably fears I'll get angry and fire him, Yen Sun thought. Anyway, in this scenario, his character seemed somewhat spoiled, extremely self-centered. What did you come in here to say? After changing into casual clothes, Yen Sun stood before the mirror, tidying his hair. He looked at Ning Xian through the mirror, standing behind the door. Did I perform badly? Mediocre, Ning Xian replied immediately. Have you been slacking off in your acting classes lately? They said our characters are supposed to be close friends, just not showing it on camera due to various reasons. Thinking about this, some dissatisfaction crept into his voice. When I put my arm around your shoulder, why were you so stiff? Didn't we agree before? When I drape my arm over you, you're supposed to lean back slightly, leaning into me as if we're super close. Yen Sun. When did we agree on that? His script definitely didn't include that. This is outrageous, that's extra fees right there. In Bo Ji's office, Ning Xian said, frowning. You were obviously zoning out and didn't hear a word. Yen Sun had absolutely no memory of such a moment. Probably because the system deemed the scene unnecessary, so it hadn't specifically created a plot for it. That's too fake, bro, Yen Sun couldn't help but say. We haven't even added each other on WeChat, and now suddenly we're all lovey-dovey on the show. Who'd believe it? Hearing this, Ning Xian fell silent for a moment, as if recalling something. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Someone will believe it. Seeing Yen Sun still look puzzled in his eyes, Ning Sun paused again before continuing. People will say real couples act unfamiliar. Acting like they don't know each other, barely contacting, but then having physical interactions so intimate and unreserved. That can only mean one thing, they've slept together. Of course, Ning Xian wouldn't actually say that last half out loud. He wasn't crazy, why would he casually bring that up with a straight guy? Yen Sun stared, pointing at himself, then at Ning Xian. Us. We have a couple dynamic. Ning Xian got irritated at that. Is it really that hard for you to accept us having a ship? Well, not exactly, Yen Sun mused. We haven't really talked much in 3 years. He glanced at Ning Xian, thinking, wasn't this pairing between them completely fabricated? What could fans possibly have shipped during these past 3 years? Air. Ning Xian began to wonder how Yen Sun had managed his idol career these past 3 years. Didn't he know ships were more fun precisely when they were made up? As if he and He Jinqiu were actually together. Wait. Ning Xian looked at Yen Sun. Then why don't you object to you and He Jinqiu? You two don't seem that close either. Yen Sun took a moment to recall who He Jinqiu was, before remembering he was the group's main vocalist, only slightly closer to Yen Sun than Ning Xian was. For example, they'd added WeChat 3 years ago. But they'd exchanged fewer than 10 messages since. We aren't that close, Yen Sun nodded. But compared to you, I'm definitely closer to He Jinqiu. Slow-paced Xiaojing seemed to finally sense the tension in the air, worried they might break into an actual fight backstage, turning their plastic boy band into a literal fighting boy band. Flustered, he scrambled to mediate. Earlier, Boss Bo told me to take you both back to the dorm first. He turned to Ning Xian. Ning Ji, go change first. I'll notify the driver. In the shuttle van, Ning Xian and Yen Sun sat front and back, respectively. Their actions making it clear neither acknowledged the other. Yen Sun sat in the back seat, Xiaojing sat in the passenger seat, quietly saying something to the driver. Yen Sun gazed at the window glass, watching Ning Xian seated ahead of him. Through the reflection, he could see Ning Xian looking at his phone. Because of the privacy screen protector, the content was unreadable. Could he be texting his girlfriend? Yen Sun speculated. Checking the group chat, Ning Xian said from the front, not lifting his head. Only then did Yen Sun pull out his phone and notice someone tagging him in the group, Mu Yuanming, the more lively dance performer in the team. He was currently working overseas, saying he'd spotted a vintage accessory from a brand Yen Sun liked while browsing a second-hand market, asking if Yen Sun wanted it. Yen Sun typed an "okay" in the group. The other party quickly replied with an emoji. Yen Sun glanced at the group chat for their unit, messages were sparse, and the few exchanges were purely formal or logistical. The last time anyone had spoken was when Mu Yuanming sent a message cheering Yen Sun and Ning Xian on, wishing them to sell themselves, sell power, and finally break the rumor of being a plastic brotherhood. Weary closer than gold. He Jinqiu, why would Bo Ji arrange it like this? Picking the two people who know each other the least. Mu Yuanming, you don't get it. If even the two least close are this intimate, that proves how strong our bond really is. Ning Xianian. Yen Sun hadn't replied, probably because he hadn't checked the chat at all, or maybe simply found them boring and didn't bother responding. He tapped through each member's profile in the group, only to discover that He Jinqiu had actually messaged him privately. He Jinqiu, you okay? If not, tell Bo Ji to switch someone out. You two aren't exactly close. Yen Sun, nah, too much trouble. Yen Sun, it's just one variety show recording anyway. He Jinqiu, fine. If you change your mind, let me know, I'll go talk to Bo Ji and take your spot. Seeing this conversation, Yen Sun suddenly felt something strange. He scrolled up further and realized that, actually, his relationship with Hijinchio wasn't bad at all. They chatted quite often, short, sporadic messages. Occasionally, when Hijinchio was working alone, he'd send Yen Sun random interesting things he came across. Hijinchio, look, a hedgehog. Yen Sun, where are you? Hijinchio, what's wrong? Yen Sun, come find me. But their conversations were fragmented. After scrolling for a while, Yen Sun suspected they must have deleted parts of the chat history. Wait, could it be that Hijinchio was actually the one with a girlfriend? Was that why he sought him out in the first place? Sitting in the back seat, Yen Sun browsed through his own chat history with a complicated expression, realizing how cautious he had been. All the messages were trivial, nothing revealing any real clues. Just as Yen Sun was flipping through the chats, a new message popped up from Hijinchio in the group. Hijinchio, Boji just arrived. Hijinchio, probably here to talk about that online thing. Yen Sun, what thing? He asked innocently, though he perfectly well knew the manager was coming to address the online girlfriend incident. Hijinchio, should be, that rumor about someone in the group being in a relationship. Mu Yuanming, don't talk about it, my parents even messaged me asking if I knew who it was. Yen Sun. Yen Sun, who? Ning Xianian, might be fake. Yen Sun glanced at Ning Xian's message and lightly poked his shoulder. Ning Xian turned around. You think it's fake? What else? Ning Xian replied. We all live together. How could someone date someone without others knowing? There were 5 members in their team. Except for the leader Ning Xian, who had his own room, the rest shared rooms in pairs. Yen Sun and Hijinchio were slightly closer, mainly because they were roommates. Yen Sun studied Ning Xian's expression as he spoke, noticing how natural and confident he sounded, which made him start doubting whether he'd misjudged him earlier. After all, although the main storyline of this remained unchanged, different players might experience different endings. The teammate with a girlfriend could vary from player to player. This was considered easy precisely because there were only 5 members. Even dying 6 times would still earn an A rank, if nothing else, process of elimination could identify the dating member within 6 attempts. Yen Sun stayed silent, lost in thought over the. But Ning Xian interpreted his silence differently. He was just about to ask, could the one with a girlfriend be you, remembering clearly that during today's show, someone's secret had been, I'm secretly dating someone. Ning Xian looked at the quiet Yen Sun, then glanced toward the driver and Xiaojing in the front seats. After hesitating several times, he ultimately said nothing. Truthfully, he didn't fully trust the driver or Xiaojing yet. Anyway, if it's fake, Boji definitely won't let it slide. And if it's real? He gave Yen Sun a meaningful look. Boji still won't let it slide. Hopefully, whoever's dating can keep it completely under wraps. When they returned to the dorm, they saw Hijinchio sitting on the sofa wearing headphones, seemingly listening to music. He didn't notice anyone had come back until he spotted Ning Xian entering his room to change clothes. Hijinchio took off his headphones and turned toward Yen Sun, who walked in behind Ning Xian. How was it? He propped himself up on the edge of the sofa, looking at Yen Sun. Everything goes smoothly. Yen Sun looked at his teammate. The other's hair had been bleached to a pale gold, slightly long, with a pale complexion and light-colored irises, giving him the appearance of someone who rarely saw sunlight, like a wandering ghost. When he saw Yen Sun, a faint smile appeared on his face, as if pulling him back from the underworld into the living world. A male ghost-type idol, that absurd label netizens used to describe Hijinchio, Yen Sun recalled. Not bad. Yen Sun thought for a moment. He couldn't be bothered to return to his own room, so he simply sat down beside Hijinchio. A notepad rested on Hijinchio's knees, filled with scattered lyrics and bursts of inspiration. Noticing Yen Sun sitting beside him, he propped up his head with mild curiosity and looked at Yen Sun. What did you guys talk about? Shared some secrets. The really boring kind. Yen Sun briefly summarized the variety show recording process and the secrets that had come up. Someone even admitted to eating an extra portion of their classmate's lunchbox back in middle school. What kind of secret is that? What about yours? Hijinchio asked, genuinely interested. His hair had been bleached to an almost platinum blonde, with one side of his bangs long enough to cover his left eye, a habit, it was said, because he'd been injured as a child, leaving that eye with poorer vision, so he instinctively shielded it. Unaware, or pretending not to notice, Yen Sun's lingering gaze, he leaned close like an eager puppy, resting his head on Yen Sun's shoulder. Come on, brother Yen Sun, tell me. I'll do anything for you, be your servant, whatever you want. Hijinchio was practically the same age as Yen Sun, only half a month apart in birthdays. Calling him brother Yen Sun now was clearly meant to flatter. Ning Xianian had already stepped one foot into his room when he caught sight of the overly cozy Yen Sun and Hijinchio in the living room, and suddenly felt deeply uneasy. Their relationship wasn't that special. Hijinchio seemed polite enough, but kept average distances with everyone. Probably just because they'd been assigned to live together since joining the group, so their bond was slightly closer by default. But Ning Xianian frowned at He Jinxiu on the sofa, one hand braced against the cushion, the other casually draped behind Yan Sun on the backrest. Was he just too sensitive from all this PR lately, seeing intimacy everywhere? Why did the distance between He Jinxiu and Yan Sun seem unusually close? At that thought, Ning Xianian decided, as team leader, he should probably intervene in any ambiguous workplace dynamics. So instead of entering his room, he turned back and plopped himself down on Yan Sun's other side. What are you guys talking about? He Jinxiu seemed genuinely surprised by Ning Xianian's sudden intrusion. He glanced at him with mild astonishment. Talking about your variety show, he said, not bothering to change his position. What secrets did you actually spill? He says I'll say, Yan Sun replied, tossing the ball to Ning Xianian. Ning Xianian hesitated instantly. He looked at Yan Sun, then at He Jinxiu, before finally blurting, the one who got friend-zoned by a neighbor in elementary school, that was me. It was a lie. Ning Xianian thought. The production crew wouldn't reveal whose secret belonged to whom anyway. Yan Sun knew Ning was lying. He smirked inwardly, then smoothly followed along. Oh. That was your secret? My secret is. I'm actually afraid of ghosts. Like Ning, Yan Sun picked a secret from the show to share. But unlike Ning, he truly had no idea what his actual secret was or what the original person had written. Everyone thinks I'm fearless, the tough guy in the friend circle, but only I know I'm terrified of ghosts. I'm even scared typing the word ghost right now. He Jinxiu stared at Yan Sun, utterly stunned. Really? But we've watched horror movies together. Yan Sun, I was faking it. I told you, I'm the famously tough one in the friend circle. Ning Xianian stayed silent. He could tell Yan Sun, like him, had just made up a random secret from the show. But his own secret? He genuinely couldn't share it. Then again, what about Yan Sun? Why wouldn't he either? Could it be, that shocking secret everyone was still talking about was actually written by him? As they spoke, the dorm door opened again, their manager Bai, stepping inside. Dressed in a notch lapel suit, he looked like he'd just come from some formal event. His usually neat hair was slightly disheveled. Yan Sun remembered that before becoming their group's manager Bai had once been an artist himself. But later discovered he preferred working behind the scenes, so he'd stepped out of the spotlight. What are you all chatting about? Manager Bai loosened his tie as he asked. Where's Xiao Zheng? He said he went to buy something, Yan Sun answered. Manager Bai looked at Yan Sun. You sent him out again? Yan Sun raised both hands in defense. Unfair. This time he really did want to buy something himself. After the driver had parked the car in the basement, Xiaojing told Yan Sun and the others that he was going out to get something and wouldn't come back up right away. Upon hearing this, Song Baiyuan didn't seem particularly concerned. He glanced at the three sitting on the sofa, then at Ning Xianian seated beside Yan Sun. Not bad. After just one variety show, he pulled up a chair and sat down. It seems you've all gotten a little closer. But I hate it most when people hide things from me. He looked directly at Yan Sun and the others. If someone is hiding something, I'd rather they come forward themselves than have me find out later. Yan Sun knew exactly what he was referring to, the older sister incident. But now two members were still absent from the group. Did Song Baiyuan already suspect that the person with the older sister was among them? Ning Xianian, as team leader, usually communicated more with Song Baiyuan. Hearing the remark, he simply asked, you mean the older sister thing? Song Baiyuan didn't deny it. It's one of us three. He Jinxiu spoke up directly, pointing at himself. Otherwise, why only tell us? The other two I've already called separately. The remaining two members, one was attending Fashion Week overseas, the other filming on set. With so many people around, Song Baiyuan had only briefly mentioned it over the phone. At least they'll be back in a few days. Song Baiyuan looked at the three of them. I'll call another meeting then. After saying this, he turned his gaze to Yan Sun. We'll talk privately. Yan Sun closed the bedroom door behind him and eyed Song Baiyuan, who was already seated in a chair, unsure of his current mood. According to forum posts, Song Baiyuan was technically their group's manager, but in truth held immense power within the company and the industry, at least, that's what the rumors claimed, and thus was not someone to be trifled with. If he suspected you were the one hiding the older sister, there'd be no mercy. Thinking this, Yan Sun hastily saved his mental progress. Only then did he stand by the bedroom door, watching Song Baiyuan seated in his own chair. He shared this room with He Jinxiu, but the interior was clearly divided, evidence their relationship wasn't nearly as close as outsiders imagined. Seeing Yan Sun standing so far away, Song Baiyuan sighed, unusually. There was still a faint scent of alcohol on him, he'd had a few drinks at the banquet earlier. Not enough to get drunk, but just enough to leave a dull discomfort. He pressed his knuckles against his temples, headache building, and looked at Yan Sun, muttering, well. Come over and give me a head massage. Yan Sun. Wait, bro. Since when are we on that level? Probably because Yan Sun still hadn't moved, Song Baiyuan finally looked up, met his eyes, and let out another sigh. You're still angry at your uncle, aren't you? Chapter 100, Favoritism. Yen Sun. Huh. Yen Sun felt like his brain had atrophied. Why didn't any of the forum guides mention that he was Song Baiyuan's nephew? He was numb by now, moving robotically as he blankly replied, no. There was nothing online about Yen Sun and Song Baiyuan being nephew and uncle either. And besides, they didn't even look that much alike. Staring carefully at Song Baiyuan seated in the chair, his expression somewhat weary, Yen Sun noted that perhaps due to his past career as an artist, Song's appearance was still good. Although nearing 40, excellent skincare seemed to have kept him looking no older than early 30s. If Yen Sun's mother was significantly younger than Song Baiyuan, then having a younger uncle like this would make sense. Seeing Yen Sun motionless, Song Baiyuan actually looked a bit hurt. You used to call me uncle all the time before. Why are you so distant now? Yen Sun froze, he really had no idea this plotline existed. Judging from Song's genuine-looking sorrow, Yen Sun could only guess he must have once had a close relationship with this uncle. Slowly, he walked over and stood beside Song Baiyuan. I'm worried they'll find out. After saying that, Yen Sun immediately sensed something was off and quickly added, that I'm getting in through connections. Well, you are getting in through connections, Song Baiyuan thought, though he would never say it aloud. If not for Yen Sun desperately begging to become an artist years ago, he wouldn't have considered letting him into the industry at all. After his sister passed away, he promised to take good care of Yen Sun. They're just sour grapes, Song said calmly. Ask them if they'd want to be someone's connection, of course they'd say yes. Good grief, what a delusional ruler. Yen Sun thought to himself. But the moment he remembered he did have this influential connection, Yen Sun suddenly felt his chances of clearing the game at S rank had increased considerably. He stepped closer to Song Baiyuan and awkwardly began massaging his head. Song Baiyuan winced inwardly, his head already ached from drinking, and Yen Sun pressed hard, nearly making him lose his cool composure. But remembering this was one of the rare times Yen Sun had initiated closeness since his rebellious phase, Song endured it. Still, after a few minutes, he finally grabbed Yen Sun's wrist. Alright. Enough. Yen Sun, however, was enjoying it, amused by how Song clearly wanted to scream in pain but stubbornly put on a calm face. Since the other party had spoken up, though, Yen Sun reluctantly stopped, theatrically asking, does Uncle's head feel better now? If you keep going, my skull's going to cave in, Song thought. But unwilling to crush Yen Sun's enthusiasm, he merely gave a vague nod before shifting to serious matters. Do you know who the one dating is? Yen Sun shook his head. He genuinely didn't know. Song Baiyuan hadn't really expected him to figure it out anyway. After all, Yen Sun hadn't even noticed that Mu Yuanming, who seemed friendly on the surface, actually disliked him entirely. I'll look into this myself, Song Baiyuan said. Though Yen Sun already knew the part about there being a real girlfriend was true, he remained curious as to why Song was so certain. Tentatively, he asked, is what that Weibo post said, actually true? Yes. Song Baiyuan seemed to find the situation troublesome. He rubbed his temples, then repeated, what that Weibo said is indeed true. I don't know who's dating yet, but the claim itself is correct. What worried Song Baiyuan more was that the Weibo post suggested there might be more than one member with a girlfriend. After hearing Song's words, Yen Sun realized, he didn't know who the member with the girlfriend was either. Ah. This was just another difficulty specially crafted by the game scenario to challenge players. In reality, Song Baiyuan probably would have dug up the lover's entire family lineage by now. Having nothing else to discuss with Yen Sun, Song Baiyuan prepared to leave after a few final warnings. Just before exiting, however, he suddenly turned back and glanced at Yen Sun. Could it be, that the one dating is you? Yen Sun. Of course not. Probably not, Yen Sun thought. In this scenario, the player character usually wasn't the one involved with a partner. Good. Song Baiyuan nodded. Remember this. No dating until you're 30. If I catch you, Song made a slashing gesture across his throat. Understood? Yen Sun nodded. Understood. As Yen Sun and the others saw Song Baiyuan off, Xiaojing happened to walk in from outside. Seeing Song Baiyuan, he clearly became extremely nervous, close to passing out on the spot. Song Baiyuan gave him a glance and quietly muttered, keep a close eye. Xiaojing immediately nodded. Only after Song Baiyuan had left did he finally relax a little. Yen Sun stood there, glancing at the shopping bag in Xiao Zheng's hand. Bought anything? Some snacks, Xiao Zheng stammered. And drinks. Yen Sun had only asked casually, not understanding why Xiao Zheng was so tense. Of course, Xiao Zheng didn't live in the dormitory. With nothing more to do here and it being late, he spoke a few words, briefed them briefly on the upcoming schedule, then closed the door and left. Once Xiao Zheng was gone, Ning Xinyan didn't bother staying in the living room any longer. He went straight back to his bedroom. Yen Sun was also exhausted. He returned to his room, grabbed some clean clothes, took a shower, fetched a bottle of mineral water from the fridge, and then headed back to his bedroom. Jinxiu was half leaning against the bed, wearing headphones and holding a tablet, absorbed in something. Yen Sun glanced over a few times, placed the empty water bottle on the table beside his bed, dried his hair, and prepared to sleep. Noticing that he was about to sleep, Jinxiu switched off the nightlight on his side. "Good night," he said, removing his headphones and speaking to Yen Sun. Yen Sun curled up under the blanket and mumbled a sleepy "good night." He didn't know how long he'd been asleep when sudden thirst woke him up. He drowsily opened his eyes and found that Jinxiu in the neighboring bed was already fast asleep. He opened the bottle of mineral water beside him and took a few sips. Player Yen Sun has died. Please select a save point. Damn it. Yen Sun screamed inwardly. Which bastard is trying to kill me? When Yen Sun opened his eyes again, he had already returned to his last save point. He was in the middle of talking with Song Baiyuan, who seemed slightly displeased upon noticing his distraction. Uncle. Yen Sun looked at Song Baiyuan with an odd expression. Is being someone's connection really that hated? Song Baiyuan paused, wondering what nonsense this kid was spouting now. Then he heard Yen Sun say another sentence. I think someone in the group is trying to poison me. Chapter 101 Movie. Song Baiyuan thought to himself, there are only a few people in the group who actually get along well with you. It probably won't. If someone really poisoned you to death, Song Baiyuan said, wouldn't they become part of a legal drama? He assumed Yen Sun was overthinking things. After exchanging a few more words, he prepared to leave. Yen Sun, just as he did last week, watched Song Baiyuan walk out of the dormitory, then waited for Xiao Zheng's return. He didn't really want to go back to his room. He couldn't shake the feeling that Jinxiu was the prime suspect. When Jinxiu saw Yen Sun sitting in the living room, looking like he was ready to sleep on the floor right there, he seemed slightly puzzled. Aren't you going to sleep? In a bit. Yen Sun replied absent-mindedly. To make his presence in the living room seem more natural, he turned on the television, and immediately saw the movie featuring Mu Yuanming's guest role. Mu Yuanming played a minor character whose entire screen time didn't exceed 10 minutes, yet he was the root cause of the protagonist's PTSD. On the surface, he appeared polite, respectful to elders, and kind to children, but beneath that facade, he was utterly despicable. When his motives were finally exposed, he simply smiled. Is it wrong? Mu Yuanming grinned faintly on screen. His hair disheveled, he stood in the schoolyard. He said he admired me. I was his god. He looked straight into the camera with a cheerful expression. If a god demands offerings, or commands him to die, aren't those things only natural? His indifference infuriated the protagonist. But unexpectedly, Mu Yuanming suddenly burst into laughter and ran toward the top of the teaching building. The protagonist naturally followed. It was raining that day. By the time he finally reached the rooftop, he found Mu Yuanming already perched at the edge of the terrace. Worried that Mu might jump, he reached out and told him to come down. Mu Yuanming casually plopped down on the railing, swinging his legs nonchalantly. Come pull me down, and I'll come back with you. The protagonist hesitated, but as an adult, he couldn't stand by and watch the young Mu Yuanming die. So he stepped closer to the ledge. He grabbed Mu Yuanming's hand, only to realize Mu was trying to push him off instead. It was a dark, rainy night. The rooftop was dimly lit to begin with. As they struggled, Mu Yuanming suddenly let go with a laugh. Caught off guard, the protagonist instinctively pushed against Mu Yuanming's chest. And so Mu Yuanming fell, still laughing. You killed me. You're a murderer too. Laughing all the way down. For years afterward, the protagonist couldn't help revisiting the image of accidentally pushing Mu Yuanming off the roof, even though he knew Mu had planned it all along. Though his role was brief, Mu Yuanming became a haunting motif throughout the film. Whenever the protagonist investigated cases or dealt with other matters, the rainy day vision of Mu Yuanming would reappear. Only in the end did the protagonist finally reconcile with himself. Small part, yet critically important within the film. As Yen Sun watched Mu Yuanming fall backward with a wild laugh, he noticed Jinxiu had quietly sat down beside him. Looking at Mu Yuanming on screen, Jinxiu turned to Yen Sun and asked, so captivated? Yen Sun merely thought the director did a good job, the plot was tight, gripping. I still regret it. Regret what? Yen Sun asked. I regret that role got taken by Mu Yuanming. Jinxiu studied Yen Sun's expression. Originally, they wanted you for that part. He added casually, not sure why it ended up going to Mu Yuanming instead. I remember around that time, Mu Yuanming and you were pretty close, weren't you? Yen Sun could clearly sense the implication behind the words. Was Jinxiu suggesting that the role had originally been meant for him, but Mu Yuanming deliberately befriended him and schemed his way into stealing it? Yen Sun mused, this group really was one of plastic bonds. All in the past, Yen Sun said dismissively, as if unwilling to dwell on it. No point talking about it now. Jinxiu just smiled. Then consider me talkative. The living room wasn't brightly lit. Yen Sun sat on the left side of the sofa, while Jinxiu sat less than a fist's distance away. The information Yen Sun had found on forums about Jinxiu was scarce. He seemed quiet, though he shared a room with the player, their relationship remained ordinary and lukewarm, never particularly close. Yet inside this, Yen Sun discovered their relationship might actually be better than expected. He couldn't tell whether Jinxiu was stirring trouble or genuinely standing up for him, but for him to know such details, it was likely the original owner had complained to him at least a little when losing that role. Jinchio watched for a while, probably finding it uninteresting, so he got up from the sofa and went to the fridge, taking out a bottle of water and casually twisting the cap open before taking a sip. Sun naturally noticed his movement. He watched Jinchio drink. Jinchio set down his own bottled water. "You're thirsty too?" Sun shifted his gaze. "Not really." Jinchio looked at him, then turned back to the fridge and took another new bottle, walking over to stand beside Sun. He stood at Sun's side, holding out the freshly retrieved chilled water toward him. Sun looked at the bottle hovering by his wrist, then at Jinchio looking down at him. "Thanks." Jinchio smiled, but perhaps because the lighting here was dim, and with one side of his bangs hanging long, Sun found his smile somewhat unsettling. So he held the bottle in his hand, but didn't take a sip. The movie continued playing. Jinchio slowly circled around the sofa and sat down beside Sun. Hugging a cushion, he seemed drowsy, yawning as he settled into the seat. Sun glanced at him. "If you're tired, just go to sleep." He added after a pause, "I'll head back once I finish the movie." "Not that sleepy," Jinchio said, yawning again, though his eyes were already half closed, his body slumping deep into the sofa. Sun stopped looking at him. The film's plot pressed on. It turned out there had been several new serial disappearances in City A. What unsettled the protagonist was that each case somehow traced back to the study group from 10 years ago. As the story unfolded, a familiar face appeared on screen. It was Sun himself. Sun. In the movie, Sun played a weary office worker who lived a monotonous life, strictly routine. If there was anything unusual about him, it would be that 10 years ago, he had attended the study group organized by Wan Ren Mi. The on-screen Sun, appearing tired and slightly impatient, told the protagonist, "I did attend the study group 10 years ago. Chapter 102 Guilt and Love. Wan Mi was my senior back then. It was normal, the study group's whole purpose was to help students who were falling behind." He looked at the protagonist, not quite understanding why they were still fixated on something that happened 10 years ago. "The study group was just an ordinary peer study session," Su said, eyeing the protagonist. "If you don't have anything else to ask, I'm leaving." The protagonist stared at him. "I heard you didn't attend Wan Ming's funeral." Su still had his work badge on, he'd just come from the job site. Wearing a steel gray shirt, he looked thin, and his severe dark circles revealed the toll of long-term overtime. He clearly resembled one of those overworked, mistreated employees. "That's right." Su met the protagonist's gaze. "Any problem with that?" "No," the protagonist replied. "Sorry to bother you." Su didn't say anything more, just waved impatiently before disappearing back into the office building to resume work. Su had no memory of any plot related to this film. He didn't even know he'd starred in a movie. Watching his own retreating back on screen, he had a gut feeling that his character wasn't as simple as it seemed. "Actually, I really like this character," Jinchio said, hugging a cushion as he spoke to Su. "He's interesting." As the two talked, Ning Xianyan's bedroom door opened. Dressed in pajamas, he stepped out and looked slightly surprised to see Su and Jinchio still in the living room. "Still up?" He walked over, then noticed what they were watching. "Why are you watching this?" "Just coincidence. It happened to be airing today," Su replied without looking away from the screen. Ning Xianyan had only come out for a drink of water. After getting a bottle from the fridge and turning back, he suddenly changed his mind. Instead of returning to his room, he chose to sit down on the sofa beside them and watch the movie together. "I remember you came to visit the set back then?" Ning Xianyan suddenly asked Jinchio beside him. "Yeah," Jinchio answered, still hugging his cushion. Leaning against the sofa, he glanced sidelong at Su on screen. "Not exactly a set visit though, just happened to pass by and took a look." Su's scenes wrapped in 3 days, Jinchio continued. "I was in the area at the time, so I stopped by for a moment." "You actually look good in a suit," he added abruptly. Ning Xianyan's expression turned complicated. He couldn't tell if Jinchio was sincerely complimenting or just being habitually professional. Meanwhile, the scene on screen switched to after Su got off work. Back home, he hung his suit jacket on a hanger, now only wearing a dress shirt. The hem was fully tucked into his trousers, completely wrinkle-free. Su knew instinctively that achieving such a crisp look usually required a shirt clip. "I saw online that fans once discussed this movie," Jinchio said, turning to look at Su. "They even debated whether you wore a shirt clip." "Did you?" "No shirt clip," Su said flatly. "Focus on the movie." Ning Xianyan, sitting nearby, grimaced even more. He almost wanted to blurt out. "Guys, there's no camera in the living room. You're not filming a variety show. You don't need to keep up appearances." One frame in the movie showed a photo on Su's desk. In the photo, Su still looked like a teenager, making a silly face at the camera. Beside him stood a smiling Wan Ming, along with several others, probably the rest of the study group members. As the protagonist continued investigating these disappearances, the deeper he dug, the clearer it became that all these cases were intricately linked to the study group. Besides Su, the protagonist also visited the other people who had attended Ming's study sessions back then. Everyone insisted it was merely an after-school academic improvement class. Since Ming had been the top student, he'd organized this mutual help group. But obviously, things weren't that simple. The protagonist decided to tail Su. According to documents from the old study group and his memories from 10 years prior, Su had been on good terms with Ming, not just a junior-senior relationship. They'd at least been friends. Yet after the accident, Su hadn't attended Ming's funeral. For many years afterward, he never visited Ming's grave. On the sofa, Su watched the unfolding scene, sensing that his relationship with Ming must have been more complicated than it appeared. And as the investigation deepened, it emerged that Ming and Su had once been neighbors for a time, until Su's family went bankrupt and moved away, while Ming remained in the same place. Su had been an adopted child to begin with, and as the family that took him in grew poorer over time, his life afterward was far from easy. He gradually became rebellious, until he joined Ming's study group. That was when he started studying seriously again, striving to improve himself. The story should have ended up being inspiring, but the protagonist slowly uncovered another truth about the study group. They were a brotherhood. They were all victims together. Ming had mentally manipulated these people, that much the protagonist already knew. But 10 years later, as the investigation into Su deepened and the search for the missing people continued, the protagonist suddenly realized, perhaps back then, Ming had merely been the one out in the open. There had been someone else pulling the strings behind the scenes. As the film neared its end, the full truth of the entire incident was completely revealed. Ming willingly became the executioner. After orchestrating the deaths of those who had harmed Su years ago, he deliberately erased Su's existence, covering everything cleanly and efficiently by sacrificing his own life to stop the protagonist from digging further. When the protagonist finally rescued the missing people and confronted Su stood on the rooftop smoking, still wearing his steel gray suit. He didn't seem surprised to see the protagonist at all. The protagonist angrily shouted accusations, but Su only gazed distantly, smoke curling from his lips, and calmly replied, "They deserve to die." Enraged, the protagonist lunged forward to attack. The two struggled violently on the rooftop, but Su, frail and thin, was ultimately pinned down onto the ground by the protagonist. His cigarette had long since vanished. Finally, Su let out a sigh, as if ready to surrender. "Let go. I'll confess." Only then did the protagonist release him. Su brushed off the dust and slowly stood up. Just as the protagonist prepared to take him away, Su, who moments before had seemed sluggish, suddenly flipped onto the railing, rising to his feet atop it. He discarded his work badge and suit jacket, then opened his arms wide toward the sky. "Got you." Su smiled faintly. "They all deserve to die." And just like Ming 10 years earlier, he threw himself off the rooftop. Following that came a series of investigations. It turned out that all the children who had attended the study group had once been trafficked. Because Su had been lively and fearless, he had helped many, especially Ming. In the end, he'd led Ming to a chance to escape. But they were discovered. He pushed Ming forward. And was dragged back himself. All the missing people had either direct or indirect connections to that past trafficking ring. Their judgment had finally arrived. In the final scene, the protagonist found a photo in Su's room, the two of them together in the study group. He looked at it for a moment, then took it away, burning it as Su would have wanted, erasing the final traces of connection between Su and Ming. Su felt his role in this drama was certainly no less significant than Ming's. No wonder he had agreed to switch roles back then. Sure, Ming lingered like a ghost, becoming a psychological shadow over the protagonist. But his own character was the true mastermind behind everything, the actual soul of the story. "But I still don't get it," Ming Xianian said after watching the movie. "Why would Ming willingly become a pawn? Out of guilt." Hijinkyu watched the ending credits roll, the screen showing simple line-drawn sketches of the past. He took a sip from the bottle of mineral water in his hand, no longer cold. Maybe guilt. Or maybe love. "He doesn't regret it," Hijinkyu said, staring at the screen, then turning slightly to look at Su beside him. "What do you think?" Chapter 103, Did you know he got married? While they were chatting, Sun had already finished searching through the movie's reviews and analyses. Most viewers believed that the character played by Sun was actually the mastermind behind everything, and Mu Yuanming was merely his weapon and pawn. After Mu Yuanming's death, Sun began manipulating the other members of the study group to carry out his bidding. As for how Mu Yuanming truly felt about Sun in the film, some audience members interpreted it as pure guilt, while others called it a tragically beautiful romance. Sun didn't see it that way. He thought their relationship was purely cooperative. He himself had no special feelings toward Mu Yuanming, and Mu Yuanming only followed orders. As to why he obeyed so completely, perhaps in the movie, Sun really was that good at manipulation. "I agree with what the critic said." Sun shoved his phone in front of the two of them. The script didn't reveal anything else back then. Ning Shiyuan sounded annoyed at how casually Yen Sun brushed them off. If it did, I still wouldn't have understood, Yen Sun chuckled. His established persona within the group was that of a slightly hot-tempered but endearing idiot, someone who couldn't hide his emotions. That's precisely why, when the film revealed him as the true mastermind in the end, many fans were shocked, praising it as a breakthrough performance. The movie ended, and the TV switched to commercials. Ning Shiyuan watched for a while, then decided not to stay up any longer. He stood up. What time are you guys planning to stay up until? He Jinqiu glanced at Yen Sun, seemingly waiting for his opinion. Going to sleep right away. Yen Sun said. He placed his mineral water bottle aside, turned off the TV, and got up. I'm going to take a shower. He Jinqiu nodded obediently. You go first. Only after Yen Sun had truly left did his gaze linger on the bottle of water Yen Sun had left behind. Beside him, Ning Shiyuan crossed his arms, observing every subtle shift in his expression. Are you two having issues recently? He Jinqiu shook his head. Probably not. He also set down the pillow in his arms and stood up, stretching slightly. Maybe Yen Sun is just too tired. Hearing this, Ning Shiyuan shrugged without pressing further, choosing instead to head toward his own bedroom. When Yen Sun stepped into the bedroom he shared with He Jinqiu, towel drying his hair, he found He Jinqiu lying on the bed, wearing headphones, sketching absent-mindedly in a notebook. Seeing Yen Sun walk in, He Jinqiu took off his headphones. Done already? Then I'll go now. With that, He Jinqiu placed the over-ear headphones aside and casually put the sketchbook and pen down on the table. Within Yen Sun's line of sight, he walked to the wardrobe and pulled out some clean clothes. I might take a bit longer, He Jinqiu told Yen Sun, holding the clothes. You can go to sleep first. Yen Sun nodded, waving his hand indifferently. He draped the towel over his head, sat on the edge of the bed, and looked down at his phone. Only after hearing the soft click of the bathroom door closing behind He Jinqiu did he finally put down what he was holding. Quietly, he walked over to He Jinqiu's bed. Opened He Jinqiu's sketchbook. He Jinqiu had no formal drawing skills, the pages were filled with messy scribbles. Yet there were recurring images, houses, always with grid-patterned windows, and beyond those windows, vast black substances that seemed to blot out the sky. And a pair of eyes staring into the window. Nearly every single drawing contained these same watching eyes. Yen Sun flipped through several pages. At first, the eyes in the sketches seemed scattered, wandering, but as he turned each page, they gradually shifted, locking directly onto his gaze. Until the very last page. Outside the window, the eyes stared straight into Yen Sun's own, as if meeting him face to face. I'm watching you. I've always been watching you. Those two lines were written across the page. Inside the house, a tiny figure wept. A matchstick person held a knife. Behind him loomed a massive doorway stained with a dark, blood-like smudge. Yen Sun snapped the sketchbook shut, then quietly returned to his own bed and lay down. Ever since entering this, Yen Sun had noticed that he was in a semi-disconnected state with the system. His inventory and backpack were unresponsive, likely because the danger level of this wasn't high enough, and the game wanted players to immerse themselves more deeply into roleplay. Even his live stream couldn't be opened here. He vaguely remembered reading a walkthrough online once, where someone mentioned an ending in which He Jinqiu was actually the one who had a sister-in-law. And the player's task was to secretly cover for him when he went out on dates with his girlfriend. The more time they spent together, the more information He Jinqiu revealed. The previous player had seen He Jinqiu's phone password and thereby figured out who his sister-in-law was, then simply survived the full 30 days and cleared the game. According to forum posts, there were two types of deadly traps. One was being framed as a romance-focused idol, resulting in assassination by rabid fans. The other was betrayal by a teammate, leading to social death and expulsion from the group. Both endings counted as bad endings. When they occurred, players could only reload from the last save point and try again. Never before had a player faced two assassination attempts within less than a day of entering the game. Yen Sun couldn't help but suspect the main system was specifically targeting him. While he was lost in thought, He Jinqiu returned from the shower, stepping back into the bedroom. He glanced at the sketchbook sitting where he'd left it, then at Yen Sun, who lay on his bed scrolling through his phone. What did Boss Bai want to talk to you about alone? He Jinqiu asked, drying his hair with a towel as he walked over to Yen Sun's bedside. Yen Sun stayed lying down, holding his phone up with both hands, glancing sideways at him. Wanna know? Of course. He Jinqiu leaned against the edge of Yen Sun's bed, crouching slightly on the floor as he looked at him. Did he secretly tell you some good news? Yen Sun couldn't quite tell whether He Jinqiu already knew he was a special case with connections. So he turned onto his side, facing He Jinqiu. Why would Boss Bai have any good news specifically for me? He only asked me some questions about filming the show. He Jinqiu's expression was hard to read, whether disappointment or something else. He draped the towel around his neck, pushing his damp hair back from his forehead, revealing a scar that ran from his temple down across the brow bone. Because his vision on that side wasn't great, He Jinqiu usually instinctively turned his uninjured side toward people during conversations. But perhaps because they'd been roommates for 3 years, and since they were alone in the room, he didn't bother hiding the scar this time. Yen Sun. He Jincho said, looking straight at him. Did Song Buiyuan really not tell you anything else? Yen Sun hadn't expected He Jincho to say Song Buiyuan's full name outright, but then again, it wasn't strange. What employee wouldn't call their boss that? Though admittedly, most others probably wouldn't even bother with such formalities and would just say, that Song guy. What would he have to tell me? Yen Sun asked, genuinely curious now. Why did it feel like He Jincho was hinting at something? Could it be that he actually knew some insider information? Finally, He Jincho couldn't hold back anymore. Didn't he even tell you about his marriage? It hasn't been made public yet, but the fact that he secretly registered their marriage is something quite a few people in the industry already know. Chapter 104 Guilty Conscience. Huh. Song Baiyuan got married? He didn't even know his own uncle had tied the knot. Yen Sun had just been marveling at how tight-lipped his uncle had been, when it suddenly dawned on him. He pulled up his chat history with Song Baiyuan. After typing in keywords like marriage and wife, Yen Sun realized that Song Baiyuan hadn't kept this from him at all. In fact, he seemed to bring it up in nearly every conversation, practically bursting to share the good news. Probably because Song Baiyuan simply had no one else to tell. After scrolling through the messages, seeing He Jincho giving him that smug "I'm revealing a huge secret" look, Yen Sun paused, then said, I know. I've known for a while now. You know. He Jincho's expression turned even more complicated. You know Song Baiyuan got married? Yen Sun nodded. He Jincho stood up abruptly. Then I've overstepped. He gave Yen Sun a stiff nod. Since you've already made up your mind. The smile on He Jincho's face faltered, and finally, all he could manage was, don't worry, I won't tell anyone. With that, he shuffled toward his bed as if utterly defeated. Once he sat down on the edge of the mattress, He Jincho finally couldn't hold back any longer. With a face like the world had just collapsed, he grabbed his phone and sent a message into the group using his alt account. Weary not delusional. Who's secretly in love with their roommate? Who's secretly in love with their roommate? Why? What do I lack compared to that old man? Says who's the pathetic loser? Roommate bro, what's wrong with you? Weren't you gonna expose that old man's true identity? Who's secretly in love with their roommate, already did. He said he already knows the old man is married. Says who's the pathetic loser, lightning bolt from a clear sky. Never mind, maybe just forget it. Who's secretly in love with their roommate, it's fine. I'm younger than that old man. I bet I'll outlive him, smiley face. Who's secretly in love with their roommate, besides, being close at hand means I get first access. Says who's the pathetic loser, bro, you've already gotten it for 3 years, yet still haven't succeeded. Says who's the pathetic loser, maybe they just prefer older men. Can't get along with my colleague, no big deal, you can be the 4th or 5th lover, I support wall breaking. Can't get along with my colleague, me and that coworker I disliked, our relationship has changed lately. Says who's the pathetic loser. Do tell. Can't get along with my colleague, we finally added each other on WeChat. He Jincho saw this and thought these people were insane. What was so special about adding someone on WeChat? Who's secretly in love with their roommate, took you this long to add them, hope your relationship progresses further before you turn 80. Can't get along with my colleague. Can't get along with my colleague, you guys are all delusional romantics. My coworker and I don't get along. Says who's the pathetic loser, guys, stop arguing. Actually, I've got my own troubles lately. Says who's the pathetic loser, today I noticed that person paying unusual attention to some staff member I don't even know. Says who's the pathetic loser, I never knew he could talk so much to a stranger. Says who's the pathetic loser, that guy's pretty despicable too, acting all timid, saying he's admired him for ages. I can see he's up to no good. Says who's the pathetic loser, pretending to be an innocent college student, more like he's only got the innocent part down. Another idiot, He Jincho thought. He put down his phone and looked at Yen Sun lying there, sighing deeply inside. Honestly, he couldn't fathom what was so great about Song Baiyuan. Why on earth did Yen Sun fall for that old man? Song Baiyuan sneezed. He figured someone must be cursing him again. But ever since becoming a manager, so many people had cursed him, it wasn't worth pondering who exactly was mentioning his name this time. Who in the group do you think is actually dating someone? He asked his assistant. The assistant thought, how would I know? Are you the manager or am I? But on the surface, he remained diligent. I think we can rule out Yen Sun. Duh. He knew Yen Sun was Song Baiyuan's nephew. If Yen Sun were really in a relationship, Song Baiyuan would definitely know, so naturally, he'd be the first to be eliminated. He Jincho and Mu Yuanming seem more likely, the assistant suggested. Didn't we hear before that Mu Yuanming was acting suspiciously, slipping away from assistants and reporters several times on purpose? He wants to jump ship, Song Baiyuan said. He sat in the back seat, pondering for a moment. What do you think of Xiao Zheng? Xiao Zheng. The assistant thought of that quiet, slouching lifestyle assistant who always wore oversized hoodies. No impression. He's a pretty straightforward guy. The assistant could sense there was more behind Song Baiyuan's words. Is something off with him? Yeah, something's definitely off. Song Baiyuan leaned against his forehead, he still felt unwell from drinking. Born with a golden spoon, no, a diamond spoon, yet he's working as an assistant. You think he's chasing dreams in the entertainment industry or something? The assistant thought to himself, how would I know? Then what do you think he's after? No idea, Song Baiyuan said. There were times when he saw Yen Sun ordering Xiao Jing around that he felt uneasy, unable to comprehend why someone like that would willingly become a lifestyle assistant. Could it be some kind of hobby? Yen Sun had no clue that Jinqiu had wildly misunderstood him deep down. Fortunately, no poisoning incident occurred that night, and he slept peacefully until morning. Shortly after, he heard noises coming from inside the dorm. At first, he assumed it was Xiao Zheng, but then remembered they had no schedule today, so Xiao Jing shouldn't be here. Yet the commotion outside kept growing. He lay in bed for a while, but eventually couldn't stand it anymore. He got up and left the bedroom to see who exactly was making all that racket. Just as he stepped out of the bedroom door, Yen Sun saw a person in a gray hoodie dragging a suitcase into the living room. Upon seeing Yen Sun, the figure immediately pulled off the hood. Did I wake you up? Mu Yuanming removed his plain glasses. He looked somewhat haggard, probably from pulling an all-night flight back. Yen Sun hadn't expected Mu Yuanming to return so quickly. He glanced at the time and mentally calculated the travel distance. You flew back right after finishing your event? More or less. Mu Yuanming set down his suitcase, placed his glasses aside, and tiredly rolled his shoulders. Bai Ji said things got serious and told me to come back as soon as possible. Yen Sun didn't respond. He clearly remembered yesterday Song Baiyuan saying that Mu Yuanming and the other teammate would return in a few days. He certainly didn't say anything about rushing back immediately. Yen Sun eyed Mu Yuanming up and down, his exhausted face looked like he'd just spent 3 nights straight in an internet cafe. Wait, was it Mu Yuanming who had a girlfriend? Is that why he came sprinting back, guilty conscience and all? Chapter 105 Selling Out. Mu Yuanming had no idea how Yen Sun was silently speculating about him. He had originally intended to drop his luggage and head straight to the bedroom, but upon seeing Yen Sun come out, he forced himself to stay a little longer and exchanged a few pleasantries. What did Boji talk to you about? Not much. He just said that the leak on Weibo is true, and told us to come clean before he finds out for himself. Yen Sun relayed what Song Guiyuan had revealed last night, then looked at Mu Yuanming's exhausted face. What did he tell you? Pretty much the same. Not saying anything is saying something, Mu Yuanming mumbled, clearly extremely tired. After speaking, he yawned deeply. He was already turning toward the bedroom when suddenly he paused, as if remembering something. When Guiyuan came yesterday, who was in the dorm? Yen Sun listed the 3 people who'd been present. Mu Yuanming seemed lost in thought. He stuffed his flat lens glasses into his pocket. How's that variety show going between you two? Yen Sun really didn't understand why everyone felt the need to ask about his and Ning Xianyan's awkward ice-breaking journey. It's fine, Yen Sun said. At least no one suspects we hadn't even added each other on WeChat these past 3 years. Hearing this, Mu Yuanming lifted the corner of his mouth slightly. Good. Then, trying to sound casual, he asked, did Boji speak to you alone yesterday? Yen Sun tensed. He knew Mu Yuanming was already aware of his suspicion about being a well-connected insider. Carefully, he countered, why do you ask? How do you know he spoke to me alone? Guessed. Mu Yuanming lowered his head and rolled up his sleeve. He didn't say it outright, but back when they were still trainees, before debuting, he'd seen Yen Sun go into Song Guiyuan's office several times. At first, he hadn't thought much of it. But over time, noticing Song Guiyuan's subtle, almost imperceptible favoritism toward Yen Sun, he couldn't help but speculate. And with speculation came resentment. He disliked Song Guiyuan, that sanctimonious hypocrite, and thought Yen Sun an idiot, someone who'd run over at the slightest benefit or beckoning hand. That Song guy isn't good news, Mu Yuanming said bluntly. You should keep your distance. So Song Guiyuan really wasn't popular. Yen Sun sighed inwardly. We didn't talk about much. After a pause, Yen Sun added, he just told me not to date anyone before I turn 30. He has rules like that. Mu Yuanming looked incredulous, growing even more convinced that Song Guiyuan was despicable. You think it's wrong? Yen Sun probed cautiously. Of course it's wrong. Mu Yuanming frowned at Yen Sun, speaking earnestly. He got married, why doesn't he say anything about himself? Yet he dares make demands like that. He paused, realizing the word demand sounded too harsh, so he rephrased, tells you not to date until you're 30. Just treat it as nonsense. Hearing that, Yen Sun's heart sank. Because now he strongly suspected that Mu Yuanming might actually be secretly dating someone. By this point, Mu Yuanming was clearly too tired to continue. Covering his face with one hand, he yawned again, gave Yen Sun a brief nod, and shuffled off to his bedroom. Once Mu Yuanming disappeared into his room, Ning Xianyan, probably awakened by the noise, stepped out from his own room. He glanced at the suitcase sitting in the living room. Mu Yuanming's back. Yen Sun, with no schedule today, sat sprawled on the sofa flipping through TV channels. Yeah. Ning Xianyan glanced at the closed door. Didn't you say he wouldn't be back for a few more days? After saying that, he didn't dwell on it. He finished washing up, changed clothes, and prepared to head to the gym. Seeing Yen Sun lying motionless on the sofa, he felt the familiar frustration of a hen scolding a lazy chick. He walked over. Get up. Yen Sun lifted his eyes, giving him a silent, what, look. Come exercise with me. Yen Sun covered his ears and rolled across the sofa, ending up at the farthest possible spot from Ning Xianyan. No. No. You're way too out of shape. Ning Xianyan circled around and stood on the other side. I already said I'd step up your physical training, you dodged it last time. Get dressed. We're going to the gym. I'm only here in this story mode to slack off, who wants to do physical training with you, Yen Sun thought, still covering his ears and refusing to listen. Ning Xianyan hadn't expected Yen Sun to act this childish. For a moment, he squatted down beside him. Come to the gym with me. Yen Sun shut his eyes, pretending he couldn't see. But Ning Xianyan's stubborn streak flared up too. He wouldn't just carry Yen Sun off, that would be rude. Ning Xianyan simply knelt down on the carpet in front of the sofa where Yen Sun lay, propping himself up with one hand on the armrest as he leaned close to Yen Sun's face. Come to the gym with me. The gym. The gym. Even if Yen Sun closed his eyes and covered his ears, he couldn't possibly ignore a full-grown man right beside him, relentlessly droning into his space. Just as he opened his eyes, ready to flatly refuse Ning Xianyan's request once and for all, the sound of the dorm door opening interrupted them. A man walked in, dressed in streetwear. Upon seeing them, he took off his sunglasses and let out a low whistle. Damn. Impressive. You've only been on one show, and already so committed to the job. Open your eyes in the morning and start working it, right here, broad daylight. The man had a stud piercing through his brow ridge, his eyebrows sharply arched, giving off an untamable vibe. He glanced left at Yen Sun, then right at Ning Xianyan. You guys installed cameras in the dorm and didn't even warn me. Yen Sun knew instantly he was mocking them for performing their brotherly bond even within the dorm. He glanced at Ning Xianyan, still leaning too close. For a split second, Ning Xianyan's expression froze. He looked at Yen Sun, then at the intimate proximity between them, suddenly feeling awkward. He quickly averted his gaze, and abruptly stood up. I'm going to the gym. He didn't stop as he passed by He Jingtang. He Jingtang removed the headphones hanging around his neck, set down his luggage bag, and finally approached Yen Sun. So the variety show must have actually done something, huh? You two patched things up this fast. With dyed red hair, he looked down at Yen Sun. What was he doing just now? Causing you trouble? The last member of the group had finally arrived. He Jingtang was straightforward and blunt, often saying whatever came to mind without holding back, but he got along well with Yen Sun. Though he looked intimidating, he was fiercely protective of those close to him. He considered Yen Sun genuine and free of ulterior motives, unlike some of the others in the group, and always kept an eye out for him. Among the members, the two of them were closest. His initial remark had been out of concern that Ning Xianyan might have been picking on Yen Sun. Now, seeing that Yen Sun was unharmed, he ruffled his hair gently. If anything happens, tell me. Chapter 106 Covering Up. He asked me to work out with him at the gym. Yen Sun leaned against the sofa, tilting his head to look up at He Jingtang standing behind him. I said my physical fitness is too poor, I need some training. Well, that wasn't entirely false, He Jingtang thought. But it sounded rather strange coming from Ning Xianyan, who originally wasn't particularly close to Yen Sun. Did anything happen between you two while filming? He Jingtang asked after a pause. Yen Sun realized then, so their strained relationship really was obvious to everyone in the group. No. Everything was completely smooth. Did Song Guiyuan tell you about that thing? Yen Sun now followed the other's lead and referred to Song Guiyuan by name without titles. He did. He Jingtang propped one hand on the back of the sofa and vaulted himself over to sit on the other side. Song Guiyuan suspects me. He snorted coldly. Looks like he's losing his eyesight. It wasn't impossible, Yen Sun mused. He Jingtang had always been defiant, and within the group, he was also the one with more gossip swirling around him. Perhaps disturbed by the commotion in the living room, He Jinxiu, who shared a room with Yen Sun, walked out from the bedroom. His hair was messy, and he looked slightly surprised to see He Jingtang sitting beside Yen Sun. He nodded briefly in greeting, then went to wash up. When he returned, water still glistening on his face, he said, Senior He, you're back early. He Jingtang rested his chin on his palm, studying He Jinxiu. Sleep well? Fairly well, He Jinxiu replied, drying his face with a towel. He gave both of them a nod. I'll go change clothes first. Only after He Jinxiu disappeared into the bedroom did He Jingtang speak again. I brought it up with Song Guiyuan those days, discussed switching roommates. He didn't agree. Yen Sun, huh? You forgot. He Jingtang didn't seem bothered. Didn't we talk before? We'd lived together. You and me. Then assign He Jinxiu to share with Wan Ming. Yen Sun had absolutely no idea about this plan. The forum guide shared online hadn't mentioned any roommate switches either, though some members skipped overnight stays altogether, preferring to sleep at their own off-campus apartments. If He Jingtang wanted a single room, Yen Sun would have understood, probably dating someone. But swapping roommates? That made no sense. How've you been lately with Wan Ming? Yen Sun tested carefully, wondering if Wan Ming had somehow offended He Jingtang enough to spark such a request. What do you mean? It's always been the same, He Jingtang raised an eyebrow. We don't talk. Silent roommates. Looking at Yen Sun's utterly clueless expression, He Jingtang sighed inwardly. He couldn't just come out and say it. Ever since meeting He Jinxiu, he'd suspected the kid wasn't as innocent as he seemed. There was something odd about the way the boy looked at Yen Sun. In fact, He Jingtang even doubted whether Ning Xianyan was truly straight. All things considered, it felt safer for him and Yen Sun, two unquestionably straight guys, to room together. That was why he proposed the switch to Song Guiyuan. Of course, Song Guiyuan dismissed it as nonsense and rejected the idea. Not that He Jingtang could blame him, he hadn't revealed his real reason, only claiming he and Yen Sun simply got along better. Still, even if he had explained, Song Guiyuan would have laughed him off anyway. Everyone knew He Jinxiu was famously pure-hearted and detached, practically one step away from ascending into immortality. How could such a person possibly develop feelings for a teammate? He Jingtang didn't buy it. So when He Jinxiu reappeared, freshly changed, He Jingtang fixed him with that sharp, mother-in-law inspecting her future son-in-law stare and let out another heavy humph. Yen Sun, what is this guy grunting about? He Jinxiu seemed startled by He Jingtang's expression. He had no idea what he'd done wrong. Still, he stepped toward Yen Sun. I'm preparing breakfast. What would you like to eat? Why aren't you asking me? He Jingtang cut in. He Jinxiu, ever polite, turned to him. What would you like to eat? The imperial banquet. Yen Sun. He Jinxiu. I'll poison you with the imperial banquet. He Jinxiu thought bitterly, but then deliberately tilted his injured side toward Yen Sun as he spoke. Yen Sun, what would you like? Don't listen to him. I'll eat anything simple. Yen Sun pressed a hand on He Jingtang's shoulder, silencing him. He's just joking. He Jinxiu glanced at the tall, dopey-looking man now pinned down by Yen Sun, and suddenly felt a pang of envy. He and Yen Sun could never interact so naturally. Then I'll make something light, he said, turning toward the kitchen. After He Jinxiu left, Yen Sun turned to look at He Jingtang. You two really that bad off? He didn't recall the forum mentioning any friction between He Jingtang and He Jinxiu. They were a purely plastic team, and everyone's relationships were generally average. They were so superficially connected that there wasn't even room for anyone to dislike someone else. Average, He Jingtang replied, propping his chin on one hand. I just hate people who act all phony. Yen Sun thought back to He Jinxiu. He doesn't seem that fake. Because you've already been charmed by this sly fox. He Jingtang sneered inwardly, half tempted to kneel down and cry out to heaven to distinguish loyalty from treachery. He was determined, he would catch He Jinxiu's fox tail someday, and make Yen Sun see. This guy had ulterior motives. He Jinxiu's simple breakfast truly lived up to its name. Toast, bacon, scrambled eggs, and a bowl of greens. Not bad. Quite lavish, He Jingtang said. Hearing that, Yen Sun stared in shock at He Jingtang, who was munching on a piece of toast. Judging from his tone, he actually considered this a lavish breakfast. Yen Sun Ji, if you're free today, could you come with me somewhere? He Jinxiu asked gently. Yen Sun's fork trembled as he poked at his eggs. Si Dao Pu, speak normally. He couldn't stand that overly sweet, ingratiating Yen Sun Ji anymore. He Jingtang sneered inwardly again, convinced He Jinxiu was scheming once more. He stabbed a chunk of scrambled egg and shoved it into his mouth, only to nearly choke on the salt. His expression must have been too painful, because Yen Sun noticed. What's wrong? Too salty, He Jingtang managed. He Jinxiu looked genuinely confused. He poked at his own scrambled eggs, took a bite, and said, seems fine to me. Why aren't you poking at my plate instead? He Jingtang asked. He Jinxiu smiled apologetically. Sorry, Gu He, I'm a bit of a germaphobe. So he wouldn't eat anything from He Jingtang's plate. Yen Sun clearly saw their little exchange, but since He Jingtang had started it, he decided to feign ignorance, staying silent as he casually took a bite of his toast. Where to? He changed the subject, turning to He Jinxiu. He Jinxiu hesitated, glancing at He Jingtang beside him, as if not wanting the other to hear. Seeing that, Yen Sun's heart leapt with sudden hope. Could it be, just like the forum guides mentioned, that He Jinxiu was about to ask for help covering something up? Chapter 107, Do You Know Fashion? Yen Sun still had no idea where He Jinxiu wanted to go, even as the two of them stepped out wearing hats and non-prescription glasses. So mysterious. Yen Sun adjusted his fisherman's hat and pushed up the glasses on his nose before turning back to look at He Jinxiu. He Jinxiu wore a beanie, hiding all of his bleached platinum hair, along with a disposable mask. At first glance, he looked like an ordinary sick, especially with his pale complexion, which made him appear recently recovered from illness. Where are we going? Muffled by the mask, Jinchio's voice sounded nasal. You'll know soon enough. Yen Sun thought to himself, got it. This is definitely a date. As they left the bedroom, they ran into Mu Yuanming, who had just woken up from a nap. He glanced at them. Going out? Jinchio nodded. Perhaps because their relationship was genuinely superficial, Mu Yuanming simply nodded back. But when he saw Yen Sun, as if suddenly remembering something, he said, in a hurry. If not, take a quick look at the stuff I brought for you. Yen Sun glanced at Jinchio, making it instantly clear to Mu Yuanming that it was Jinchio who wanted to leave. Not really in a rush, Jinchio said considerately. Since they weren't leaving right away, there was no need for the mask, he took it off. Yen Gu, you go take a look first. Upon hearing that nickname, Mu Yuanming gave Jinchio a few extra glances. Everyone knew that Jinchio and Yen Sun were only half a month apart in age. Normally, Jinchio would only call him Brother Yen Sun when trying to suck up, otherwise, he used his full name directly. Why had he suddenly become so disgustingly affectionate? Could it be that Yen Sun had something compromising on him? Mu Yuanming's mind spun with thoughts, but on the surface, he simply returned to his room and pulled out a shopping bag. I asked around. The shop owner said only rings were in stock. Yen Sun opened the box and took a quick look. It was a silver ring from a certain jewelry brand. He tried it on, it looked exactly like the kind of style the original owner would have liked. The photo you sent had a necklace too. It was reserved. Mu Yuanming closed the door behind him. If you don't want it, give it to me. He reached out his hand. I went through a lot bringing this back for you. Yen Sun pulled out his phone. How much? Mu Yuanming studied Yen Sun up and down. Have you been possessed? Not much. Mu Yuanming gestured for Yen Sun to hold out his hand. Inside the shopping bag were two differently styled rings. Yen Sun slipped one onto his middle finger and the other onto his ring finger. He told me this layered look is more stylish. As he spoke, he gently held Yen Sun's hand in one palm while using the other to remove the ring from the middle finger and place it on the ring finger. Like this. Mu Yuanming admired the two stacked rings on Yen Sun's ring finger. See? Doesn't it look better now? Yen Sun lifted his hand for a closer look. With two rings tightly stacked, he felt like he was wearing brass knuckles. So he said honestly, feels more like a mob enforcer to me. You don't understand anything. This is fashion, Mu Yuanming declared. Still holding Yen Sun's hand, he continued admiring the rings. My taste is impeccable. Apparently, they had been speaking loudly outside Mu Yuanming's room. Jingtang also stepped out from his doorway. He looked at Mu Yuanming holding Yen Sun's hand, and especially at the two rings on Yen Sun's ring finger, and immediately felt his eyelid twitch. Big mistake. There seemed to be way too many gays in this lineup. He suspected the only completely straight men left in the group were himself and Yen Sun. That doesn't look good. Jingtang interrupted, pulling one of the rings off Yen Sun's finger and placing it on the index finger instead. This looks better. I think so too, Jinchio added. Jingtang thought, you're trouble too. But at this moment, he and Jinchio were on the same side. He casually slung an arm over Mu Yuanming's shoulder like old buddies. Why did you only buy things for Yen Sun? Didn't get us any local specialties either. Mu Yuanming shrugged off his arm. You didn't say anything. Yen Sun asked me specifically to check out products from this brand, he said, turning to Yen Sun. Right? How would Yen Sun even remember if he'd said that? But he knew that wasn't the point, so he nodded along. Yeah. At that moment, Jinchio's phone vibrated. He looked down at the screen, then back at Yen Sun. Yen Sun instantly understood. Something urgent? Jinchio nodded. Yen Sun understood, Jingtang was urging him to leave. So he said to the other two, we're heading out first. Jingtang, on one hand, wanted to warn Yen Sun, be careful around that guy beside you. But on the other hand, he worried that if Yen Sun really became cautious, the other party might just snap and act recklessly. In the end, all he could do was uncomfortably nod. Be careful. Don't get caught by paparazzi. Otherwise, they'd actually blow up your fake couple. He even gave Yen Sun a meaningful look, telling him subtly to watch himself, keep his guard up, and maintain appropriate boundaries with his teammate. Looking at Jingtang desperately blinking at him, Yen Sun couldn't tell whether the man had somehow discovered Jinchio's secret, or if he was just having a random episode. All Yen Sun could do was silently accept this well-meaning advice. Watch out for paparazzi. Yen Sun took the front passenger seat and immediately heard Jinchio's phone vibrating. Unbothered, Jinchio answered the call right in front of Yen Sun. They were alone in the car, and the voice from the other end was loud enough for Yen Sun to hear clearly. It was a woman's voice. She seemed to be asking how much longer Jinchio would take to arrive. Yen Sun. Is my teammate seriously this careless? Half an hour, Jinchio replied to the caller. Sorry, please wait a bit longer. The person on the other end said something reassuring, and after hanging up, Jinchyo placed his phone beside him and said to Yen Sun, "There are paparazzi in the garage." Yen Sun was about to turn his head and look around when Jinchyo pressed his shoulder down. "Don't look. If you look, they'll know they've been spotted." Yen Sun wasn't sure whether Jinchyo was tricking him or not, but seeing how serious the other looked, he chose to believe him. Then Jinchyo started the car and drove out of the garage. Only after leaving the residential compound did Jinchyo gesture for Yen Sun to check the black car trailing behind them. "That's the paparazzi. Probably because of the recent wife incident, they're hoping to catch us sneaking off on a date." Yen Sun. Of course, he knew someone with a wife wouldn't expose things so easily. From what Jinchyo just said, it was clear he wasn't going to meet a romantic partner. Jinchyo didn't understand why Yen Sun suddenly deflated like a punctured balloon. He tilted his head, puzzled. "Why do you look so disappointed?" "Nothing." Yen Sun glanced at his phone and saw a message from Mu Yuanming. "Mu Yuanming, weren't we supposed to keep our distance from him?" Yen Sun scrolled through their chat history online and realized they'd barely exchanged any messages, though perhaps some had been deliberately deleted. Yen Sun. "Mu Yuanming, you really think Jinchyo is a good guy?" "Mu Yuanming, if you don't want to get duped, stay far away from him." Chapter 108. So teacher, he is here too. Yen Sun. He realized it now, this group was way more fake than he'd imagined. He even suspected they had a private subgroup apart from this one. As for why his phone showed no sign of it, probably because he hadn't been invited. "Yen Sun, I know. Yen Sun, everything is part of my plan." "Mu Yuanming. Mu Yuanming, you've lost your mind. Mu Yuanming, spouting nonsense like that. Mu Yuanming, have you forgotten who tried to steal your role back then?" Yen Sun knew he'd only acted in one movie, that one with Mu Yuanming. "Yen Sun, it's all in the past. And he said there was a misunderstanding. Yen Sun, he even asked me if I was angry about you taking the role." Mu Yuanming didn't reply immediately, instead sending a 40-second voice message. Yen Sun converted it to text. About 10 seconds were just Mu Yuanming cursing Jinchyo for being shameless and maliciously stirring trouble. He claimed he'd honestly thought the office worker role was better and offered more room for performance, which was why he'd suggested Yen Sun take it. Jinchyo was a despicable schemer. Another 10 seconds accused Jinchyo of being the one who intended to snatch the office worker role after learning about it from the producer. Yen Sun hesitated for a second, and, accidentally, tapped speaker mode. Jinchyo's face had originally held a faint smile, but as soon as Mu Yuanming's voice rang out, his expression darkened instantly. Taking advantage of the red light, he quickly turned to Yen Sun. "Mu Yuanming is lying. He's twisting facts." He'd actually wanted to curse Mu Yuanming as a bastard for sowing discord, but restrained himself for the sake of his image in front of Yen Sun, choosing gentler words instead. Yen Sun stayed silent, merely glancing up and down at Jinchyo. "Is that so? I heard you were going to play the study society character, so I contacted the producers. If I'd known you ended up playing the office worker." Jinchyo kept talking, growing more indignant toward Mu Yuanming by the second. He sounded so righteous, as if he himself weren't the scheming one. "If I'd known you were playing the office worker," Jinchyo added, "why would I ever compete with you for the role?" Yen Sun remained silent. He just began to realize, the conflicts within this group ran far deeper than they appeared. Yet Jinchyo never explained how exactly he'd obtained the film producer's contact information. And judging by Mu Yuanming's tone, Jinchyo carried serious weight, could just claim roles as he pleased. No wonder forum guides mentioned how other members would sabotage players behind the scenes, framing them to shake off couple suspicions. Seeing Jinchyo getting so worked up, Yen Sun could only comfort him. "I know you didn't intend to take the role." Just then, the light turned green, and he reminded Jinchyo, "Drive on." The car drove farther and farther, finally stopping in the outskirts. When Jinchyo spotted a girl waving ahead, he pulled over. "Hi," he politely nodded toward her. The girl, wearing an apron, looked unsurprised at seeing him. "You're here." She glanced at Yen Sun in the passenger seat, eyeing him curiously for a few extra seconds. "Brought someone today?" Jinchyo nodded. Following her directions, he parked the car and led Yen Sun into the building. Once inside, Yen Sun realized it was actually a pet training school. Several dogs were playing on the lawn. Upon spotting Jinchyo, a staff member immediately brought over his pet. When Yen Sun saw the brown curly-haired puppy, he took off his fishing hat. "Your dog." The tidy, sheep-like little teddy was led by the staff member straight to Jinchyo. "Bally's been behaving well lately," she told him. Jinchyo scooped up the wriggling teddy before Yen Sun could react. Noticing Yen Sun's confusion, he seemed slightly embarrassed. "Actually, Ballai belongs to my parents. They went traveling and asked me to pick Ballai up." He stroked Bally's fluffy head gently. "Come on, this is brother Yen Sun," he said, holding the puppy up toward Yen Sun. As Jinchyo moved to hand the dog over, Yen Sun flailed briefly, but under the other's guidance, managed to cradle Ballai safely. He tested the puppy's weight, brushing fingers through the coffee-colored curls atop its head. "You're taking him home now?" Hum. My parents will be back tonight. He Jinxiu bent down, looking at the dog nestled in Yen Sun's arms. I'll just pick him up from school first. Balai only stays calm when someone's holding him, He Jinxiu explained somewhat sheepishly to Yen Sun. He also hates staying in a travel crate, he insists on being held the whole time. Before, my parents would always come together to bring him here and then leave together. He looked at Yen Sun. I need to drive, so I can't manage it alone. Could you help me hold Balai? Yen Sun stroked the well-behaved puppy in his arms, slightly surprised that this was the big secret reason He Jinxiu had mysteriously asked him to come along. On one hand, Yen Sun felt disappointed, on the other, he supposed it was exactly what he'd expected. After all, it was only the second day. If his senior sister-in-law showed up too easily, would he really just loaf around for the remaining 28 days? Sure, Yen Sun said, nuzzling the fur on Bally's head with his cheek. I'll hold him. He Jinxiu's gaze drifted unavoidably toward a car parked outside the yard, someone had just gotten out of it, seemingly asking for directions. He turned back, thanked Yen Sun once more, then bent down to pet Bally's head. Balai, you have to listen to brother Yen Sun, okay? Yen Sun. He still couldn't get used to how He Jinxiu spoke in that overly sweet tone. The two of them were just about to leave with Balai when the driver of the white car, having confirmed the directions, also started to pull away. Suddenly, someone grabbed Yen Sun by the shoulder. The person had rushed out from inside the building and was still catching his breath as he touched Yen Sun. Seeing the puzzled look on Yen Sun's face, he quickly pointed at himself. Me. Teacher Yen. I'm Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu. Yen Sun didn't know many people in this world, but upon hearing the name, he finally recognized who this excitedly approaching fan was. It was Xiao Lu, the intern from the variety show production team, and also a fan of the group. But today, he wasn't wearing his usual gray hoodie, nor his glasses or staff ID. Instead, he looked unusually polished and put together. What a coincidence! Xiao Lu exclaimed, clearly overjoyed. He immediately rambled on about how he'd recognized Yen Sun just from his silhouette, gushing with enthusiasm. He spoke so intently that he completely forgot there was someone else standing beside Yen Sun, He Jinxiu, another member of the same group. It wasn't until Yen Sun subtly reminded him that Xiao Lu seemed to suddenly notice the other man. Ah, He Jinxiu. Teacher. So you're here too, teacher He. Chapter 109, He Jinxiu's home. For the first time, He Jinxiu felt that being a celebrity wasn't all that great. He knew full well this person was doing it on purpose, yet he could only smile pleasantly and say, yes, Yen Su accompanied me here. He reached out to pet Qiuqiu's head where it nestled in Yen Su's arms. Does Qiuqiu like brother Yen Su? The little dog barked once in response. Yen Su truly hadn't expected such a coincidence. Holding the puppy in his arms, he said, right, I came with He Jinxiu to pick up Qiuqiu. It sounded as if the two of them had just come together to collect their child from kindergarten. Lao Lu thought to himself, watching He Jinxiu's face filled with a sly grin. Then recalling the paparazzi's earlier live stream, he added solemnly, you probably don't know yet, teacher Yen, but you should be careful when leaving later. Yen Su glanced at Lao Lu and immediately understood, he was referring to the photographer who had been tailing them earlier. Check your phone, he told He Jinxiu. Sure enough, their chance encounter outside had already made the trending topics. The hottest post claimed a paparazzo had accidentally spotted He Jinxiu and Yen Su on a date, disguised and acting suspiciously secretive. Wait. Is old Zhang meeting someone familiar? Isn't that our top idol Yen Su and He Jinxiu? Come to think of it, the duo has recently been caught in minor controversies. When He Jinxiu opened the video reposted by a marketing account, a man's voice came through. He said while walking down the street, he happened to run into Yen Su and He Jinxiu, saw them in disguise acting like they were sneaking out for a secret rendezvous, so naturally, out of a true bystander spirit, decided to follow them. Since it was a live stream, the scrolling comments were half curious spectators, the other half furious fans hurling abuse at old Zhang, the damn paparazzo, stay away or you'll end up in jail for slander. Yet old Zhang in the video seemed utterly unbothered. For him, attention meant money. Thanks to the clickbaity title, Live Catching the Sister-in-Law, plenty of internet voyeurs even entered his live room specifically to send gifts. But Yen Su and He Jinxiu had barely left their car the entire time. The phone camera could only capture the traffic flow, focusing intermittently on He Jinxiu's vehicle. Likely fearful of legal action, the license plate remained uncaught on camera. Soon, because neither Yen Su nor He Jinxiu appeared in person, the audience lost interest. He Jinxiu's car kept driving toward more secluded areas. Then suddenly, old Zhang in the video appeared to take a phone call, after which the live stream abruptly ended. This sudden termination only fueled further suspicion. Was it because he was about to get footage of the sister-in-law, prompting a stern warning from the management team? Shortly afterward, others attempted to retrace He Jinxiu's route to uncover exactly where the two were headed. I just happened to see that live stream when I brought Lele here, Xiao Lu whispered softly. Never expected it'd be such a coincidence, teacher Yen actually came to this very pet school. I wouldn't have known you were here unless I overheard people whispering about it. Just call me Yen Su. Yen Su couldn't help but interject. He really couldn't stand Xiao Lu addressing him as Teacher Yen so formally. Lele. Yeah, I brought Lele here for a bath, Xiao Lu said, glancing cautiously at Yen Su. Can I call you brother Yen Su? Without waiting for Yen Su's reply, he pointed toward a spot inside the building. Lele is getting bathed over there. Want to go see? Yen Su hadn't intended to form any emotional bond with the animals in this world. Once the ended, he would leave. Getting too attached to small creatures would only make parting harder. So, shaking his head, he continued cradling Qiuqiu in his arms. Xiao Lu's expression was hard to read, neither clearly disappointed nor anything else, but he spoke again to Yen Su, even though the paparazzo's live stream ended, still be careful when you head back. He glanced toward the car parked outside, He Jinqiu's car. In case fans spot you. It's fine, He Jinqiu cut in. I've already sent a message. Just as Yen Su wondered whether He Jinqiu had messaged Xiao Zheng or Song Baiyuan, a strange gray sedan pulled up at the entrance. A young man stepped out and waved hurriedly at He Jinqiu. Got it, I understand, the young man from the gray car said. I'll drive your car back for you. He looked at Yen Su and grinned playfully. Hello there. A friend, He Jinqiu briefly introduced. Being a celebrity is really tough, the young man sighed. He glanced at Xiao Lu, then quickly looked away. Hurry up, hurry up. When I drove here, I noticed some suspicious figures that looked like paparazzi. After thanking the young man, He Jinqiu led Yen Su toward the gray car. Once Yen Su settled into the front passenger seat of the gray car, holding Qiuqiu close, he asked, what about your car? It's fine. He Jinqiu casually reached into the car and pulled out a small snack for Qiuqiu. This car is mine too. Yen Su, question mark. There are more snacks for Qiuqiu here, He Jinqiu added, offering the treats to Yen Su as if showing off a prized possession. If Qiuqiu misbehaves, just feed him a little. After calming Qiuqiu down, He Jinqiu started driving toward home. When they reached a certain fork in the road, Yen Su spotted that familiar white car again. Paparazzo? Yen Su asked. He had just seen the man get out of the vehicle, pretending to ask for directions, though there was really no need here. The navigation was clear, and aside from the pet school, the only other buildings around were 2 or 3 farmhouses with signs even larger than the actual road markers. Considering the photographer who'd been tailing them earlier, it wasn't hard to identify the man from the white car. He was likely waiting at the intersection to spot He Jinqiu's car and continue following them. Probably. He Jinqiu glanced at the white car as well. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he looked at Yen Su, who was still holding Qiuqiu. Be good, Qiuqiu. The puppy must listen to brother Yen Su. Qiuqiu tilted his head, giving He Jinqiu a puzzled look, clearly not understanding what nonsense this human was spouting. They drove for over an hour before He Jinqiu finally parked in front of a rather luxurious building. We're here, He Jinqiu said. Yen Su hadn't expected his teammate to be so low-key wealthy. He remembered reading in forum guides that apart from He Jingtang and the player himself having relatively ordinary family backgrounds, the other 3 team members came from fairly well-off families. One player who had gotten along decently with He Jinqiu once mentioned that his family situation was quite complicated, and bringing it up too much might trigger a death flag. That player, thinking their friendship with He Jinqiu was solid, had happily accepted an invitation to visit his home, only to immediately trigger the fatal consequence. Their last save point had been half a month prior, forcing the unlucky player to restart from 2 weeks back, ultimately ending up with only a B rank clearance. Remember. If He Jinqiu invites you to his house, don't show too much curiosity about his older brother. Chapter 110 Symmetrical Rooms. The file didn't mention whether He Jinqiu had an older brother, nor did it say he didn't. It only stated that his family was well off. Holding Qiuqiu in one arm, Yen Su secretly pulled out his phone to search for information about He Jinqiu's brother. There were no discussions online at all, no one knew whether it was because his family kept things tightly under wraps, or if there was some unspoken reason. After parking the car, He Jinqiu took Qiuqiu from Yen Su's arms. He casually placed Qiuqiu in the courtyard. Yen Su stood still where he was. Now that you've got Qiuqiu back, we can probably head out soon, right? He glanced at the time on his phone and asked He Jinqiu. But He Jinqiu said his parents had heard Yen Su was coming over and hoped he could properly host him, urging Yen Su not to leave just yet. Your parents don't get back until midnight. Yen Su didn't budge. Are we really supposed to wait until then? He Jinqiu paused for a moment. We can at least have a meal together. Yen Su raised his eyes toward the 3rd floor of the house. Ever since they arrived, he'd felt as if something, or someone, had been watching him from up there. When he looked directly, though, all he saw were thick curtains drawn tightly shut. Seeing how insistent He Jinqiu was, Yen Su could only shrug and follow Qiuqiu, who was joyfully running around on the ground, and He Jinqiu into the He residence. The moment he stepped inside, Yen Su noticed a Buddhist altar placed in a corner. Unlike the overly Western and modern exterior, the interior decoration leaned heavily toward traditional Chinese style. Whether this was due to the family's personal taste or other reasons remained unclear. After returning home, He Jinqiu naturally walked up to the altar and bowed respectfully. Yen Su stayed at a distance and could only see a small golden statue, roughly the size of a palm, inside the shrine. He Jinqiu hadn't tried to hide anything while bowing, only after finishing did he turn and say to Yen Su, "Want to go to my study?" Yen Su stood there for a while, staring at the altar. "Is that your family's belief?" "Yes," He Jinqiu replied, seeming somewhat indifferent. He glanced back. "My family runs businesses, they tend to believe in these things." Yen Su didn't respond. He couldn't shake off the feeling that something about the house felt strange, giving off an oppressive atmosphere. Thick carpets covered the floor, making each step feel like sinking slightly. The sound insulation was exceptional. The ceiling height wasn't low, but perhaps because of the excessively intricate interior design and intense color choices, the whole space felt suffocating. Following He Jinqiu, Yen Su circled around an ornamental mother-of-pearl screen and headed toward the study on the third floor. Only when he reached the third floor did Yen Su finally pinpoint the source of that strong unease. The layout of He Jinqiu's second-floor hallway and rooms was perfectly symmetrical. A study faced another study. A bedroom faced another bedroom. Even the carpet patterns mirrored each other precisely. On the wall beside one side of the bedrooms, metal plaques were affixed, one indicating He Jinqiu's room, the other bearing the name He Jinchun. Yen Su's gaze lingered slightly longer on that name. "He's my older brother," He Jinqiu said, opening the study door. Yen Su knew he shouldn't be curious, nor pry into the existence of He Jinqiu's brother. Yet his damn curiosity, and his instinctive drive to uncover the truth behind made him blurt out the question anyway. "Is your brother home too?" He Jinqiu smiled faintly. "Probably, yes. He doesn't go out much." He glanced toward the room labeled He Jinchun. "But he doesn't like interacting with outsiders. You don't need to pay attention to him." There wasn't much in He Jinqiu's study. The desk and walls were adorned only with old certificates of achievement and photos from childhood and middle school. Yen Su looked through them for a while before finding it dull. His phone vibrated. He Jingtang had been messaging repeatedly, asking why they weren't back yet. He Jingtang. "Bro. Where are you guys? You're still not back." Yen Su, at He Jinqiu's place. He Jingtang. He Jingtang. "Why are you at his house?" He Jingtang, "Where exactly did he take you today? You're not seriously telling me you went to his house to hang out?" Yen Su, "Went to the pet school." Yen Su typed while wondering why He Jingtang was so invested. Still, he dutifully reported the day's itinerary. Yen Su, "We'll be back after dinner." He Jingtang, "You're an idol. Eat less." He Jingtang, "Or better, don't eat at all." What kind of person even says that? Not letting him eat? His own uncle never told him not to eat. Yen Su thought to himself. He looked up to find He Jinqiu watching him quietly. He Jingtang wants to know where we are. He Jinqiu's expression remained unchanged, but deep down, he thought He Jingtang was truly meddling where he didn't belong. "Does he have something to discuss with us?" He Jinqiu asked. "Or is there something he wants to talk over with you?" Yen Su sensed there was more beneath He Jinqiu's words. "What do you mean?" he asked. "Do you know something?" "Not really," He Jinqiu hesitated. "It's just, I've been a bit uneasy about that thing Bai Ge mentioned. Ning Xianian usually lives alone. When he calls or messages someone, we wouldn't know. Mu Yuanming probably wants to leave the group after his contract ends. Lately, he's been frequently meeting people from other companies outside." He Jingtang. He Jinqiu looked at Yen Su. "I saw once, there was someone else in his car." Yen Su immediately understood what He Jinqiu was implying. "You suspect him?" He Jinqiu quickly shook his head. "That's not what I meant." He spoke slowly, "It's just, he really spends the least time at the dorm out of all of us." Everyone knew He Jingtang loved and was a playboy, completely different from the rather homebody He Jinqiu. He genuinely enjoyed attending all sorts of parties. Yen Su thought for a moment, then simply sent He Jingtang a message. "Slight rain, spill it. Is it you?" He Jingtang. "What? Stop speaking in riddles. Slight rain, got yourself a girlfriend." He Jingtang. "Who's spreading rumors about me? I'll kill them." He Jingtang, "Don't spread these yellow rumors. I'm still a virgin, my first love is still mine. You got that?" He Jingtang, "Wait, is this He Jinqiu? Listen, this guy's full of schemes. Don't believe a word he says." After locking his screen, Yen Su tucked the phone back into his pocket. I asked. "Huh?" For once, He Jinqiu struggled to follow Yen Su's train of thought. "I messaged He Jingtang. He says he's still a virgin, his first love is ongoing, and told me not to believe the rumors." Yen Su summed it up briefly, compressing two sentences into one. He Jinqiu. "Still, your suspicion isn't unfounded," Yen Su added. "I think we can suspect Ning Xianian and Mu Yuanming too. What do you think?" He Jinqiu numbly nodded. Just then, the grandfather clock in the study chimed. It was already 6 p.m. "Let's go downstairs to eat," He Jinqiu suddenly said. Yen Su couldn't figure out when He Jinqiu had prepared the meal. The other hadn't made any calls in the car, and after entering the house, Yen Su hadn't seen a single servant or helper. Yet when Yen Su and He Jinxiu arrived at the dining room, 3 sets of clean chopsticks and bowls were neatly laid out side by side on the table. There were exactly 8 dishes, including soup, neatly arranged, clearly not hastily thrown together. But earlier, He Jinxiu had clearly said his parents wouldn't return until midnight. Brother Yen Su can sit in the middle, He Jinxiu said. Yen Su glanced at the remaining empty seat. Is that reserved for your brother?